Chapter 110, 30 Million-Year-Old Ex-Lover Problems. A black sun burned overhead. The landscape below was alive. Flesh and bones stretched across the ground in endless waves, pulsing with each heartbeat. Dark mist rose from the surface. Twisted temples stood scattered across the terrain, their walls breathing. "What a hellish place," Masaki Keigo said quietly. The others nodded. Their giant forms stood out against the twisted architecture. The Kyriloid dwelling in this shadowy world looked up in astonishment, their faces showing shock and disbelief. This was meant to be their god's sacred domain. How did these creatures of light manage to breach it? Before they could react, Ultraman launched their attack. Shining energy beams cut through the darkness, causing black buildings to collapse. Any Kyriloid caught in the attack was instantly vaporized. Piercing alarms shrieked across the dimensional space. Every Kyriloid capable of transformation shifted into their infernal warrior forms. They converged on the invading giants with desperate fury. A world-shaking battle erupted. Brilliant beams of light repeatedly pierced the darkness, blasting the monsters apart. The Kyriloid fought with everything they had, but they proved no match for Masaki Keigo and his allies. The total defeat seemed inevitable. Then a resonant chant echoed across the battlefield. It seemed to emerge from the dimension itself. A colossal angel materialized in the sky above them. Its wings spread wide. Every surviving Kyriloid immediately dropped to their knees in worship. This was their god, the deity they had served for countless generations. "That's one hell of a terrifying thing," Masaki Keigo gasped. His improved vision uncovered the true nature of the entity. The so-called god displayed the distorted features of the Kyriloid race, exaggerated to terrifying sizes. Its demonic face was engulfed in fiery flames. Its glowing eyes shone like embers in the darkness. Large wings extended from its back, crackling with dark energy. Unlike typical Kyriloids, which have humanoid shapes, this creature had transformed into something even more horrifying, a blend of flame and shadow that defies easy description. The Ultraman exchanged quick glances before splitting into two teams without speaking. One team held off the infernal warriors, while the other advanced to confront the Kyriloid god directly. The entity's power was terrifyingly immense. Waves of Ultraman launched their most powerful attacks, but couldn't penetrate its defenses. Instead, their crystalline bodies were swatted aside by its lashing tentacles, crashing into the flesh-covered ground. "The power gap is too wide. We need to make Ultraman stronger and bigger." The Emperor watched from beyond the dimensional barrier. His mind already calculated solutions to this tactical problem. Raven, sitting on the Emperor's armored shoulder, instantly connected with Masaki Keigo and others through telepathy. "Everyone, lend your power to Tiga." Masaki Keigo and the others looked surprised at Raven's words. They didn't understand why he wanted them to transfer their energy, but they followed the order without hesitation. Tiga absorbed their combined power, and a brilliant light erupted from his body. His form shifted and evolved, finally becoming the legendary Shining Tiga. "Go get him, Daigo," one of the weakened Ultramen called out. "Don't let us down," another added. "Show that piece of shit what it means to mess with humanity." The Ultramen who had given their energy collapsed from exhaustion. Their bodies flickered as they struggled to maintain their transformed state. Tiga nodded and turned to face the Kyriloid god. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, then spread them wide to draw energy from his color timer. Light gathered between his hands as he assumed the classic L-shaped stance. His right arm extended horizontally and his left arm pointed upward. Tiga leapt into the air. His foot, wreathed in brilliant radiance, delivered a devastating Ultraman kick. The impact erupted with terrifying force, tearing through the god's defenses and leaving it howling in pain. Finally, Tiga summoned all his remaining strength and unleashed his ultimate attack. The Zephyrian beam shot straight at the Kyriloid god. The entity desperately threw up an energy barrier, trying to block Shining Tiga's assault. The shield held for only seconds before shattering like glass. The beam embodied the very essence of righteousness. It pierced through the god's distorted body, causing agonized screams and widespread cracking across its immense form. Dazzling light burst from within, as if a star had been trapped inside its flesh. The Kyriloid god shattered into countless fragments. The shockwave from its death swept across the entire dark dimension. Every remaining Kyriloid started cracking open. Light poured from their figures before they too exploded into nothing. The ground and sky of the dark world shattered simultaneously. Large cracks spread like spider webs. As minutes passed, these fissures widened and became more unstable. Tiga quickly gathered his exhausted companions and fled as the dimension completely collapsed. The Kyriloid race and their false god were wiped out of existence. As they materialized back in the Emperor's fortress, the Ultramen finally allowed themselves to collapse. The battle had pushed them beyond their limits. Even Tiga, still glowing faintly from his transformation, sank to one knee as the shining form flickered and faded. "That was intense," Masaki Keigo panted, his giant form shimmering as he struggled to maintain cohesion. The others nodded weakly. Fate Node changed by over 10%, acquired the principle of gigantification, acquired the manufacturing method for the Gate of Hell. The Emperor experienced the usual rush of power and insights flooding his mind. However, this time, he took a moment to reflect on what they had just seen. The Kyriloid's ability to manipulate dimensions was far superior to any technology humanity currently has. "Rest," he commanded the exhausted warriors. "You've earned it." Over the following days, the Emperor retreated to his laboratories to study the newly acquired technologies. The Gate of Hell principle fascinated him most. The ability to create stable dimensional gateways could revolutionize their operations across multiple realities. Meanwhile, Raven had fully recovered from the excitement of the battle and returned to his usual antics. He spent his time lounging around the fortress, trading increasingly ridiculous jokes with Valdor and spreading the sacred teachings of the fries and ketchup god to anyone willing to listen. The fortress guards had learned to simply nod politely and move on whenever he approached with his latest divine revelation about the proper sauce-to-fry ratio. But beyond their sanctuary walls, Earth was far from peaceful. The Kyriloid god's destruction caused ripples across the dimensional barriers. More importantly, Earth's governments grew increasingly concerned about Cytech Corporation's monopoly on giant warrior technology. Organizations like TPC had been demanding answers for weeks now. They wanted Masaki Keigo to hand over the transformation technology, arguing it was too dangerous for a private corporation to control. Their arguments grew more heated with each passing day. During a televised debate, TPC Director Sawai stated, "Over 20 Ultramen are controlled by one corporation. That's sufficient firepower to conquer nations. No single entity should hold such power." Masaki Keigo's response was typically blunt during his rare public appearances. "Where were you when the monsters attacked? We protected this world while you held committee meetings." Humanity's initial significant encounter with extraterrestrial life broke the increasing political tension surrounding the discovery of life beyond Earth. The Manon homeworld turned into an uninhabitable desert over several generations. As their civilization declined, they sent out desperate colony ships searching for a new habitable world capable of supporting their population. Earth seemed to be their hope. When their massive ships arrived in Earth's outer solar system, initial contact protocols were initiated. The aliens responded by simply demanding the evacuation of major population centers to accommodate Manon settlements. Humanity's answer was also equally direct. Concentrated orbital defense platforms and newly developed energy weapons reduced the alien fleet to space debris within hours. The remaining Manon aliens, fueled by anger and the desperate defiance of a dying race, landed on Earth in their escape pods. Lacking their advanced technology, they relied on their innate abilities. One after another, they transformed into massive kaiju and inflicted chaos on key cities, aiming to conquer Earth through overwhelming force: Tokyo, New York, Delhi, Shanghai, Mumbai, etc. These giant monsters appeared in major population hubs worldwide, resulting in extensive civilian casualties before Cytech forces could mount a response. Masaki Keigo and his team mobilized immediately. but the scattered nature of the attacks meant they had to split up, with individual Ultramen racing to different continents. The battles were short but devastating. Each Manon creature fought with the desperation of an extinct species making its final stand. But grief and rage alone were no match for Ultramen's power. Within hours, every alien invader had been reduced to particles of light. The aftermath revealed a stark difference. While government disaster response teams were still coordinating evacuations, Cytech Corporation had already been deployed, engaged, and had resolved the threat. This efficiency gap did not go unnoticed by the global populace. "This is exactly why we need oversight," Director Xuanhuan insisted during emergency sessions. "Private military forces shouldn't be making these decisions unilaterally." However, public opinion was moving in the opposite direction, with social media overflowing with praise for Cytech's quick response and firm stance against threats to civilians. The corporation's growing influence became even more evident as alien incursions persisted. The Lycurian expedition then arrived, scouts from a militaristic empire assessing Earth's defenses. Unlike the desperate Manon, these aliens aimed to conquer, testing humanity's resolve. They misjudged how rapidly Earth's situation had changed. Misaki Keigo's team intercepted their ships before surface reconnaissance could start. The brief space battle resulted in the destruction of the Lycurian group, with no alien survivors left to report back to their empire. A week later, the Lebec hunting party arrived in a remote wilderness. These cruel creatures treated inhabited worlds as personal hunting grounds, capturing sentient beings for sport and entertainment. They had selected the wrong planet. Cytech tracking systems pinpointed their landing sites within hours. The subsequent hunt was swift and lopsided. The Lebec found themselves being hunted down by opponents far more dangerous than any prey species they had ever faced. The ultimate alien menace was the Mucodender interdimensional raiders known for enslaving entire planetary populations to work in their industrial complexes across different realities. Their dimensional ships appeared simultaneously over every major city on Earth, ready to deploy capture nets and paralysis fields. The Emperor's newly acquired knowledge of dimensional manipulation proved invaluable. Using principles learned from the Gate of Hell technology, he was able to destabilize their interdimensional anchors. The Mucodender ships found themselves trapped in normal space, unable to phase back to their home dimension. What followed was less a battle and more of an execution. Every major city watched as its local Ultramen systematically destroyed the stranded alien vessels. The message was clear: Earth was under new management, and threats would not be tolerated. In just 3 weeks, Cytech Corporation effectively assumed the role of Earth's primary defense force. Government military groups were left to clean up and evacuate, while the corporation managed actual threat removal. The success caused an unexpected side effect. Faith in the fries and ketchup god began to spread among the people, primarily due to Raven's passionate missionary efforts and the company's association with miraculous wins. Street vendors began selling blessing combos of French fries with ketchup. Social media is flooded with images of people arranging their fries in mystical patterns, while reciting Raven's improvised prayers about the sacred union of potato and tomato. The Emperor observed the religious development with mild irritation. He had spent millennia fighting against divine worship, and here was Raven accidentally creating another one. Though to be fair, Raven's teachings were more like an enthusiastic food appreciation club than actual worship. The Raven himself would be horrified if anyone actually started praying to his beloved snacks. But greater challenges were approaching. After defeating Curin, an extra-dimensional entity that had been systematically abducting human children for unknown experiments in dream manipulation, the Emperor gained an additional significant power boost. Fate Node changed by 15%, acquired extra-dimensional mobile spaceship technology and principles, acquired dream absorption, converter technology and principles. The new technologies opened fascinating possibilities. Extra-dimensional ships that could slip between realities while generating space-time warping magnetic fields. dream absorption converters that could harvest the subconscious energy of sleeping minds and transform it into usable power sources. These capabilities represented a quantum leap, beyond anything currently understood in the field of human science. As the Emperor incorporated these new technologies into his expanding arsenal, he couldn't shake the feeling that greater forces were observing Earth's swift progress. The ongoing wave of alien encounters wasn't coincidental. Something was attracting threats to this world. His suspicions proved correct when Earth's governments, desperate to reclaim relevance in the face of Sci-Tech's rising dominance, made a foolish mistake. These agencies grew increasingly frustrated with their inability to acquire Ultraman transformation technology through diplomatic channels. As a result, TPC and several other agencies launched a secret black project aimed at developing their own method to create giant warriors by exploring ancient ruins. Archaeological surveys had identified numerous sites worldwide that showed evidence of prehistoric giant humanoids, but the most promising location lay beneath the Pacific Ocean. The Arlae ruins. These enormous structures had been found decades ago, but were considered too risky and costly to investigate. Now, with government funding and advanced deep-sea equipment available, large-scale archaeological missions could finally take place. When the researchers finally saw the ancient city hidden beneath the ocean floor, they were amazed. It was a marvel of prehistoric engineering, featuring massive structures that suggested a civilization far more advanced than what conventional history indicates. The most interesting were the dormant chambers, housing what appeared to be petrified remains of giant humanoids. "We've found them," Dr. Mizuno announced excitedly over the expedition's communication systems. "The original giants, if we can understand how they achieved transformation." Just as Dr. Mizuno was about to announce the success of the expedition, his transmission ended abruptly. The expedition had awakened something that had slumbered in the ruins for 30 million years. 3 entities stirred in the deepest chambers of Arlae. They were old beyond human understanding, who could understand the number but not the scale of time. Chimera, Darum, and Hudra. The dark giants had returned. Their awakening was not as easy as Tiga's. The first indication of danger came when the deep-sea research station went silent. Then, debris and bodies began to float to the surface. The few pieces of recovered equipment told a horrifying story of systematic slaughter. "Time to return this world to its proper state of darkness," Darum declared with savage satisfaction as he examined the final researcher's remains. "Not yet," Chimera's voice carried the chill of absolute zero. Her beauty was unmarred by 30 million years of sleep, but her eyes burned with accumulated rage. "First, we settle accounts with that traitor. 30 million years of hate cannot end just like that." Tiga, Hudra's agreement came with cruel anticipation. "Yes, that bastard definitely has a debt to pay for betrayal." The 3 dark giants emerged from the depths of Arlae like vengeful gods coming back to reclaim what they lost. However, as they broke the surface of the ocean, they saw something that froze them in their tracks. Dozens of lights streaked toward them across the sky. Each light signature was unmistakably that of a giant of light. "What the hell is going on?" Darum's eyes widened in disbelief. "They're all giants." Chimera expressed her shock as her mind struggled to grasp what she had seen. Following the ultimate battle between light and darkness 30 million years ago, the light giants were nearly wiped out. She had believed their victory was total and that their enemies no longer existed. Now, moments after their awakening, they were standing dozens of light giants approaching in military formation. Such numbers would have been remarkable even during the height of the civilization's golden age. "This should be impossible," she whispered. Then her expression hardened into something far more dangerous. "But it doesn't matter. We will finish what we started all those years ago." As the Ultraman force drew closer, Chimera's enhanced senses locked onto one particular energy signature, a pattern she would recognize across any span of time or dimension. "Tiga," her voice dripped with venom as she identified her target. "You lying, cheating piece of shit." Dago, casually flying through the air and pondering a new kind of fries at Uncle Nana's shop, suddenly became the target of an ancient hatred that predates human civilization. He had no idea who this woman was, so why was she calling his name as if he had cheated on her or something? Masaki Keigo and the other Ultramen turned toward their Daigo with intense curiosity. The emotional dynamics crackling between Tiga and the female dark giant were impossible to miss. This was clearly personal. "I didn't do anything," Daigo protested firmly when he saw his brothers looking at him, feeling deeply wronged by their accusing gazes. "Why are you looking at me like that? You know I can't possibly know her." 30 million years ago, you and I were lovers," Kamura snarled, her voice carrying across the space between their transformed states. "But you betrayed me and chose the light and ran away with that bitch Yuzare." The revelation hit the assembled Ultramen as if someone had just told them the most interesting gossip in history. While they had transformed, it didn't mean their emotions had been completely suppressed. They just had reasonable control over them. Masaki Keigo and his companions stared at Tiga with expressions of pure amazement. Holy shit, this man had an affair 30 million years ago. This was gossip of literally prehistoric proportions. Their minds raced through several episodes of this ancient romantic drama. The story, the twist, 2 peaches, 1 monkey. The more they thought about it, the harder it became to resist laughing, and even more than one Ultraman was clearly struggling not to laugh at the sheer absurdity of the situation. What were they going to tell their kids when they get home? "Oh, your papa today helped in resolving a cheating case between 2 30 million years old women and 1 23-year-old man, ha ha ha." Masaki looked at Daigo and chuckled, saying, "No wonder, Daigo, you should have told us you were into older women." "Hey ya, we're brothers, there's no need to hide something like this from us. We could help with your date, now look at you two Timon, ha ha ha." The dam broke and all Ultramen, except a few older ones like Takashi Goda, burst into laughter, though even the older men chuckled softly. Meanwhile, the 3 dark giants looked at these light giants, laughing like idiots when they were right in front of them. Daigo himself looked like he wanted to disappear into the ocean floor, cursing Tiga in his heart. Wasn't Tiga supposed to be a righteous warrior of justice, so why was he going around having an affair? Now, his 30 million years of relationship drama were about to become everyone's problem. Chapter 111, When the Sun Rises. "I don't know you." Daigo's head spun as he struggled to understand what was happening. "I'm only 23 years old. How could I be in a relationship with an ancient giant lady?" Kamura yelled, "You scumbag, you said you'd remember me forever." Her voice was trembling with heartbreak and pain. Daigo looked at her, utterly confused. The woman in front of him insisted they had a shared history he couldn't remember. "We can talk about your relationship issues later," Masaki Keigo said calmly. "Please come with us and cooperate with the investigation." Kamura's energy whip appeared in her hand, crackling with dark power. "I will not surrender to anyone." Daram and Hudra positioned themselves to flank her. The 3 dark giants assumed combat stances, their enormous bodies emanating threat. "Take them down," Masaki Keigo said dismissively, waving his hand. The Ultraman behind him charged straight at the dark giants without hesitation. A fierce battle broke out amidst the ruins of Lului. The 3 dark giants were strong and seasoned fighters. However, they were outnumbered and confronted by several Ultramen simultaneously, gradually losing ground despite their impressive skills. As the tide shifted against them, Kamura made a desperate decision. Fear filled her eyes at the idea of losing everything once more. She extended her hand to draw the dark energy from the ancient ruins, ready to risk everything rather than endure another devastating loss. However, just before she could finish the process, a catastrophic event occurred. The immense dark energies triggered something far more dangerous than any dark giant. The evil god Gatanother was awakened from his years-long slumber. Countless Zoga swarmed out with their master. These winged monsters had been his aerial army for millions of years, and now they flooded the skies as they emerged from the collapsing ruins. Their shrieks resonated across the battlefield. The monstrous swarm violently attacked Masaki Keigo and his forces. Gatanother emerged from the depths, a terrifying giant embodying nightmare. He drew in all the dark energy sealed within Lului, representing 30 million years of accumulated darkness, which surged into him. His already formidable strength increased to apocalyptic proportions. The evil god directed his malevolent gaze at the Ultraman. Despite working in perfect coordination, Masaki Keigo and his allies couldn't defeat the awakened destroyer. The power gap was simply too great. One by one, they were overwhelmed, and their light was extinguished by primordial darkness. Watching the hopeless situation unfold, Masaki Keigo's heart sank. All their efforts and collective strength proved insufficient. The taste of failure grew bitter as he and the remaining Ultramen made their final attempt to defeat this evil, transferring their remaining energy to Tiga. They poured everything into one last desperate move, enabling him to transform into his ultimate form, Shining Tiga. Shining Tiga's power was incredibly surpassing. For a fleeting, luminous instant, he successfully subdued Gatenother. Gold light collided with ancient darkness amid the ruins, the air trembling with their cosmic struggle. However, the three dark giants continued to interfere, their desperation leading them to sabotage humanity's final hope. Kamara's face was etched with anguish. She couldn't bear to lose Dago again, even if it meant risking the world's doom. They blocked Shining Tiga from delivering a decisive blow to the evil god, and precious time slipped away like sand through grasping fingers. Ultimately, the energy taken from the other Ultramen ran out. Masaki Keigo dropped to his knees, horror-stricken as their last effort appeared hopeless. Shining Tiga reverted to his normal form, his light fading like a dying candle. Gatenother overcame him and transformed him into a cold stone statue. Masaki Keigo and the others, exhausted and drained, gradually succumbed to petrification. One after another, they turned into lifeless statues on the battlefield, their last expressions forever frozen in resolve and remorse. The sight filled the entire world with despair. Children cried in their parents' arms, while adults stared at the sky in numb shock. So many giants of light had fallen, leaving no one able to oppose Gatenother and the dark giants. Black mist started spreading worldwide, consuming cities and hope alike. The Zoga attacked human settlements in a frenzy of destruction. At this moment of complete darkness, the Emperor received another signal from the mist space. Fate node change exceeds 30%. Gain knowledge about the principles of Ultraman's power. Knowledge flooded the Emperor's mind in an overwhelming torrent. Secrets of light and shadow, the mechanics of giant transformation, and the cosmic principles that governed such beings, all of it poured into his consciousness with devastating force. His heightened intellect absorbed these cosmic truths, processing information that would overwhelm lesser minds. The mist space revealed secrets that touched the very core of reality. The Emperor murmured, "So this is the true nature of the Giant of Light," as he reflected on the flood of revelations about how such beings are created and sustained. However, this knowledge wasn't the most valuable gift. When a fate node's change exceeded 30%, it signaled that the predetermined destiny had entirely collapsed. All the energy previously restrained by the strict constraints of fate was now fully unleashed to him. Psychic energy started to surge around his towering figure. A sacred glow wrapped him like a divine cloak. Suddenly, a golden pillar of light shot upward, breaking through the dark mist that covered the world. "The sun has risen," whispered the Guts team members, their voices trembling with disbelief. They had been evacuating civilians to emergency shelters when they witnessed the impossible sight. Golden light appeared on the distant horizon, cutting through their despair like a blade through shadow. Their bodies shook as something rekindled their will to fight. Humans who had lost all hope looked up at the miraculous phenomenon. Mothers clutched their children tighter. Fathers found strength returning to their shaking legs. In a world consumed by absolute darkness, a golden sun was slowly rising. Its radiance swept across the earth, dispelling the black shroud that had covered everything. The golden glow rippled outward in waves of pure luminescence. It granted courage and strength to those paralyzed by terror. Every person felt an overwhelming sense of safety, as if a benevolent father watched over them, promising that their darkest hour had finally come to an end. Fear dissipated, replaced by a firm belief that no harm could genuinely come to them. A golden sun, such terrifying power, Yuzare said through Captain Uruma Megumi's body, her voice filled with shock. Yuzare was a survivor from an ultra-ancient civilization, with mystical powers far surpassing those of regular humans. Her will had persisted in her descendants' bloodline for 30 million years. TPC's reckless chase for the giant of light power caused them to break Lului's seals, awakening the dark giants. She temporarily possessed her descendant's body to steer humanity toward the light and to inspire Tiga with the faith needed to succeed. But before she could take any action, the golden sun had already risen. Yuzare could feel the vast power within that radiance. It was unlike anything she had seen in her incredibly long existence. In comparison to this cosmic force, she was just a tiny grain of sand among infinite stars. Even Gatanother's darkness appeared minor compared to that golden sun, and Gatanother had eradicated her entire civilization. "What is this golden sun?" Director Sawai whispered, his weathered hands clutching the edge of his desk. He and his staff gazed at their monitoring screens. After witnessing so many Ultramen fall, they believed all hope had been lost. Every power center on Earth focused its attention on the extraordinary phenomenon. "Is this a new giant?" Nari hurriedly worked on his keyboard, trying to use satellites and radar systems to gather intelligence. His computer skills enabled him to control multiple surveillance networks, but when he directed these tools at the golden sun, every command was ignored. The few data packets that returned contained only binary code. Nari used his analysis software to decode the streams of zeros and ones, but he found that they weren't random noise but actual text strings. It was impossible, but it happened. "All glory belongs to the great Omnissiah. Praise the omniscient and omnipotent Omnissiah. He came, he redeemed, he pointed to the suffering world and said, 'Rejoice, your suffering has ended,' he said, 'let there be light,' and the darkness receded." "What the hell is happening?" Nari looked at his screen, voice trembling. His hands trembled as he typed, frantically trying to figure out what was going on. How could anyone work on a computer in binary? Soon, not only the satellites and radar, but every electronic device he could access showed similar binary hymns. All of them honored the same transcendent being, an existence beyond mortal comprehension. Then people realized that even the air itself had begun to hum with singing. Initially, the sound was ethereal, resembling echoes from a forgotten era. It then gradually became louder and clearer. Eventually, it resembled numerous invisible voices singing in perfect harmony, all praising the same magnificent entity. "Master of Mankind? That's a weird title. What's going on with all this?" Horiai's voice quavered as he looked at the words that had appeared on the walls around him. "It's here too," Munakata shouted, pointing to another wall where text had appeared out of nowhere. "They're everywhere. The whole world is singing his name," Shinjo said, looking around frantically at the writing that covered every surface. The Guts team members watched the phenomenon with increasing awe. The world was celebrating something beyond compare. They had encountered monsters before, but this was different, something that made them feel both insignificant and oddly protected. Meanwhile, Raven tilted his head to look at the glowing Emperor beside him. He remained on the Emperor's shoulder, appearing unfazed by the overwhelming aura that enveloped his companion. At this proximity, an ordinary person would have been burned by the sheer power overflow. The intent behind the action wouldn't matter. The raw energy alone would have been enough to reduce anyone to atoms. Despite this, Raven stayed completely calm. "Big guy, you're making quite a scene," Raven said, his usual casual tone carrying a note of genuine concern. "Your power's increasing too quickly. That could cause problems. This should be enough." Raven could clearly sense the Emperor's strength increasing exponentially. The Emperor's will remained absolute. He could control any force. However, even perfect self-mastery has limits when confronting cosmic power. Raven had also grown genuinely fond of this universe. He didn't want to see it accidentally torn apart by his friend's transformation. Chapter 112, The Emperor's Final Battle. Currently, the Emperor could cross the boundary between mortal and a godly entity if he wished. He could transform into the Supreme King of Destruction. Such was the magnitude of power flowing through his being, power that whispered seductive promises of omnipotence. The emperor did not respond to Raven, but he had clearly heard the warning. He imposed his will to restrain the cosmic forces seeking expression. Each passing moment was difficult, like containing the fury of a dying star within mortal flesh. He ceased the exponential growth of power. Then he stepped from the laboratory. Staff who glimpsed him along the way instinctively kneeled. No one forced them. It was pure recognition of what stood before them, the Emperor of humanity, the master of mankind. The Emperor passed silently among those who knelt. He acknowledged their reverence with neither word nor gesture. He walked through the facility's corridors, then ascended to the surface and began his journey toward the Lului ruins. The physical distance between the SciTech Group laboratory and the ruins was considerable. Yet after the Emperor took but a few steps, the ruins materialized before him. Space folded upon itself at his will. Time became merely another dimension to traverse, the laws governing reality bent like reeds before his presence. Valdor followed in his master's wake, his twin hearts hammering. Power surged through his enhanced physiology, more power than any custodian had ever been granted. Unimaginable energies coursed through his body, turbulent and overwhelming. His combat strength rose without limit, transcending all previous boundaries. From their first moment of creation, the Custodes possessed the sacred gift of sharing in the Emperor's might. They were extensions of his will made manifest, golden guardians forged to channel his divine purpose. As the Emperor's power flowed into him, Valdo's very presence underwent a transformation. Though he maintained human form, the aura radiating from him rivaled that of the gods. The oppressive weight of his existence was in no way inferior to evil god Gatanother himself. The Emperor transcended space and time with each stride. He arrived at Lului to face the destroyer directly. Black mist shrouding Gatanother's massive shell began melting away like snow under a scorching sun. The Lului ruins responded by gushing torrents of dark vapor. The darkness replenished what was consumed. Thus, darkness and light engaged in their eternal dance, consuming, replenishing, and maintaining a perfect balance. The two titans confronted each other across the shattered landscape. Gatanother did not act impulsively. The evil god carefully evaluated this new foe. For the first time in 30 million years, it experienced something almost forgotten. Fear. It sensed something unparalleled, an equal or maybe even a greater threat. Kamura and the three dark giants stood to the side. They looked at the Emperor with surprise and uncertainty. How could this being, clearly a human, possess such terrifying power? At this moment, Raven flapped his wings and soared into the sky. His body rapidly expanded, transforming into a massive black bird that blotted out the sky. "Get up, sleepy heads." Raven spread his wings, casting shadows across the battlefield. Countless rays of light swept outward. It became a gentle rain that fell upon the petrified warriors. The luminous droplets submerged into the bodies of those who had become stone statues. Masaki Keigo's eyes snapped open. The indicator light on his chest blazed back to life. He leapt up and landed behind the Emperor like a loyal soldier awaiting orders. Other Ultramen also recovered from their petrification. Not only did Tiga awaken, but he transformed once more into shining Tiga. He stood alongside Masaki Keigo in ready formation. "Damn it," Kamura blurted out when she saw the scene. Her composure finally cracked. These humans were cheating. It had been so difficult to defeat those Ultramen. And now they just brought them all back. How were they supposed to fight now? This was completely unfair. They should be disqualified and banned from the match. After completing his task, Raven landed on the Emperor's shoulder. "I'm exhausted," he said casually. "Valdor, remember to double the fries and ketchup later." Valdor looked at Raven, who clearly was not exhausted, with a stare. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Raven said, glancing at the golden custodian with mock severity. "Don't think that just because you're all shiny now, I wouldn't dare. When the time comes, I'll have you and your golden glow guard the golden pond." Valdo stared in mild emotion of disbelief. "I'm strong enough to purge this evil god Gatanother into orbit now, and the Raven still wants me to guard a pond." Masaki Keigo and the others could not hear the mental exchange between Raven and Valdo. They saw only the Emperor, Raven, and the Golden Custodian standing in silent majesty. Sacred light enveloped them. If they could hear Raven and Valdo's bickering, their reverent mental image would probably shatter like glass. A high-pitched avian cry pierced the air. A massive flying monster, one of the Zoga, broke through the clouds and swooped down from the sky. It headed straight for the Emperor, launching a desperate attack. The Emperor swept his blade in a casual arc. A stream of golden fire erupted from the weapon. It split the monster cleanly in two. Before the creature's remains could touch the ground, they were reduced to ash. This single action served as the signal for renewed war. More monsters broke through the cloud cover. They descended toward the Emperor and his assembled forces. Valdo activated the power core in his chest, charging forward like a golden war god against the monster horde. The weapon in his hands shone brilliantly as he swung the blazing guardian's spear in wide arcs, slicing through the aerial army. Though the Zoga monsters' bodies overshadowed the custodian, they could not withstand even a single strike from the Captain General. As his spear swung downward, the massive monsters' bodies shattered easily. They burst into burning fragments that showered down as ash. Masaki Keigo gestured to his allies. The Ultraman took to the skies, engaging the swarm in aerial combat. The three dark giants also entered the fight, caught between their loyalty to darkness and their growing realization that they were on the losing side. The conflict quickly escalated into a fierce, chaotic. Meanwhile, the Emperor faced Gatnother directly. The form of the evil god was immense, a grotesque blend of ammonite and crustacean, covered by a thick spiral shell. Dark pores dotted the shell's surface, releasing a corrupting mist. Its head hung upside down, as if constantly looking down at others with disdain. From the shell's opening, numerous tentacles and large pincers extended. After their tense confrontation, Gatnother finally gave in. It launched the first assault, swinging enormous tentacles like mountain ridges toward the Emperor. A flash of golden light illuminated the scene, and the massive arm was sliced off cleanly. Gatnother let out a piercing cry of pain that echoed across the battlefield. It kept attacking with its remaining tentacles, aiming to crush this abomination. At the same time, the dark pores across its shell spewed streams of corrupting mist. The black vapor surged toward the Emperor to envelope him in darkness. Moments later, torrents of golden flame erupted outward. The fire ignited the mist and completely incinerated it. Whoosh, whoosh. Mountain-sized tentacles crashed down on the Emperor's position with overwhelming force, causing powerful shockwaves that cracked the stones below. The Emperor swung his sword, cutting through the massive limbs as effortlessly as harvesting wheat with a scythe. Gatnother cried out in pain, his face twisted, as the evil god unleashed a dark purple beam of energy. The beam tore through space and time, heading straight for its target. The Emperor lifted one hand, and a radiant shield of golden light materialized, blocking the attack and causing the energy to fade harmlessly. The Emperor raised his blade high as countless streams of golden fire merged within it. The sword glowed so brightly that even Gatnother instinctively drew back. "This ends now," the Emperor's voice echoed throughout the world, reaching even the darkest corners. Flames along the sword's edge intensified, as if striving to eradicate time itself. The blade swung in a flawless arc, unleashing a wave of fire more fearsome than the birth of stars. This single strike hit Gatnother. From its jagged, immense form, a burst of light erupted. For a brief moment, the evil god's shell remained intact, but then cracks of pure radiance appeared across its surface. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion shook the foundations of reality. Gatnother's body detonated, transforming into countless burning fragments that scattered across the ruins. Even the fragments were consumed by golden fire. Nothing remained but motes of light that faded into the cleansed air. The ruler of darkness that had plagued the world for 30 million years was no more. Chapter 113, The Emperor's Departure. With that final strike, evil god Gatnother was destroyed. The darkness that had lingered since the dawn of civilization finally dissipated. Its threat to humanity was extinguished forever. The great battle in the heavens reached its conclusion with Ghatanothar's death. One by one, the three dark giants fell in defeat. Kamara, Daram, and Hudra reverted to their human forms. They were immediately arrested and imprisoned. The Zoga swarm was systematically purged. With their dark master dead, their morale was utterly shattered. They turned and fled in panic. Misaki Keigo and his team pursued them relentlessly. They eliminated every last monster to prevent future threats. A crisis capable of ending the world had been resolved. The Emperor's divine form had been witnessed by countless souls worldwide during the battle. Faith in the Emperor took root among the people. It rapidly grew into Earth's dominant religion. The three major established faiths had once wielded enormous influence. Now they hastily modified their doctrines to align with the Emperor's teachings. They had little choice in the matter. The Emperor's displays of power during the battle against Ghatanothar had shaken even the most devout religious leaders. That immense golden sun blazing in the sky, the worldwide celebrations, miracles manifest everywhere. Who wouldn't be overwhelmed by such divine spectacle? A living, true God stood before them, not the distant deities their leaders had never truly believed existed. There was no comparison. If they failed to adapt, their followers would abandon them overnight. The destruction of Ghatanothar allowed the Victory team and humanity's far-sighted leaders to breathe a sigh of relief. The dark ruler who had brought down the super-ancient civilization was gone. They believed that humanity's trials had finally come to an end. But their relief was premature. Giant plants soon sprouted across the Earth's surface. The Jydra flowers, the same blossoms that had doomed the ultra-ancient civilization. The pollen they released could transport people into euphoric dream worlds. The lost humans had abandoned the protection of the Giants of Light. Witnessing humanity's choice, the Giants of Light had sealed away their physical forms. They transformed into pure light and departed from Earth. This abandonment led to the super-ancient civilization's destruction at Ghatanothar's hands. After experiencing terror at Ghatanothar's emergence and elation at the Emperor's salvation, people's minds were exhausted by the emotional turmoil that had consumed them. Upon contact with the Jydra pollen, they quickly succumbed to blissful dreams. In these visions, they could do anything they desired. They could indulge without consequence, free from judgment or punishment. Even Misaki Keigo, Wu Yue, and others bearing the Thoughtsteel seal found Jydra's influence difficult to resist. In their dreams, they followed the Emperor in conquering the universe. They built a magnificent human empire together. The Emperor's gaze was always upon them, treating them as his chosen representatives. What happiness, what glory! The Jydra's emergence plunged all of humanity into this false paradise. Cytec Corporation Laboratory. This organism functions as corruption, the Emperor observed. His consciousness analyzed the Jydra's properties with methodical precision. It offers false promises and hollow pleasures to those who succumb to its influence. Those who become dependent believe they have discovered true happiness. They remain unaware of the terrible price such indulgence demands. It's actually pretty good stuff, Raven said. He took a deep breath and munched on French fries, trembling slightly with excitement. Only problem is you build tolerance fast. Started with just a whiff of pollen, now I need a whole bottle. Give it another week and it'll probably stop working entirely. Pleasure leads to degradation, Valdo observed. He shook his head at Raven's behavior. The universe has no up or down, Raven shot back. How can there be degradation? You always have such twisted logic. Valdo turned away from Raven to address the Emperor. My lord, should we destroy the Jydra? No, the Emperor replied. His tone was measured and deliberate. While Jydra's pollen can create dependency via manufactured dreams, its core components have the potential to enhance human neural pathways, supporting sustained cognitive activity. Prolonged exposure might even accelerate the next stage of human evolution. So what's the plan? Raven asked curiously. I shall seal it within a dimensional maze. There, it will serve as raw material for enhancement serums and as a trial for the chosen. Only those who can break free from the Gydra's illusions through pure willpower may wield Ultraman power. Periodically, those who have mastered such abilities will enter this realm to temper their resolve. Through his research, the Emperor had discovered something important. Ultraman's power itself held no inherent hierarchy of strength. The combat effectiveness, achieved through transformation, correlated directly with the human host's willpower and determination. Dago had achieved the shining Tiga form because his kindness was genuine. His protective instincts were unwavering. This allowed him to channel immense power and reach the ultimate transformation. Misaki Keigo and the others lacked this foundation. It prevented them from accessing such forms. Properly testing their resolve could make them stronger, and this Gyadra would serve as the perfect crucible. As night fell, the Emperor enacted his plan. Reverting to his original form, he appeared before the Gyadra flowers. Using only his will, he took control of the plants and created a special extra-dimensional space that only he could access. The Gyadra then vanished into this pocket realm. As the flowers disappeared, so did their pollen. The global haze lifted. Humanity awakened from its artificial paradise to face a harsh reality once more. Some, consumed by rage and withdrawal, directed their fury at the Emperor. They cursed him with vicious words. Facing this torrent of hatred and blame, the Emperor remained perfectly calm. Under the gaze of the entire world, he made a simple announcement. "I shall depart." With those words, he vanished. The announcement sent shockwaves worldwide. Many immediately thought their actions during the Gyadra crisis had disappointed the Emperor. Similar to old myths where God, disappointed in human ignorance, chooses to leave the earthly realm for his celestial domain. Fearing the Emperor's loss, millions flocked from every direction to the Sci-Tech Corporation building. The sheer number of people overwhelmed Kumamoto City's infrastructure, turning streets into vast, unpassable rivers of humanity that stretched to the horizon. Those who had cursed the Emperor faced swift retaliation. They were stripped naked and bound to makeshift crosses. They were dragged to Kumamoto City, where endless crowds reviled them. Some brought firewood and gasoline, preparing to burn these blasphemers alive. As the situation spiraled toward chaos, the Emperor appeared. Before the crowds prepared to die for him and were willing to sacrifice all to support him, he once again manifested his divine form. Under the blazing golden sun, the people wept tears of joy. They showed their devotion in various ways. Some bowed their heads in prayer, others cheered loudly, and many cried openly while kneeling or prostrating. They begged the Emperor not to depart and prayed that he would stay forever. "I have not abandoned you," the Emperor spoke. His voice carried across the vast assembly without need for amplification. The crowd instinctively fell silent. "Throughout the vast cosmos, countless souls suffer in darkness. I shall go to them. I will bring light where shadows reign supreme. A fledgling must weather storms before it can soar freely through the skies. The same truth applies to you. Do not mourn my departure. Never surrender to despair because of my absence. Grow strong, for one day you shall fight beside me. You will bear my will against enemies beyond your current comprehension." The Emperor withdrew. He left behind an eerie silence broken only when the first person began to weep. The crying spread like wildfire. Countless voices joined in grief. They understood this might be the last time they would hear his voice or witness his divine presence. He was leaving to save other worlds. None could say when he might return to theirs. The crowds dispersed in sorrow. They could not force the Emperor to remain out of their own fear. They knew other suffering souls awaited his salvation. Those who had blasphemed against the Emperor received their sentences, lifetime labor to atone for their unforgivable insults. That they weren't executed by the most terrible tortures imaginable was already an act of mercy. The Emperor granted access to the dimensional maze containing the Gyadra to Masaki Keigo and his team. Raven delivered a final speech to them. With sufficient willpower, an unyielding spirit, and tireless struggle, anyone can become light. It doesn't matter if they lack super-ancient warrior genes or weren't chosen by destiny. They can still transform and become Ultraman. The rest is up to you. Work hard and build this world into something worthy. One day, the big guy and I will return. I hope by then you'll have created a place where everyone can find happiness. Chapter 114, The Darkening Void. The raven spoke his final words, then transformed into streams of light. Reality bent around him as he wove a temporal tunnel through the very fabric of spacetime. Everyone watched as the Emperor and Valdor stepped through the chronological gateway. The portal sealed behind them, leaving only ripples in the air. In the vast void beyond, only cold darkness remained eternal. While back in Ultraman universe, far from Earth, an unknown world faced its final hour. Billions of beings stared up at the approaching shadow. Their faces showed pure despair, mothers clutched their children, and elders whispered final prayers. They called out to their gods, but no miracles came. Minutes later, absolute darkness enveloped the planet. The planet wasn't enough. The shadow consumed the system's star too, snuffing out light that had burned for eons. After its feast, the massive entity searched for new prey. This was Grantsphere, the dark planet, a cosmic horror whose hunger knew no satisfaction. It detected a vibrant blue world teeming with life. The life force there was unimaginable. If it could devour that world, the feast would be beyond all reckoning. The dark mass began its inexorable journey toward that brilliant blue star, toward Earth. The moment the master of mankind's party appeared, they immediately sensed piercing gazes. 4 sets of immortal eyes, blazing with madness, decay, rage, and dark desire, locked onto him. Beyond the material realm, the 4 chaos gods watched everything from their thrones of corruption. Their stares burned with the bitter resentment of spurned lovers. They had once been his greatest enemies in a war that spanned millennia. But as his journeys to other universes became frequent, his attention to their eternal struggle had faded. That faithless bastard. He courts new paramours now. He ignores us completely. The Emperor sensed their malevolent scrutiny. He raised his head and met their combined gaze with perfect composure, his eyes looking at them not as his mortal enemies anymore, but as a nuisance he will get rid of eventually. This tranquility and the look in the Emperor's eyes only intensified their divine rage. Scumbag! How passionate his regard had been in ages past. Love and hate intertwined in glorious, complex warfare. Now his ancient eyes held all the warmth of stagnant water. He clearly no longer cared about their cosmic dance of destruction. So you don't even bother hiding your infidelity anymore. Slaanesh snarled across dimensions. Such arrogance, Korn bellowed. Feasting alone will bring you nothing but ruin, Nurgle chuckled wetly. Change comes to all, Tzinch whispered with 1,000 voices. The master of mankind returned to the material universe. The barrier between reality and the warp blocked their resentful glares like a curtain drawn against the storm. He withdrew his gaze with characteristic stoicism. They've noticed our travels, he said. They're even willing to suspend hostilities over it. They must be orchestrating a terrible conspiracy. It doesn't matter, we'll discover their schemes eventually, the Raven replied, his voice carrying none of its usual levity. Our primary objective remains unchanged. Accumulate power and grow stronger as fast as possible. We need to accelerate the Imperium's expansion, the Lord of Terra agreed, though weariness touched his words. Even a being like him could feel the weight of endless preparation. Yes, our current capabilities are still insufficient, the Raven nodded solemnly. Their recent travels had yielded numerous technologies from other realities. But advanced science alone couldn't strengthen a civilization. It required competent leadership, sound educational principles, and dedicated individuals willing to sacrifice for the greater good. Civilizations grew far slower than individuals, a frustrating truth that even immortals couldn't escape. Back at the Imperial Macro, the Emperor, after returning smoothly, activated the communication array. Energy flowed through intricate patterns carved into the chamber walls. Mechanical skulls and twin-headed aquili lit up in sequence. The communication matrix pulsed to life as electricity surged through biomechanical components. Wetware suspended in nutrient tanks responded to the power surge. The biocomponents opened their mouths in unison, emitting unintelligible voxcant. The eyes embedded in their modified flesh spun rapidly, creating cascades of bubbles that rushed to the surface of their life-sustaining fluids. Projection beams flickered through the air, coalescing into the familiar image of Malkador the Sigillite. Your Majesty, my eternal king, everlasting Lord of Terra, omniscient and omnipotent sovereign of humanity. Malkador bowed with the practiced reverence of his companionship with the Emperor, though his voice carried undertones only his master could detect. Such elaborate titles are unnecessary, old friend, the Emperor said gently. I have new technological data to transmit. You've journeyed to other universes again? Malkador's voice carried more than a hint of reproach. It held the pain of abandonment barely held in check. Yes, the expedition proceeded smoothly, and I've acquired some remarkable new sciences. Perhaps next time you might consider taking me along, the Sigillite suggested, his tone carefully measured. Terra would not collapse from a single day's absence. Genuine surprise crossed the Emperor's features at this request. In all their years together, Malkador had never expressed such desires. I assumed you held no interest in interdimensional travel. Few would lack such curiosity. I, too, would witness what lies beyond our reality. His tone grew earnest, revealing depths of longing he'd kept hidden. I've served as your regent for centuries, yet I know nothing of these other worlds you visit. When the Great Crusade enters a more stable phase, you shall accompany me, came the promise, recognizing the genuine need in his oldest friend's voice. Currently, the distances prove a hindrance. The Raven possesses the ability to transcend space and appear anywhere at will. Distance should pose no obstacle, Malkador observed, glancing at the entity currently studying French fries with scientific intensity. It really is quite far, the Raven nodded seriously. I'd have to pick you up first, then return for Big Guy. Very time-consuming, oh my poor feathers can't take it. I have just been informed of several new flavors of cuisine being brought recently, Malkador mentioned with calculated casualness. Oh well, actually it's not that far, just a few thousand light years, the Raven declared, puffing up with pride. For the magnificent Raven, such distances are child's play. Valdor gently massaged his temples, fighting a familiar headache. Never trust the Raven's principles when French fries enter the equation. His integrity around snacks was as mythical as finding virtue in the realm of the Prince of Pleasure. Old friend, you seem genuinely troubled by your inability to travel between realities, the master of mankind observed, his psychic senses detecting the unusual emotional turbulence in Malkador's thoughts. Valdor accompanies you across the cosmos while I remain bound to Terra, managing vast governmental affairs in solitude. The words came slowly, carefully. I feel excluded from the Imperium's innermost circle. As your first minister, I have the right to understand these other realities. I refuse to labor in ignorance while others shape humanity's future. The confession hung in the air between them, decades of suppressed frustration finally given voice. Witnessing Malkador's distress, his master felt something he rarely allowed himself to experience: regret. His oldest friend and most trusted advisor felt abandoned. Very well, you shall join the next expedition. Relief flooded through the Sigillite, though he tried to hide it behind formal composure. Thank you, my lord. With this matter resolved, the transmission of acquired technologies began. The sciences from the Ultraman universe represented extraordinary advances, notably the dream transformer technology. Dreams held unique significance in humanity's understanding of reality. Before the species properly comprehended the warp's nature, dreams were dismissed as mere neural activity during rest cycles. Only after recognizing the Immaterium's existence did they realize dreams were the soul's experiences within the Empyrean's chaotic realm. Since the warp respected no physical laws, dreams took on absurd and bizarre forms, nightmares and fantasies given substance by psychic energy. The emotions of living beings stirred the Immaterium constantly. The stronger the emotion, the greater the disturbance. The idealistic chaos gods fed parasitically on this emotional energy, growing stronger with each passing moment of mortal feeling. Dream transformer technology was incredibly sophisticated. In essence, it stole sustenance from the chaos gods and their demonic servants. Once widely implemented, humanity could harness the power to convert dreams into usable energy. Simultaneously, the warp would lose access to humanity's unconscious emanations. This would create an ebb and flow effect, gradually weakening the Immaterium's stranglehold on reality. After completing the extensive data transfer, the communication link was severed. Malkador remained alone in the darkened communication sanctum, processing what had just transpired. After a long moment of reflection, he finally stood and departed. Several custodian guards posted outside offered respectful salutes as he passed, but he was too lost in thought to acknowledge them. Stepping into the open air, he beheld the breathtaking majesty of the imperial palace. Countless magnificent structures soared toward the clouds in architectural triumph. Above the palace complex, several colossal orbital platforms floated in perfect synchronization. Each structure rivaled Luna in scale, some approaching small planetary dimensions. From ground level, you could feel the oppressive weight of their immense presence, a testament to the Imperium's growing might. All of the Imperium's resources were concentrated within the Sol system, which now possessed cutting-edge innovations and technologies far surpassing other imperial territories. The technological disparity was as vast as that between Stone Age tribalism and the height of interstellar civilization. Malkador understood that all of this advancement stemmed from the Raven's influence. The entity had guided his master to other universes, enabling the Imperium's current accumulation of power and knowledge. This realization had bred an inexplicable fear within him recently, a terror that the Lord of Terra might one day abandon their partnership entirely. The Imperium's development had become almost frighteningly rapid, so swift that Malkador felt as though he lived in a different epoch each day, struggling to keep pace with changes that would have taken centuries to implement in the past. When they had first unified Terra, they possessed nothing but hope and determination. The Thunder Warriors were spiraling toward genetic collapse, their augmentations failing catastrophically. The newly created Astartes legions carried unknown variables and instabilities due to the Primarch's mysterious disappearance. His master had seemed uncertain about the grand design, even questioning whether to proceed with the Great Crusade as initially conceived. But then, at a moment of uncertainty, he arrived. Raven, shrouded in mystery, was not human by nature, yet seemed more human than many. He discussed things that Malkador, with his long memory, could trace back to somewhere between 2,000 and 3,000 millennia, a fascinating detail. And now the Imperium wielded gene engines capable of reshaping life itself, celestial computation matrices that dwarfed planets, pocket universe microcosms, and temporal manipulation technologies that bent time to their will. Should the desire arise, these sciences could annihilate and rebuild the galaxy countless times over. Humanity shall ultimately stand above all heavens, Malkador whispered to himself, staring up at the magnificent orbital constructs that represented their species' ascending destiny. Yet in his heart, he wondered if he would still have a place in that glorious future. Not long after the return to Terra, welcome news arrived from the void. The 17th Primarch, Lorgar Aurelian, also known as the Urizen, had been located by a custodian expedition dispatched to the Segmentum Pacificus. He was found on the desert world of Colchis, a planet steeped in religious tradition and faith. When the custodians made contact, Lorgar was in the midst of attempting to unify his world through fervent belief in a golden-armored messiah, a figure whose description bore an unmistakable resemblance to the master of mankind himself. The irony was not lost on him. Of all his sons, it seemed the most devoutly religious had been the first to sense his presence across the stars. Chapter 115. The God of Fries and Ketchup. Corferon had been Lorgar's adoptive father and spiritual guide on Colchis, a priest of the Covenant Church who ruled over decaying religions in the name of absent gods. Despite years of physical and emotional abuse, Lorgar remained intensely loyal to the man who had raised him from infancy. Under Corferon's zealous influence, Lorgar became an unwavering defender of the Covenant's faith, his formidable eloquence and preternatural gift for inspiration drawing fanatical followers to his cause. But then came the dream that would shatter everything. In his vision, Lorgar beheld a golden-armored figure spreading divine truth across the star-scattered void. Legions of angels served this being in an incomparably glorious kingdom where all souls found eternal peace. Upon waking, tears still wet on his tattooed cheeks, Lorgar felt the certainty of revelation burning in his chest. This golden figure, this was the one true God and Savior his soul had always sought. He declared it so immediately, severing all ties with the covenant church that had shaped his youth. The betrayal cut deep. The church that had molded him branded Lorgar heretic and traitor, vowing his destruction with the fury of the spurned faithful. What followed was a brutal holy war that consumed entire continents, with brothers fighting brothers in the name of competing truths. The carnage continued until the thunder of imperial dropships split the sky. Using the Emperor's forces as a manifestation of divine providence, Lorgar conquered his world completely. Then, with hope burning bright in his heart, he departed Colchis to meet the father he had seen in golden dreams. Emperor's flagship. The Emperor stood with quiet authority on the boarding deck of his flagship, his recovered sons arrayed beside him in all their transhuman magnificence. As Lorgar's gunship settled onto the deck, hydraulics hissed their mechanical hymn. The hatch cycled open with ceremonial slowness. A towering figure emerged, clad in religious vestments that spoke of most profound devotion. Sacred scriptures covered every inch of his robes in flowing Colchisian script, prayers and benedictions wrapping around his massive frame like armor made of faith. His skin bore the ritual tattoos of his world's most devout, marking him unmistakably as a true believer. Behind him walked a retinue of followers, their eyes bright with religious fervor. Robout Guilliman, Primarch of the 13th Legion and Lord of Ultramar, felt his expression sour as he studied his newly returned brother. A religious fanatic. The words came out harsher than intended, but Guilliman had spent years building rational civilizations founded on logic and practical governance. Religion was superstition, useful perhaps for controlling primitive populations, but ultimately a crutch that prevented true enlightenment. Every Primarch walks his own path, brother, Sanguinius murmured diplomatically, the feathers of his great wings rustling as he nudged Guilliman with gentle reproach. Try not to make your disdain quite so obvious. We are here to welcome him home, not make him feel alienated. Guilliman forced his features into a more diplomatic arrangement, though skepticism still clouded his eyes. Around them, the other Primarchs studied their returned sibling with varying degrees of curiosity and judgment. Each wondered what manner of man this scripture-wrapped giant would prove to be. The reunion proceeded with formal grace. Each son of the Emperor stepped forward in turn, offering greetings weighted with the dignity of their station. Names were exchanged, hands clasped in brotherhood, words of welcome spoken with varying degrees of sincerity. Lorgar responded to each with courteous dignity that spoke of noble upbringing, his voice carrying the trained cadence of a born orator. But it was when he reached the Emperor himself that Lorgar's true nature blazed forth. Both he and his followers dropped to one knee in perfect synchronization, a gesture of absolute submission and reverence. "Father," Lorgar's voice thrummed with religious ecstasy, each word shaped by decades of prayer and worship. "All-knowing and omnipotent Messiah, universe's sole God, please accept our humble faith and unwavering loyalty." The Emperor regarded his most devout son in thoughtful silence. Something flickered in those ancient, terrible eyes, disappointment perhaps, or the weight of foreseen tragedy. Then his gaze drifted to an unusual but expected sight. A large black corvid standing nearby, casually demolishing a container of French fries with single-minded dedication, utterly oblivious to the solemnity of the moment. The raven suddenly looked up from his feast, fixing Lorgar with an indignant glare. "There is indeed a God in this universe," the raven declared with absolute conviction, puffing out his chest feathers importantly. "But it is not him. It is the great God of fries and ketchup." Lorgar's scripture-covered features twisted in confusion, so profound it bordered on physical pain. Around them, every single Primarch maintained expressions of such perfect, deadpan neutrality that the silence became deafening. Guilliman's eye twitched almost imperceptibly. Sanguinius examined his fingernails with sudden fascination. Even Perturabo found the ceiling architecture unexpectedly compelling. The Emperor gestured toward the food-obsessed corvid with something approaching fond exasperation. "This is Lord Raven, as you shall address him. Offer him fries and ketchup, and he shall answer all your questions with varying degrees of accuracy." "I am the messenger of the god of fries and ketchup," the Raven continued dramatically. "Bow before the universe's one true deity." "Father," Lorger's voice cracked slightly, 17 years of certainty crumbling in real time. Surely this cannot be." The Emperor placed a reassuring hand on Lorger's shoulder, his ancient eyes holding infinite patience. "You can ignore that part, my son." The Raven's head snapped around with righteous indignation. "Hey, what do you mean by ignore that part?" Without ceremony, the Emperor raised his other hand. Golden light shimmered in the air as the most impossibly perfect container of French fries materialized, each fry golden and crispy, beyond mortal comprehension, alongside a small cup of ketchup that seemed to contain the essence of every perfect tomato that had ever grown. The aroma alone could have converted entire worlds. The Raven's protests died mid-screech as his enhanced senses locked onto the miraculous feast. His eyes widened to impossible proportions. "Is that," he whispered in reverent awe. "The perfect fries," the Emperor confirmed, clearly amused but didn't show it on his face. The corvid launched himself toward the offering with the speed of a missile, abandoning all previous theological positions in favor of immediate gratification. "Okay, whatever," he called over his shoulder while already tearing into the transcendent meal. "There's no God, only man, hail humanity, woo, yeah baby." Valdor looked at the scene with absolute indifference. Where was the majesty of Imperium? Where were the speeches of grand design? Where was the reverence to the might of the Emperor and his empire? He looked at the Primarchs, each one corrupting faster than the last, constantly bribing Raven at any moment and asking for whatever they needed. HMPH, what was the difference between them and kids trying to impress their parents to get their own blade? Valdor sighed internally at the sight. He had many thoughts, but he would never voice any of them. The assembled Primarchs continued their deadpan expressions as their eccentric corvid friend devoured his prize with orgasmic enthusiasm, making small sounds of culinary ecstasy that echoed through the hangar. Lorger stared at the scene in complete bewilderment, his mouth opening and closing soundlessly. "Welcome to the Imperium, brother," Guilliman said dryly, his voice carrying the weight of long experience with such absurdist interruptions. From Lorger's private memoirs, written in exile. "I had always believed with every fiber of my being that my father was the all-knowing, omnipotent God of the universe. In my most cherished visions, I served as his chosen messenger, walking among mortals to spread his gospel of unity and truth. If not for a confident Raven appearing to inform me that I had blasphemed the universe's only true God, this god of fries and ketchup, and subsequently sentencing me to guard a pond for 10 millennia, I might have continued in that beautiful delusion. Whether this was a blessing or a curse, I still cannot say." Lorger stared at the Raven with growing bewilderment, his mind struggling to reconcile this mundane creature with the forces he'd expected to encounter. Confusion etched itself across his tattooed features in deep lines of distress. No such being had appeared in any of his prophetic dreams, no mention made in any scripture he had studied. Master Raven serves as one of the Imperium's supreme rulers. Guilliman stepped forward with barely concealed relish, recognizing an opportunity to deflate religious pretension. He is, in fact, one half of the double-headed eagle's ultimate authority over all imperial domains. He paused for effect, then added with genuine amusement dancing in his eyes. Master Raven also possesses sufficient authority to assign even Constantin Valdor, the Captain General of the Adeptus Custodes, to pond-guarding duty. As a Primarch, dear brother, you would be equally subject to such agricultural reassignments. Constantin Valdor, resplendent in his Oramite armor, maintained the stoic silence befitting the Emperor's Praetorian Guard. Internally, however, he cursed Guilliman's persistent habit of using him as a cautionary example in these increasingly bizarre situations. The revelation struck Lorger like a thunderbolt. His eyes darted between his fellow Primarchs and the Emperor, seeking some sign of jest or mockery. Instead, he found only carefully neutral expressions that confirmed every impossible word. The weight of this new reality settled on his shoulders like lead vestments. Recognizing the true scope of the Raven's authority, Lorgar offered the most respectful salute his noble training could muster. Pride warred with pragmatism, and pragmatism won, barely. "Lord Raven, please forgive my earlier rudeness. I spoke from ignorance, not malice." The Corvid tilted his head with avian precision, regarding Lorgar through eyes that seemed far too knowing. When he spoke, his tone carried the weight of absolute certainty. "Given your recent return to imperial protection, this transgression shall be forgiven. However," his voice hardened with unmistakable threat, "should you dare blaspheme the god of fries and ketchup again, I shall personally exile you to the frozen wastes of Valhalla for extended potato cultivation duties." His tone grew stern as the edge of a consecrated blade. "Remember this truth above all others. The god of fries and ketchup is this universe's sole deity. All others are pretenders, false prophets leading the faithful astray with empty promises." Despite his precarious position, Lorgar's religious convictions blazed forth like flames given sudden oxygen. A lifetime of faith could not be so easily extinguished by absurdist revelation. "With the greatest respect, Mr. Raven, this god of fries and ketchup cannot possibly exist. How can the infinite universe harbor such an unconventional deity?" "Unconventional, more so than your collection of primitive mythologies." The Raven's voice rose to match his indignation. "This universe is inherently absurd in its construction, brother. Therefore, it follows that its god would reflect that fundamental absurdity." The Corvid spread his wings dramatically, assuming the pose of a lecturing theologian. "All realities, all dimensions, the god of fries and ketchup created all possible universes for one singular, holy purpose: discovering the perfect combination of fries and ketchup. The meaning of existence itself is the pursuit of culinary perfection. Everything else, your wars, your conquests, your prayers, is meaningless noise." "The divine would never be so." Lorgar struggled for words that wouldn't offend, frivolous in its cosmic purpose. "You understand nothing of true divinity." The Raven scoffed with dismissive authority. "Your conception of godhood is nothing more than elaborate theater designed to impress the primitive and control the desperate." He turned to Guilliman with predatory anticipation that made the Lord of Ultramar smile in response. "Robout, would you be so kind as to demonstrate a black hole for your brother? Show him exactly how ridiculous his faith appears to those with actual power." "It would be my profound pleasure, Mr. Raven." Guilliman stepped forward, the smile on his lips holding genuine warmth. He had spent decades building rational civilizations and despised religious superstition in all its forms. This represented a perfect opportunity to educate his newly returned, deeply misguided brother. The Lord of Ultramar activated the technological marvel that was his internal limit engine, initiating protocols that would have been considered miraculous by lesser civilizations. His enhanced physiology interfaced seamlessly with quantum manipulation systems that existed beyond current imperial understanding. Establishing gravitational singularity framework, importing cosmological data, allocating processing power, calculating spacetime manipulation, reshaping fundamental forces. Reality bent to Guilliman's will with casual ease. A sphere of absolute darkness materialized in his palm, no larger than a child's marble, but containing the compressed mass of a small moon. It rotated with terrible, hypnotic grace, warping light around its event horizon in patterns that hurt to perceive directly. Only invisible spatial containment fields prevented it from consuming the Emperor's flagship in a matter of heartbeats. Lorgar's eyes widened until the whites showed around his pupils, his breath catching in his throat as he stared at the miniature apocalypse rotating in his brother's hand. By the true God, impossible. Creating a black hole with nothing but will and technology, such power should belong to deities alone. Yet here stood his brother, one of 20 created souls, casually wielding forces that could unmake entire star systems. The implications struck him like physical blows. "Tell me, Robout," the Raven inquired with conversational ease that made the impossible seem routine. which requires greater effort, crafting a gravitational singularity or preparing properly seasoned fries. The black hole, without question, Gilliman replied matter-of-factly, as though discussing the weather rather than the universe's most powerful creation. Fries require precise temperature control, proper oil selection, and optimal potato preparation. It's genuinely challenging to achieve perfection. Lorger's expression transformed into a mask of pure disbelief. Are you mocking me? His eyes seemed to scream. Such casual arrogance over cosmic forces should surely invite divine retribution of the most terrible kind. The raven fixed his knowing gaze on the increasingly distraught word-bearer. Do you understand now? Your supposed god is meaningless superstition. The god of fries and ketchup alone possesses true power and dominion over all creation. Advanced technology can manipulate physical laws, Lorger argued with growing desperation, his worldview cracking like poorly fired ceramics under pressure. But true gods control destiny itself, time itself, forces beyond mere matter and energy. Witnessing Gilliman's casual violation of natural law had shaken Lorger's faith to its very foundations. If mere mortals, even enhanced ones, could wield such godlike power, what fundamental difference remained between humanity and divinity? Where was the sacred? Where was the divine purpose he had devoted his entire existence to serving? Controlling destiny? The raven sounded genuinely delighted by the suggestion. Oh, my dear, confused word-bearer, that's even simpler than black hole creation. Impossible, Lorger insisted with the fervor of the truly desperate. Fate and temporal flow are the most mysterious forces in existence. Only beings of true divine nature can influence the fundamental patterns of causality itself. Let us play Gwent then, the raven suggested with predatory anticipation that made several Primarchs exchange meaningful glances. The other sons of the Emperor settled in to enjoy what promised to be spectacular entertainment. Perturabo, in particular, leaned forward with eager expectation. Finally, someone else would experience the raven's peculiar brand of education in utter helplessness. Gwent, Lorger blinked in absolute confusion, the word holding no meaning in any language he had mastered. The raven nodded with sage solemnity. A simple card game, nothing more. Win a single match against any opponent, and I shall acknowledge the validity of your beliefs. Call your god whatever title pleases you most. That's hardly equitable, Lorger protested with growing agitation. I possess no knowledge of this game's rules or strategies. Meanwhile, you clearly possess vastly superior power, wisdom, and cosmic awareness. At least you demonstrate some measure of self-awareness, the raven conceded graciously, gesturing with one wing toward the assembled figures. Very well, choose any opponent present. Defeat them utterly, and I shall publicly admit that the god of fries and ketchup is nothing but elaborate fiction. You treat your own faith so casually, Lorger asked, genuinely bewildered by such apparent theological flexibility. How can you risk your entire belief system on a simple game of chance? The raven's laughter carried the sound of cosmic forces grinding against one another in eternal amusement. Because victory is utterly impossible for you, dear word-bearer. Even if you chose to play against a random pig dragged up from some agricultural world, defeat would be absolutely certain. His voice dropped to portentous tones that seemed to resonate with hidden harmonics. The god of fries and ketchup has already revealed the pattern of your destiny through divine providence. Regardless of any choice you make, regardless of any strategy you attempt, failure awaits with mathematical certainty. Your arrogance will prove your downfall, Lorger snarled, clenching his massive fists until the knuckles cracked like gunshots. Rage burned in his chest, a righteous fury at the casual dismissal of what he held sacred. He scanned the assembled figures with desperate calculation, seeking some advantage in an impossible situation. His gaze finally settled on a figure trying unsuccessfully to blend into the shadows near some maintenance equipment. A tech adept whose multiple mechanical appendages marked him as thoroughly augmented. His posture suggested he wished desperately to be anywhere else but here. Him, Lorger declared, pointing at him. I choose him as my opponent. The Primarchs exchanged looks that spoke of inevitable doom. They knew this outcome had been predetermined from the moment the challenge was offered. Lorgar had chosen the infamous Magos 9527, whose reputation for impossible card game victories had become legendary throughout the fleet. The tech adept, whose augmetic modifications hinted at centuries of devotion to the Omnissiah, let out a sigh that resonated through various vocal modulators in flawless mechanical sync. His multiple appendages clicked in a universal sign of resigned acceptance. "I suppose it falls to me to play cards once again," he intoned through his vox grill, the words carrying the weight of someone who had performed this particular miracle far too many times. "The Omnissiahs will be done, I suppose." Chapter 116, The Legendary Servitor. The servitor designated 9527 moved with mechanical precision, his augmetic limbs producing a rhythmic symphony of pistons and grinding gears. Before the assembled might of the Emperor's sons, he genuflected with calculated reverence, first to the master of mankind, then to each Primarch in turn according to their station. With programmed efficiency, he positioned himself across from Lorgar Aurelian, the 17th son. "My Lord Primarch," his vox grill rasped, "I must request expediency. My duties remain incomplete." Lorgar's golden eyes narrowed with noble displeasure. "You shall depart with defeat weighing heavy upon your circuits." "Failure does not compute," 9527 replied, Servoskull's word overhead as his cogitators processed the challenge. "Your fate was sealed the moment you selected me as your opponent. You are destined to know only failure in this endeavor." The word-bearer's jaw tightened. The audacity of this mere servitor. Did this collection of blessed machinery not comprehend that it faced a son of the Emperor himself? These constructs needed to learn fear. "For my faith," Lorgar intoned, psychic energy crackling around his noble features, "burst forth my microcosm. Before absolute belief, nothing remains unconquerable." The chamber fell silent as the contest began, broken only by the soft hum of machinery and the distant echoes of the Imperial Palace's vast halls. 3 minutes later, Lorgar stared at the tactical display, declaring his defeat, disbelief warring with wounded pride across his perfect features. "Another round," he demanded, his voice tight with barely controlled frustration. 3 minutes after that, his defeat was even worse. The servitor's mechanical efficiency had torn apart every strategy the Primarch attempted. The assembled Primarchs watched without surprise. The outcome had been decided beforehand, a fact that weighed heavily upon them all. They had witnessed similar scenes before, each brother in turn testing themselves against the Emperor's mysterious creations, only to discover the vast gulf that still separated them from true mastery. "Beautiful," Perturabo murmured, unable to suppress a surge of cruel satisfaction at witnessing his brother's humiliation. There was a certain justice in watching another endure the sting of failure. Misery, after all, was best when shared among brothers. Grinding gears accompanied 9527's mechanical shrug. "My Lord Primarch, despair serves no function. Destiny rests within Master Raven's grasp. Should he will your defeat, victory becomes impossible." Lorgar's composure finally cracked, self-doubt creeping into his features like corruption through marble. Can he truly command destiny itself? "For Master Raven," 9527 replied with programmed certainty, "controlling destiny proves simpler than preparing delicious fries." The comparison shattered what remained of Lorgar's calm. Simpler than preparing food? What kind of mocking jest was this? His mind reeled with the implications. Did a god of fries and ketchup truly hold power over this universe? "Lorgar," Raven's voice carried divine authority as obsidian wings spread wide behind him. A nimbus of light materialized around his corvid form, transforming the chamber into a makeshift shrine. "For the great god of fries and ketchup, destiny holds no meaning. Only perfectly prepared fries and the sacred condiment matter. Abandon your false gods and embrace his divine sustenance." Valdor watched from the side, admiration mixing with frustration. This corvid had grown even more skilled in the art of divine trickery. "The great god of fries and ketchup stands as the universe's sole true deity," Robot Gilliman declared with surprising conviction. the 13th Primarch, champion of reason and empirical thought, had always held religion in contempt. Yet this absurd faith intrigued him precisely because of its foolishness. To spread worship of such a ridiculous deity throughout the galaxy would deliver a fatal blow to primitive superstitions. Their carefully crafted pantheons would become objects of mockery when compared to devotion centered around fried potatoes. Raven's gaze fixed upon Guilliman with obvious approval. The Lord of Ultramar possessed the vision for truly great undertakings. Sycophant, Rogel Dorn's accusation cut through the chamber like a fortress wall falling. "We are all Primarchs," Mortarion rasped through his breathing apparatus, poison mist curling around his words. "Must you lower yourself with such shameless flattery?" "I find Guilliman's assessment entirely accurate," Perturabo interjected, his normally quiet nature giving way to unusual participation in the theological debate. The assembled Primarchs turned toward the Lord of Iron with expressions of amused betrayal. "Even you, Perturabo, the master of siege warfare, sought advancement through divine bribery." "Master Raven," a voice called from behind Lorger's retinue, cutting through the theological discourse with unexpected steel. "You may wield unimaginable power and toy with us at will, but God remains God. Whether we acknowledge his existence or deny it, he endures eternal." Surprise rippled through the Primarchs like a shockwave. Who possessed such audacity to challenge one who had already demonstrated terrifying capabilities beyond their understanding? From among Lorger's followers emerged a middle-aged man, his form draped in devotional scripts and sacred texts that covered nearly every inch of exposed skin. He bowed respectfully to each Primarch in turn, then to the Emperor, and finally to Raven himself. "Corferon, do not court folly," Lorger warned, though his voice carried more exhaustion than authority. The recent defeat had drained much of his usual commanding presence. "Our doubts will only invite mockery." After delivering the rebuke, Lorger provided the necessary introductions with resigned formality. "This is Corferon. When I fell upon Calcas's burning sands, it was he who raised me from infancy." Corferon. Raven's consciousness turned the name over like a blade being examined for flaws. One of the most hateful individuals in the entire Warhammer cosmos, standing here with such brazen confidence. The truth of the man's history unfolded in Raven's awareness with perfect clarity. Corferon had not been Lorger's first guardian. That honor belonged to Fenkiri, a desert nomad of simple faith and honest heart. Through manipulation and false promises, Corferon had convinced the tribesmen to surrender his young son, Lorger, to his care. Then, in an act of calculated betrayal, he had ordered the massacre of Fenkiri's entire tribe. No witnesses remained to contest his version of events. His guardianship had been planned abuse. Harsh discipline and frequent beatings were designed to break the child's spirit while molding his faith into something useful. When Lorger spoke of visions of a golden-armored messiah, Corferon had pretended conversion while secretly organizing holy wars against the Covenant Church to consolidate power. The inevitable timeline stretched before Raven's perception. Lorger's unwavering faith in the Emperor would lead to zealous promotion of imperial truth during the Great Crusade. His construction of the perfect city, a monument to faith that would slow the Crusade's progress, would earn the Emperor's terrible wrath. Guilliman would be sent to reduce the city to rubble, while the Emperor himself forced the entire word-bearer's legion to kneel in the ruins, calling them failures. That humiliation would shatter Lorger's faith, creating the perfect opportunity for Corferon and his co-conspirator to guide the broken Primarch toward the ruinous powers. Speaking of which, Raven's perception swept through Lorger's retinue with predatory focus, reading the spiritual signatures of each follower like an open book. There he was. Young Erebus stood among the faithful, his soul already showing the first traces of corruption that would one day make him Chaos's most effective agent. If Corferon was hateful, Erebus represented something far worse, the architect of the Horus heresy itself. In the original timeline, Erebus would steal the anatheme blade from the Interrex, sparking the war that ended their enlightened civilization. He would arrange for Horus to be wounded by that same weapon on Davin. He would manipulate Abaddon and the other Mournival members into bringing their dying Primarch to the Serpent Lodge. And in Horus's fevered dreams, he would plant the seeds of corruption that would transform the greatest of the Primarchs into the War Master of Chaos. The man was responsible for corrupting multiple Primarchs and pushing humanity toward the brink of extinction. He deserved death, but death would be wasteful. Such talent for manipulation required redirection. A perfect solution formed in Raven's mind with beautiful clarity. "Cor Pharon," he announced, drawing the chamber's attention like a lodestone pulling iron. "Since you insist that other gods inhabit this universe, you shall seek evidence of their existence." The middle-aged priest straightened with wariness creeping into his features. "You are here appointed as chaplain militant of the Demon Hunting Corps. You will face the most twisted and evil entities this reality has spawned. Perhaps in facing such horrors, you will discover the proof you seek." The plan's elegance was beautiful. Wherever chaos spawned its servants, Cor Pharon and Erebus would lead demon hunters to destroy them. When these two eventually betrayed their oaths and turned to the dark gods, as their natures demanded, they would find their former comrades ready to kill them as traitors. The irony would be perfect. Of course, they would hold no real authority within the demon hunters. Their function would be purely ceremonial, reciting prayers before executions, blessing weapons, maintaining the appearance of faith while the real warriors handled the killing. As for the risk of corruption among the demon hunters themselves, the improved Thoughtsteel seals and gene engines made such concerns negligible. Combined with the Untouchables' natural resistance to warp influence, even a hunter who wished to serve chaos would find the dark gods unwilling to accept such service. The chaos gods might be mad, but they weren't stupid. Soulless warriors weakened demonic manifestations so severely that any summoned entity would collapse back into the warp within seconds of appearing. The very thought of such futility should drive the dark gods to madness. "You wish me to hunt for evidence of divine existence." Cor Pharon's eyes widened with something approaching horror as the implications settled upon him. "Is there some difficulty?" Raven inquired with deceptive mildness. "You proclaimed the existence of gods beyond the god of fries and ketchup. Surely you don't wish to take back such a bold statement before the Emperor's sons." Cor Pharon's face cycled through several expressions before settling on grim acceptance. "Of course other gods exist," he replied through gritted teeth, trapped by his own theological convictions. "I will find the proof you require." "Perfect," Raven said, though his tone suggested the hunt would be anything but pleasant for the newly appointed chaplain militant. Chapter 117, The Hunt for Star Gods. Raven fixed his gaze on Cor Pharon. "This is a battle of faith. Find traces of other gods, and you'll be cleared of all charges. If you can't prove their existence, then you're guilty of malicious guidance, leading humanity to worship false gods that don't exist." The chamber fell silent. Every eye turned to the master of mankind, waiting for his judgment. The Emperor had remained silent until now, but when he spoke, his words rang with absolute authority. "Lorgar," he said, addressing his son directly, "I forgive your past transgression as your ignorance, but from this moment you cannot spread the idea that I am a god. Understand this well. There exists no god, only man and his indomitable will. The imperium of mankind grew not in blind fanaticism, but by the blood and efforts of breathing humanity." His golden gaze swept across the assembled Primarchs. "Only by believing in your effort and overcoming trials can you achieve wisdom." He looked at Raven, who nodded to him. Valdor understood this silent agreement. The Emperor then turned to address not just his son but all present. "Raven may appear as a charlatan, but know this well, he would never succumb to anyone's will, especially not some proclaimed god. His ideology is for humanity to live as humans, our simple joys, that ensures even in our darkest times, we do not forget who we are and what we fight for." The Emperor's attention shifted to Cor Pharon. "As for you, you will do what Master Raven said. Go to the Demon Hunting Corps as their priest. Search for traces of these other gods you claim exist. If you can't prove it, you face death." Lorgar felt sick, as if he'd swallowed something rotten. His mind reeled, desperately searching for some argument, some theological point that could salvage this disaster. but he found nothing. Raven's power was too terrifying, stronger than any deity sung about in the sacred texts of countless worlds. The emperor himself didn't even acknowledge the golden-armored messiah he had proclaimed for so long. Only this absurd god of fries and ketchup, as spoken by Raven, received divine recognition. What could he do? What argument could stand against such an overwhelming demonstration of power? I understand, Lorgar finally nodded, his face showing bitter acceptance. The words tasted like ash in his mouth. The emperor looked around at the assembled gathering and issued his final decree. From today onwards, within the empire, only 3 beliefs shall be spread: the imperial truth, the omnissiah, and the god of fries and ketchup. His voice carried absolute authority. Any vermin that promotes other religions, their leaders shall be reduced to dust. Their ignorant followers shall be sent to farming worlds to grow potatoes and tomatoes. There they stay until the decree of God of fries and ketchup forgives them. This decree will be transmitted to Terra and implemented throughout the entire Imperium. Raven nodded with deep satisfaction. This was precisely how it should be. If humanity refused to believe in the great god of fries and ketchup, would they instead fall to the 4 chaos gods? Absolutely not. Let the galaxy embrace the divine truth of perfectly prepared fries. With Lorgar assigned to continued study alongside his brother Primarchs, the 2 most dangerous individuals had been dealt with. Cor Ferron and Erebus were dispatched to the Demon Hunting Corps, officially beginning the plan to cultivate chaos hunting specialists from the very architects of future corruption. The Emperor turned his attention to matters of state, reviewing battle reports from the various expedition fleets scattered across the galaxy. During this routine review, he received unexpected and welcome news. The 11th Expedition Fleet had discovered something extraordinary: a tomb world of the Necron dynasty. The detection instruments aboard their flagship had registered the distinct energy fluctuations of a Cetan fragment. After the war in heaven, the weakened Cetan had been betrayed by their Necron servants. The star gods were shattered into countless fragments, either imprisoned in tesseract labyrinths or used as living batteries. Only the most powerful dynasties had possessed the strength to harness Cetan fragments as energy sources during that ancient age. The 11th Expedition Fleet, wisely, had not acted rashly. They immediately contacted the First Fleet, where the Emperor commanded, seeking instructions for their next course of action. Finally, the Emperor murmured, studying the report in his hands. A rare smile played at the corner of his mouth. Cetan fragments. The energy supply for the temporal anchor has been located. Oh yeah, let's punch some Cetan and kick Necron metal. Raven threw his hands up, swaying his corvid head back and forth in the air while shouting with unrestrained excitement. The Cetan fragment acquisition project was about to begin. Give my orders to the fleet, the Emperor turned to Valdor. We leave immediately. Set course to meet the 11th Expedition Fleet. Yes, my lord. Valdor bowed and departed to relay the commands. The Emperor set down the data slate and walked to the vast porthole that dominated one wall of his private study. From this vantage point, he could overlook the entire length of the Emperor's grand design, his flagship, and the mightiest vessel in the Imperial fleet. The massive prow ram extended like a golden spear into the void. The majestic double-headed eagle sculpture spread its wings across the forward section, a symbol of imperial might that could be seen from dozens of kilometers away. Along the hull's flanks, grand sculptures alternated with macro-cannon muzzles, each weapon capable of cracking continents. Shield generators, sensor arrays, and navigation equipment covered every surface in a testament to human engineering. The Emperor gazed at his flagship briefly, then cast his vision into the infinite darkness beyond. The Cetan had once been the gods of the material universe, wielding power over stars and reality itself. Now their destiny would be to serve humanity, to fuel the great cause of the human empire's expansion across the galaxy. The departure order spread quickly through the fleet's communication networks. One by one, the engines of mighty battleships roared to life. Plasma drives released radiance as brilliant as that of newborn stars, transforming the void around the fleet into a constellation of human power. The Emperor's grand design was the first to break orbit, its massive bulk sliding gracefully away from the system's gravity well and heading into interstellar space. Other warships followed in perfect formation, creating a magnificent procession of Imperial might stretching across the darkness. At the edge of the star system, the fleet opened a warp passage. They set course for the 311 Draco binary cluster to rendezvous with the waiting 11th Expedition Fleet. The first fleet sailed along one of the warp's main arteries, riding the ethereal currents that could carry them across vast distances in compressed time. Aided by favorable conditions and the Emperor's own psychic presence stabilizing their passage, they reached the designated star system within a standard week. The tomb world Balrind served as the eternal resting place of the Magadha dynasty. This Necron dynasty was ancient beyond human comprehension. They had existed when the Necrons were still flesh and blood Necronter, walking beneath alien suns with mortal hearts beating in their chests. They had participated in the first bitter war between the Necronter and the Old Ones, a conflict born of jealousy toward races blessed with longer lives. They had also fought in the War in Heaven, that galaxy-spanning apocalypse that followed after the desperate Necronter accepted the Citan's seductive offer of immortality. The dynasty had witnessed the entire tragic transformation, the Necronter's willing surrender of flesh and soul to become the undying Necrons, and the cosmic devastation that followed. The pharaohs who ruled this dynasty bore the title Tarakas the Silent Crown. Under his command served numerous pharaohs and Necron overlords, each one a former living being now trapped in a living metal body. Since the War in Heaven's end 60 million years ago, the Magadha dynasty had obeyed the Silent King's final command. They entered the Great Sleep, waiting for the galaxy to heal enough for their awakening. After the First Fleet and 11th Fleet completed their rendezvous, they executed a careful warp jump to the outer edge of the Tomb World's star system. They deliberately avoided entering the inner system, hoping to prevent triggering whatever automated defenses might still function after eons of slumber. The Emperor convened an immediate strategic meeting. Before facing such ancient and powerful foes, a comprehensive battle plan was essential. The enemy they faced represented one of the most significant challenges in the galaxy's history. The Necrons had once been the undisputed overlords of all known space. Their technology was so advanced that it bordered on the divine. The human empire had grown strong during the Great Crusade. Even auxiliary troops now received enhancement serums, war-powered exoskeletons, and carried weapons that would have been considered miraculous in earlier ages. Astartes warriors commonly possessed gene engine implants, granting them combat abilities comparable to the demigods of ancient myth. But despite all their advantages, once battle commenced, victory remained far from certain. With Citan assistance, the pre-slumber Necrons had achieved technological mastery beyond current human understanding. They had perfected dimensional manipulation, singularity control, atomic transmutation, elemental illusion, and even limited temporal manipulation. Most terrifying of all, they had traded away their souls and flesh to the star gods, receiving in exchange bodies of living metal. Powerful in combat, nearly indestructible in defense. When damaged beyond function, they could return to their tomb forges via phase shift technology, where their bodies would be reformed and made whole again. Capable of fighting, enduring damage, and returning from destruction, the Necrons were undoubtedly one of the greatest threats the human empire faced in real space. The other major threat was the Orcs, whose seemingly endless capacity for warfare and rapid reproduction made them a formidable foe, even to humans wielding technology from different universes. Inside the strategy chamber of the Emperor's grand design, high-ranking generals and primarchs gathered around a massive tactical display. The projection's pale light illuminated their faces as they discussed the coming battle, each mind focused on the enormous challenge ahead. The Citan fragment is located here. Raven pointed to the central display, highlighting a planetary body that dominated the system's inner region. Contained within a planet-sized war engine constructed during the War in Heaven itself. Through his ability to read cosmic information, He had already absorbed complete intelligence about the Magadha Necron dynasty and their capabilities. "You're telling us this entire planet is a war engine?" Dorn leaned forward, his fortress builder's mind struggling to comprehend the scale. Surprise colored his normally stoic tone. "Precisely," Raven nodded. "It's called the World Engine. At its core lies a fragment of Igrania, the World Shaper, one of the most powerful Cetan to exist. This Cetan fragment serves as the engine's primary power source, generating enough energy to drive the massive war machine. Once fully activated, its weapons can easily destroy entire worlds. It possesses enough firepower to extinguish a star and obliterate every planet in a solar system." Raven magnified the projection, allowing everyone to observe the World Engine in detail. The construct appeared completely shrouded in violent silver storm clouds, with terrifying lightning raging continuously within the atmospheric layer. It resembled a climate-devastated, death world more than an artificial construct, but only detailed sensor readings revealed its true mechanical nature. "Such a terrifying enemy," Gilliman observed, his strategic mind already calculating the implications of losses they would suffer in this battle. His tone carried appropriate solemnity for the threat they faced. The Necrons had slumbered for 60 million years, yet they still retained weapons of such devastating power. How impossibly mighty must this race have been during their active period? "Attacking the World Engine will certainly trigger the entire Necron dynasty's awakening," Raven continued, his voice carrying the weight of inevitable consequences. "This will be a brutal campaign. Even with gene engine enhancements, our forces will face significant casualties against Necron weaponry." He paused, ensuring everyone understood the gravity of their situation, before continuing with tactical recommendations. "The Necrons' greatest weakness lies in their inability to perceive or interact with warp energy. Therefore, each legion should prioritize deploying psychers and units with psychic abilities for this engagement." Following Raven's previous suggestions, the human empire had established organizations like the Night Watchers and the Psionic Academy. Various Astartes legions had also begun systematically training recruits with psychic talents, forming specialized librarius units to handle supernatural threats. "Why not simply use orbital bombardment to destroy them?" Perturabo interjected, his expertise in siege warfare focusing on the most direct solution. "The World Engine certainly possesses shield systems, but with sufficient concentrated firepower, we should be able to crack this shell open." "Destroying the enemy is not our primary objective," Raven replied firmly. "We need those Cetan fragments intact. They represent the most powerful energy sources available in real space. Nothing else can match their output." The strategic meeting continued for several hours as the Emperor, his Primarchs, and the fleet's senior generals worked through detailed battle plans and contingency options. Every possible scenario was examined, from best-case victories to worst-case disasters requiring emergency withdrawal. All plans shared a single, uncompromising goal: acquire the fragments of Igrania, the World Shaper, by any means necessary. When the strategic session finally concluded, the Emperor surveyed the assembled commanders. These were the finest military minds in the human empire, each one proven in countless campaigns across the galaxy. Today, his voice carried the absolute confidence that had united Terra and launched humanity toward the stars. "We shall add another glorious victory to our records." "Victory!" The response erupted from dozens of throats simultaneously, filling the chamber with the sound of absolute determination. "Return to your battle stations," the Emperor commanded. "Commence operations." The command personnel departed swiftly, each returning to their ships and units to prepare for the coming battle. The holographic projection flickered several times before disappearing, leaving the strategy chamber in relative darkness. Soon, only the Emperor and several of his Primarchs remained in the war room, the quiet before the storm settling around them. "Let us proceed to the command deck," the Emperor said to his sons, ready to lead humanity into battle against the ancient lords of the galaxy. Chapter 118, Battle for the World Engine. The command deck buzzed with controlled chaos upon their arrival. Staff members moved with purpose between stations, executing the Emperor's orders with military precision. A massive spherical projection dominated the center of the command deck, surrounded by a circle of computational servitors. Their lobotomized brains worked in tandem, processing the vast streams of battlefield data and transforming the information into tactical displays for the commanding officers. "The enemy has detected our approach, my lord," the information supervisor reported, switching data interfaces. On the spherical projection, red runes began moving across the tactical display like drops of blood in dark water. "Too late for them," the Emperor declared, his voice carrying absolute authority. The projection's glow cast harsh shadows across his features. "All ships advance at battle speed. Prepare for engagement. We will bury these ancient relics back in their tombs. All vessels advance at battle speed. Ready weapons for engagement." The communications supervisor relayed the Emperor's commands throughout the numbered fleets. Every department and station across the deck immediately burst into activity. Technicians responsible for void shield maintenance calibrated hull parameters and energy flow patterns. Tech priests in the reactor chambers calculated power output requirements. They needed to simultaneously fuel the ship's lance batteries and engine drives without overloading the systems. "Praise the Omnissiah," a group of tech priests chanted in mechanical unison, sparks dancing across their augmetic bodies as they prayed for the blessing of the machine spirits. Massive shells traveled from ammunition storage on conveyor systems. Teams of industrial servitors worked together to load them into the macro cannon batteries. Missiles slid along robotic arms into their designated launch tubes, safety mechanisms disengaged and ready for immediate firing. The Nova cannon charged to full power, entering a state ready for firing. The Emperor's grand design led the Imperial charge into the battle zone. The fully charged Nova cannon unleashed its devastating payload into the void. The shell, accelerated to near-light speed, carved a brilliant trajectory across the darkness before striking a Necron warship wreathed in ghostly green energy. The massive explosion turned the black void into a miniature sun for several seconds. But in the next moment, the destroyed Necron vessel vanished from existence. "What a pain," Raven muttered from his perch on the Emperor's shoulder, watching the display with obvious frustration. Necron ships are built from living metal with integrated dimensional transfer technology. Once damaged beyond function, they retreat to subspace for self-repair. After restoration, they return to battle. This technology is completely unfair. If the entire Magadha dynasty awakens, winning this fight will be extremely difficult for us. The Emperor's brow furrowed slightly at Raven's assessment. He possessed several technologies capable of destroying the Necron fleet, but the Empire's manufacturing capacity couldn't support their widespread deployment. The warships currently serving in the Great Crusade were mainly conventional designs. Second-generation vessels and Celestial-class ships incorporating advanced technologies were already under construction, but forming a complete battle-ready force would require considerable time. "New orders," the Emperor commanded, his voice cutting through the tactical chatter. "Avoid prolonged engagement. Strike directly at their tomb complexes and the world engine's heart. No matter their ancient sorcery, once the head falls, the body follows." The Necron's regeneration advantages relied on living metal, forge complexes, and dimensional transfer, three key technologies that worked in harmony. However, the conservation laws of real space still applied. No matter how powerful living metal's regeneration abilities are, the process still requires energy and raw materials. Nothing could be created from an empty void. By striking directly at their tomb complexes and destroying the core forges, they could drastically slow the living metal's recovery rate. At that point, the scales of victory would naturally tip in favor of humanity. The void battle erupted in earnest as both fleets clashed with devastating force. Streams of sickly green light swept through the cold darkness, painting meteorites and Imperial warships with an eerie glow that seemed to eat at the metal itself. Shockwaves from exploding missiles and torpedoes rippled outward like waves on a dark ocean. Brilliant lance beams struck Necron vessel shields, creating cascades of energy that fell like deadly rain across the battlefield. The human invasion triggered the defense protocols of the slumbering Magadha dynasty. More Necron warships emerged from dimensional subspace, materializing directly into the battle zone. However, facing the massive Imperial fleet, their numbers proved insufficient to establish an effective defense perimeter. The Emperor's grand design punched through their lines and finally approached the world engine itself. Upon reaching the designated coordinates, the Emperor prepared to lead the boarding assault. If they had relied on the Empire's original teleportation technology, the world engine's shields would have caused serious interference, resulting in scattered or failed materializations. But the technology aboard the Emperor's grand design originated from the super god universe. It achieved teleportation by directly modifying local spacetime parameters, completely bypassing the planetary construct's shield interference. The Emperor and his strike teams successfully materialized on the world engine's surface, spreading out to accomplish their predetermined objectives. They intended not only to capture the Cetan fragments, but also to disable this terrifying war machine altogether, ensuring it could never threaten the Imperial fleet again. Sanguinius and his 9th Legion warriors materialized within a city of towering black metallic structures. Their mission: disable the world engine's primary weapon to prevent it from firing on the Imperial fleet. The enemy's sensors quickly detected the Blood Angel's intrusion. Massive numbers of Necron warriors and Scarab constructs surged forward like a metallic tide, attempting to overwhelm the invaders through sheer weight of numbers. Streams of ghostly green Gauss fire lanced toward Sanguinius and his warriors. One Space Marine took a direct hit. The struck area immediately began expanding outward, his armor and flesh peeling away in layers until the entire warrior crumbled into a pile of fine sand. Gauss weaponry utilizes unique bipolar magnetic fields to strip atoms from targets, destroying at the molecular level. Can be defended against with energy shielding. The tactical analysis appeared automatically in Sanguinius's visual display, causing the Primarch to frown with concern. "Brothers, spread your formation," Sanguinius called out, his voice carrying across the battlefield. "Their weapons strip flesh from bone at the atomic level. Keep your shields raised and do not cluster together." The battle proved brutal beyond measure. Even warriors enhanced with gene engines continued falling, reduced to piles of sand by the terrible Gauss weaponry. But Sanguinius pressed forward, leading the 9th Legion deeper toward the world engine's primary cannon. The primary weapon was a construction of staggering magnitude. Its primary structure stretched upward until it disappeared into the storm clouds above. Once fully charged, the destructive beam it could unleash possessed enough power to crack a world in half. Massive energy shields protected the cannon's structure from orbital bombardment. No attack from space could penetrate to its vital systems. Only a ground assault, fighting through the defenses in close combat, offered any hope of success. Sanguinius and his warriors carved their way forward, cutting down countless Necron defenders. But the fallen constructs were immediately teleported back to forge complexes for reconstruction, then returned to the battlefield within minutes. This meant their numbers never truly decreased, constantly surging against the Imperial forces like an endless metallic tide. Finally reaching the main cannon's control center, they found it defended by a Necron Lord and his elite guard retinue. Data anomaly detected. Temporal distortion warning, abnormal chronological entity present in this area. The gene engine's alert drew Sanguinius's attention to a specific Necron construct. Its silver-white body bore intricate golden inlays, and it carried an ornate mechanical scepter that marked its status as far superior to the standard warriors. This was clearly a being of significant authority within the Necron hierarchy. Battle erupted immediately between the opposing forces. 9th Legion warriors engaged the elite guards, while the towering Necron Lord attacked Sanguinius directly, its phase blade wreathed in that familiar ghostly green energy. However, the Necron Lord proved no match for a Primarch's skill and was soon impaled on Sanguinius's spear, its head severed cleanly from its shoulders. At that moment, something unprecedented occurred. The scepter-wielding Necron released a pulse of strange energy, and time itself began flowing backwards. The flow of time reversed around them. Scattered Necron fragments flew back along their original paths, reforming into whole constructs. Battle damage to the floor and walls erased itself as if an invisible hand was rewriting reality. Everything rewound to its previous state, except Sanguinius himself remained unaffected. His modified temporal anchor kept him fixed to the original timeline while everything else shifted around him. The Necron construct displayed what might have been surprise, asking in a harsh mechanical voice, "How are you unaffected by chronological manipulation?" Sanguinius didn't waste time answering. Instead, he lunged forward, impaling the temporal manipulator on his spear and lifting it into the air. Initiating conceptual redefinition. Target survival probability set to 0. Mechanical lifeform with temporal anomalies detected. Beginning total destruction protocol. As the gene engine's prompt was activated, the Necron was destroyed entirely at a fundamental level. The Necron Lord, restored by the time reversal, was quickly defeated again by the Primarch's relentless assault. The spear pierced through its torso, and its head was severed once more. "Did you think you were Master Raven? To dare manipulate time so carelessly," Sanguinius said, hurling the construct's body away while the gene engine ensured its complete destruction. "Place the charges," he ordered his surviving warriors. "We destroy this cannon and then withdraw to a safe distance." Moments later, the primary weapon detonated with world-shaking force. The cannon's accumulated energy reserves were beyond normal comprehension. When released all at once, the resulting explosion was catastrophic. It was as if 1,000,000 stars had ignited simultaneously, their combined brilliance illuminating everything within hundreds of kilometers. The metal surface of the world engine cracked and buckled under the assault, while the magnificent black structures sparked and failed, falling into complete paralysis. The explosion's shockwaves reached deep into the construct's core systems, where emergency protocols finally awakened Tarakas the Silent Crown, ruler of the Magadha dynasty. Upon learning that human forces had not only invaded the world engine, but were advancing directly toward the prison containing the Cetan fragments, the ancient Ferak's fury knew no bounds. "These damned thieves," her mechanical voice rang through the awakening tomb complex. "Rouse the entire dynasty. We launch an immediate counterattack. Retake the world engine and protect the star god fragments at all costs." The great tombs began stirring to life as 60 million years of slumber came to an end. The real battle was beginning. Chapter 119, Beating Up the Cetan World Shaper. The Boer Dominion orbited a massive yellow star. 4 rocky planets orbited it in the void, their surfaces concealing the Magadha dynasty's tomb pyramids buried deep beneath. For countless ages, they had slumbered in darkness, awaiting the perfect moment to awaken. When humanity's invasion fleet arrived, ancient defensive protocols activated. The tomb pyramids used phase transfer technology to move directly from their underground chambers to the surface. Grand portals opened along their faces, prepared to teleport reinforcements straight to the battlefield. The star's energy began to flow oddly, like rivers of fire guided by an invisible hand. Wave after wave surged toward the world engine, passing through clouds and streaming down into the towering spires. Strange patterns activated across the massive construct, directing all that power into its core. Scarab swarms poured forth like a black tide, absorbing the stellar energy and converting it into raw matter to rapidly repair every structure humanity had damaged. The star's unnatural behavior triggered immediate alerts throughout the Imperial fleet. On the command deck of the Emperor's Grand Design, officers watched as their spherical projection updated, scanning data pouring in. The star's position lit up bright, then expanded to dominate their display. "Full scan initiated, performing data classification," reported the ship's computer systems. A writhing fireball of plasma filled the entire projection. Within moments, the scanning arrays revealed something impossible: multiple black metallic constructs floating within the star's convection zone itself. "Are those Necron constructs inside the star?" An officer shouted in disbelief. The tech priest's analysis reached the commanding officers within minutes, with the same data being transmitted simultaneously to the Emperor and others on the surface below. Raven studied the information, his understanding growing with each line of data. The implications were staggering. These metal skeletons actually installed regulators inside the star, he said, watching the energy flow patterns. They're controlling the stellar emissions, directing all that power to wake up their tomb worlds faster. To treat a star like a simple tool, to modify stellar mechanics as easily as adjusting a machine, even among all the universes he and the Emperor had visited, this level of technological mastery remained terrifying. Valdor's voice cut through their analysis with grim urgency. The Magadha dynasty will fully revive in 1 hour and 37 minutes. When that happens, we'll face their complete military might. The Emperor absorbed this information in silence, his golden features betraying no emotion. But those ancient eyes measured odds, considered options, and prepared for what was to come. Around him, the custodians checked their weapons with practiced efficiency, each golden guardian understanding the stakes without need for explanation. "That's enough," the Emperor declared, his voice carrying absolute authority as he gazed across the world engine's surface. In the distance, a mechanical tide was building. The sound reached them first, countless metal limbs scraping against floors, mechanical joints grinding with each movement, the whisper of anti-gravity engines powering up for war. Then came the sight that could bring dread in even those with mightiest will. Giant scarabs and Necron, constructs covering every surface visible, stretching to the horizon in all directions. An endless, inexhaustible wave of undead machinery flows toward their position like a metal tsunami. The custodians responded instantly, forming their defensive formation. Each golden faceplate concealed features set in grim determination. Power halberds crackled with deadly energy in their gauntleted hands, transforming them into war gods from humanity's oldest legends. These were not men who knew fear, death, mercy, and hesitation held no meaning for the Emperor's companions. Only his will mattered. The mechanical tide crashed against them like a breaking wave. The custodians met it without hesitation, their war cries echoing across the battlefield as they moved like golden lightning. Power weapons carved through Necron constructs with deadly precision, each thrust and slash finding its mark. Necron warriors shattered into fragments under their assault, blades tearing through cold steel bodies and sending sprays of lubricant and coolant into the air. The Emperor walked through the enemy ranks as if they were merely inconvenient obstacles. The sword of flame blazed in his grip, each swing sending waves of fire that cut through entire formations. Necrons melted like metal in a forge, their advanced bodies reduced to liquid slag in seconds. No enemy could withstand even a single strike from the master of mankind. His weapons were not limited to his blade alone. The lightning claw gauntlet burned with platinum-like flames that turned everything they touched to ash. Furious lightning obeyed his will, crushing hundreds of Necrons to dust with each gesture. At times, he manipulated the dimensions of space itself. Necrons within hundreds of meters found themselves compressed into thin, two-dimensional forms. When space snapped back to normal, its returning force tore their steel bodies apart, sending metal limbs flying in all directions. Elite Necron warriors and nobles soared across the battlefield on anti-gravity platforms, their glowing green eyes burning with hatred as they looked upon the Emperor. They attacked with the fury of ancient pride, seeking to prove their superiority. To the Emperor, they were no different from ordinary soldiers, merely obstacles to be swept aside with casual ease. Terrifying bolts of psychic lightning crashed down from above at his command. The magnificent pyramids suspended over the Necron, legions were struck and sent crashing to the ground with thunderous roars. Thousands of Necron soldiers and war engines were caught in the falling debris, transformed into burning wreckage. "Caw, big guy, our combination is truly unstoppable," Raven called out excitedly, his corvid form darting between enemies. "We're cutting through them like they're made of paper." The Emperor glanced at his companion but said nothing, swinging his blade toward distant enemy formations. A dragon of fire swept outward, destroying every Necron within several hundred meters and clearing their path forward. Why? For all their power, the enemy seemed endless. For every construct that fell, 100 more took its place. Green flashes appeared regularly across the battlefield as new pyramids materialized, their portals disgorging fresh reinforcements in perfect formation. "Big guy, this way," Raven called out, guiding their advance through the chaos. His unique abilities let him read the world engine's structure in detail, analyzing the maze of passages to find the most direct path to their target. If they wandered through this mechanical labyrinth aimlessly, the endless forces would eventually wear them down through sheer numbers. Fighting their way through wave after wave, they carved a path deeper into the world engine's interior. The battles blurred together, golden weapons flashing, constructs falling, the constant advance through corridors that stretched beyond sight. Finally, they emerged into what had once been a great city. The ornate decorations here were corroded and stained with age. Beautiful patterns embedded in the walls had long since been covered in rust and were beginning to peel away. The custodians' boots crushed colorful mosaic floors as they advanced through the metal maze of intersecting passages. At the city's heart stood their destination, the Cathedral of July. 7 brilliant silver spheres orbited the mountain-like structure in slow, hypnotic patterns. A cluster of shimmering spires soared upward from the center, the tallest piercing through the clouds overhead. The cathedral itself was covered in spikes. While all other Necron structures were built from dull gray metal, this building alone was adorned with panels of milky white material that shimmered with purple and green dynasty colors. Massive spheres rotated slowly around the cathedral's central spire, their smooth surfaces fitted with countless sensors and rows of gleaming lenses that tracked every movement. "That is where the shard of Agrania, the world shaper, is imprisoned," Raven said, his voice carrying unusual weight. His unique vision let him see what others could not, countless threads of fate weaving through reality, all connecting to the single point. A creature beyond the material realm's understanding lay trapped beneath the cathedral, bound within a dimensional prison, with complex energy draining, devices continuously siphoning its godlike power. The Emperor followed Raven's gaze to the magnificent structure. He had learned to trust his companion's unique insights, and without hesitation, he raised his hand to signal the custodians. "Continue forward." The Golden Guardians obeyed without question, their incredible combat abilities carving a bloody path through the defenders as they pressed toward the cathedral. Each step forward was bought with the destruction of dozens of Necron constructs, but they never wavered. The massive building loomed larger with each passing moment, its alien architecture both beautiful and terrifying. A new figure stepped into their path then, a Necron overlord larger and more imposing than any enemy they had faced. 3 glowing eyes burned in its skull-like face as it studied the approaching humans. Hieroglyphs and golden lines decorated its silver-white body and flowing cloak, marking it as nobility among the undead. In its grasp was a phase greatsword that pulsed with green energy, complex patterns covering the blade, and wreathed in oily radiance. The creature regarded them with the arrogance of ancient royalty facing upstart peasants. Chapter 120, Face to Face. "Invaders, a bunch of damned pests," the Necron overlord spoke in perfect human speech, his voice carrying the authority of ancient nobility. The Emperor casually swung his sword, destroying all the Necron soldiers charging at him in a single sweep. He responded with cold indifference, "Old remnants that should have been buried long ago. Return to your graves. This era no longer belongs to you. When we ruled the galaxy, your species didn't even exist." The Necron overlord raised his phase sword, taking a battle stance. The weapon hummed with deadly energy as he continued, "We will rule the galaxy again, and you will be completely forgotten." Raven, perched on the Emperor's shoulder, tilted his corvid head with mock thoughtfulness. "There's something that needs to be corrected here. You didn't rule the galaxy, the Cetan ruled the galaxy." His tone carried the casual cruelty of stating obvious facts. "You were just a bunch of pathetic creatures who got beaten so badly by the old ones that you cried and begged for mercy." The Necron overlord's body stiffened, then began trembling with rage. Steam vented from his cooling systems as Ancient Pride warred with uncomfortable truth. "The Cetan only helped us," he protested, his voice rising in pitch. "The victory was ours. We defeated the Old Ones and won the galaxy through our own strength." The Emperor said nothing, recognizing that in verbal combat, Raven possessed skills that surpassed even his own tactical brilliance. Better to let his companion work. "Weren't you just slaves of the Cetan?" Raven added with devastating casualness. "You betrayed your star gods, and then you were so terrified of the Eldar that you ran away to hide in your tombs for millions of years." For the first time in eons, the Necron Overlord felt words cut like blades, stabbing deep into his consciousness. His cooling systems worked overtime as emotional logic modules overloaded. "You're talking nonsense," he roared. "We were not afraid of those Old Ones' servants." "Oh, really?" Raven's voice dripped with sarcasm. "Now that the Eldar have declined into a shadow of their former selves, you finally dare to wake up. Before, when they were at their peak, you didn't even have the courage to fight back." The Corvid spread his wings mockingly. "At least humans won their battles on their own merit, while you're just a bunch of cowards. Without the help of the Cetan, you were nothing but another pathetic, short-lived species." Every word from Raven struck like a perfectly aimed weapon. The Necron Overlord's defenses cracked visibly as his emotional regulators failed. Steam gurgled from cooling vents, and his head began overheating from the logical paradoxes overwhelming his ancient mind. "You damned pests, all go to hell," the Overlord finally exploded, abandoning any pretense of noble dignity. "When I crush your frail flesh and blood bodies, you will learn how terrifying we truly are." "Being eloquent is useless," he snarled, raising his phase sword. "This world is about strength." The enraged Necron Overlord charged forward wildly, his personal guard following in formation behind him. But the Emperor's expression remained utterly calm as he stretched out his hand and clenched it into a fist. Terrifying psychic energy erupted from the ground beneath the charging guards, sending them flying through the air or simply tearing them apart where they stood. A giant hand of flame materialized above the Necron Overlord's head, gripping him with crushing force. He would have been destroyed instantly if not for his desperate use of spatial warp technology to escape. When he reappeared several meters away, all of his personal guards lay scattered as smoking debris. "This world is about strength," Raven repeated in a perfectly mocking tone, ruffling his feathers. "Oh no, I'm so terrified. Should I run away now?" The Necron Overlord, who had indeed been planning to retreat and regroup, instantly became enraged again. He warped back into combat range, his phase sword slashing toward Raven with desperate fury. The Emperor's blade intercepted the strike effortlessly, while his other hand released devastating psychic energy that sent the Overlord flying backward. When the ancient warrior tried to stand, another giant psychic hand appeared and slammed down with bone-crushing force. The Overlord was driven into the metal floor, his living metal body twisting under the terrible pressure. Coolant and lubricant leaked from stress fractures across his frame. Raven circled lazily above the fallen warrior's head, his voice carrying amused contempt. "A little punk is just a little punk, still trying to talk tough after all these years." Then, with perfect timing, he repeated the Overlord's own words. "This world is about strength." The Necron Overlord struggled to raise his head, cold green pupils burning with pure hatred. He reached out with one trembling hand, trying desperately to grab the taunting Corvid. The Emperor walked over calmly, raised his boot, and stomped down hard. The Overlord's head crushed like an egg surging annihilation power, transforming into flames that consumed the body entirely. The fire erased the opponent's existence from the conceptual level itself. Even with resurrection protocols, the Necron would never return. "Coffee, you brew the water, I add milk and sugar," Raven hummed cheerfully, landing on the Emperor's shoulder and wiggling his backside with utter smugness. "You wash the clothes, I iron them. I help you earn money, you help me clear inventory. We are the best partners." The Emperor ignored his companion's celebration, instead looking toward the Cathedral of July. Necron elites poured constantly from that direction. Clearly, the Magadha dynasty had deployed every available warrior to prevent humans from reaching the imprisoned Cetan shard. Flames ignited in the Emperor's eyes as he raised the sword of flame and brought it down in a devastating arc. A terrifying fire dragon swept outward, melting or shattering every Necron soldier in its path. "Advance," he ordered coldly, taking the first step forward. The custodians roared their battle cry and followed their lord into the heart of enemy territory. Tyrachis descended on her anti-gravity throne, gripping her scepter as she issued desperate orders to her personal guard and generals. By any means necessary, stop them. But the combat power of the Emperor and his group was beyond anything the Necrons had prepared for. Even using every tactic and weapon at their disposal, they could barely slow the human advance. "Lords of the Canoptech, commit everything." Mefrit, the Pharaon's personal guard, urged his subordinates forward. Batch after batch of Necron elites rushed into battle, only to be utterly destroyed and reduced to scattered debris. Finally, Mefrit himself stepped forward to face Valdor directly. There were similarities between the two warriors. Both were the guards of rulers, their entire existence dedicated to protecting their lords. But there were also crucial differences, the most important being that Valdor was simply stronger. Too much stronger. Mefrit attacked first, wielding dual-phase short swords with centuries of combat experience behind each strike. Valdor responded with his spear, movements flowing like water as he deflected and countered. The Necron's living metal body gave him incredible durability, but it wasn't enough to match the Captain General's skill and power. Mefrit performed a spatial jump, appearing in midair with both blades striking down toward Valdor's head. Valdor raised his spear to block, then twisted the weapon to deflect his opponent's force before delivering a devastating roundhouse kick to the Necron's torso. Mefrit flew backwards, a terrible dent appearing in his living metal frame. As he struggled to rise, ripples of disturbed space appeared behind him. He retreated into the warp distortion, preparing another spatial jump attack. But the gene engine within Valdor's body had already calculated the spatial warp patterns. He predicted exactly where Mefrit would emerge and positioned his arc-covered spear accordingly. When the Necron jumped out of the warp, he walked directly into the waiting blade. The spear tip, enhanced with tearing fields and the Emperor's own power, pierced through the metallic body instantly. With a violent twist, the Pharaoh's personal guard was reduced to fragments. Valdor didn't pause to savor his victory, immediately turning to engage other enemies as the battle raged around them. The Emperor passed through the clashing custodians and Necron defenders, guided by Raven through the magnificent archway into the Cathedral of July itself. The interior was eerily quiet, the air temperature so low it seemed like walking into a tomb. Black metal and smooth rock surfaces shimmered with flickering circuits that pulsed like a slow heartbeat. Winding stairs led downward into a vast central hall that was large enough to accommodate an entire city. Its complex and precise architectural angles formed a perfect geometric sphere, every surface calculated to focus energy toward the center. There, suspended in the exact middle of the spherical chamber, floated a smooth metallic cube. Countless streams of light connected it to the ground, where complex energy patterns had been carved deep into the floor. "Release me, and you shall have everything," an ethereal voice whispered through the air, sweet as honey and twice as tempting. "Release me, and you shall have everything." The voice sought to seduce anyone who approached, to make them slaves to its promises of power and glory. However, the Emperor and Raven had long since gained an understanding of how such manipulations worked. These crude mental attacks could not penetrate their defenses. As the Emperor approached the floating prison, the cube's surface began revealing Necron hieroglyphs formed by surging energy. They appeared and vanished in rapid succession, replaced by more writing that told the story of what lay trapped within. Raven read the flowing text, his authority allowing him to understand the meaning, despite never having learned the Necron language. The words described ancient history, the deeds of the Necronter during the war in heaven, and the terrifying nature of the being imprisoned in this dimensional cage. The Emperor placed his hand on the surface of the cube. Countless invisible threads extended toward his body, seeking to pull him into whatever realm lay beyond. He could have easily destroyed these psychic tendrils, but instead allowed them to draw him into the mysterious dark space that served as the Citan's actual prison. Within that realm, numbers danced through the air in impossible patterns. They combined in ways that defied mortal understanding, dissolved into chaos, then reformed into new configurations. Strange runic codes undulated with rhythms that spoke to the fundamental forces of reality itself. A corner of the dark space revealed complex gear structures that seemed to represent the universe's mechanical truth. At the center of it all floated a dilapidated throne, and upon that throne sat a creature with no fixed form, a being composed entirely of living darkness. Its only distinguishing features were 3 crescent-shaped eyes that burned with ancient fury, and a faded golden crown that spoke of power beyond mortal comprehension. "Igrania," the emperor said, studying the creature with the same calm he might show when examining any other specimen. "Mortal creature," the world shaper replied without speaking, his will flowing directly into the emperor's consciousness. "You know my name." Chapter 121, The Emperor and the Star God. "I have come for you," the emperor nodded slowly. "I surely know what you are." Hi, tell me, what do you want? Power or knowledge?" Igrania asked, voice dripping with mockery. "Release me, and you can have everything you desire." The emperor's response was direct. "I only need you. You're a great force of the material realm. The energy inside you is pure and everlasting, a perfect power source." Igrania's 3 eyes fixed on the emperor. The raven could sense the speechless fury radiating from the star god. Was getting backstabbed by those slaves and used as a battery not bad enough? The fragment's rage burned through the tesseract walls. That now, a pest born yesterday wants to do the same thing. Does everyone think a star god is just some weak creature they can push around? "Your words amuse me, mortal." Igrania's voice turned ice cold. "I am a god, eternal and indestructible. Those slaves betrayed me, but they cannot kill me. They can only imprison me. One day, I will return to the real world and wield infinite power again, and when that day comes, I don't care about any of that." The emperor interrupted the false god's useless talk. "Right now, I'm going to free you from here. Then I'll put a chain on you and take you back with me, and you will work for the rest of your life in the service of humanity. Be grateful, it is an honor that many will not get." Both the raven and Igrania looked shocked at the audacity of the emperor's words. "Brother, you are turning a being who lived his life as God into a slave, and you are telling him to feel honored. Oh, big guy is always like, arrogant and dismissive toward everyone, no matter who they are." The emperor didn't wait for anyone's answer. With his slight will, terrible psychic power erupted from his body. The tesseract labyrinth shattered instantly, exploding into countless fragments. For a moment, the underground chamber was filled with absolute silence. 60 million years of imprisonment ended in a heartbeat. Then came the roar. A black flame shot into the sky, melting through the thick metal surface and leaving a glowing hole behind. The world shaper, Igrania, was free. Finally, the star god's consciousness expanded, reaching beyond the prison walls for the first time in epochs. Finally. The 7 giant spheres around the main building exploded at once. Igrania devoured all the energy they contained, pulling power from storage systems that had sustained the world engine for millennia. The necrodermis that formed the spheres flowed into him like liquid mercury, reshaping itself into a new form of terror. He emerged looking somewhat like the Necrons, but completely different, like an evil god from some alien religion, wielding destruction and disaster. 3 blazing eyes sat on his head. Liquid metal covered his horrifying form. Torn and compressed metal became writhing tentacles that dragged him between the spires. The slaves, his gaze fell on the assembled Necron nobility. "Your time for reckoning has come." Igrania let out a roar of pure rage. The sound tore through sky and earth, shaking the world engine's superstructure. Then he lunged at Tyrakis, the Silent Crown, and the other Necron nobles. Pharaon Tyrakis' metal body shook with fear. "We have no way to fight a free star god." His tactical systems screamed warnings. Even just a fragment has unimaginable power. The irony wasn't lost on him. Normally, when they used star god shards against enemies, the shards had to stay contained. Once control was lost, the Necrons would be the ones to suffer. Star gods hated them more than any other race in the galaxy. Master Agrania, Tarakis raised her hands in supplication, I offer the dynasty's command codes. You can control every Necron in the Magadha dynasty. You all deserve to die, Agrania roared, cutting him off. The slaves of yesterday dared to betray their master. Now it's time for judgment. An invisible force lifted Tarakis into the air. Purple-black flames erupted around him. This is how it ends, was his last coherent thought before burning to ash. Other Necron nobles were dragged into the air against their will. Agrania slowly dissected them with his mind, savoring their terror. Piece by piece, they were stripped away. The proud lords gradually fell apart until only thin metal skeletons remained, still writhing in agony. 60 million years of rage, Agrania thought as he methodically destroyed his former captors. Not nearly long enough. Those Necron warriors who still retained emotions screamed in terror when they witnessed the slaughter. They fled in every direction, their programming overridden by primal fear burned deep in their cores. After venting his hatred on the Necrons, Agrania turned his attention to the Emperor. The human had emerged from underground, watching the massacre with apparent calm. This one freed me, the star god mused, but only to enslave me again. Foolish mortal, you could have received my gifts, but you're too arrogant. Today you'll pay the price. Oh, how scary, the raven said, clutching his chest dramatically. Quick, big corn cob, come protect me. Valdor rolled his eyes but stepped forward anyway. Your faithful Imperial Guard commander is here to protect you, esteemed Mr. Raven. Interesting, he thinks the Emperor's deep eyes showed a hint of surprise at Valdor's response. But he quickly suppressed it, turning to face the sky where Agrania hovered. Time for another false god to fall before humanity. Agrania raised his hands. The metal ground began to break apart, responding to his will. Necrodermis transformed into an endless stream of fragments that formed rings around him. The fragments quickly reshaped into massive blades, each one capable of cutting through battleship armor. This planet is my creation pest. He drew power from the world engine's core, feeling strength flow back into his fragmented essence. Here, I can temporarily restore my peak strength. You cannot even imagine defeating me here. With a gesture, countless blades of unknown nature flew toward the Emperor. The Emperor's eyes blazed with golden light. Burning flames surged around him as he unleashed devastating psychic power. Reality tore open, creating a rift between the material realm and the warp. The immaterium swallowed all the blades. In the material realm, no being should be able to fight a star god. Agrania's tactical systems registered impossible readings. This mortal is breaking fundamental laws of reality. The warp, the tricks of those old ones, Agrania shrieked, releasing even more terrible energy waves. He charged at the Emperor, trying to crush the human lord with pure mass and force. The Emperor reached out and clenched his fist. The space in front of him collapsed into 2 dimensions. The massive Agrania was dragged into the flattened world, becoming a painting without thickness. Dimensional manipulation. Agrania's consciousness adapted quickly. But this is not enough to defeat me. I am the god of the material world. Sharp blades defied physics, cutting through the 2-dimensional space with ease. Strange hissing sounds erupted as Agrania crawled out of the flat world, his form restoring to 3 dimensions through sheer will. If I couldn't escape such flimsy dimensional control, that would be pathetic. Seeing the star god escape, the Emperor launched a time attack. A temporal bubble covered Agrania's upper body, abandoning it in the past. The tearing sensation from the time differential could destroy any matter. Pain how? For the first time in eons, Agrania felt genuine agony as he was nearly torn apart. He let out a horrible scream, but quickly reshaped his own timeline, returning to normal. This human, he wields power like the old ones did. The constant attacks made Agrania incredibly angry. If conventional attacks won't work, he tried to erase the concept of the Emperor's existence, attempting to completely remove him from the physical world. The Emperor's psychic power stopped this erasure. Both combatants realized simultaneously that their abilities were matched. When Agrania launched another time attack to erase the Emperor's timeline, the human countered with his own temporal field. Time attacks are useless against him. The battle between the two was extremely fierce. Each exchange sent ripples through space-time that tore chunks from the world engine. Reality buckled under the strain as impossible forces clashed. This cannot continue. The Emperor calculated that another section of the superstructure had collapsed. The world engine is finite. His power source has limits. Why won't you die? Igranya's rage burned hotter as he drew deeper from the world engine's stored energy reserves. You are just a mortal. How are you doing this? The battle's end came not with a climactic exchange, but with gradual exhaustion. Igranya's attacks grew slower, less precise. The energy he'd drawn from the world engine was vast, but not infinite. 60 million years of storage, consumed in minutes of desperate combat. No, not again. His movements became sluggish as power reserves dwindled. The Emperor struck with perfect timing, weaving complex psychic bindings around the weakened star god. Layer after layer of containment settled into place, each one reinforced by the next. A human-sized crystal slowly descended from the air, radiating psychic energy in controlled patterns. Trapped inside was the world shaper, Igranya. The crystal's surface was covered in special runes that formed a logical maze, designed to trap the star god's consciousness. As long as it was secured in Terra's palace vaults, he would never escape again. Another battery. Igranya's thoughts echoed faintly from within his prison. From Necrons to humans, nothing changes. The Emperor stood among the wreckage of the world engine, holding his prize. Around him, twisted metal and broken systems stretched to the horizon. The ancient superweapon would never threaten the galaxy again. One fragment secured, he thought, already calculating the energy output needed for the temporal anchor project. More will be required. Above them, the first fleet waited in orbit. Soon, a squad of Imperial Guard would depart with their precious cargo, carrying it back to Terra under the heaviest possible security. The Great Crusade would continue, now fueled by the power of gods themselves, driving humanity's expansion. Terra Council Hub. 3 months after the World Engine campaign, the High Lords of Terra Council had grown in both size and ambition. What had begun as the Emperor's War Council now coordinated resources across thousands of worlds. Its representatives came from every corner of the growing Imperium, elected by their planets or appointed by the various imperial bureaucracies. The council hall soared toward the clouds, a monument to human ambition matching Terra's greatest architecture. Inside, the spherical chamber housed thousands of seats built into the surrounding walls, much like balconies. Anti-gravity technology allowed approved speakers to float their seats to the center of the hall. There, surrounded by their peers, they could address the entire assembly. The High Lord's seats surrounded a round table over 9 meters across. From here, they guided an empire that spanned the stars. And grows stronger each day, thought the current speaker, as another report arrived from the frontier fleets, with the power of star gods serving humanity's cause. Chapter 122, Council Politics and Sacred Machinery. Terra High Lords Council. Malkador, the regent of Terra, sat at the head of the table wearing the simple robes of a Terran administrative lord. As leader of the council, he held a double-headed eagle scepter that marked his authority. The fleet commanded by Tribune will arrive in the Sol system in 3 Terran weeks, the custodian representative read from his report. They carry star god fragments with orders to transport them to the labyrinthine fortress for containment. The star god fragments touched many areas of imperial interest. Their existence couldn't be hidden, only their purpose kept secret. Protest, Kelberhal, Fabricator General of Mars, spoke with mechanical precision. The star god should be handled by Mars. This is His Majesty's order, the custodian representative said coldly. The star god fragments must be held in the labyrinthine fortress. This matter falls under the Unification Council's authority. The Unification Council also belongs to Mars, Kelberhal insisted. According to Martian law, tech adepts serving the Unification Council must still obey Mars. No, Malkador corrected the error. Before the Great Crusade began, Unification Council members were chosen to obey only His Majesty's orders. Kelberhal's voice carried complaint through his voxgrill. Mars has been drained for the Great Crusade. My people work day and night producing weapons and vehicles. We have given everything but received nothing. The Imperium has acquired new technologies but refuses to share them in accordance with our agreement. Now, you want to support the Unification Council in splitting Mars. According to the agreement, recovered SDCs belong to you. Malkador restated the pact signed between the Emperor and Mars. The technologies currently held by the Imperium are not SDC templates from humanity's golden age. All technologies should be handed over to the Adeptus Mechanicus, Kelberhal declared. Only we can properly preserve and use them. Refused, Malkador denied without hesitation. Non-SDC technologies will remain with the Imperium. This matter is not open for discussion. Resentment flickered in Kelberhal's logic circuits. All knowledge should belong to the Adeptus Mechanicus. This was betrayal. The Emperor was not the Omnissiah at all. Let's move to the next item. The Imperial Chancellor presiding over the meeting announced. Representatives from the Cochlea system, please come forward. A suspended platform glided from the wall toward the High Lord's area. Several people sat on it, dressed in matching robes with refined bearing, clearly from a civilized world. A woman stood and spoke with practiced diplomacy. The Cochlea system is an ancient human colony that existed during humanity's golden age. We have always valued humanity's interests. When the Imperial Expedition Fleet arrived, we immediately signed documents joining the Imperium. However, the Imperium's communication network has been slow to connect to Cochlea. This causes confusion among our people. They wonder if the Imperium values us as much as we value it. Therefore, I request the High Lord Council connect Cochlea to the Imperial Real-Time Communication Network. We will bear the necessary expenses without requiring additional Imperial funding. We also seek to increase our trade protection quota to ensure employment and industrial output in our system. The meeting lasted non-stop for an entire day and night before it finally ended. Malkador showed traces of fatigue as the heavy burden of administration weighed on his shoulders. The meeting's end didn't mean his work was done. Many documents and requests urgently needed his attention. The first team of remembrancers has been assembled. Malkador studied the data slate in his hand. Inside was a list of remembrancers and reports on which fleets they would join. From the beginning of the Great Crusade, many chroniclers and recorders followed the armies personally. Now it was just a matter of making it official and providing proper support. Every civilization needs history. Humanity is no exception. If the Great Crusade's glory remained unknown, how unfair would that be to those lives? Malkador examined the list with his exceptional intellect, quickly remembering what kind of people each name represented. Within minutes, he had reviewed hundreds of thousands of names. He found several errors, corrected them, and approved the document. Malkador handled administrative affairs for 2 hours, then took a small break to rest. He thought of the Emperor and Raven on the other side of the galaxy. According to their travel patterns, after defeating the star god fragments, they will definitely prepare to go to the next universe. Malkador looked at the projection floating before him. Many pending administrative matters needed his urgent attention. He had so many tasks to handle. Not a single day could be wasted. Perhaps he will refuse me, Malkador thought with mixed relief. His duty was handling the Imperium's administration. How could he have thoughts of taking time off? But Malkador also felt hope in his heart. He wanted the Emperor and Raven to fulfill their promise and take him to see other worlds. His old bones had seen almost all there was to the world. And now, with Raven and other universes, the mere thought of it brought excitement he had not felt in millennia. Mars Biological Cultivation Complex. Biologes Hammers delivered a batch of tech servitors to the Unification Council, as agreed. These servitors were children grown in cultivation pods. Knowledge was instilled in them even during their formative years. The recipient of this batch was the chief of the Unification Council, Archmagos Mendel. His body was unusually large and massive. Mechanical implants and flesh were hidden beneath robes that shimmered with Martian red and Terran gold. His face was replaced by compound lenses and gleaming metal plating. "This batch of servitors is excellent," Mendel reviewed Hammers's data report and nodded with satisfaction. "I hope you can provide more such high-quality servitors next month." "The Unification Council's demand is growing," Hammers said, looking at the technical projection floating before him. His slender fingers rapidly tapped data operations on the screen. "Another new project is about to go online," Mendel announced. "The Labyrinthine Fortress project has made a significant breakthrough. Now Fortress 01 will function as a star god's prison for recovered and awaiting fragments. Here, this is a gene template sent by the Regent. It can allow humans to transform and gain special powers." Mendel extended a mechanical tentacle and inserted it into Hammers's interface. Large amounts of data flowed between the two tech adepts. After it ended, Mendel said, "Guard this knowledge well. Only the most loyal followers of the Omnissiah can earn the honor to know and share this knowledge." "I understand," Hammers nodded with mechanical precision. After a brief conversation, Mendel took the newly born servitors aboard a ship and transported them to orbit. Belisarius Call was one of these newly born servitors. He curiously looked out of the transport's porthole. He could clearly see numerous vast metal structures floating in the void, majestic and grand, comparable in size to planets. Countless ships and warships sailed into the Sol system like schools of fish, following designated routes. Upon arriving at the massive orbital platform, Call and hundreds of his companions were selected by the tech adept responsible for the Labyrinthine Fortress project. Their first task was to clean the cells and prepare to receive the prisoner. "A cell, this is what they call a cell," Call exclaimed in awe after entering Fortress 01 through the dimensional passage. He saw a prison more grand and magnificent than many cities. Fortress 01 was the first labyrinthine fortress created by the Imperium. It held strong symbolic meaning. It represented humanity's first step into the Creator's authority. Therefore, Adeptus Mechanicus members working on the project held devoted attitudes. "Praise the Omnissiah, praise the God of all machines, praise the motive force." Belisarius Call constantly chanted the blessings with a harmonious tone, but his thoughts weren't entirely on the chants. Most of his attention was focused on the recently implanted mechanical bionic eye. Inside, large amounts of data and code flowed, letting him fully understand his current work progress. The servitors selected for the fortress had all undergone basic modifications, enabling them to dedicate themselves to maintaining the sacred machinery. Call had mechanical bionic eyes, a core chip for calculations, and metal appendages implanted. 3 servoskulls were connected to his main spine. Their hollow eye sockets held scanning devices. The red light they emitted could detect tiny machine details and receive machine code data, allowing him to understand the operating status of machines. The might of the Omnissiah allows many machines to operate. Call was in good spirits. He greatly enjoyed this work. The mechanical mule behind him carried a heavy package containing useful parts and tools. There was also a servitor made of flesh and machinery, carrying a large binary analyzer. Its precise antenna continuously broadcasts code streams to the machines in the corridor. He walked with them down a wide metal corridor. Dull footsteps echoed in the empty passage. The metal corridor was 5 meters in diameter, built from black metal and glowing circuits. Chapter 123, Microcosm. The energy conduit hummed with purpose, its sacred function to process the absorbed power and channel it to designated sectors throughout the vast structure. Call moved through these corridors with reverence, his augmetic sensors reading the symphony of machine activity that surrounded him. Brief cascades of code and data filled his neural pathways, while machine indicator lights flickered as the binary analyzer released its algorithms. After transmitting their stored log records to the central cogitators, the machines would return to their patient watch, awaiting the next cycle of blessed operation. Rotating magnetic rings engaged and disengaged in their eternal dance, machines briefly awakening before settling back into watchful sleep. Magnetic induction, pins extended outward like the petals of some metallic flower, revealing funnel-shaped openings before contracting with the satisfying hiss of blessed pneumatics. Call would pause occasionally to tend to these sacred mechanisms, adjusting wayward data streams and performing minor repairs on blessed components. Most such work involved replacing burnt-out filaments, soothing difficult pistons with applications of holy oils, or offering the proper prayers to energy detection arrays. A harsh alarm pierced the mechanical chorus, coming from the binary analyzer clutched in his servoskull's arms. Call extracted the fault data and carefully took apart a control panel embedded in the corridor wall. Within lay a complex circuit matrix, its pathways surrounding a small but crucial logic engine at its heart. Connecting his data cable to the logic engine's interface ports, Call discovered a truth that brought him genuine sorrow. The machine's spirit dwelling within had been damaged beyond any hope of repair. "You will be replaced, faithful one," he murmured to the dying machine. "When I return, I will find the cause of your suffering." With reverent care, he extracted the failed logic engine and placed it within his mechanical mule's storage compartment, then withdrew a blessed replacement component. As he installed the new logic engine, he performed the proper ritual prayers. "Great Omnissiah, grant your blessing to this servant of the machine." Upon completion of the prayer ritual, Call activated the logic engine. Indicator lights blazed to life in sequence, confirming that all systems were functioning within the specified parameters. "How wonderful," he breathed. Joy filled Call's augmented heart as he witnessed the machinery return to its ordained function. He continued his patrol, speaking the maintenance prayers as he walked. 2 hours later, having completed his daily inspection cycle, he returned to his quarters for a brief period of rest and thought. The return journey offered glimpses of the greater work through observation ports set at regular intervals. Cargo lifters formed endless lines, entering and departing through the cosmic gates, bearing vast quantities of materials from the primary universe. Mechanical work pods and swarms of industrial drones labored like a great hive, extending arms to weld hull sections or connect conduit networks. This city-sized marvel of blessed metal continued its expansion, as though it would not rest until it filled this entire pocket dimension. The humble Call could not understand the profound wisdom of the God of all machines, nor could he guess the primary purpose of this magnificent construct. He knew only that this grand structure would serve to contain an alien deity. After 10 minutes of transit, Call reached his modest dwelling, quarters fitting his station in the hierarchy. The chamber's layout was simple: a rotating sleeping alcove with a cluttered workbench beneath, a tool storage cabinet positioned near the head of the bed, and a small contemplator unit occupying the corner. The contemplator, a living brain suspended in nutrient solution, its surface crowned with delicate interface cables, displayed complex models on its integrated glass screen. Charts and data streams arranged themselves in patterns, while binary code cascaded in rapid succession. Call settled at his workbench as a notification appeared on the display. "Operation completed. Estimated performance increase, 5%. A modest achievement, he noted with satisfaction. Extending his mechadendrite, he removed the cogitator amplifier installed along his spinal column, connected it to the contemplator, and uploaded the improved code matrix before reinstalling the device. He had detected minor flaws in his amplifier's programming and had taken the initiative to optimize the algorithms. The recoding had proven quite successful, yielding a 5% efficiency improvement. "Let us review the latest intelligence transmissions," Call announced to himself. Drawing forth a data cable, he interfaced with the wall-mounted contemplator unit, allowing his consciousness to enter the human empire's instant communication network. Priority transmission, large-scale entertainment simulation, the Oracle approaching release date. Narrative concerns a young warrior who, blessed by divine powers, leads humanity to victory against tyrannical forces. Creator projects success throughout imperial domains. Strategic update: 16th Legion Luna Wolves have successfully reclaimed the Tresolian system. Despite harsh environmental conditions and primitive civilizations, The system holds significant chromium deposits and rare isotopes. Multiple merchant guilds seek exclusive extraction rights. Primarch Integration Report. The most recently recovered Primarch, known as 17, hails from Kalkia, a planet rich in religious traditions. The primary theological emphasis appears to center on the great emperor's golden divine form. Evidence indicates that imperial influence reaches beyond the regions of direct contact. Glory in the emperor's name. Commercial notice. CC10 Model Mental Amplification Compounds available. 45% increase in cognitive processing speeds. Experience enhances intellectual capacity. After browsing the general news feeds, Call accessed deeper network layers. Inputting a series of hidden access codes into the contemplator, he caused the connection to redirect to a more secret destination. Slowly, words materialized on the screen. The Hall of Truth. Call entered his credentials and gained access to the restricted site. Praise the Omnissiah. The path of truth is fraught with peril. Only through devoted service may one enter the Hall of Truth. The Hall of Truth existed as a hidden forum within the Empire's communication network, serving as a forum for the exchange of technical knowledge and discussion of unusual events discovered across the galaxy. Golden Age archaeological sites confirmed in Sol Systems' Halley's Comet. Detailed survey data available for qualified parties. For trade, Orcish warboss, currently serving planetary warlord. Extensive WAAGH technology expertise. Serious inquiries only. Dark Eldar homunculus equipment available for exchange. Call scrolled through the listings with growing interest. The Hall of Truth's membership continued to expand, with participants trading knowledge and wealth according to their needs and capabilities. Two particular thread titles captured his attention. On the essential nature of the Omnissiah and the origins of Primarch forging techniques. Hidden mysteries of the Moravik catacombs. Both posts bore the identifier, Blue Double-Headed Eagle, a user whose avatar displayed the golden icon reserved for senior members of the Hall of Truth. Such a designation indicated that the user was either a founding member or a contributor of exceptionally valuable knowledge. Call accessed the threads, but after briefly reading them, received a notification that his clearance level was insufficient. Continued access required the publisher's direct authorization. What knowledge do you seek in exchange for that which you possess? Call transmitted. Equal exchange is the foundation of all learning, came the reply. I share what I know, you share what you know. Call considered this carefully before responding. What information do you require? Explain the human empire's extensive cultivation of potatoes and tomatoes. Call tilted his head, optical sensors narrowed in confusion. Research projects related to these agricultural products ranked among the empire's highest priorities, yet remained unclassified. The empire demonstrated no reluctance to invest substantial resources in such endeavors, with all evidence suggesting they sought nothing beyond the development of enhanced flavoring compounds for various applications. Might alternative knowledge serve as an acceptable exchange? Call inquired. Negative, the response was clear. Gather the relevant data. When you possess the answer, return for the exchange. The contact ceased responding thereafter. His failure to secure the desired knowledge left Call somewhat disappointed, though it also sparked his determination. Too many secrets existed within the universe. He would need to work harder and expand his capabilities. Call continued browsing the hall's offerings. The membership proved diverse. Treasure maps from across the galaxy, various Xenos technologies for trade, and high-value knowledge exchanges. He even discovered structural principles and partial code sequences for the Empire's gene engine systems. Such individuals will eventually face treason charges, he muttered. Call carefully reviewed the available posts, seeking freely shared information to add to his personal databanks. After some time, the indicator beside his workbench activated, its piercing temporal signal drawing him from his studies. Call swiftly organized his materials and departed for his duty station. Upon arriving at the work center, he observed the archmagos responsible for the microcosm project engaged in conversation with a custodian in the primary hall, both figures dwarfed by the chamber's immense proportions. A crystal, covered in strange runic inscriptions and emitting an otherworldly glow, was then placed upon a pure gold floating platform and transported into the facility. The artifact resembled a bottomless void. Even a brief observation threatened to consume the observer's soul and consciousness. Whispers drifted in the air, as if unseen entities were speaking directly into one's ears. Under the witness of numerous tech priests and ranking officials, the unique crystal was conveyed into the force field containment center at the structure's core. The containment field activated, and the crystal began its slow rotation within the energy matrix. Streams of light flowed from the crystal's surface, descending like glowing smoke to be absorbed by the energy patterns inscribed in the chamber floor. Surging power rushed through the conduit networks, bathing the entire facility in ethereal radiance. Indicator lights illuminated in sequence throughout the structure, confirming optimal operational status across all sectors. Praise the Omnissiah, the assembled tech priests spoke in unison. His will grants life to the machine. The sacred songs rose in harmonious chorus, expressions of absolute devotion echoing through the vast chamber. Call joined the ritual observance, his servoskull adding its mechanical voice to the choir of faithful servants. I have a question that I have been meaning to ask for some time. Do you all really like this style of chapter of 40K fic that I am posting, or do you not? Or do you have any suggestions on what you would prefer it to be? Chapter 124, The World Shaper. After the crystal was secured and all systems confirmed operational, a data packet arrived in Cao Er's personal database. He opened it with practiced efficiency. ++ daily thought, praise Omnissiah +++. ++ data packet, ID OMI0335. Please enter personal access code for authorization +++. ++ query aloud. Welcome, provisional priest Belisarius call +++. ++ data initializing, transmitting, ID 2873 +++. Containment object, World Shaper protocols. 1. No unauthorized personnel may enter the core chamber. 2. All personnel near the World Shaper must undergo psychological evaluation and logic code review. 3. Mental contact with the World Shaper is forbidden. If pulled into its consciousness, report immediately. Failure to report will be treated as treason. 4. Alien God, the World Shaper. Core Pharaon processed the information with mechanical precision. So microcosm number 1 is a prison, and we are the jailers guarding a god. He analyzed the data packet's origin codes. The irony of the situation wasn't lost on him. Truly amusing. The Emperor's grand design. The Great War on Tomb World was over, but the Emperor remained busy. He worked tirelessly day and night with no break for humanity, as always. His study and laboratory occupied the central section of the grand design. The lab held the most advanced equipment in the Imperium. Technology from other universes was first tested and adapted here before wider deployment. Chemical compounds filled the air with sharp odors. Ancient scrolls sat beside data crystals and magnetic storage tapes. Crystal cylinders projected shifting holograms across the sterile surfaces. The Emperor moved between the silver workbenches with focused purpose. "I'm so bored, big guy," Raven called weakly from atop a gleaming metal table. He was lying back, rolling here and there, breaking things, dropping things, but his boredom couldn't be cured. The Emperor ignored his little friend's antics. He didn't even register, focused entirely on his current experiment. "You don't even keep me company anymore, sniff, you cheater." Raven arched his body like a lazy cat and crawled across the tabletop. Valdor watched with curious eyes. It never ceased to amaze him how the bird could perform such human-like actions with even more humane expressions. Sometimes, he even forgot for a few seconds that he was with a bird, not a human. Raven glanced between the Emperor and Valdor, both of whom were boring, with a bro-like routine, then sighed with theatrical resignation. It was true that things were always active in the Imperium, but it was also true that most of the trio's 2 members' time went to their duties in this main world. Only in another universe could they all have some adventures. Fine, I'll go back to work too. I want to do nothing but chill with fries, and then again, I get bored and now I want to do work. Can you believe it, me and work? Ha, sigh, might as well do it. Need to find the next universe to visit anyway. With that, Raven tore a rift in the air and jumped through, returning to the mist space. While the Emperor remained lost in his work, and Valdor resumed his duty, with no thought but vigilance as guard of his master. The mist space. The mist space had changed dramatically since Raven's last visit. Rolling fog now revealed the outlines of grand buildings, as if they were materializing from the depths of eternity itself. The light spheres had grown considerably larger. The more each universe deviated from its predetermined fate, the more power flowed into the mist space, expanding the spheres like cosmic bubbles. Just as Raven was about to start work, he heard something from the Marvel Universe's light sphere. He focused his consciousness on it. Loki was calling him. In the void, Loki knelt before a crude Raven sculpture in an empty space within the void. A pile of fries and ketchup sat in front of it like offerings to some bizarre deity. Great Raven Lord, I can't hold on much longer. Please help us. Loki's prayer was earnest, desperate. The nearby Avengers watched him like he'd lost his mind completely. Using fries, ketchup, and a sculpture to summon an interdimensional entity seemed insane to them. But they understood who they were dealing with. Raven, because of whom the Avengers logo was now fries and ketchup. Raven stared at the scene through dimensional barriers. Am I some eldritch horror creature? Why would you design such a weird summoning ritual? He looked at the foggy surroundings and spiraling structure in the mist space. Yep, this is not helping it, guess I am. He read Loki's thoughts through the threads of fate. Since the Emperor, Raven, and the Primarchs had left, Loki and the others had fought the cancerous universe invasion with desperate determination. Many parallel universes had fallen, twisted by the multi-horned ones into nightmarish reflections of their former glory. This created more cancerous demons. As the corruption spread like a plague across dimensions, buried threats from Marvel's past were returning with renewed vengeance. A new round of multiverse destruction seemed inevitable. Marvel's structure was unique among realities. The cosmic will, OAA, controlled multiple spacetime universes like a puppeteer managing countless strings. Parallel universes orbited the main universe like layers around a core. The Emperor and Primarchs had only visited one parallel universe, not the main one where the true power resided. The cancerous universe kept destroying parallel universes, peeling away the central universe's protective layers like removing armor plating. Once corruption reached the core, everything would collapse. Only a reset could fix it. Raven's scan revealed Marvel had already reset 10 times. Civil wars, external corruption, and failed experiments had destroyed the main universe 9 times before. When things became irreversible, OAA would bypass the Big Bang and reset everything, like wiping a data slate clean. Initially, Loki was winning with Alioth and the Infinity Stones, crushing cancerous demons and leading the Avengers to victory after victory. But as the multiverse war escalated, the Annihilation swarm from the negative zone had also targeted them, breaking the stalemate completely. Loki and the others couldn't handle both enemies at the same time. They'd retreated to the void and were barely surviving each passing hour. After thinking it over, Raven projected his will into the Marvel Universe. Raven Lord, we ask for your wisdom, Loki shouted at the empty sky. A powerful presence descended upon them like divine judgment. The bright sky darkened to twilight. Wind swept through the void, carrying dust from forgotten ages and fallen empires. Whispers filled the Avengers' ears, as if billions of voices spoke at once in languages that predated creation itself. What's happening? Dr. Banner looked around frantically, feeling immense pressure crushing down on his mind. He responded. Loki's voice carried pure excitement. I knew this would work, he heard us. Stark and the others exchanged worried glances. They were out of options now. That's why they'd listened to Loki's absurd plan to contact the Emperor and Raven. The cancerous demons and Annihilation swarm were overwhelming them completely. Even with the Infinity Stones, they couldn't achieve lasting victory. After all, other parallel universes had infinity stones too. Heh heh heh. Raven's voice echoed around them like distant thunder. Mr. Raven, Loki said carefully, we need help. The cancerous demons and Annihilation Swarm have teamed up. We can't beat them. Good thing you told me in time. If you'd been wiped out, I wouldn't have known. Loki's face lit up with sudden hope. So you'll help us? No, I just wanted to say that now I know you're about to be wiped out. Loki stared in shock. Stark's jaw dropped open. The other Avengers looked like they'd been physically slapped. That's not funny, Mr. Raven, Loki protested. We've suffered heavy casualties. We genuinely need help. Chill, just trying to lighten the mood. Raven's voice carried obvious amusement. Actually, I can't help much directly. This is a war between realities. Big guy, and I can't just bring an army to help you. Small beneficial visits are okay, but large-scale army deployment would anger the cosmic will. Loki didn't fully understand the rules governing the multiverse, but he could tell Raven wasn't lying about the limitations. Then we're doomed. Loki's expression turned desperate, hope fading from his features. The other Avengers looked equally dejected. It wasn't that they lacked courage, the enemy was simply too powerful. The cancerous monsters were already dangerous enough, and now they faced the Annihilation Swarm too. With their terrifying reproductive and mutation abilities, the combined enemies had completely erased the Avengers' advantages. Don't give up so easily. You can escape. Go to other parallel universes that haven't fallen yet, seek more allies and form a multiverse Avengers alliance. Raven's words sparked new hope among the desperate heroes. I can't solve your immediate problem, but I can grant you a blessing. It'll let you travel between parallel universes and find companions and artifacts. You just need to believe in the god of fries and ketchup to receive this blessing. Loki's eyes widened in confusion. He'd never heard of such a ridiculous deity. This god, does he really exist? Why are you asking that? Raven snapped with obvious impatience. Do you want the blessing or not? If not, I'm leaving. All right, I believe, Loki shouted quickly. What about the rest of you? Raven's attention turned to the other Avengers. Decide quickly, I have other things to do. The Avengers looked at each other and shrugged in collective resignation. They were past caring about dignity at this point. Remember, the god of fries and ketchup has one simple wish, that everyone can eat delicious fries and ketchup. Work hard to spread his divine cuisine. Raven reinforced the true meaning of the faith, granted the blessing with casual divine authority, and departed through his dimensional tier. The Avengers stood in stunned silence, processing what had just occurred. They now served a deity of fried potatoes and condiments. Somehow, this felt appropriate for their current situation. Chapter 125, Tales of Dungeons and Dragons. The blessing allowed the Avengers to travel between parallel universes, seeking trustworthy allies and powerful artifacts from various realities. If they could truly form a multiverse Avengers alliance, fighting the Annihilation Swarm and the Cancerverse should become manageable. The Avengers discussed their plan with renewed hope. They divided up assignments, with different members traveling to various parallel universes to find companions and artifacts. Raven watched for a moment, then turned his attention to other universes. In the Super God universe, the Void threat was growing while Han Sen and others prepared for war. These universes were stable for now. Raven shifted focus to finding the next new universe to visit. The Mist Space. The Elden Ring universe. The fire source that sustains world existence and the Erd Tree that can reshape reality. Mastering those laws would benefit the Psionic Academy. The Punishing. Grey Raven universe has zero-point energy technology, advanced mech systems, and even timeline jumping capabilities. Genshin Impact universe can give ascension principles and star rail technology for analysis. Transformers universe has the fire source, living metal constructs, and transformation technology. Raven reviewed the detected universes while making his selections with careful consideration. Wait, that's not right. The Empire has plenty of physical technology reserves, but we're lacking in psionics. I need to focus on that. The Empire's physical technology reserves were already extensive. It would take years to digest everything they'd collected into the Imperium fully. Psychic had become the Empire's greatest weakness, a gap that needed to be filled. Raven changed his approach. Psychics are similar to magic and cultivation by other names. Let me find which universe has the best supernatural technology to copy. Star Wars universe? Jedi cultivation methods are not inherently bad, but they're flawed. They're already using psychic, so why are they still doing close combat? But the technology is salivating, especially that forge thing, backup for the future. Saint Ruin's universe? Their methods have contamination issues. The Chaos Gods are headache enough. If a few more nasty things show up, that'll be even more pain in the ass. Pass. Battle Through the Heavens universe. The Great Thousand World cultivation methods are decent, but backup option. Warcraft universe has magic and technology coexisting peacefully. Another backup. Dungeons and Dragons universe. Raven's eyes widened, lighting up like he'd discovered buried treasure. This universe is oddly perfect. The Weave should solve our subspace corruption problem entirely. The Weave could filter chaotic raw magical energy, allowing users to cast magic and manipulate natural laws without risk. It came in two forms: natural, the world's own inherent rules, and artificial, usually created by a goddess of magic that covered the entire world. Establishing the Weave would create a protective barrier between humans and subspace. Subspace couldn't easily corrupt humans through such a filter, and any unauthorized psyker could not abuse his power. The Empire could use the Weave to control how much power each psyker could wield, minimizing crises from out-of-control psionics. Well, time to get everyone on board, and we also need new party members. Ha ha ha. Terra, Grand Regent's office. After deciding on the target universe, Raven left the mist space and traveled to Terra at full speed. Anyone would see his excitement clearly. Malkador was still reviewing government documents at his desk, quills scratching across parchment in the lamplight. Old Malkador, Raven jumped out and shouted with typical dramatic flair. Malkador reflexively reached for his staff, then relaxed when he saw who it was. "Mr. Raven, you shouldn't appear like that. It's too startling for an old man." "Sorry about that." Raven shook his head with mock contrition. "I came to ask if you'd go to another universe with me, but now that I think about it, forget it. I'm leaving." "No," Malkador said quickly, panic creeping into his voice. "It's my fault, Mr. Raven. I've already ordered different flavors of fries to be prepared for when you return." "Haha, just joking. You have the best attitude in Imperium." Raven chuckled with obvious satisfaction. "Let's go then. I'll send you through first, then go back to get Big Guy and the others." Before Malkador could reply, Raven transformed into streaks of light, outlining a space-time tunnel with casual divine power. The space-time tunnel entrance swirled with strange energies. Colorful power spiraled at the center, shifting endlessly like a cosmic kaleidoscope. The rim blazed with white light mixed with subtle thunder that spoke of vast distances. Malkador couldn't hide his excitement. He wanted to step through immediately, to travel to other universes with the Emperor, Raven, and the Primarchs. But reason suppressed his impulse. Even if he only left for a day, he had to arrange proper administrative coverage for the Imperium. "Wait a moment, I need to handle some urgent matters." Malkador hurried to his workstation's recording device and left a message stating he had urgent business to attend to and not to worry about his absence. He used powerful psionics to send mental notes and consciousness symbols to high-ranking officials and members of secret organizations. The imprinted messages flew from his mind as streaks of golden light, circling him before scattering in all directions to find their recipients across Terra. The work was hasty and somewhat chaotic, but he had no time for systematic, precise, polite communications. Everything poured from his mind like discharged data. After confirming he'd given all necessary instructions, Malkador straightened his robes and gripped his staff firmly. He stepped into the dazzling space-time tunnel without hesitation. The tunnel contracted instantly and vanished completely. A black feather drifted down, transforming into light specks before disappearing entirely. The Emperor's laboratory. Raven crossed thousands of light years in an instant, appearing in the Emperor's laboratory like a small meteor. Raven has arrived, everyone move aside. He landed on the table, shouting with characteristic drama. The first thing he noticed was a plate of leftover fries cooling. He picked one up and tasted it with careful consideration. Cold, the texture's not good anymore. Valdor approached, but before he could greet Raven properly, the bird turned to him with obvious purpose. Big corncob, go call Perturabo, Mortarion, and Lorger. Valdor was stunned for a moment, then nodded automatically. Understood. Arguing was one thing, but Raven's position as one of the Empire's supreme rulers couldn't be forgotten or challenged. Valdor left the laboratory to find the 3 Primarchs. Raven turned back to the cold fries, debating whether to take another bite or demand fresh ones. The Emperor's voice interrupted his culinary experience. Why are you so eager to summon those 3? What do you need them for? Raven looked up to see the Emperor finishing his latest experiment, removing gloves and washing chemical residue from his hands with methodical care. After we returned from the Ultraman universe, we've stayed put for quite a while. It's time to continue our travels across realities. I've selected a new universe where we can acquire the psionics technology the Empire desperately needs. I even went back to Terra and brought old Malkador along. Raven handed the Emperor a mental imprint containing D&D universe information through their psychic link. The Emperor read through it with divine speed, learning that D&D was a magic-focused universe offering psionics suitable for ordinary people and weave technology for organizing subspace safely. He nodded with satisfaction. Raven's choices never disappointed him. I promised Malkador he'd come on this trip, Raven continued. We also need to bring Perturabo, Mortarion, and Lorger. They just returned to the Empire. Even though they don't have gene engines implanted yet, they need to understand how future wars will be fought. The 3 Primarchs had not yet received compatible gene engines. Perturabo and Mortarion gene engines had been manufactured in the Martian forges, but the Emperor hadn't found time for the complex surgeries. Lorger had just returned from Calcus. His genetic data wasn't even fully compiled, so his gene engine hadn't begun production. As you say, bring them all along. The Emperor nodded his agreement. Soon, everyone gathered in the laboratory. Valdor brought the 3 Primarchs to the laboratory within the hour. Seeing the Emperor and Raven approach, they bowed respectfully to their imperial rulers. Father, why did you summon us? Lorger asked with genuine curiosity. Knowing you still harbor illusions about gods and such things, Raven spoke before the Emperor could answer. I plan to show you the wider multiverse so you don't get tricked by charlatans like a naive child. Lorger's obsession with whether gods existed in this universe ran dangerously deep. In the original timeline without Raven's existence, the Emperor had talked with Lorger all night when he first returned. But Lorger remained stubborn, insisting on religious expansion and building the perfect city during the Great Crusade. After being disciplined by the Emperor's harsh orders, he became resentful and bitter. Under the influence of Cor Ferron and Erebus, he went on a pilgrimage to the Eye of Terror and joined the Chaos Gods. Last time, Raven had dealt Lorger a devastating blow, shattering what he'd always held sacred in his heart through cold logic and superior knowledge. You speak of visiting other universes, Perturabo asked, his analytical mind immediately grasping the implications. Indeed, Iron Lord, Raven replied. Time to expand your understanding of what lies beyond this reality. Mortarion remained silent, but his pale eyes showed keen interest in the prospect of such power. The Emperor gestured toward the laboratory's teleportation array. We depart immediately. Chapter 126, The Chaos Gods Strike. Raven understood the truth of Lorger's condition. Decades of religious brainwashing could not be undone overnight. Lorger needed a stronger dose of reality check. He needed to witness the countless universes that existed beyond this realm. He needed to understand that godhood meant nothing at all. Do not behave like some runaway little girl, getting easily deceived by chaos cultists offering candy, Raven declared. Lorger's face flushed red and green with embarrassment. He found no words to respond, maintaining mortified silence. Father and Master Raven plan to take us to other universes, correct? Mortarion asked through his breathing apparatus. He had spoken with Gilliman and the others, learning how the Emperor and Raven had taken them to different realities. The experience had shown them how insignificant this galaxy and they themselves truly were. Yes, 14th brother, we stand ready for a magnificent journey to another universe, Raven nodded with approval. Are you not pleased? Are you not eager? Of course I rejoice, Mortarion declared with surprising enthusiasm. Praise the great god of fries and ketchup, his divine blessing grants us this opportunity. Raven appeared satisfied. A Mortarion who sought improvement was the finest version of the Death Lord. Perturabo displayed thoughtful consideration. Crossing between different universes, the concept held fascinating possibilities. Enough discussion, we depart immediately. Raven spread his wings wide, ascending to circle above their heads. Bang! Raven's form exploded into ethereal mist. Streams of light condensed into gossamer threads, weaving through the air to outline a space-time tunnel from pure nothingness. Follow, the Emperor commanded, stepping forward into the portal where ghostly radiance danced. Valder moved close behind him, followed by Mortarion, Lorger, and Perturabo. Perturabo steeled his resolve, hoping to perceive every detail of universe traversal and record the complete experience. After entering the space-time tunnel, Perturabo felt as though he had been cast into a temporal void. The sensation resembled the time distortion effects when other Primarchs employed their abilities. He lost all control over time, replaced by a sense of transcendence, the feeling of rising above everything from beyond everything. He forced his eyes open with tremendous effort. Through the swirling, distorted colors, he glimpsed countless mysterious gears and numbers. They represented the fundamental secrets of the universe itself. Infinite wonders unfolded before his perception. He struggled to maintain consciousness as infinite truths poured into his mind, stirring his thoughts until his skull felt ready to split. The next moment, darkness claimed him. Raven noticed Perturabo's condition, but paid it little attention. His focus remained fixed on another matter entirely, the 4 Chaos Gods. The eternal battlefield, once filled with endless slaughter and rivers of blood, now stood deserted and silent. The Chaos Gods were gathering their power, preparing to prevent the Emperor's ascension. As Raven's group prepared to leave the universe, the Dark Gods made their move. The rules they had sworn never to break were ruthlessly abandoned. A terrifying storm erupted within the warp. Its magnitude proved so immense that even real space felt the tremors. Creatures across countless worlds heard bone-chilling roars. Souls trapped in dreams witnessed endless fire and blood. The churning warp energy spread like burning plutonium through the spiritual realms of all living beings. The Chaos 4 Gods, riding the crest of this terrifying warp tide, surged toward Raven's group with predatory hunger. "Big guy," Raven called out with urgency, "drive them back." The Emperor raised his sword aflame. Terrifying light erupted instantly, blazing like a true sun given form. Raven witnessed a strange, symbolic vision unfold. A midnight forest stretched endlessly beneath a blood moon hanging in crimson skies. Twisted trees extended their gnarled branches toward the heavens like clawing fingers. Evil eyes ignited throughout the forest, revealing bottomless malice and hatred. The owners of those eyes were fears and predators that dwelt in absolute darkness. Beasts charged from the tree line, drooling foul-smelling saliva and producing strange, piercing cries. Hunters bearing torches stood at the forest's edge, ready to meet them. When the beasts charged forward, the hunters swung their flames, striking them down and forcing terrible shrieks from their throats. The beasts feared fire above all else. They perceived it as divine punishment. Flames drove the creatures back, forcing them to retreat into the depths of the dark forest. High-level wars involving universal rules and concepts cannot manifest in ways mortals comprehend. Instead, they unfold through metaphors and symbols. Metaphors possess inherent power. Symbols carry inherent meaning. The Chaos 4 Gods were beasts lurking in the darkness. The Emperor was the hunter who bore the sacred fire. The clash between hunter and beasts represented the battle between the Emperor and the Chaos Gods. The chaos gods retreated. The warp storm subsided, returning to its usual restless calm. Raven's group successfully departed the universe, heading toward their intended destination. The dark gods watched their escape with resentful eyes, like palace concubines long deprived of imperial favor. They remained passive during previous crossings, but this time they showed active interest. The Emperor communicated telepathically with Raven. Though the Chaos God's interception had failed, unease filled the Emperor's thoughts. The Dark God's methods exceeded all imagination. He could rely on Raven's power to traverse different universes. They might discover other means to travel through countless realities as well. Should that occur, the situation would become infinitely worse. Perhaps they witnessed your rapid development and sought to halt it, Raven suggested. They have noticed our activities and formed an alliance. My true identity may not remain hidden much longer. The Emperor's expression grew troubled. I believed I could defeat them using knowledge from outside this universe. Now it appears there exists the risk of expanding this war beyond our reality. If the Chaos Gods found a means to travel between different universes, it would represent an unparalleled catastrophe. The war's scope would span countless realities. Countless worlds and beings would become mere sacrifices, reduced to battlefield ash. Then we shall make ourselves stronger, Raven declared with absolute conviction. So strong that even the heavens themselves cannot stand as our enemy. The Emperor nodded with grim determination. Given our circumstances, we can only pursue this path to its conclusion. Remember our contingency plan, Raven. Should they track our movements, we must immediately alter our destination and head toward those high-risk universes. Raven's agreement carried finality. Absolutely. I guarantee your satisfaction with the results, big guy. The flesh prison. The space-time tunnel materialized within a cell constructed from living flesh and chitin. The portal dissolved into scattered light specks before vanishing completely, leaving only Raven's group in their new surroundings. This transportation had proceeded smoothly, unlike their previous journey to the Marvel Universe. They had been scattered before even entering that reality, leading to unsatisfactory trial results. This time, proper arrangements could ensure the Primarchs experienced another universe's particular cruelties. The Emperor examined their surroundings, his brows drawing together slightly. He reached out to touch the wall of hardened flesh. He could sense that the entire prison was alive and breathing. It pulsated with a steady rhythm, and he could hear blood flowing within the organic walls. Corruption or biological technology, he mused aloud. Biological technology, Raven confirmed, perching on the Emperor's shoulder. If corruption were present, stronger psychic fluctuations would be detectable. The Emperor turned toward Raven with surprise evident in his features. Biological technology? Did the mental imprint you provided not describe this as a universe devoted to magic and supernatural powers? Do magic and technology truly conflict? Raven countered. Does possessing magic prevent technological development? Can it? The Emperor asked. Cannot it? Raven replied. Perhaps it cannot. The Emperor surveyed the others, discovering that the Primarchs now wore medieval armor. The surfaces bore engraved runes designed to reduce damage and increase protection. Malkador wore elaborate, magical robes adorned with intricate, arcane patterns. Everyone's feet had become entangled by black tentacles, restricting their movement entirely. Perturabo, Mortarion, Lorger, and Malkador remained unconscious, showing no signs of awakening. Falling into a temporary coma during the first universe traversal was a common occurrence. The different parameters and temporal flow between realities required adaptation time. Are we prisoners this time? Valdor asked after regaining consciousness, noting the tentacles binding his feet. When entering different universes, because destiny nodes had not yet shifted, universe consciousness would arrange identities and equipment for travelers. This prevented the collapse of existing rules and fate lines. Any identity serves our purpose, the Emperor began. Before he could finish speaking, his senses detected something approaching. His gaze turned toward the space beyond their prison walls. Chapter 127, The Mind Flayer Encounter. a creature floated through the prison's entrance. Its presence immediately drew attention from everyone in the confined space. The being had purple, glistening skin, like that of some deep ocean predator. Its eyes held the cold hunger of a shark evaluating prey. Tentacles writhed around its mouth in constant motion. The entity stood as tall as one of the Emperor's Gene Suns. Psychic energy radiated from it, making the air feel thick and oppressive. Its limbs showed unusual length and obvious strength. Elaborate clothing covered in spines suggested a high rank among its kind. When it spotted the Emperor and his companions, surprise flickered across its alien features. The moment passed quickly. The creature dismissed them as less important than other business and glided toward another cell. Mind Flayer, Raven's psychic voice cut through the silence, sharing his recognition with both the Emperor and Valdo. An Illithid? Valdor's curiosity sparked at the unfamiliar term. What exactly is that? Raven fixed him with a knowing look, one eyebrow raised in their familiar pattern. Eager for knowledge, are we? You know I'll make it worth your while, Valdor replied, understanding their established arrangement perfectly. First thing when we're free, your favorite treat. I'll add it to your growing debt, Raven said with dry amusement before settling into explanation mode. Mind Flayers, properly called Illithids, represent one of the most dangerous threats across multiple realities. They're psionic tyrants who build empires through the systematic enslavement of entire species. Those tentacles aren't just for appearance. They're feeding instruments that writhe with hunger whenever intelligent creatures come near. These Xenos have made themselves the archenemies of countless civilizations by treating sentient beings like livestock. Their power goes beyond physical capabilities, Raven elaborated, his tone growing more serious. They possess psychic abilities that can bend entire populations to their will. A Mind Flayer creates armies of enslaved thralls who serve with absolute devotion. They rarely fight directly. Instead, they orchestrate battles from safety while their puppets die gladly for their masters. Using this method, they've built an empire spanning multiple worlds. Most operate under elder brains, powerful entities that link their psychic networks across vast distances. The result is a coordinated threat that treats conquest like a science. Their feeding habits are bothersome, Raven's mental voice grew grimmer. They consume living brains, extracting not just physical nourishment, but memories, experiences, and the victim's essential mental essence. Well-fed Illithids develop a thin mucus film across their skin, a sign of recent feeding. When they devour a brain, they absorb everything, the victim's personality, knowledge, and even their deepest fears. Nothing remains private from these parasites. An abomination requiring immediate purging, Valdor concluded after processing this information. Indeed, the Emperor's voice carried quiet authority, his vast experience recognizing the threat these creatures pose to all sentient life. A wailing cry of despair interrupted their discussion. A Githyanki warrior was dragged from the neighboring cell, struggling uselessly against his bonds. The being shared humanity's basic shape, but possessed distinctive differences: scaled patches across skin that bore yellow-green coloration, and eyes that were pools of complete darkness without any visible whites. Githyanki, Raven provided context without prompting. Astral plane warriors of considerable skill, they master crystal ships and bond with red dragons as mounts. The Illithids enslaved them for thousands of years, so their hatred for Mind Flayers burns like stellar fire. Hunting Illithids has become their species' coming-of-age ritual. Don't mistake them for heroes, though, he added with typical directness. They've become raiders themselves. Githyanki sweep across worlds in coordinated attacks, taking what they need and leaving just enough for populations to rebuild. Then they return years later to plunder the same people again. War defines their entire culture. The Mind Flayer's feeding began with clinical efficiency. Its tentacles wrapped around the Githyanki's skull while the warrior screamed. The brain extraction was swift and methodical. When finished, the creature showed brief satisfaction before disposing of the corpse and departing without ceremony. Silence returned to the prison. "My lord," Valdor spoke quietly, "should we attempt escape now?" The emperor considered their circumstances with patience earned through millennia of warfare. Not yet. This reality has significantly diminished our capabilities. The Primarchs remain unconscious. Malkador has not stirred. Acting prematurely would be unwise. And so they settled in to wait. Hours passed before 3 of the emperors, Jean's sons, began stirring from unconsciousness. Perturabo, Mortarion, and Lorgar awakened to find themselves imprisoned. Initial confusion gave way quickly to tactical assessment. Raven shared their situation through psychic contact, bringing the Primarchs up to date on their current status. They adapted with typical resilience and began examining their surroundings with professional interest. Interesting biotechnology, Lorgar observed, running his fingers across the living walls. These creatures have merged organic matter with structural engineering in ways I haven't seen before. Mortarion growled, disgusting Xeno's corruption, his voice carrying apparent revulsion. Mind flayers clearly embrace the most debased forms of existence possible. Perturabo remained silent, but studied the flesh and bone construction intently. His analytical mind dissected the engineering principles while filing away potentially valuable knowledge. The Emperor had intended to wait for Malkador's awakening before moving, but external circumstances forced their timeline. Boom! A massive impact shook the entire structure. Something was attacking their location with heavy weapons. Recognizing immediate danger, the Emperor lifted the unconscious Malkador onto his shoulder with careful precision. "We leave immediately." The Master of Mankind raised his hand. Psychic energy erupted outward with controlled devastation. The bone and flesh gate disintegrated under power that had once illuminated the void between stars. The Emperor stepped through the opening he had created. His presence alone scattered the lesser creatures serving as guards. When Mind Flayer thralls finally organized their attack, they discovered they faced beings who had perfected warfare across a galaxy. Valdo and the awakened Primarchs moved through their opponents with deadly efficiency. Each claimed a weapon from a fallen guard while clearing a path toward freedom. Every movement was calculated, every strike precise. Raven flew toward a window opening in the corridor wall, seeking reconnaissance of their broader situation. Through the aperture, he could see the curved architecture of a human city, but the structure surrounding it revealed their actual location. "We're inside a nautiloid," he reported, "a Mind Flayer ship." The vessel resembled a massive nautilus shell with red tentacles extending from its sides. Larger, armored appendages at the rear provided additional offensive capability. The entire structure pulsed like something alive. Around them, aerial combat raged in full fury. Githyanki warriors rode red dragon mounts in coordinated attacks against the nautiloid. Their silver weapons flashed as they struck. The dragons roared while breathing fire at the hull or biting the ship's tentacles directly. Boom! Another impact rocked everything. The nautiloid shuddered violently. The ceiling above them, of flesh and bone, tore open under tremendous force. A dragon's head pushed through the breach. When it spotted the Emperor's group, the beast opened its mouth to release dragon fire. Perturabo stepped forward to meet this threat. His hands closed around a massive battle axe claimed from the guards. He advanced toward the coming flames without hesitation. Dragonfire erupted in a torrent of superheated death. The flames could reduce steel to vapor and turn stone to glass. Yet Perturabo walked through the inferno as if it were warm summer air. His enhanced physiology rendered the dragon's most dangerous weapon completely ineffective. The Githyanki rider stared in disbelief. Such fire could melt the finest armor and reduce magical constructs to molten slag. This warrior walked through it unmarked, as if heat itself held no meaning for him. When Perturabo reached striking distance, he launched himself upward with inhuman strength. The Githyanki raised his silver blade desperately, but the weapon proved meaningless against a Primarch's raw power. The strike cleaved through both warrior and dragon skull in one motion. Even legendary dragon scales offered no resistance to such force. Superheated blood sprayed across the torn ceiling as the great beast screamed its death agony. For the glory of proper seasoning and well-prepared meals, Perturabo declared with the dry humor that occasionally surfaced from even the most serious Jinsuns. His axe fell again, finishing the dragon. "Excellent work," Raven said with genuine approval. Their victory proved brief. Reality twisted around them as the Nautiloid engaged emergency dimensional translation. The ship wrenched itself through barriers between worlds with desperate efficiency. They materialized in a realm of endless winter, where Arctic winds howled through the vessel's new breaches. Ice began forming on every surface as the temperature plummeted. The pursuing Githyanki followed through their own portals, maintaining their assault across dimensional boundaries. Red dragons breathed fire that turned falling snow to steam as combat continued in this frozen wasteland. Another spatial jump followed immediately. This time, they emerged in a realm where the sky burned red and sulfur tainted every breath. Below them stretched a crimson plain where horned humanoids engaged in endless slaughter. Their battle cries rose like a blasphemous hymn to whatever dark powers ruled this dimension. "Nine hells," Raven observed grimly, recognizing the infernal signs around them. "We've landed in the middle of a Cambion battlefield." The implications were troubling. They had escaped one immediate danger, only to find themselves trapped between pursuing Githyanki and whatever diabolical conflicts raged in the realm below them. Chapter 128, The Supreme True God's Challenge. Raven's voice reached their minds, sharing knowledge of their enemies like a battlefield commander. "Cambions are fiend spawn," he explained. "Born of demons and mortals, they have horns, wings, and tails. Some grow up with mortal families, but their nature can't be changed. Evil runs in their blood." He paused. "They live to dominate. Once they grow up, they gather criminals and killers, spreading chaos to feed the hells and grow stronger." The Cambions had noticed their stolen Nautiloid. Swarms of lesser imps rose from the red battlefield below, shrieking as they attacked the ship's hull. The Emperor gazed out at the hellish landscape, an endless sea of red plains under a scorching sky, filled with countless enemies. His face stayed calm, but his mind worked quickly. "We take this ship and leave," he said. "This war serves no purpose for our mission." "The control chamber is forward," Raven said, connecting with the ship's biomechanical memory. "I can guide us there." The Nautiloid's passages twisted like arteries through flesh. Raven's knowledge cleared their path. The Emperor's force moved efficiently, cutting down mind flayer thralls and intellect devourers that ran through the corridors like living brains. Lesser devils that had boarded during the attack fell just as easily. They found 2 survivors along the way. A woman named Shadowheart claimed to be a cleric, while a man named Gale identified himself as a wizard. Both had the signs of mind flayer infection, parasitic tadpoles moving under their skin. "The tadpoles are infant elithids," Raven explained. Born in spawning pools, they look for humanoid hosts. Once inside, they eat the host's mind and soul over 7 days. The change creates a new mind flayer. Reversal is very hard but possible in the early stages, before the parasites fully bond with the brain. He pointed at their rescued companions. "The Githyanki attack stopped the process. They keep their minds for now, but not for long." The Emperor studied the infected pair. "I can remove the parasites once we reach safety. In exchange, you will serve my cause." Shadowheart and Gale looked at each other. The alternative was becoming soulless monsters. "We accept," Shadowheart said quietly. Raven led them deeper into the ship until they reached the command center. Inside, mind flayers directed their thralls against invading Cambions. Flesh and blood covered the biomechanical walls. "Quickly activate the translocation array," one elithid screamed, its tentacles writhing with panic. "We must escape this realm." It hadn't noticed the Emperor's group in the confusion. Fatal mistake. Lorger moved like a shadow, his blade finding the creature's skull. "No abomination commands the presence of my father." The remaining mind flayers turned, recognizing the threat too late. The Emperor's sons fell upon them with brutal efficiency. Soon, only corpses remained, of both elithid and demon. Perturabo claimed his prize from the Cambion commander's remains, an ever-burning greatsword that flickered with eternal flame. The Emperor approached the control console, a twisted fusion of flesh and machinery. Translocation tendrils moved across its surface, their fanged mouths pulsing with psychic energy. Through the viewports, he watched Githyanki riders on red dragons pursuing them through dimensional gates. The largest dragon landed against the ship's barrier. Its rider wore runic armor that marked him as a war leader. The beast opened its mouth to breathe destruction. Valdor moved first. He leapt through the breach, spear ready. The Githyanki commander barely had time to draw his weapon before Valdor's superior skill overwhelmed him. 2 quick exchanges, and the alien warrior's blade flew from his fingers. Valdor's spear punched through the armor, lifting the commander high. He threw both rider and mount toward the hellish plains below. Using knowledge torn from the mind flayer captain's dying thoughts, the Emperor connected with the control system. The ship's translocation array activated with wet, pulsing sounds. Reality twisted. The nautiloid emerged high above a green forest, sunlight streaming through its damaged hull. Without the mind flayer's psychic control, the bioship's systems failed. It fell earthward and shattered among the trees. The Emperor gathered the survivors. Many had the mind flayer taint, accepting his offer of removal in exchange for service. Others joined simply because his presence commanded it, an aura of absolute authority that few could resist. When Malkador woke up, he found himself in a hastily built camp. The Emperor had already begun absorbing local human settlements, building the foundation of a new army. His intent was clear: reshape this realm's destiny through overwhelming force. But expansion brings conflict. Deep in the forest, goblin tribes watched the growing human presence with alarm. They struck first, howling war cries as they charged from the undergrowth. For the supreme true god, their shamans screamed, death to the invaders. They came in large numbers, warriors, spellcasters, and chieftains among them. Against ordinary humans, they might have succeeded. They faced the master of mankind instead. The Emperor's army crushed the goblin assault with minimal losses. As the surviving chieftain lay dying, he gasped his final words. The supreme true god will not forgive this. The Emperor pressed his hand to the creature's skull, pulling out memories with psychic force. Images flooded his mind. 3 figures wrapped in blazing light, entities that claimed to rule over fate itself. The figures appeared as see-through shapes, their voices echoing with divine authority. Mortal, they spoke together, you dare interfere with our grand design. Submit to the supreme true god, accept our mercy, or face annihilation. Their forms flickered and vanished. Interesting, Raven said, his eyes glowing with runic script. Using the pulled memories, he looked through the layers of destiny that covered this realm. Threads of fate led to a distant structure, the locals called Moonrise Tower. They're hiding there, he reported, and they're weaving something big. The Emperor decided immediately. These self-proclaimed gods would not dictate fate while he lived. Their tower would fall, and with it, their manipulations. As if called by his resolve, an elderly figure approached the camp. He wore the robes and pointed hat of a scholarly wizard, his staff crowned with arcane symbols. He looks remarkably like Gandalf, Raven observed privately. The old man bowed respectfully as guards brought him forward. Honored visitors, I am Elminster, servant of Mystra, goddess of magic. My lady has sent me with words for your leader. Elminster had received divine revelation about these otherworldly arrivals. Whatever realm had spawned them commanded enough power to warrant Mystra's personal attention. Speak, the Emperor commanded. The goddess wishes you to destroy the supreme true god completely, Elminster said without delay. If allowed to grow stronger, it will threaten all existence in this realm. Mystra offers aid in this task, and rich rewards when it's done. The Emperor considered the proposal. I accept this alliance, but I require payment. Grant me knowledge of the weave itself. Elminster's face went pale. The goddess guards such secrets carefully, but perhaps a fragment, a basic understanding of how magic flows through this realm. Such knowledge might work for your mortal purposes without threatening Mystra's domain. Meanwhile, Raven's mental commentary continued. You dare call the big guy mortal? The big guy finds this amusing, but refusing knowledge of the weave, the big guy is displeased. To defy the human lord's will, the goddess Mystra has chosen her doom. The Emperor of Humanity declares, "I shall free mortals from the divine manipulation. The gods will fade to nothing." The Emperor kept his composure despite Raven's increasingly dramatic internal monologue. He wondered where the mysterious, dignified presence from their first meeting had gone. This constant chatter was embarrassing. He focused on the negotiation. "Your goddess shows wisdom in offering compromise. Very well, basic knowledge of magical flow will suffice as initial payment." Chapter 129, Divine Negotiations. Why not humble yourself a bit and gain the help of the goddess of magic? That would give you a greater advantage, allowing you to stand in an invincible position. The Emperor's expression remained neutral, calculating. Enemies? Friends? These distinctions are temporary. With sufficient benefit, adversaries become allies and allies become obstacles. Elminster frowned. "You consider reconciliation with the supreme true God." "I value results above sentiment," the Emperor replied. "I will commune with the goddess and attempt to secure better terms," Elminster said carefully. "Then work quickly. Reply before others present superior offers, or I shall seek alternative partnerships." The Emperor's tone showed complete indifference to divine favor. Elminster held back a sigh. In his centuries of service, he had witnessed many reactions to divine attention. Most mortals trembled with reverence, desperate to prove their worthiness. However, this mortal negotiated with the gods as if they were potential business partners. His manner suggested not merely a lack of reverence, but an active willingness to challenge divine authority itself. "I shall return with an answer swiftly." Elminster bowed and departed. At the camp's entrance, he encountered Gale emerging from the perimeter. "Elminster," Gale's voice carried genuine surprise. Elminster was legendary, an archmage whose name was whispered in the halls of Candlekeep, a chosen of Mystra herself. His presence indicated the goddess's direct interest. "Gale," Elminster studied the younger wizard, "so you are indeed here." "You came to see His Majesty." Gale glanced toward the camp, then back at the elder mage. Elminster nodded grimly. "The supreme true god's influence spreads like a plague. Should their servants succeed, this realm faces catastrophe. Mystra has sent me to persuade these outsiders to act against this threat." "What was the outcome?" "No agreement, his demands were." Elminster paused, unprecedented. "What did His Majesty want?" "Knowledge of the weave's fundamental principles." Gale's eyes widened. Such knowledge was Mystra's core domain. No deity would surrender such power. "The goddess has specific instructions regarding your situation, Gale," Elminster continued. "What did she say?" Gale forced a laugh. "Is she having regrets about ending our arrangement?" "Show proper respect for your patron," Elminster warned. "You carry an orb of annihilation. If detonated, it could destroy the supreme true god. This represents your path to redemption." Gale's forced smile vanished. "That's not amusing." "It wasn't meant to be." Elminster's tone carried finality. "You have made grave errors. Mystra has shown unprecedented patience, never fully abandoning you despite your transgressions. Now you must choose, regain her favor or face complete abandonment." Elminster opened a shimmering portal and stepped through without another word. Gale stared at the closing gateway, his expression shifting from forced confidence to bitter resignation. "You appear troubled." The voice carried wisdom earned through millennia of service. Gale turned to see Malkador approaching, the Sigillite staff bearing the sacred aquila. "Lord Regent," Gale bowed respectfully. "Formality isn't necessary, Gale." Malkador moved closer, his ancient eyes reading the wizard's distress. "I see uncertainty weighing upon you. Perhaps sharing the burden would help." Gale hesitated. The shame of his failures felt too heavy to voice, but Malkador's patient kindness reminded him of mentors from his youth in Waterdeep. The story poured out, his rise as a prodigy wizard, the fame that came with exceptional talent, and Mystra's favor that elevated him to chosen status. More than that, he had believed himself to share something more profound with the goddess than mere divine selection. "To prove my worth equaled any gods, I sought to recover something precious that was lost," Gale admitted. "In ancient times, the archwizard Karsus created a 12th-level spell, Karsus's Avatar. He briefly ascended to godhood, stealing a fragment of the weave from Mistral, Mistra's predecessor. Mistral died protecting the weave from his hubris. Gale's voice grew heavy with regret. I thought if I could return that stolen fragment, the Netherese orb, Mistra would be grateful beyond measure. Instead, my curiosity led to disaster. The orb merged with my body, constantly devouring my power. I must feed it magical artifacts, or it will detonate, taking me and everything around me with it. He laughed bitterly. When Mistra learned of my gift, she withdrew her favor entirely. I've wandered ever since, searching for a cure while avoiding magical starvation. The mind flayers captured me during one such journey. Malkador listened without judgment. When Gale finished, the Sigillite spoke with gentle authority. You committed no crime save inexperience. A talented youth simply misunderstood the nature of divine attention. Gale looked up startled. Focus on what lies ahead, not what is lost. The past may have been beautiful, but it remains the past. If I did nothing wrong, why did Mistra abandon me? Pain flickered across Gale's features. Do you truly believe a god could love you as mortals love? Malkador's voice carried patient wisdom. She hears countless prayers daily and responds to multitudes of faithful servants. Did you imagine you were the first talented worshipper to earn her attention across millennia of existence? The words hit like physical blows. You're saying what you interpreted as love was recognition, a reward for exceptional service. Such attention has been granted to others before you. Elminster himself likely received similar favor. Those intimate moments you treasured were commendations for performance, nothing more. Gale struggled to process this revelation, but the connection felt so real. She possesses eternal existence while you measure your life in mere decades. Why would an immortal being form lasting attachment to someone who will age and die in what, to her, is an instant? The brutal logic was undeniable. Gale had mistaken divine reward for personal affection. Those chapters have closed. Malkador placed a steadying hand on Gale's shoulder. You serve a greater purpose now. A future awaits that will eclipse any achievement you might have claimed through divine favor. The only requirements are focus and loyalty. Come, we have work ahead. Reports speak of a village beyond the woodland swamp, corrupted by necromantic influence. It requires investigation. Gale nodded, finding unexpected comfort in a purpose beyond personal redemption. He followed Malkador toward their next objective. They led a well-equipped strike team through the marshy terrain. The village they found was larger than expected, but completely abandoned. Disease had driven out all life years ago, leaving only ruins choked with vegetation. Yet life had returned, of a sort. Goblins, ogres, and necromancers lurked among the collapsed buildings. All bore the taint of the supreme true god's influence, transformed into willing servants of the growing cult. The ambush came as soon as Malkador's team approached the village perimeter. The ground shook under heavy footfalls. Dust clouds erupted from crumbling structures as massive ogres, 3 to 4 meters of muscle and bone, charged from concealment with earth-shaking steps. These were formidable opponents. Their thick hide turned aside most weapons, while innate magic resistance deflected many spells. They healed from wounds that would kill lesser creatures, making them ideal shock troops for any commander. Behind them came goblin warriors shrieking battle cries, their curved blades glinting in the dim light filtering through the swamp's canopy. Necromancers began their dark work, chanting in voices like grinding stone. Necrotic energy swirled around them, carving glowing circles into the earth. Skeletal warriors clawed their way from the tainted soil, green flames dancing in empty sockets as they advanced with unnatural hunger for living flesh. Quite the welcome party, Gale muttered, worry creeping into his voice. At full strength, these enemies would have posed little threat. But the Netherese orb continued its constant drain on his magical reserves. High-level spells remained beyond reach, leaving him feeling helpless against such numbers. Nothing worth mentioning, Gale. Malkador stepped forward, raising the Sigillite staff with its sacred aquila gleaming. Psychic energy gathered around him like a rising storm, sending winds howling across the corrupted village. He struck the staff's base against the ground with finality. Return to dust. Chapter 130, The the druid's submission. Psychic flames swept across the battlefield in a controlled torrent of destruction. The corrupted village vanished beneath the fire, consumed by power that left nothing but ash in its wake. The enemies turned to flee at the first sight of the flames, but terror made them clumsy. Malcador's fire moved with purpose, catching them before they could manage more than a few desperate steps. Ogres, goblins, and necromancers crumbled to ash within moments, their screams cut short. Gale watched the inferno devour the entire settlement, his mouth dry as he witnessed such overwhelming force. This level of power exceeded anything he had commanded, even during his peak years as the Wizard of Waterdeep. "It's been some time since I took direct action," Malcador observed, studying the settling ashes with the detached interest of a scholar. "I feel somewhat rusty." Gale stared at the Sigilite in complete disbelief. "Rusty?" The man had just incinerated an entire village with casual ease, and he called that performance rusty. What did that make Gale's own abilities? The Sigilite's single casting had eliminated every threat in sight with surgical precision. When the last flames died away, his soldiers spread through the charred remains to search for survivors or anything of intelligence value. They discovered something worthwhile. On the blackened corpse of what had been the lead necromancer, one soldier found a thick spellbook. The cover was crafted from some unknown leather that still radiated faint magical energy. Protective enchantments had somehow shielded it from Malcador's devastating flames. The Sigilite accepted the tome and began flipping through its pages with genuine scholarly curiosity. "Summon undead, speak with dead, listen to death's whispers," he read aloud, cataloging the contents. The book contained various necromantic rituals and detailed sacrificial rites. "Can you explain this world's necromancy to me, Gale?" Malcador offered the book to the wizard with respectful interest. "I'm unfamiliar with the local magical traditions here. I require a knowledgeable guide." Gale was clearly the best candidate among their current company. "If you don't mind learning from me, I'll gladly share everything I know." Gale nodded with growing enthusiasm. "Knowledge has no boundaries. Humility serves us far better than pride," Malcador replied with approval. "Don't diminish your own worth, Gale. Your expertise is genuinely valuable to our mission." "Thank you for saying so, Lord Sigilite," Gale smiled, his warmth reaching his eyes. "While the soldiers continue their search work, shall we begin this lesson, Teacher Gale?" Gale opened the necromancy tome carefully and began explaining the first spell, Summon Undead. Malcador listened with intense focus, absorbing every detail with the methodical hunger of a true scholar seeking new understanding. This was one of the great joys of traversing different realities, encountering entirely new knowledge systems that simply had no equivalent in his own universe. The Sigilite proved a remarkable student. His existing mastery of imperial psychic arts provided a solid foundation that allowed him to adapt local magical principles with impressive ease and speed. "Lord Sigilite, we've discovered an underground passage." A soldier's report interrupted their impromptu magical lesson. The search team had found a carefully concealed entrance at the village's eastern edge, leading deep beneath the earth into unknown territory. Malcador and Gale followed their guide to investigate the discovery. The passage opened within a seemingly natural hill, but the worked stone suggested deliberate construction as it descended into complete darkness. Gale conjured a simple light spell, illuminating their path with steady radiance that pushed back the oppressive shadows. "This most likely connects directly to the Underdark," he warned the group with obvious concern. "We should prepare ourselves for encounters with hostile creatures." His advice proved entirely prophetic. Deeper within the winding tunnels, they entered a vast underground hall where massive spiders had established their hunting grounds. A spider matriarch ruled over her deadly brood, creatures devoted to Lolt, the spider queen, capable of spitting corrosive acid and weaving webs as strong as steel cables. An excellent opportunity to test necromantic theory in practice, Malcador raised his staff with scholarly anticipation. Drawing upon his formidable psychic mastery and decades of spellcasting experience, he channeled the necromantic principles Gale had just taught him. The spell formation came naturally to his hands as if he had been practicing these techniques for years rather than minutes. A summoning circle blazed to life with dark energy. Skeletal warriors emerged from the writhing shadows, hundreds of them, each wreathed in black mist with emerald flames dancing in their empty eye sockets. They carried weapons of yellowed bone and rusted metal, radiating an aura of death that made the surrounding air feel noticeably colder. "Destroy those abominations," Malkador commanded with calm authority. His newly summoned undead army surged forward to engage the spider threat. The accompanying soldiers joined the assault with professional coordination, their superior equipment and training making efficient work of the smaller arachnids. At the same time, they concentrated their focused attacks on the dangerous matriarch. The spider matriarch was a creature of terrible and seductive beauty. Her upper torso appeared as that of an elegant woman, with attractive features, a slender waist, and an impressive figure that might have enchanted mortal men under different circumstances. But her lower body revealed the truth, a bloated spider abdomen covered in coarse black hair. 8 heavily armored legs ended in razor-sharp points capable of punching clean through solid stone. Watching her precious brood fall to the skeletal horde, the matriarch fought back with increasingly desperate fury. She crushed skeletal warriors with contemptuous ease, scattering their ancient bones across the cavern floor in violent displays of strength. But Malkador continued his relentless casting. For every skeleton the matriarch destroyed, 10 more took its place in the endless tide. Each undead warrior carried the very essence of death in its attacks, inflicting wounds that actively weakened and sapped the life force, causing the Spider Queen's suffering to increase with every passing moment of battle. Eventually, sheer overwhelming numbers achieved what individual strength could not. The spider matriarch fell beneath the skeletal tide, her final screams echoing through the cavern as countless undead claws tore her apart with methodical thoroughness. Most impressive results. Malkador dismissed his summoned army back to the realm of death, studying the lingering necromantic energies with analytical fascination. Such magic could theoretically raise infinite armies given sufficient corpses and available power. Extremely dangerous in the wrong hands. He now understood why the Imperium maintained such strict controls over these particular arts. But complete ignorance carried its own tactical vulnerabilities. They needed to understand what enemies they might eventually face. "Do we continue exploring deeper, Lord Sigilite?" The soldiers had discovered several additional passages branching from the hall's far end. They descended further into impenetrable darkness, appearing to lead directly toward the planet's core. Malkador cast a glowing sphere into one of the tunnel openings. It traveled for long minutes into the Earth's depths before finally vanishing without ever reaching any visible terminus. "No, we return to base immediately," he decided after consideration. "Our current mission is to secure the area around our camp. These passages lead to the Underdark proper, far too extensive for our present objectives." They emerged from the underground to find Perturabo returning from his own patrol mission. The Iron Warrior soldiers carried the unmistakable smell of blood and recent battle, their weapons still stained with fresh kills. The dense forest had clearly provided them with ample targets for elimination. Forest goblins, wandering ogres, and various other threats had undoubtedly fallen to the Primarch's characteristically methodical efficiency. Perturabo's personality might prove challenging to manage, but his execution of tactical objectives remained completely unmatched among his brothers. "Lord Sigilite," Perturabo offered a crisp military greeting. Malkador returned the formal gesture, then noticed the prisoner transport cart trailing behind the Primarch's main force. A single man sat within the iron cage, still alive and apparently unharmed. "Your captives," claims to be a druid named Halsin, leader of something called Emerald Grove, Perturabo reported with his usual bluntness. "I had intended summary execution, but he insisted he could provide aid against the supreme true god. I brought him for Father's personal judgment." Druids are said to master nature's deepest mysteries and shape change at will. Malkador recalled from his recent intensive studies of this realm's diverse traditions. Each profession here seemed to follow distinct advancement paths with unique abilities, a genuinely fascinating system. I can indeed help you, Lord Sigalite. Halsin rose within his cage, offering what dignity his circumstances still allowed. After personally witnessing Perturabo annihilate an entire goblin warband with nothing but his bare hands, literally punching their cult leader into scattered bloody pieces, the druid clearly understood that Emerald Grove could never hope to match such overwhelming martial force. Learning that these powerful warriors actively opposed the supreme true god had given him unexpected hope. Perhaps a strategic alliance offered far better long-term prospects than feudal resistance. My aid is not yours to freely command, Malcador replied with subtle amusement. Only the Master of Mankind himself determines your ultimate fate. Master of Mankind. What manner of being dares claim absolute dominion over all humanity? Halsin thought with growing confusion. The guards escorted him directly to the command pavilion under careful watch. When he finally saw the Emperor's absolutely perfect features, more flawless than any deity described in ancient legend, Halsin felt his earlier skepticism crumble like sand. This was clearly no mere mortal warlord or ambitious king. Will you pledge eternal service to my cause? Will you dedicate yourself completely to humanity's advancement? The Emperor asked with direct simplicity. Yes, Your Majesty. The words emerged without any conscious thought or hesitation. In the Emperor's overwhelming presence, refusal seemed not merely impossible, but utterly meaningless. I offer everything in devoted service to your grand vision. Then you know the path to Moonrise Tower. Halsin nodded quickly with eager compliance. I do, Your Majesty. With a proper map, I can provide detailed directions and guidance. Chapter 131, The Three Paths. The Emperor gestured, and a subordinate stepped forward to present a map acquired from allied forces. Halsin accepted the parchment and spread it across the wooden table, his fingers tracing the marked routes. 3 paths lead to Moonrise Tower, the druid explained. The first cuts through the Underdark. You can take a boat from the Grey Dwarf Beach straight to the tower. Fair warning, Grey Dwarves patrol those waters. They hate surface dwellers. His finger moved to trace the second route. The second path goes through the Shadowlands. At the road's end sits a plague-cursed village with a hidden passage to Moonrise Tower. Dark things from the depths hunt along this route. The third way, Halsin continued, marking the final path, follows the narrow pass and crosses the bridge. This also reaches Moonrise Tower, but Githyanki dragon riders guard the approach. They let no force pass, no matter the reason. The Master of Mankind studied the map. Your counsel is valued, Druid. Raven materialized beside them with his usual enthusiasm. 3 paths for 3 Primarchs. Perfect. Each could lead their own force along a different route, clear the resistance, then meet at Moonrise Tower for the final strike. The Emperor's expression remained thoughtful. Sound thinking. Such an approach serves 2 purposes, eliminating our enemies while giving my Gene sons experience with this realm's warfare. Your Majesty, Halsin interjected, I bring more news. Both the Circle of Druids and the Tiefling refugees have agreed to join your cause. Tieflings? The Emperor's mind processed the information Raven shared through their psychic link. These were humans touched by infernal heritage, descendants of mortals who had made pacts with devils in ages past. Their bloodline carried a curse, causing their children to manifest demonic traits at random. Unlike true Cambions, however, these beings kept their humanity. They possessed neither inherent evil nor corruption. Their strange appearance had made them outcasts in most civilized lands. Forming refugee caravans, they had journeyed toward Baldur's Gate seeking sanctuary. Upon reaching the Emerald Grove, they had met Gnoll packs and Githyanki patrols, suffering heavy losses. Halsin, moved by compassion, had offered them shelter among the Druids. The Emperor weighed their value. Desperate people often made the most loyal soldiers when offered a genuine purpose and protection. Human variants, he murmured, his voice carrying the authority of one who had shaped the destiny of a species. They may join our forces. Grant them sanctuary under our protection. Your wisdom illuminates all of Toril, Great Lord, Halsin said, bowing deeply. Your mercy shall be remembered in the songs of both grove and refugee alike. After receiving confirmation, Halcyon departed to return to the Emerald Grove, where tensions had reached breaking point during his absence. In the druid's absence, a female druid named Kaga had taken temporary leadership. Unlike Halcyon, she viewed the tiefling refugees as unwelcome burdens who threatened the grove's safety. Her solution was simple: expel the refugees, seal the grove's borders, and cut themselves off from all outside threats. The tieflings found themselves trapped. They had no wish to remain as unwanted guests, yet the wilderness beyond offered only death. Goblin raiders prowled the roads, while the dreaded Githyanki, spacefaring pirates whose cruelty was legend, patrolled from their dragon mounts above. Worse still were the Mind Flayer survivors from the crashed Nautiloid, their heads carrying the tadpoles that would soon transform them into tentacled horrors. The refugees possessed little strength to defend themselves, mostly elderly folk, women, and children, with only a handful of trained fighters among them. Cast out into such dangers, perhaps 1 in 10 might reach Baldur's Gate alive, and even that would require divine intervention. Halcyon's return brought salvation to this grim situation. "You have abandoned the druid's way," he declared to Kaga, his normally gentle voice hard with authority. "You would cast innocents to the wolves. Leave this grove, you are no longer welcome here." After removing the wayward druid from power, Halcyon approached Zevlor, the tiefling leader and former Hellrider paladin who commanded what remained of their fighting strength. "I offer you and your people something greater than mere survival," Halcyon said. "Join the Emperor's forces, find purpose in his service." Zevlor's scarred face showed careful thought. "We know nothing of this Emperor you serve. How can I trust the lives of my people to a stranger?" "Even if you reach Baldur's Gate, what then?" Halcyon countered. "The city may preach acceptance, but it practices rejection just as readily. Competition for work, for housing, for simple acceptance, all are fierce. Your people would struggle as outsiders in a city that barely tolerates their presence." Only after long persuasion did Zevlor finally agree, though with careful conditions. He would not bring his entire community immediately. Instead, he selected the strongest among them, those capable of bearing arms and enduring the hardships of war. Only after witnessing the Emperor's true acceptance of tiefling kind would he risk bringing the elderly, the children, and the vulnerable. Meanwhile, with the assault on Moonrise Tower confirmed, the Emperor commanded his forces to forge weapons and gather supplies. Every blade would be sharpened, every bolt counted, every provision secured. The absolute stronghold would fall in a single, devastating strike. As night fell over the camp, Shadowheart gave in to exhaustion and fell into a deep sleep. The half-elf cleric served Shar, the mistress of night, with unwavering devotion. Her presence aboard the doomed Nautiloid had been no accident. She and her companions had undertaken a sacred mission to transport a powerful artifact to her order's sanctuary in Baldur's Gate. Success would earn Shar's blessing and restore the memories that had been torn from Shadowheart's mind. Cruel fate had claimed her companions one by one, leaving her the sole survivor of their holy quest. The artifact she guarded, a mysterious relic she let none touch, remained her sole connection to purpose and identity. As Shadowheart slept, the artifact began to pulse with ethereal light. In defiance of all physical law, it vanished from her possession and appeared before the Emperor. Brilliant light erupted from the relic's surface, engulfing the master of mankind in its radiance. The Emperor offered no resistance, allowing the artifact to draw his consciousness within. When reality reasserted itself, the Emperor found himself standing within a realm of shifting, prismatic light, where colors flowed like liquid across impossible geometries. "The astral plane," Raven's voice echoed through their psychic connection. "It seems someone extends an invitation, my lord." A mind flayer drifted into view, its tentacles writhing with nervous energy. "Welcome to the prism, outsider. I am the Emperor, the master of this realm." The creature's attempt at introduction died as it met the true Emperor's gaze. "I seek cooperation in eliminating Xeno's filth." The master of mankind's will lashed out like a psychic storm. Invisible force seized the mind flayer's throat, lifting the aberration from the crystalline floor as easily as a child might grasp a toy. "Wait, I possess vital information, knowledge you require." The Mind Flayer's plea fell on deaf ears. This false emperor had not expected to face one whose will could reshape reality itself, one who would grant no quarter to the enemies of mankind. "Deliver your words to the warp," the emperor said, golden flames kindling in his ancient eyes. Psychic fire invaded the creature's mind, ripping through memories like parchment before flame. The Mind Flayer's death shriek echoed through the prism as the emperor consumed everything the aberration had ever known, ever experienced, ever schemed. When the assault on its consciousness ended, psychic flame consumed the Mind Flayer's physical form. Within moments, nothing remained but ash drifting through the astral currents. "How tragic," Raven observed with mock sadness. "The scheming emperor reduced to dust. I shall mourn him for exactly 3 seconds." Through their shared connection, Raven absorbed the stolen memories alongside his master. The creature's history unfolded like a cautionary tale. This Mind Flayer had once been Baldurin, legendary explorer and co-founder of the great city that bore his name. Driven by mortal ambition and hunger for immortality, he had ventured into forbidden ruins only to fall prey to a Mind Flayer colony. They had transformed him, stripped away his humanity, and made him their thrall. Only when tasked with securing the prism had he regained fragments of his former self. With that awareness came rebellion, the desire to resist the Elder Brain's absolute rule and claim freedom from the Supreme Absolute's influence. The prism itself served as both artifact and prison. Within its crystalline depths lay Orpheus, son of the first Githyanki queen. That legendary monarch had possessed the rare ability to disrupt the Elder Brain's psychic control, granting her people the chance to rebel against their Mind Flayer overlords. She had led the Githyanki to freedom, then forged an alliance with Tiamat, the Dragon Queen herself, to strengthen her people's position among the planes. But the first queen had never returned from that distant negotiation. Her lieutenant Vlakith had returned bearing Tiamat's signed compact and promptly seized power for herself. The second queen had imprisoned Orpheus, whose inherited abilities posed a threat to her rule, and twisted him into a tool for her own purposes. The emperor's will pressed against the psychic barriers containing Orpheus, but rather than liberation, he wove additional seals into the prison's structure. Let the Githyanki prince remain bound. Furthermore, the emperor implanted a failsafe within the artifacts matrix. Should the device ever threaten humanity's interests, it would destroy itself and its contents. The Githyanki posed no less a threat to mankind than the Mind Flayers. Both Xeno's breeds would serve humanity best by bleeding each other dry in endless conflict, weakening themselves until the ascendant human race could sweep away their remnants entirely. Across all the heavens and infinite realities, only one species deserved dominion: humanity. Withdrawing his consciousness from the prism, the emperor made no display of his actions. The artifact reappeared beside the sleeping Shadowheart as though it had never departed. He required no such trinkets or tools, yet this device might prove useful when the proper moment arrives. After days of preparation, the emperor initiated the first phase of his grand design: the conquest of Moonrise Tower and the complete eradication of the Absolute's cult. Each Primarch would lead their forces along separate routes, converging on the target while cutting off all possible escape paths. The plan was elegant in its simplicity and devastating in its thoroughness. The Primarchs were instruments of war given form and purpose. Medieval campaigns posed no challenge to beings who had conquered star systems and broken the backs of galactic empires. Underdark horrors, Grey Dwarf raiders, Githyanki dragon cavalry, all would fall like wheat before the scythe. Perturabo's advance proved the swiftest, his tactical genius married to ruthless efficiency. The Githyanki who dared oppose his march were systematically slaughtered, their vaunted dragon mounts shot from the sky by precisely coordinated fire. The Iron Warriors converted the fallen worms into field rations while mounting their severed heads on spears as roadside warnings to any who might harbor thoughts of resistance. Moonrise Tower stood within the shadow-cursed depths of the Underdark, its stones steeped in madness-inducing darkness. This supernatural blight corrupted the minds of those it touched, driving them to murderous insanity and eventual transformation into mindless killing beasts. To bypass this obstacle, Perturabo employed his considerable charisma to recruit local allies, members of the Harper network who possessed knowledge of the curse's nature. Among them was Isabel, a cleric whose divine connection to Selene, the Moon Maiden, protected against the shadow's influence. Her blessing fell upon Perturabo's warriors like silver moonlight, allowing them to march through the cursed lands without fear of corruption. The Iron Legion advanced steadily toward their objective, their purpose unwavering. Moonrise Tower loomed before them, a fortress of black stone bristling with defensive spires, its walls crawling with absolute cultists who had made it their stronghold. As Perturabo surveyed the fortification and calculated assault vectors, his brothers arrived with their own forces. Mortarian's death guard emerged from the plagued village route, their armor still steaming with toxic residue. Lorger's word-bearers advanced from the Underdark depths, their weapons dripping with the blood of gray dwarf defenders. The carnage along each route had been absolute. Rivers of enemy blood marked their passage, and the screams of the dying had echoed through tunnel and forest alike. When the Emperor and Raven materialized at the convergence point, the siege of Moonrise Tower was already underway. After a brief tactical consultation, the three Primarchs deployed locally sourced explosives to breach the tower's massive walls. Stone and mortar erupted skyward as the fortress's defenses crumbled. The combined legions surged through the gaps, fighting floor by floor toward the tower's apex. "You will suffer for this foolishness." General Ketheric Thorm, chosen champion of the Absolute and bearer of an immortal curse, raged as the Primarchs carved through his defenders. Decades of careful planning, countless schemes woven in shadow, all lay in ruins before these transhuman destroyers. His fury would serve him nothing. The Emperor's will had been set in motion, and nothing in this realm possessed the power to stay his hand. Chapter 132, The False Absolute. The power that granted Ketheric Thorm resurrection would demand an explanation for his failure. His rage proved as useless as his tactics. The three Primarchs overwhelmed him. Even his immortality became meaningless. Each death brought only fresh agony as his tormentors found new ways to inflict pain. "Tiresome," Mortarion growled, his massive scythe cleaving the general's body in half. Black and crimson mist swirled around the corpse as Thorm's form rebuilt itself, whole and unmarked. "Unkillable," Lorger observed. "He bears the mark of false divinity." "What matters if he cannot die?" Perturabo hefted his warhammer, shattering bone and sinew. "Pain remains real. Let us test his endurance." The Iron Lord's weapon pulverized Thorm's limbs, then crushed his skull when the curse restored him. With each resurrection, the general's arrogance crumbled. Immortality had become torment, endless brutalization at the hands of these transhuman monsters. Witness the Absolute's true power. Thorm raised his hand, the netherstone embedded in his bracer pulsing with eldritch energy. Moonrise Tower shuddered to its foundations. A mountainous tentacle erupted from the earth below, its alien flesh sweeping the Primarchs aside like toys. The ground split with thunderous cracks as something vast stirred in the depths. A mind flayer elder brain of impossible size rose through widening fissures, a living mountain of pulsating neural matter crowned with writhing tentacles thick as trees. Psychic flames wreathed its form like a malevolent aurora, each pulse of thought rippling through reality itself. Upon its massive cranium sat an ornate crown of dark metal, crackling with energy. "Eliminate these interlopers," Thorm commanded, leaping to land atop the elder brain. Two other figures emerged from the shadows and joined Thorm atop the elder brain. "Behold Ketheric's true allies," Raven whispered through their psychic link. "The crown upon that abomination is Karsus, crown itself. Those three wield netherstones to command it, controlling the elder brain through ancient magic. The absolute they serve is nothing but their own manufactured godhood." The information flowed into the Emperor's mind. Karsus, the most brilliant and damned arcanist of the lost Netherese Empire. His ambition had driven him to attempt the impossible, the theft of divine power itself. Karsus had crafted the ultimate spell through years of research, one capable of stealing a deity's essence. He targeted Mistral, the first goddess of magic. The spell succeeded catastrophically. His mortal frame could not contain divine power, so Karsus triggered a magical apocalypse that nearly destroyed the weave itself. Mistral sacrificed herself to prevent total magical collapse, and the stolen divinity consumed Karsus. Yet the emperor felt no desire for such power. What interested him was knowledge, understanding the principles that governed this realm's arcane forces. Destroy that creature and claim the crown, the emperor commanded his sons. Reality shimmered as a portal tore open beside him. Elminster emerged, his robes billowing with residual magical energy. Stranger from distant stars, the wizard said, defeat the false absolute and deliver Karsus, crowned to the goddess of magic. In return, you shall receive Mistra's divine favor. A simple exchange, the emperor replied, his golden gaze meeting the archmage's eyes. Grant me knowledge of the weave's essence, and the crown is yours. Elminster's features creased with concern. Surely you desire other rewards, power beyond measure, wealth beyond counting, dominion over. Such trinkets hold no value, the emperor replied. I require only knowledge. If your goddess cannot provide this, then do not waste my time. The wizard's shoulders sagged. Your obstinacy shall earn the gods' enmity. Then let them come, the emperor declared. They will learn to regret making an enemy of humanity's future. His words echoed through dimensions beyond the physical, reaching the divine realms where immortal powers observed this drama. More than one celestial brow furrowed at such audacity. Big guy, perhaps diplomacy might serve us better, Raven transmitted privately. Some of these deities possess vindictive tendencies. Their petty nature matters not, the emperor responded through their bond. I have faced gods across countless realities. They are, without exception, bullies who prey upon the weak while cowering before true strength. Display sufficient power, demonstrate adequate threat, and they will abandon their divine pretenses to treat you as an equal. Elminster's eyes widened as he grasped the scope of this outsider's arrogance. The stranger dismissed not merely Mistra, but the entire pantheon. An unwelcome vision flashed through the wizard's mind. This golden giant striding into the gods' own halls, slamming his fist upon their council table, and declaring, I speak not of Mistra alone, but address you all. Every deity gathered here is beneath my notice. Such hubris invites catastrophe, Elminster warned. The last mortal who dared challenge the gods still writhes in eternal torment. Would you repeat Karsus' folly? Our conversation serves no purpose, the emperor dismissed the wizard's concerns. Provide knowledge of the weave in exchange for the crown, or hold your tongue. His attention turned to the abomination hovering above, the enslaved elder brain and its 3 controllers. Through Raven's perception, their identities became clear. The woman was Orin the Red, servant of Baal, lord of murder. She embodied her patron's portfolio perfectly, a sadistic killer who reveled in creative brutality. Her shape-shifting abilities allowed her to wear any face she chose, making her the perfect instrument of assassination and betrayal. The man was Enver Gortash, champion of Bane, the Black Lord of Strife. His domain was Baldur's Gate itself, where he commanded the Steel Watch, an army of magical automatons forged from enchanted metal and arcane engineering. Each construct possessed devastating combat capabilities, making them ideal enforcers for his tyrannical ambitions. The third figure was indeed Ketheric Thorm, though his true allegiance lay not with any single member of the Dead Three, but with their collective scheme. His immortality stemmed from profane bargains and divine curses, making him nearly impossible to destroy permanently. Behind each mortal champion stood one of the Dead Three, gods who had once been mortal themselves before claiming divinity through treachery and ambition. Baal, Bane, and Miakul had initially been served by the ancient death god Jurgal, who had grown weary of his cosmic responsibilities. When 3 ambitious mortals challenged him for power, Jurgal had simply divided his portfolio among them, creating the trinity of dark gods. The Dead Three's hunger for power had ultimately led to their downfall during the time of troubles, when their theft of the tablets of fate from Au, the overgod, resulted in divine punishment. Now they sought resurrection through the Absolute's cult, using their mortal champions to gather enough worshippers to reclaim their former glory. Their plans centered on the Elder Brain, one of the most terrifying entities in existence. These creatures commanded vast psychic networks, capable of dominating any mind infected with elithid tadpoles across continental distances. A single elder brain could establish a colony spanning multiple kingdoms, reducing entire populations to willing thralls. Reaching that altitude presents tactical challenges, Perturabo noted, studying the floating monstrosity. Without their complete genetic enhancement or awakened Primarch abilities, conventional assault methods would prove inadequate. Mortarion and Lorgar surveyed their surroundings, seeking anything that might provide vertical advantage against their airborne foe. The battle for the crown and the fate of this world was about to begin. Chapter 133, Divine Opposition. Without gene seed enhancement or their awakened Primarch essence, the three sons of the Emperor possessed no natural means of flight, a tactical disadvantage against their airborne foe. "Permit me to assist," Malcador declared, stepping forward with the Sigilite staff in his aged hands. Ancient words of power flowed from his lips as psychic energy coursed through his robed form. Even Elminster showed visible astonishment at the raw magical force radiating from this newcomer. Such potent mystical emanations exceeded even his own abilities. These outsiders grew more formidable with each revelation. As the incantation reached its crescendo, streams of golden light materialized behind each Primarch, weaving together into wings of pure energy. A gentle flex of these ethereal pinions generated tremendous lift, bearing their massive forms skyward. "Remarkable," Perturabo admitted, testing the sensation. "Now, I understand what Sanguinius must have felt soaring above Baal's crimson skies." The Iron Lord launched himself upward, his brothers close behind. The Primarch's combat prowess far exceeded that of the Dead Three's champions. Even with the Elder Brain's psychic interference attempting to cloud their minds, victory clearly favored the Emperor's sons. Orin the Red proved herself a masterful assassin, her movements blur fast and enhanced by supernatural abilities. Cracked. Mortarion's scythe struck her. She exploded into crimson mist and vanished, only to rematerialize behind the Death Lord with twin daggers seeking his spine. Clang! Mortarion's weapon intercepted her strike, sparks flying as enchanted steel met ceramite. He twisted his scythe's haft, using leverage to throw her off balance, then swept the blade in a devastating arc. Whoosh! Orin dissolved into red light again, escaping the killing blow through her shapeshifter abilities. She reformed at a safe distance, circling like a predator. Mortarion remained motionless, his senses attuned to the slightest disturbance. When instinct screamed warning, he spun and struck, his scythe cleaving through empty air just as Orin materialized in that exact space. The assassin's eyes widened in shock before silence claimed her. Her body separated at the waist, crimson vidi painting the tower's stones as her organs spilt from the precise cut. This devotee of Baal, who had orchestrated countless murders, met her end with surgical efficiency. Mortarion retrieved the netherstone from her cooling corpse, feeling the artifact's power thrumming against his gauntlets. Meanwhile, Perturabo had cornered Enver Gortash. The Chosen of Bane proved himself a capable strategist and politician, but his personal combat skills paled before a Primarch's martial excellence. After mere moments of engagement, Gortash found himself pinned beneath Perturabo's boot, the Iron Lord's hammer poised to cave in his skull. "Spare him," Raven's voice whispered through their mental link. "His knowledge of the steel watch may prove valuable." Perturabo's killing blow halted inches from Gortash's temple. The man would live for now. Lorgar's battle with Cathuric Thorm had devolved into systematic brutalization. A pathetic worm worshipping false divinity, the word-bearer snarled, his Crozius Arcanum shattering Thorm's jaw with an upward strike. The general's body tumbled through the air before Lorgar's wings carried him above his falling foe. The Primarch plummeted like a golden meteor, his staff crushing Thorm's skull into the tower's foundation. Stone cracked in spiderweb patterns as the impact crater deepened, filled with what remained of the immortal general. Within moments, dark mist swirled and Thorm reformed, emerging from his grave with grim determination. Lorgar descended again, this time driving both feet into his opponent's head with the force of a falling star. "This grows tedious," Lorgar muttered, watching paste-like remains slowly reconstitute themselves. "Let us discover the limits of your cursed resilience." Each resurrection brought fresh agony. Thorm, who had relied on immortality as his greatest weapon, now found it had become his greatest torment. "Enough," the reformed general pleaded as Lorgar approached for another execution. "Perhaps we might negotiate." "I have no interest in discourse with vermins," Lorgar replied coldly, his Crozius reducing Thorm to component atoms once more. Boom! Reality ruptured as malevolent will descended from higher planes. The ground split like rotten fruit, revealing fissures that glowed with sickly emerald light. "Death is not the end, it is transformation incarnate." A voice echoed from the depths as skeletal fingers emerged from the widening cracks. The entity that arose defied mortal comprehension, a towering skeleton draped in funeral shrouds, its bleached bones adorned with the skulls of murdered souls. Upon its massive cranium sat a crown of tarnished gold shaped like an inverted triangle. Miakul, Lord of Bones, had answered his champion's desperate summons. The death god's bony fingers closed around a scythe of absolute darkness, its blade seeming to devour light itself. Though greatly diminished since his defeat during the time of troubles, divine authority still radiated from his undead form. "So the false god reveals himself," Lorgar observed with contempt rather than awe. His staff remained steady as he faced down a deity. "How disappointing." "Mortal whelp," Miakul's voice shook the foundations of reality. "You dare mock one who commands the very concept of death." "A god," Lorgar's tone dripped with disdain. "Forgive me, but I serve only the god-emperor of mankind, and perhaps the sacred spirits of fried and crimson condiments." The word-bearer's reverence for divine beings had shattered completely. These entities possessed power, certainly, but they exhibited the same petty jealousies and cruel ambitions as mortals. Where was the transcendent wisdom, the selfless guidance, the salvation they promised their followers? Gods, it seemed, were merely mortals writ large, and Lorgar found them wanting. Golden wings spread wide as he launched himself skyward, meeting Miakul's descending scythe with his own weapon. Clang, clang, clang. The impact sent shockwaves rippling through both air and ether. Each collision threatened to tear holes in reality itself as divine power met Primarch determination. "That scythe has excellent craftsmanship," Mortarion observed, watching his brother duel the death god. "Consider it yours," Perturabo replied with a shrug. "Such weapons hold little appeal for me." "Scythes possess excellent utility," Mortarion mused. "Though paired with a hammer, the combination becomes truly exceptional. Pity you lack appreciation for proper reaping tools." "Hammers serve all purposes adequately," Perturabo countered, hefting his personally forged weapon, its adamantine head decorated with golden skulls and the imperial aquila. "Scythes remain specialized." He had initially claimed an ever-burning greatsword from a defeated Cambion commander, but after field testing, found hammers more versatile for both combat and construction. The weapon in his hands bore his own forge marks, crafted to Primarch specifications. Both Primarchs spread their light wings and ascended to join their brother's battle against the undead deity. Miakul's scythe tore reality with each swing, opening void-black fissures that howled with otherworldly winds. Occasionally, something vast moved within those cracks, entities best left unnamed. Clang, clang, clang. The three Primarchs coordinated their assault, their combined might forcing the death god onto the defensive. Though Miakul retained fragments of his divine essence, the spark of godhood that elevated him beyond mortal limitation, his power had been drastically reduced since his fall during the time of troubles. Those watching from below witnessed an impossibility. Mortals matching a god in single combat and gaining the advantage through pure skill and determination. Ketheric Thorm, who had summoned his patron in desperation, now stared upward with growing horror. Even divine intervention could not save them from these golden-armored destroyers. Cracked. Perturabo's warhammer connected with Miakul's skeletal hand, spiderweb fractures spreading through ancient bone as the death god's grip faltered. Chapter 134, divine rejection. Bone fragments scattered like snow. Miakul's grip faltered, causing his scythe to tumble through the air, which Mortarion caught. Voices flooded his mind the moment his fingers closed around the haft. Thousands of souls screamed directly at him. Each voice carried pain and anger that would drive most beings mad. Mortarion grimaced, his jaw clenched as he exerted iron will against the psychic assault. "I am Mortarion, I am the inevitable end. Submit." His words carried force. The screaming voices stopped. His will crush their rebellion. The scythe stopped shaking and became still in his grasp. A link formed between the Primarch and the weapon. No longer separate, they joined as one destructive will. The scythe had become part of him. "No, return my blade." Miakul unhinged his skeletal jaw and roared. "It serves a worthier master now, false god," Mortarion replied. He spread his golden wings and launched himself at the death deity. The battle ended swiftly. Mortarion's scythe carved through Miakul's skull. It found the divine spark that burned within like a pilot light. Perturabo and Lorgar coordinated their assault. They shattered the god's arms and legs with hammer blows and staff strikes. The Lord of Bones fell. His large frame crumbled into ordinary bones. Streams of pure power rose from the scattered remains. They formed into a burning sphere. Mortarion approached the divine essence. He allowed the death scythe to absorb its power. The weapon shook with what looked like joy. Its bond to its new wielder grew stronger. Its power expanded. Miakul's destruction ended Ketheric Thorm's immortality. The death scythe's enhanced edge bisected him permanently. It consumed his soul and prevented any resurrection. The 3 netherstones now rested in Primarch hands, artifacts waiting to serve humanity. "A formidable instrument," Mortarion murmured. He examined his prize. "Powerful weapons demand powerful minds," Raven cautioned from his perch on the Death Lord's shoulder. "Do not let its whispers cloud your judgment." "I value your counsel," Mortarion replied. Even he recognized wisdom in Master Raven's words. "What of the Elder Brain?" Gale asked. He gestured toward the floating monstrosity above them. "Destroy it," the Emperor commanded. "Use the netherstones. Compel the creature and every thrall under its dominion to self-annihilation." "Destroy it," Gale's voice cracked. The assembled forces stared in shock. Harpers, druids, tiefling warriors all watched. An elder brain controlled by Karsus Crown represented continental power. To obliterate such a weapon seemed wasteful. The Master of Mankind showed no hesitation. "Do not consider this plea," a voice whispered into the Emperor's consciousness. Reality dissolved around him like morning mist. An infinite starscape replaced it. A mind flayer the size of a world hung suspended in a cosmic void. Its planet-sized cranium pulsed with malevolent intelligence. "I offer power beyond imagination," the elder brain projected. Its psychic voice echoed through dimensions. "Help me achieve ascension. Together we shall reshape this realm to your vision." "Deception," Raven materialized beside the Emperor. His form crackled with cosmic awareness. "It seeks only to delay us while using the crown to evolve into a netherbrain, a god among aberrations." The Corvid sight had pierced the creature's true intentions long ago. Even its capture by the Dead Three's servants had been orchestrated. A calculated gambit to claim Karsus, crown for itself. The information about the prism, the revelation that led to the monarch's rebellion, all carefully planted seeds. The elder brain created chaos while pursuing its own apotheosis. Both schemes crumbled before the Emperor's intervention. "Destroying me serves no purpose," the elder brain insisted. "You have earned the gods' enmity. I can aid you against them." "Mere gods," the Emperor replied with indifference. His form began glowing with golden fire. It burned away the illusion. "Humanity's enemies must be destroyed. No other reason needed." Psychic flames erupted from his being. They consumed the mental landscape and reduced the elder brain's consciousness to screaming fragments. He returned to reality. The Emperor gestured to his sons. The 3 Primarchs raised their netherstones in synchronization. "All entities under your dominion will destroy themselves immediately," they commanded in unison. The elder brain's colossal form convulsed. It fought against the compulsion, but Karsus, Crown's power proved absolute. Psychic energy turned inward, it tore through neural pathways. Massive tentacles withered and fell like autumn leaves. The nightmare that had terrorized countless civilizations simply ended. Fate Node Shift, plus 5%. Acquired, Netherese Scroll, Volume 1, Mystra's Core Manufacturing Principles and Theory. The Elder Brain's death throes faded. Arcane knowledge flooded the Emperor's consciousness like a burst dam. The Netherese Scroll materialized as 50 golden pages inscribed with wisdom beyond mortal comprehension, comprising advanced magical theory. The ancient Netherese had discovered these scrolls in primordial ruins. They used their knowledge to forge a civilization of impossible beauty. Gravity-defying architecture soared through their cities. Floating enclaves drifted through the skies like captured stars. Even such magnificence contained the seeds of its own destruction. At their height, the Netherese grew complacent. Their empire fragmented until the scrolls vanished into legend. Now, half of that lost wisdom belonged to the Emperor. With the second volume in my possession, I could construct something superior to the weave itself, he mused. A psychic network to dwarf even Mystra's creation. The second reward was just as valuable. Mystra's Core, a mystical device capable of channeling raw magic directly from the weave's foundation. Unlike traditional enchantments that forced arcanists to sacrifice parts of their life force for permanence, this device removed that restriction. It enabled the creation of enduring enchantments without any personal sacrifice. Such technology had enabled the floating cities of Netheral's Golden Age. The Emperor absorbed the scroll's contents and looked at Karsus' crown with increased understanding. The artifact had fulfilled its purpose. Boasting greater knowledge now, the crown was merely an outdated tool. His eyes shifted to Gale as he observed the events unfold with amazement. "This belongs to you," the Emperor said simply. He offered the crown to the wizard. "Merge it with the Netherese orb within your chest. The fusion will resolve your condition." Gale's hands trembled as he accepted the artifact. A crown capable of enslaving elder brains, given away like a common trinket. Zevler and Jaera exchanged incredulous glances. Such generosity with divine artifacts exceeded their wildest expectations. Elminster's expression darkened with shock and anger. The stranger had not merely ignored Mystra's claim to the crown. He had demonstrated complete contempt for divine authority itself. "The crown belongs to the goddess," Elminster declared. "Return it, and perhaps her wrath might be stayed." "No," Gale replied quietly. His voice carried newfound resolution. "I have spent my entire life seeking her approval, her attention, her love. Now I see clearly that path leads only to servitude. She and I are finished. From this moment forward, I live for myself alone." Gale raised the crown above his head. He triggered the Netherese orb's activation sequence. The artifact dissolved into streams of pure magical energy. It flowed into his body to merge with the orb's volatile matrix. The fusion began immediately. Power erupted from Gale's transformed physiology. Divine essence crystallized within his mortal frame. Threads of godhood wove themselves into his being. They ignited the spark of true divinity deep within his soul. Sacred symbols blazed across his skin in flowing script. His eyes became twin stars of brilliant white fire. From the heavens above came the sound of celestial choirs. Reality itself acknowledged his ascension. The divine realms materialized overhead, translucent and magnificent. Shafts of pure light descended to bathe the newly born god in radiance. Every deity in the pantheon observed this moment of transformation. Their expressions ranged from curiosity to concern to outright hostility. Then Gale spoke words that stunned both mortal and divine observers. "I reject this ascension. I choose to remain as I am." The promise of godhood lingered like a discarded crown in the air. Someone who had attained what mortals yearned for millennia had rejected it like trash. Chapter 135, Divine Wrath. The heavenly music twisted into angry noise as divine fury echoed across dimensions. The gods witnessed mortal defiance of their ultimate gift. They swore vengeance upon the one who dared spurn godhood itself. Gale remained unmoved by their rage. He raised his middle finger toward the heavens, a gesture that needed no translation across any culture or plane. "I believe mortals shall one day achieve greatness that will shame even the gods themselves," he declared. The divine realms flickered and dissolved as thunderclouds gathered overhead, heavy with supernatural wrath. Across Toril, faithful servants of various deities heard the angry voices of their patrons speaking directly into their minds. A mortal had rejected godhood itself, then mocked them. Such an insult demanded cosmic punishment. "Madness," Elminster whispered. He opened a portal with shaking hands. "Complete madness." The Archmage fled through his dimensional gateway. He abandoned any attempt to reason with these outsiders. The Emperor was clearly insane, and his influence had corrupted everyone around him. To challenge the gods so openly, did he not understand the forces they had provoked? "Wisdom guided your choice, Gale." Malcador approached the transformed wizard with approval. "Had you accepted their offer, my lord's wrath might have claimed you before you reached the heavenly throne." "This was a test?" Gale asked, understanding dawning in his enhanced eyes. "Worth must be proven," the Sigilite replied. He moistened his finger and traced a rune upon Gale's robes. "Symbols carry meaning beyond mere decoration. Do not forget what you have chosen to become." "I understand," Gale nodded. Miakul's destruction and the Elder Brain's death collapsed the Absolute's power structure entirely. Orin the Red and Cathuric Thorm lay permanently dead, while Inver Gortash sat in chains. The cult's remaining followers faced execution or prison as the Emperor's forces dismantled their organization. Moonrise Tower now flew Imperial banners. During their search of the fortress, the Emperor's forces made an unexpected discovery. In the tower's deepest foundation, where reality touched the Shadowfell itself, they found a prison containing Dame Eileen, the Nightsong, daughter of Selun the Moonmaiden. The heavenly being's relationship with Isabel had become clear through interrogation and observation. Yet, when the Emperor offered her a place in his forces, she declined with quiet dignity. Her refusal earned neither rage nor force. After binding her divine abilities to prevent interference, the Emperor released her without further constraint. So long as none opposed his grand design, he remained generous in victory. Following a brief rest and resupply at Moonrise Tower, the Imperial advance continued toward its final objective, Baldur's Gate. The gate stood as the Sword Coast's greatest city-state, a trade hub whose influence stretched across Farron's western shores. Its governing council of 4 maintained loose allegiance to the Lord's Alliance, making it both a prize and a political flashpoint. The Emperor's intentions went beyond mere conquest. Complete control of the Sword Coast would provide the resources needed for Toril's unification, followed by systematic conquest of neighboring planes. This represented more than establishing a fantasy realm within his growing empire. It offered the chance to reshape fate itself while claiming the second volume of the Netherese scrolls. "The Steel Watch awaits your command, my lord," Inver Gortash declared with the enthusiasm of the thoroughly defeated. His spineless capitulation had delivered Baldur's Gate's most potent military asset directly into Imperial hands. The city's defenses crumbled before the assault began. Internal betrayal had cost them half their strength before the first shot was fired. Gortash's cooperation ensured Baldur's Gate fell with minimal bloodshed for those wise enough to surrender immediately. Scattered resistance from diehard loyalists met swift suppression. "Your rule ends here," the Emperor announced to the assembled council of 4 as he strode into their chamber. Grand Duke Ulder Revengard, Supreme Commander of the Flaming Fist Mercenary Company and the council's leader, met his gaze without flinching. "This city will not be easy to hold. Countless powers monitor our affairs. Do you truly believe conquest grants you security?" The Emperor's smile held no warmth. "They shall soon redirect their attention toward the moment when my blade will find their throats." A gesture dismissed the former rulers from their seats of power. Martial law descended upon Baldur's Gate as Imperial forces swept through every district, quarter, and hidden enclave. The Thieves' Guild, Assassins' Guild, and every other organization that thrived in the shadows found themselves declared enemies of the new order. The Emperor launched systematic extermination campaigns, against the criminal syndicates that had festered in the city's depths. Perturabo assumed responsibility for this purification with his usual thoroughness. Some fools tested the emperor's resolve through acts of defiance. The Iron Lord ensured they understood the fatal cost of such presumption. Blood painted the lower city's cobblestones as decades of gang warfare yielded to something far more terrible: imperial justice. Perturabo offered no speeches, no warnings, no negotiations. His forces simply killed. The heads of resistance leaders decorated street corners as grim warnings. Even those gangs that raised surrender banners found no mercy in capitulation. The Iron Lord implemented decimation among surrendering criminals. For every 10 members, one drew the death lot while his 9 companions beat him to death with bare hands. Such brutal efficiency broke the spine of organized crime within days. Terror achieved what years of conventional law enforcement had failed to accomplish. With the lower city pacified, the emperor turned his attention to the merchant princes and noble houses whose wealth would fund his grand design. Taxation proved remarkably efficient when accompanied by the threat of Perturabo's methods. The aristocracy discovered sudden enthusiasm for voluntary contribution, emptying their treasuries with remarkable speed. Controlling a single city posed trivial challenges for one who was unifying the galaxy itself. With Malcador's genius and 3 Primarchs enforcing his will, transformation came swiftly. The emperor invested centuries of hoarded wealth in massive industrial expansion. Foundries erupted across the city like steel flowers, their towering smokestacks painting the sky with productive pollution. Assembly lines churned day and night, producing weapons, armor, and the 1,000 mundane items required by a growing war machine. Magical research accelerated as scholars found themselves lavishly funded to explore productivity enhancement and military applications of arcane science. With mythellers providing cheap magical energy, previously expensive enchanted items became mass-produced commodities. Young citizens entered mandatory military service enhanced by magical augmentation, transforming ordinary children into seasoned professionals within months rather than years. Those unsuitable for combat found themselves assigned to factory work, becoming vital components in humanity's expansion. Baldur's Gate's rapid militarization sent tremors of concern throughout Faerun's political landscape. The Lord's Alliance responded first. Baldur's Gate had been their member city, making the Emperor's conquest a direct challenge to their authority. Led by the Silverhand family, Silverimun's ruling dynasty of legendary arcanists, the Alliance issued a formal declaration of war. Silverimun, Neverwinter, Waterdeep, and the Dwarven kingdoms marshaled their forces for a unified campaign to restore legitimate governance. The 4 exiled dukes and fleeing nobles rallied to their banners, swearing to reclaim their birthright through blood and steel. Yet as mortal armies prepared for conventional warfare, far greater threats stirred in response to the Emperor's defiance of destiny itself. Perhaps divine wrath sought to humble these upstart mortals through catastrophe. Possibly altering the course of fate triggered unforeseen consequences. Regardless of cause, disaster struck when an adventuring party accidentally released Tiamat herself into the material plane. Their intentions had been noble, rescuing a cursed child from the cult of the dragon and bringing him to Orenmere, an ancient gold dragon renowned for his wisdom and compassion. The noble worm had eagerly accepted the challenge of breaking what seemed a simple curse. Too late did he realize the trap's true nature. As Orenmere absorbed the boy's affliction, Tiamat's consciousness erupted from within the curse itself, seizing the gold dragon's body and twisting it to her will. The Dragon Queen, deity of chaos, mother of chromatic worms, embodiment of draconic evil, had returned to walk among mortals once more. Her first act was summoning every chromatic dragon across Faerun to her banner, while her cult emerged from hiding to serve their reborn goddess. Yet Tiamat's emergence marked only the beginning of Toral's troubles. Mind Flayer nautiloids traversed the astral plane in organized fleets, their destination clear: the world where their elder brain had perished. Githyanki warbarges followed close behind, drawn by rumors that Orpheus, son of their first queen, remained imprisoned somewhere on the planet. From the Underdark's deepest reaches, drow houses prepared surface raids, while spider cultists and worse things stirred in lightless caverns. The Dark Elves saw opportunity in the chaos above, a chance to expand their domains and claim new slaves. Most ominously, the Nine Hells themselves began opening permanent gateways to the material plane. Archdevils sensed weakness in the cosmic order, preparing massive infernal invasions to claim mortal souls en masse. Toril trembled on the precipice of apocalypse, a convergence of threats that would test even the Emperor's limitless ambition. The war began with a horn blast that echoed across the Sword Coast. The Emperor deployed his rapidly expanding military might. Ranks of magical constructs, the entirety of Gortash's Steel Watch, and floating warships that defied conventional understanding of naval warfare. Mass-produced Mythallers had revolutionized imperial logistics, transforming expensive magical weapons into standard equipment. Only the incomplete state of his floating cities prevented the Emperor from simply crushing the Alliance beneath aerial supremacy. These primitive opponents would learn what actual magical warfare entailed. The conflict proved utterly one-sided. The Lord's Alliance fought as they always had, professional adventurers supporting conventional armies in a fantasy approximation of medieval combat. The Emperor had moved beyond such limitations entirely. His forces attacked from land, sea, and sky simultaneously, wielding technologies that belonged to different ages entirely. 50-meter-tall magical constructs strode across battlefields like moving fortresses, their mage operators conjuring devastating energy, barrages that carved trenches through enemy formations. The Steel Watch advanced in perfect synchronization, their runic armor deflecting sword and spell alike, while their heavy weapons pulverized anything within reach. The Lord's Alliance had brought swords to fight against the future itself. Review. Chapter 136, The Conquest of Silveramoon. The magical airships extended their arcane cannons, spell circles ignited with energy. Beams of devastating power lanced toward the earth below. A cavalry charge caught the barrage and vanished instantly. Only charred limbs and the stench of burned flesh remained. "This isn't war," the Grand Duke said, staring at the hellish battlefield. The former leader of the Flaming Fist, exiled from Baldur's Gate, watched despair etch across his weathered features. "It's a massacre." The other allied generals shared his expression. They saw no path to victory, only the senseless sacrifice of their soldiers' blood. The war they had prepared for so long ended with devastating swiftness. The Emperor's legions crushed the Lord's Alliance army with ease. Broken corpses littered the battlefield. Crimson blood stained the rivers. The Lord's Alliance was utterly routed. Less than a tenth of their forces survived the slaughter. The Emperor's golden gaze swept across the carnage with cold satisfaction. "Let us begin the conquest of this world," he commanded. He would not pause for victory. The Master of Mankind would devour the entire Sword Coast first. Then Farron, finally all of Toril itself. Silveramoon stood as the jewel of the north and the beating heart of the Lord's Alliance. The city stretched along the northern bank of the river Rovan. Wide docks lined the waterfront. The legendary Moonbridge, a magical span visible only under moonlight, arced gracefully across the flowing waters. Majestic walls curved in a protective semicircle along the riverbank. They enclosed a city of remarkable beauty. Elegant buildings rose between carefully tended trees. Distinctive marble sculptures graced every district. Cobblestone roads lined with grass wound through every corner. After the Alliance's crushing defeat, the Emperor's legions swept across the Sword Coast and northern territories like an unstoppable tide. As the Alliance's heart, Silveramoon became the primary target. The Emperor divided his forces with tactical precision. 3 of his gene-forged sons led armies to conquer different regions. He personally set his sights upon Silveramoon, the greatest prize. Woo'em, woo'em. War horns boomed across the city. Their deep voices shook the stones and echoed through every street. Citizens frantically gathered their belongings. They fled through the gates in a desperate exodus. The city guard remained at their posts. Their trembling forms betrayed hearts consumed by terror. On the walls, generals watched the approaching magical fleet and ground forces with ashen faces. The few survivors who escaped the earlier battle brought tales of horror. They spoke of explosions that vaporized hundred-man companies in seconds. Not even whole corpses remained. Battlefields transformed into charnel houses of severed limbs and rotting flesh. Boom, boom. Magical constructs and steel guardians advanced with thunderous steps. Each footfall shook the earth. They halted just beyond Silveramoon's defensive perimeter. The airship fleet spread across the sky like birds of prey. They encircled the entire city. Arcane cannon muzzles glowed with gathering psionic energy. They accumulated power for the devastation to come. The Emperor stood upon the command vessel's deck alongside his Gene sons and Raven. His eyes surveyed the beautiful city below. Even in this alien realm, his presence commanded the same awe that had once brought worlds to their knees during humanity's Great Crusade. Several high-ranking mages rose on levitation spells to meet them. At their head flew a woman in pale robes. She carried a unicorn-headed staff bearing Silveramoon's heraldry. Lady Illustrial Silverhand, the Emperor spoke. Through Raven's psychic gifts, he had learned her identity. Illustrial was a powerful sorceress and chosen of Mystra, the goddess of magic herself. She had lived over 7 centuries, ruling Silveramoon for more than 100 years. "Respected lord," Illustrial said, bowing gracefully. Her gaze toward the Emperor was complex. He possessed a nobility and sacred presence that surpassed mortal understanding. Even divine avatars paled before his majesty. She wondered what mysterious nature he truly possessed. "I am pleased by such address," the master of mankind replied. His voice carried the authority that had once united Terra's warring nations. "Does this mean Silveramoon surrenders? Do you abandon feudal resistance? If so, the city shall remain intact. No innocent blood need be spilled." Illustrial had spent her long life promoting peace between races and advancing magical knowledge. Silveramoon was more than just a city. It embodied her life's work and ideals. "Is there no alternative?" she asked. "Silveramoon could become your vassal. Through us, the entire Lord's Alliance would serve you." The Emperor's expression remained cold. "Had there been no war, I might have considered such terms, but the die has been cast. You have been found wanting. Some things, once lost upon the field of battle, can never be reclaimed through negotiation. You have but 2 choices: Silveramoon reduced to ash and bone, or unconditional surrender." His unwavering resolve gave Illustrial pause. She looked up at the massive warships bristling with magical energies. Then she examined the ground forces, constructs and guardians radiating mechanical menace. With a soft sigh, she made her choice. "I surrender." There was no alternative. If this lord commanded an attack, Silveramoon would be obliterated. All who remained would face a horrific end. She could not bear to witness such destruction. "Wisdom," the Emperor acknowledged with satisfaction. His golden gaze already turned toward the city's conquest. Silveramoon's upper district housed the wealthy and influential. These noble families had deep roots and complex webs throughout northern politics. Through wealth and status, they had shaped the city's decisions for generations. Their positions had remained secure for centuries. Without this war, they would have enjoyed their privileged lives indefinitely. Now it was over. With Illustrial's surrender, the nobles found themselves powerless to organize meaningful resistance. Even their vast treasuries couldn't buy salvation. The battlefield reports were too terrifying. No mercenary would accept gold they'd never live to spend. Enville led the Steel Sentinels into the upper district. The Emperor had ordered them to confiscate the powerful family's wealth. Many nobles had fled with portable treasures. What remained still constituted staggering riches. The magical constructs were forged from steel and sorcery. They possessed no human emotions, only absolute obedience to their commands. Threats, intimidation, and bribery proved useless against them. The noble families could only watch helplessly. Fortunes accumulated over generations were stripped away. Those who attempted resistance were immediately suppressed and executed. Their headless corpses were left in the streets as warnings to others. "Move, move," soldiers barked. They herded disheveled nobles away from their former mansions. Enville watched with satisfaction. Silveramoon, the North's most glorious pearl and the Lord's Alliance's heart. He had once dreamed of establishing himself here, but the competition had been too fierce. The established nobles formed an impenetrable web of interests that excluded all outsiders. Now he held the lives of these important figures in his hands. Conquering, Silveramoon had proven far simpler than trying to earn a place within it. I owe everything to my own efforts, Enville reflected with emotion. The journey had been incredibly difficult. Never again will I allow anyone to speak down to me. Enville, a mounted soldier, galloped up. The Emperor sends new orders. For those willing to cooperate and surrender their wealth, don't make things unnecessarily harsh. Enville immediately adopted a respectful smile. His legs moved swiftly as he hurried to the messenger. Please tell the Emperor that I will handle everything perfectly. Chapter 137, The Fall of Empires. Remember your orders, the messenger said. His voice cut through the morning air like a blade. Any sign of disobedience, and you know the consequences. He wheeled his mount around and spurred it toward the horizon. Only dust and echoing hoofbeats remained. Lord Enville watched until the rider disappeared. He turned to face the assembled nobles. His earlier obsequiousness vanished. Something far more dangerous replaced it. The change sent visible tremors through the gathered lords. They lowered their eyes. None would meet his gaze directly. Each hoped to avoid becoming his focus. Move faster, Enville's voice cracked like a whip across the courtyard. The upper district will be stripped bare before nightfall. These insects will offer everything they possess to my lord, willingly or otherwise. The fall of Silveramoon marked more than another conquered stronghold. It signaled the death of the Lord's Alliance itself. 3 Primarchs led their legions in coordinated assault. They swept away the Alliance's remaining forces like chaff before a hurricane. The Imperial war machine ground onward. Bastions that had stood for centuries fell in rapid succession. Waterdeep's proud towers crumbled. Neverwinter's walls were breached. The Sword Coast changed hands completely. Once the jewel of the Alliance's domain, it now served new masters. After total victory, the Emperor proclaimed the establishment of the human empire. The double-headed eagle became its symbol. In a move that confounded scholars and theologians alike, he elevated the god of fries and ketchup to supreme divinity within the new realm. All other faiths faced a stark choice: acknowledge this new deity's supremacy or face exile from imperial territory. Spreading faith in any other god became a capital offense. Holy City would serve as the empire's capital. This floating metropolis was constructed through means that defied understanding. The Emperor adapted his approach to the multiverse's complexities. Races capable of interbreeding with humanity found acceptance within the empire's borders. Dwarves, elves, and their kin could stay, provided they harbored no hostility toward mankind. But species like the Githyanki faced different treatment. Mind flayers and cambions, whose very nature opposed human civilization, would face systematic eradication. The Emperor's judgment on this matter was absolute. The Empire's establishment sent shockwaves throughout the mortal realms of Toril. The celestial planes felt the impact, too. The Emperor's elevation of a single deity above all others ignited divine fury. His systematic suppression of traditional faiths made it worse. Divine proclamations thundered across the plains. The faithful throughout the world felt the rage of their deities burn within their souls. Toril writhed with religious uprisings and holy wars. The old order fought desperately against the new. The Emperor remained unmoved by these developments. His reforms intensified with mechanical precision. Resistance was crushed. Resources were consolidated. The industrial transformation of his domain accelerated beyond mortal comprehension. Foundries erupted from the earth like steel mountains. Their smokestacks painted the sky in industrial gray. Rivers of weapons flowed from their forges. These armaments equipped imperial forces with devastating superiority. Even divine favor could not stand against such overwhelming firepower. Legions assembled with parade ground precision. Colossal war engines prepared to carry the Empire's banner to every corner of creation. The Great Mobilization had begun. Every citizen would participate in service to the imperial war effort. The conflict that now engulfed multiple planes would end only one way: absolute victory or absolute destruction. After allowing his forces a brief respite, the emperor's gaze turned southward. Below the conquered Sword Coast lay three powers: the Am Empire, the Kingdom of Tether, and the Kalimshan Sultanate. Each boasted millennia of history. Their cultures had been shaped by bitter experience with magical catastrophe. All three had developed deep-rooted traditions of banning magic. These policies would prove their undoing. The emperor assigned each Primarch a target and unleashed them upon the south. The empire's otherworldly fleet of magical warships advanced. Tireless golems and steel guardians supported them. Against such forces, the three southern powers found themselves helplessly outmatched. Their anti-magic policies had left them without spellcasters. They had no means to counter the imperial constructs that now swept across their borders. The three Primarchs advanced like a tide of destruction. They crushed all resistance in their path. Perturabo, as always, proved the swiftest of the three. His target was the mightiest, the Am Empire. This realm had endured for over 1,000 years. Its people, the Tetherians, had once been slaves to Kalimshan masters. They broke their chains in bloody rebellion. In bitter irony, they then enslaved their former oppressors. The cycle of bondage continued with new masters. Am was a militaristic state. The emperor and the supreme general were one and the same. The empire's hatred of spellcasters bordered on pathological. Any display of arcane power meant death by burning. Even elves faced systematic persecution. They were forced to hide their heritage or flee entirely. Though lacking magical practitioners, Am's technological capabilities remained formidable. Their alliance with the Golden Dwarves had provided advanced metallurgy and engineering. Steam-powered tanks rumbled through their ranks. Steam-driven warships patrolled their coasts. By Toral's standards, they represented military excellence. Against the Empire's transdimensional magical superiority and Perturabo's tactical genius, such advantages meant nothing. The Am Empire's fate was sealed the moment the Emperor marked it for conquest. "All slaves shall be freed," Perturabo announced from the steps of Athkatla's fallen citadel. His voice carried across the conquered city. "Farmers will receive equal shares of noble land and wealth. Follow the human empire, and you shall know a better life." For a feudal society built on rigid class distinctions, such a proclamation struck like a thunderbolt. It turned Am's lower classes against their aristocratic masters. This happened especially as Perturabo's victories continued to mount. The ruling elite's authority crumbled. Slaves and commoners finally glimpsed hope for a different existence. Uprisings erupted across the empire. Local garrisons mutinied or deserted wholesale. No organized resistance remained to challenge the imperial advance. Within mere weeks, the mighty Am Empire teetered on the brink of complete collapse. When Perturabo reached Athkatla, the empire's loyalists made their final stand. Athkatla was the famed city of coin and the heart of Amnish power. They marshaled everything: steam tanks crafted by dwarven hands, professional soldiers, palace guards, steam-powered artillery. With the courage of the doomed, they charged toward Perturabo's advancing forces. Their bravery changed nothing. The Golden Dwarves' finest engineering became scrap metal before the imperial war machines. Magical warships unleashed devastating barrages. The determined defenders were reduced to scattered flesh. The advancing golems trampled them into crimson paste. From Athkatla's walls, the Emperor of Am watched his realm's final moments unfold. Then he raised the banner of surrender. "Another empire falls," sighed Isolde. The priest had accompanied Perturabo's campaign. She surveyed the hellish aftermath of battle. "Such is the tide of history," replied Jaira. The Harper leader watched with detached professionalism as the defeated emperor emerged from his palace. Toral moves toward unity, whether it wills it or not. The swift destruction of three empires sent shockwaves throughout the known world. "The Demon King's army has risen in the north," whispered fearful voices in taverns and throne rooms alike. "A terrible tyrant comes to enslave us all." "This emperor is quite interesting," mused Zariel from her throne in Avernus, the first layer of the 9 hells. If he's supposed to be the Demon King, what does that make us? Zariel had once been an archangel of Mount Celestia. Righteous fury had driven her to form the legendary Hellriders. She plunged into the abyss, seeking to end the blood war that had raged for eons. The endless slaughter broke her warrior spirits. When the portal reopened, many fled rather than continue the fight. Zariel and her remaining loyal forces were overwhelmed and captured. Corruption followed. The fallen angel transformed into one of Hell's most powerful archdukes. The chaotic shifts in fate's threads had rekindled infernal ambitions. The Lords of the 9 Hells saw opportunity in the mortal realm's turmoil. Here was a chance to finally defeat the gods. They could claim the multiverse for themselves. Taking human form, Zariel entered the prime material plane as Hell's vanguard. She intended to open gates for the vast demonic legions waiting beyond. Everywhere she traveled, the same story echoed: Emperor, Emperor, Emperor. Small kingdoms fell like dominoes. Their resources and populations fed an ever-growing empire that sought dominion over all creation. A mortal monarch dreams of world conquest, Zariel scoffed. How naive. When Hell's legions march, this so-called emperor will learn the true meaning of despair. Setting aside thoughts of the emperor for now, Zariel began gathering resources. She prepared for a massive infernal ritual. Under normal circumstances, the gods would have noticed her activities. They would have dispatched champions to stop her. This time proved different. The gods not only failed to interfere, but they also actively assisted her. They helped her acquire the materials needed for her dark work. The development puzzled Zariel. When had the deities become so indifferent to the prime material plane's fate? Unknown to the fallen angel, the gods' fury burned as hot as the 9 hells themselves. The empire's conquest proceeded with such overwhelming speed that divine intervention seemed futile. Every attempt to stop the emperor had failed catastrophically. Each failure met with increasingly brutal retaliation. Temples lay in ruins. Worship was forbidden. Even sacred texts recording divine deeds were consigned to flames. The gods found themselves constrained by over-god Ao's cosmic laws. These prevented casual intervention in mortal affairs. Even their avatars proved insufficient against the emperor's power. If Zariel and Hell's archdukes wished to act as unwitting pawns, the gods would gladly use them. Once devils entered the prime material plane in force, divine law would permit direct intervention. Their first act would be crushing this upstart emperor who dared challenge celestial authority. Their second would be driving the infernal forces back to their own realm. With divine blessing, both overt and hidden, Zariel's ritual reached completion. The gates of hell swung wide. Legions of devils poured into Toril. They brought with them chaos beyond mortal comprehension. Chapter 138, The Capital and the Alliance. Holy City Capital of the Human Empire. The unification wore ground onward. Vast streams of resources and talent flowed from conquered territories to the Holy City. The floating metropolis transformed rapidly into a marvel that defied mortal comprehension. Within the Strategic Command Center, the Emperor and Malkador reviewed intelligence reports from across their expanding domain. Maps covered every surface. The double-headed eagle's advance was marked across continents and plains. The northern dwarf kingdoms conquered. The island nations were conquered. The Sea of Moons and its valleys conquered. Malkador's voice carried quiet satisfaction as he catalogued their victories. The empire's expansion had become an unstoppable avalanche. Each conquest added momentum to the next. The double-headed eagle banner replaced countless heraldic devices. It became the most recognized symbol across all Toril. In every corner of the world, scribes and storytellers recounted the emperor's great works. All who possessed wisdom recognized the truth. Toril stood on the threshold of its first true unification in recorded history. The emperor studied battlefield reports. Then, power suddenly coursed through his consciousness. These were rewards from the cosmic forces that governed fate itself. Fate node altered by 20%. Acquired, Nether Scroll lower portion, legendary spell analysis, faith conversion to divine power, principles and applications. Knowledge flooded his awareness. Understanding that had been lost for millennia accompanied it. The Emperor absorbed the Nether Scroll's contents instantly. He also gained the fundamental techniques for transmuting mortal faith into divine energy. "Fascinating," he murmured, examining the new knowledge. "This bears remarkable similarity to the dream converter technology from the Ultraman universe, the process of converting mortal thoughts and beliefs into usable power." With the Nether Scroll's wisdom, even without Mystra's cooperation, the Emperor could weave his own magical framework. Upon returning to his original domain, he would immediately construct a weave capable of filtering and isolating warp energies. Such protection would allow humanity to ascend to Psyker status without the catastrophic corruption that had plagued his original timeline. Valdo's approaching footsteps interrupted his thoughts. "Your Majesty, Lord Malkador," the Captain General of the Custodian Guard entered. He offered proper respect to both figures. "Report," Malkador commanded, looking up from his tactical assessments. "Primarchs Perturabo, Mortarion, and Lorger await your audience in the main hall, my lord." Malkador glanced toward the Emperor. He set aside his strategic charts with deliberate care. "Come, we shall receive them." The Hall of Offerings. In the Grand Hall, an unusual scene was unfolding. Raven found himself surrounded by 3 of the Emperor's Gene sons. Each presented offerings of the Empire's sacred foodstuffs with the solemnity typically reserved for religious ceremony. "Perturabo, your work exceeds all expectations," Raven declared between enthusiastic bites of crispy fries. "Potatoes and tomatoes irrigated with elven holy spring water possess a truly divine flavor." The Lord of Iron had swept through the ancient elven forests. He forced the proud woodland dwellers to submit to imperial might. Among their tribute offerings was a supply of blessed spring water. Perturabo had immediately put it to agricultural use. "Your satisfaction brings me great joy," Perturabo replied. His scarred features showed rare contentment. "Gale has established contact with several fire elemental lords. He believes we can cultivate specimens directly within the fire elemental plane. Imagine lava-flavored fries." "Encourage his efforts," Raven nodded approvingly. "When we eventually depart this realm, I believe Gale would make an excellent regent for the human empire." "Mr. Raven, you must sample these," Lorger interjected. He presented a plate of translucent fries that gleamed like crystal. "Cultivated by the deep-sea races, they possess a perfectly subtle oceanic essence." "No, try these instead," Mortarion countered. He brandished his own offering like a sacred relic. Grown in the Shadowfell itself, the flavor surpasses mortal comprehension. The Emperor paused in the doorway. Malkador and Valdo flanked him. "These damnable, corrupting influences." He was preparing to stride forward and demand proper military reports when reality itself suddenly froze. Light stopped mid-ray, sound died in the air. Even the mighty Primarch stood motionless as statues. Their offerings hung suspended in temporal stasis. Only the Emperor and Raven retained the ability to move. Radiance bloomed in the hall's center. From that luminance stepped a figure of impossible presence. He moved as though traversing space and time with each casual step. He arrived before them from distances that spanned eternity itself. The newcomer's appearance defied easy description. Neither young nor old, neither beautiful nor plain, but possessing a perfect symmetry that seemed almost featureless. Pale hair and beard framed features that might have been carved from cosmic concept itself. His ceremonial robes appeared woven from the night sky. Deep black adorned with thousands of stars and moons. They were arranged in patterns that created harmony from chaos. "Ow," Raven breathed. Surprise colored his voice. He recognized the being before them. Ow, guardian of the D&D multiverse, the overgod whose authority superseded even the mightiest deities. Like the one above all in Marvel's cosmology, Ao was pure cosmic consciousness made manifest, a being who should never appear before mortals. Yet here he stood. "Greetings, outsiders. Mr. Raven." Ao inclined his head with formal courtesy to both the Emperor and Raven. "You can perceive him?" the Emperor asked. He indicated Raven with imperial curiosity. "Naturally, Without Mr. Raven's unique nature, how else could you have entered this universe? Ao explained with patient clarity. Raven's eyes widened. Guilt flooded his features. His inherited memories from the mist space remained fragmentary. He understood neither its true nature nor the mechanisms by which it enabled interdimensional travel. You are this universe's controller, its sovereign? The Emperor inquired with the directness of one accustomed to absolute authority. Do you appear now to expel your uninvited guests? The question carried no fear. He had already obtained the complete Nether Scroll. Even expulsion would bring no loss to his greater plans. Quite the opposite, Ao replied, shaking his head. Your presence has catalyzed beneficial changes throughout this universe. These modifications promote evolution and development. Why would I seek to remove such positive influences? Then why have you manifested before us? The Emperor pressed. To propose an alliance. The words struck like thunderbolts. Raven's expression shifted to pure disbelief. An overgod, the supreme being of an entire universe, seeking alliance with mortals. Yes, an alliance, Ao confirmed. His voice carried the weight of cosmic necessity. The entities that drift through the eternal void grow stronger with each passing epoch. My knowledge indicates that multiple universes have already fallen to corruption. They have been transformed into breeding grounds for beings that defy comprehension. No single universe possesses sufficient power to resist them. Only through unity can we hope to preserve existence itself. These entities in the eternal void explain their nature, the Emperor commanded. Ao nodded gravely. The heavens stretch infinite and boundless, without beginning or end. They contain countless universes within their vast expanse. Each universe emerges from nothingness and, at its appointed time, returns to that same void. Destruction. However, at some unknown point in cosmic history, beings appeared in the spaces between realities. Their origin remains a mystery. Their purpose is unknowable. They exist beyond death, beyond time, eternal. Perhaps they have endured too long, or absorbed excessive negative emanation from dying universes. Regardless of cause, these beings have all transformed into sources of contamination. Even should they bear no malicious intent, their very existence corrupts reality itself. Like drops of black ink, regardless of their moral nature, they pollute any clear water they touch. Which universes have fallen? Raven asked. His voice was tight with concern. Many, Ao replied solemnly, some whose names I no longer recall. The overgod raised his hand. He gestured through the air. Reality shattered around them like breaking glass. Fragments of the hall fell away to reveal something far more terrible. The scene transformed. Ao brought both the Emperor and Raven into the ruins of what had once been a magnificent universe. Horror filled the cosmic void. Grayish-white, mucoid behemoths larger than solar systems drifted through space. Their surfaces were covered in ever-burning incense that would never be extinguished. Their impossible anatomy contracted and expanded in patterns that hurt to observe. Titanic creatures of living flesh sat in meditation postures. They were crowned with halos formed from thousands of unblinking eyes. Bizarre godlings spawned from madness itself. Bloated masses trailing countless umbilical cords floated as though through amniotic fluid. Their surfaces were dotted with eyes that opened and closed in synchronized waves. They triggered primal revulsion in any observer. Such abominations filled the endless void. Their presence was accompanied by colors that shifted in impossible spectrums. They painted reality in hues that should not exist. The entire universe had been transformed into a realm of distortion and abnormality. It radiated malevolent wrongness that defied comprehension. Power stirred within Raven's consciousness. Lines of fate concerning this corrupted realm automatically manifested in his vision. They were chaotic and broken, yet still yielded crucial information. This is the Taoist universe. Raven's voice carried shocked recognition. He had once considered that realm as a training ground for the Primarchs. Later, sensing its bizarre and terrifying nature, he had abandoned the idea. He feared it might drive the Gene Sons to madness. Instead, he had chosen the relatively safer Marvel universe for their trials. Its former designation is irrelevant, Ao replied with supernatural calm. What matters is its current state. Reason and order have been entirely consumed. Both deities and mortals within that reality have suffered complete corruption. They have been transformed into entities that mock the very concept of existence. What caused this contamination? Raven asked, though he suspected the answer. Ao's gaze turned toward him with cosmic weight. Those things that wander the void pass through that universe. This was the result. Chapter 139, The Weight of Cosmic Truth. Raven's scalp prickled as understanding hit him. What he had witnessed defied human comprehension. Just passing by, that alone transformed this universe into this. Indeed, Ao's response carried the weight of millennia. He swept his hand through the air with careful precision. Reality shifted around them, like pages turning in a vast book. The three figures found themselves suspended in absolute darkness. Sickly orbs of light materialized around them. Each one revealed visions that violated the natural order. Corrupted universes sprawled before them. Worlds had become abominations. Planets sprouted fangs and malevolent eyes, their surfaces twisting into expressions of obscene hunger. Stars burned crimson like congealed blood. Others glowed with the pallid light of rotting flesh. Space itself peeled away like diseased skin, revealing writhing masses of eyes and grasping tentacles beneath. In these blighted realms, the few surviving life forms struggled against perverted laws. Their existence had become an endless cycle of suffering. Entities beyond comprehension harvested them. They multiplied in desperate resilience, then faced the same fate again and again. These are merely the contaminated universes I have discovered, Ao continued. His voice carried the terrible calm of one who had witnessed countless realities die. Many more surely exist beyond my sight. The Emperor's golden presence dimmed slightly as he absorbed the implications. Complete systemic collapse, Ao explained with clinical precision. Even the fundamental laws have decayed. Time, causality, and existence itself have all become mockeries of their former nature. The souls trapped within experience perpetual torment in hells crafted from their own despair. No escape exists. No hope remains. His gaze turned toward them. Vulnerability flickered across his cosmic features for a moment. I foresee that my universe will soon face such threats. When those entities approach, his pause carried the weight of inevitable doom. Even as a god of gods, I will prove insufficient to resist them. Therefore, I require an ally, one capable of providing support when needed, and, when the moment demands, ending my existence. Raven's eyes widened. You're saying that someday, I'll have to kill you personally. Yes, Ao spoke of his own potential demise as if discussing the weather. The corruption of a universe's guardian represents the ultimate catastrophe. Once fallen, I would become the instrument of total universal contamination. He gestured toward the blighted realities surrounding them. Consider the Taoist universe you mentioned earlier. It will succumb to madness first. That corruption cascaded through every deity within that reality. They all fell, one by one. The Emperor's expression remained steady, but Raven caught the subtle tension in his immortal frame. Should I display signs of contamination? Ao continued with relentless logic. You must not hesitate. End me before I become another contamination source threatening all existence. As their alliance took shape, Ao revealed knowledge hidden from mortal understanding. The contamination sources defied conventional comprehension. They were entities without fixed form, beyond communication or negotiation. They drifted through the void with purposeless malevolence, seeking only to corrupt and distort the rational order that held reality together. The Emperor listened with the patience of one who had witnessed humanity's darkest hours. Raven struggled to process concepts that strained sanity itself. My alliance with you serves a greater purpose, Ao explained. You are not yet at full strength, but through Raven's guidance, I believe you will become the most powerful being across all the heavens. The Emperor's demeanor shifted subtly. The mask of divine authority gave way to something more practical. Now that we are allies, I'll need complete access to this universe's knowledge base. Raven couldn't suppress a grin. There it was. Beneath all the golden radiance and transhuman majesty, the Emperor remained fundamentally practical. always thinking about the advantages he could gain. Ao shook his head with something approaching fond exasperation. It's not unwillingness on my part. The universe operates according to immutable laws. Equivalent exchange forms the foundation of all cosmic order. Even as guardian of this reality, Ao remained bound by the rules he protected. To break them personally would invite consequences beyond imagination. You must alter predetermined fate, guide the universe toward new possibilities. Only then will you receive corresponding rewards. The Emperor's expression sharpened with calculation. Fine, but as allies, you'll provide support, right? We're bound together now, grasshoppers on the same rope, as they say. I will ease the restrictions upon you, Ao promised. I will ensure adequate power to face any enemy within this universe. Additionally, I will constrain those gods and hellspawn who would oppose your rise. This will clear the path for the human empire's ascension. Raven frowned. You're abandoning the gods. Won't that weaken the universe's defenses? Ao's response carried the authority of cosmic law itself. The so-called gods are merely spokespersons for universal order. Should they fall, new deities can be shaped from their divine essence. Too many have become inflated with self-importance. They have forgotten their fundamental duty. His voice took on absolute conviction. They have forgotten that divinity exists to serve all living beings, not to lord over them. The Emperor studied Ao with new respect. Here was a being who understood power's true purpose, not dominance, but service to a greater cause. The irony is profound, Raven mused aloud. How could gods who have struggled so hard to reach their positions possibly accept being servants to mortals? The whole appeal of godhood is the authority, the reverence, the ability to indulge every desire without consequence. Ao's expression remained firm. Any deity who obstructs the human empire's rise may be eliminated by your hand. You have the right to slay them and install worthier replacements. The weight of this pronouncement settled over them. Ao commanded every god within this universe. Without his permission, even those who met divine prerequisites could not ascend. Now, he granted the Emperor absolute authority over the celestial hierarchy. Why not simply abolish the divine system entirely? The Emperor inquired, ever practical in his thinking. The current structure remains most suitable for this universe's needs, Ao explained with patient logic. Without ordered oversight, individual worlds risk contamination by external entities. The divine system, while inefficient and bloated, provides necessary protection. The Emperor nodded slowly. He understood the strategic necessity, even if it grated against his preferences. After finalizing their alliance's details, Ao prepared to depart. His form began to shimmer with otherworldly radiance. Everything within the prime material plane rests in your hands now. The human empire's rise may unite this universe's entire strength. If achieved, it might successfully resist contamination sources. Continue your efforts. With those parting words, he stepped into pure light and vanished. As his presence faded, frozen time resumed its flow. Reality snapped back into motion with violent intensity. Everything rushed to compensate for the suspended moments. The sudden cacophony of returned sound overwhelmed after the cosmic silence. Mr. Raven, please try this. This one's delicious. No, this is the best. The three Primarchs eagerly thrust forward their carefully collected offerings. French fries were arranged with the precision they typically reserved for battle formations. Each sought Raven's approval with endearing enthusiasm. All right. The Emperor's voice cut through their excitement like a blade through silk. The Primarchs froze instantly. Their expressions shifted from boyish enthusiasm to transhuman discipline. They quickly arranged their offerings before Raven, then turned as one to face their Gene Father. Father, they spoke in unison, bowing with synchronized precision. Report on the conquest's progress, the Emperor commanded. His tone carried the authority of 10,000 years of warfare. Most of the Zakara continent has fallen to Imperial forces, Lorger reported with quiet pride. The armies advance unopposed across all fronts. We have disbanded religious institutions that refuse to acknowledge the god of fries and ketchup, he continued. He maintained perfect military bearing despite the absurd divine title. The temples of false gods lie in ruins. Perturabo stepped forward with mechanical precision. My forces construct floating fortresses to consolidate territorial control and suppress remaining resistance elements. We are fortifying all strategic positions according to optimal defensive parameters. Mortarian's report covered the otherworldly fronts. The Ghost Realm and Necromancer Plane had both felt the Empire's expanding influence. Imperial mages, armed with knowledge from the Nether Scrolls, were constructing interplanar teleportation arrays. Soon, the Great Crusade would extend beyond this world to encompass multiple realities. The Emperor nodded. Satisfaction showed in his immortal features. The unification of Toril proceeded according to plan. Soon, the Empire would spread its wings across the planes themselves. Just as he prepared to outline new strategic directives, a piercing alarm shattered the moment's tranquility. Valdor burst into the chamber, his usual composure cracked with slight urgency. "Your Majesty, the Githyanki have launched a full-scale invasion." The Holy City floated majestically above Silvermoon City. Its magical towers radiated protective barriers across the entire metropolitan area. Massive arcane cannons crowned the towering walls. Enchanted golems stood ready at strategic positions throughout the urban landscape. When the Githyanki burst through blazing astral gates atop their dragon mounts, these defenses activated with devastating efficiency. Overwhelming magical firepower erupted skyward, punching through both Dragonscale and Rider with ruthless precision. But then came a roar that shook the city itself. Dragon Queen Tiamat emerged from the largest astral gate, a living mountain of malevolent divinity. Her colossal form dominated the sky. 5 serpentine necks writhed from her massive body. Each head bore a different coloration: crimson, blue, green, black, and white. Their hues flowed like ribbons into her torso before merging into bands of gray, blue-green, and purple, culminating in a murky brown tail. Each draconic visage radiated unique magical emanations of terrifying potency. 5 maws opened simultaneously. They unleashed streams of elemental destruction that tore through the holy city's defenses like parchment. Defensive towers crumbled, magical arrays shattered, protective barriers dissolved under the concentrated assault. In her wake came a host of chromatic dragons, evil incarnate given wing and flame. They poured through the breached shields and spread destruction with predatory efficiency. Githyanki Queen Valkyes descended alongside her draconic allies. Her presence added another layer of supernatural menace to the assault. Soon, this supreme warrior would face Mortarion himself in single combat, a confrontation between 2 masters of death and warfare. The true test of the human empire had begun. The Emperor's golden eyes narrowed as he processed the tactical situation. His sons had handled planetary conquest with their usual efficiency, but this was different. This was an invasion by beings who understood warfare on a cosmic scale. Raven felt his stomach twist with something beyond hunger for the first time in memory. The cosmic horrors Ao had shown them were theoretical. This was immediate. This was war. The Emperor rose from his throne. "Prepare for immediate deployment. All legions, all assets." His voice carried absolute authority. "The enemy has come to test our resolve. We shall show them the strength of unified humanity." The Primarchs snapped to attention. Their earlier boyish enthusiasm transformed into the cold focus of genetically engineered weapons of war. They had been forged for moments like this. Outside, Tiamat's roar shook the foundations of reality itself. The true war for this universe's soul was about to begin. Chapter 140, The Death Lord's Judgment. Valkyes had transcended mortal limitations through lichdom. Her form now resembled a blackened corpse wreathed in necromantic power. Jade flames burned in the hollow sockets where eyes once resided. Her purple robes bore intricate golden embroidery and flowed around her desiccated frame. A meticulously crafted headdress of gold and ruby crowned her skull. She wielded a staff topped with a crimson dragon's head that pulsed with malevolent energy. "Foolish mortal," her voice carried the authority of ages, "kneel and mercy may yet be yours." Black mist coiled around her floating form like living shadows. "Death calls to you," Mortarion replied. His voice was a sepulchral whisper as he charged forward. The death scythe gleamed with predatory hunger. As fate's nodes shifted throughout the universe, the cosmic restraints upon the Primarchs continued to weaken. Mortarion's movements became fluid poetry of destruction. Each step was faster. Each strike was more lethal than any mortal could achieve. Valkyes had endured countless millennia. She had mastered the most forbidden secrets of necromancy. Among those beneath the gods, few could match her terrible knowledge. Unfortunately for her, she faced a Primarch. Dead man's bind, her skeletal fingers wove patterns of entrapment. Wailing of the undead, spectral voices shrieked from the beyond. The floating lick unleashed a symphony of necromantic horrors, curses that could drain life from the living, bindings that could paralyze armies, spiritual assaults that could shatter sanity itself. Yet every attack met the same fate. Mortarion either flowed around them like mist or intercepted them with his death scythe. The weapon drank deeply of her dark magic. In the end, Valkyes discovered the gulf between ancient power and transhuman perfection. Mortarion's scythe cleaved through her defenses and bisected her form in a single, elegant arc. The hungry weapon immediately devoured half her soul. It fed its insatiable appetite for spiritual essence. "I will return," Valkyes shrieked as her form began to dissolve. The inherent nature of Lictum would eventually restore her through the phylactery, but significantly weakened. Mortarion watched her ashes scatter in the wind. A cold smile touched his pale features. "Come back, and I'll kill you again." While Mortarion concluded his grim business, Perturabo and Lorgar faced a far more daunting challenge. Dragon Queen Tiamat's divine might was beyond mortal comprehension. She was a living embodiment of chromatic destruction. With Hell's invasion weakening the cosmic laws that usually constrain divine power, Tiamat's suppressed strength erupted in its full glory. Her dragon fire burned with temperatures that reduced steel to vapor. Her impenetrable scales carried divine enchantments that deflected both physical assault and metaphysical curse. Mortarion joined his brothers after dispatching Valkyes. Together, the three Primarchs engaged the Dragon Queen in combat that shook the foundations of reality itself. Yet as the battle progressed, their expressions grew increasingly grim. Tiamat's defenses proved nearly impregnable. Even the death scythe's keen edge managed only superficial wounds against her divine hide. Perturabo's warhammer and Lorgar's Crozius Arcanum struck sparks from her scales, but achieved no meaningful damage. Without awakening their true essence and implanted gene engines, their combat effectiveness remains limited, Raven observed. He had expected this outcome. While the Primarchs possessed strength far beyond ordinary mortals, they had not yet unlocked their full potential. The tide turned when Valdor entered the fray. The gene engine's overclocking mode transformed him into something approaching a force of nature. Spaced here. Reality bent to Valdor's will as he collapsed the space around Tiamat into 2 dimensions. Then he violently restored it to 3. While the Dragon Queen's divine constitution weathered this spatial manipulation, her lesser draconic servants were instantly shredded. Their forms were reduced to scattered fragments across multiple dimensional planes. The 3 Primarchs watched in stunned silence. They knew of the gene engine's existence. They had heard reports of Guilliman and others receiving the augmentation. But witnessing its battlefield application was altogether different. Such casual manipulation of spacetime represented power approaching true divinity. These damn outsiders. Terror crept into Tiamat's 5 hearts as she witnessed the slaughter of her followers. What she had assumed would be an easy conquest now revealed itself as a trap that might claim even her divine life. Her 5 heads unleashed torrents of elemental destruction at Valdo. Then she wheeled toward the still-open astral gate in desperate flight. Time rewind. Reality blurred as Valdo's temporal manipulation seized hold of causality itself. Tiamat found herself instantly returned to her previous position. Her 5 expressions registered confusion at the impossible reversal. Before she could process what had occurred, Valdo materialized behind her massive form. His spear was wreathed in a tearing force field that could part the fabric of space. It punched through her divine scales and buried itself deep in her flesh. Superheated dragon blood erupted in gouts of crimson steam. "Perhaps we can negotiate," Tiamat gasped. Her supreme arrogance crumbled in the face of imminent destruction. The Emperor's response carried the finality of extinction. "There is nothing to discuss. Kill it." Tiamat's final roar shook the heavens as she made her last desperate stand. But against the combined might of 3 Primarchs and an enhanced Imperial Guard, even a Dragon Queen could not prevail. Her 5 heads fell one by one. Crimson ichor painted the ruined cityscape below. Her massive corpse crashed earthward with tectonic force. It created a crater that sent fractures spiraling outward like a vast spider web of destruction. With both Valky's and Tiamat's avatar destroyed, the joint Githyanki-chromatic dragon assault collapsed entirely. Teleportation gates opened across the battlefield as Imperial magical forces returned from distant campaigns. They methodically eliminated the surviving raiders. The Emperor's voice carried the weight of absolute judgment. "They began this war, but its conclusion belongs to us alone. Now we act." The counteroffensive began immediately. Astral gates bloomed like deadly flowers as Imperial armies boarded enchanted warships bound for the astral plane itself. The notorious space pirates, who had terrorized countless worlds from their scattered communities across the astral plane, now faced unprecedented catastrophe. The Empire's transformation under the Emperor's guidance had created a war machine that dwarfed anything the parasitic Githyanki could field. Magical industrialization, integrated resource management, and unified command structure proved overwhelmingly superior to their raiding-based society. Mortarion led the vanguard assault on a Githyanki stronghold. His death guard methodically purged every structure. An elderly Githyanki knelt amid the flames, cradling his slain child while crying out to uncaring gods. "Why must we suffer? Gods, open your eyes." Mortarion's response was the whisper of his scythe through flesh. No mercy existed in his pale features, only the cold certainty of death itself. He regarded the corpse with detached professional interest before continuing his grim harvest. The Githyanki had made a fatal miscalculation. These gaunt, yellow-skinned raiders had built their society on warfare and plunder, believing themselves superior warriors. But they had never faced an enemy like the Imperium. They had never confronted beings who waged war not for profit or glory, but for the complete annihilation of their foes. Toril held special significance as the 3rd planet orbiting its crystal sphere's sun, the most populous and powerful world in this reality, with its major continents of Farun and Karatur. The gods themselves had used it as a genetic reservoir, transplanting species to populate barren worlds throughout the cosmos. This elevated status made it a prize coveted by both celestial and infernal powers. When fate's predetermined course shattered into chaos, Hell's attention immediately focused on this pivotal world. The Hell Lords saw an opportunity in the confusion. They would conquer Toril, corrupt its inhabitants, and then use it as a staging ground for a planar conquest. They chose the continent of Karatur for their invasion, its connection to Farun making it strategically invaluable. Kill them all. Demonic hordes poured through Hell gates, slaughtering innocents with gleeful abandon. The souls of the dead were harvested immediately. They were dragged into infernal realms to be twisted into new demons for the endless war. But the gods possessed their own agenda. Under the pretense of combating the demonic invasion, they opened heaven's gates and dispatched their own forces. Celestial armies of heroic spirits and angelic warriors marched not toward the demons, but toward Silvermoon City. The divine plan was transparent. Eliminate the upstart emperor before addressing Hell's incursion. They intended to remind this arrogant outsider that the gods' authority brooked no challenge. Divine avatars surrounded the imperial capital. Their celestial legions were arrayed in perfect formation. The air itself seemed to thicken with accumulated divine power. An elven god materialized. His halo blazed with righteous fury. "Kneel, outsider, and beg for our mercy." A dwarven deity's voice boomed like mountain thunder. "Receive your punishment, tyrant." The emperor stood atop his palace's highest spire. His golden armor caught the light of distant stars. For a moment, he seemed almost amused by their display. "You call me tyrant," he said, his voice carrying across the battlefield without strain. "Yet you would murder mortals to preserve your own authority. You would let demons ravage entire continents rather than see your power diminished." His expression hardened. The mask of divine majesty gave way to something far more terrifying: absolute conviction. "I am not here to rule you, I am here to erase you." The god's response was immediate and overwhelming. Divine wrath descended like an avalanche of pure destruction. But at that precise moment, the emperor smiled. Chapter 141, Divine Betrayal and Imperial Ascension. But at that precise moment, cosmic authority made itself known. Will descended upon the celestial realm with the force of absolute law. His commands reached those gods who had remained in the divine sphere: Selen, the moon goddess; Jurgel, the god of death; Mistra, the goddess of magic; and Helm, the neutral guardian. Without hesitation, they sealed every passage between the celestial realm and the prime material plane. The gods who had descended to challenge the emperor found themselves severed from their divine source, forbidden from returning to their realm of power. Worse still, they could no longer draw upon the celestial realm's infinite energies that sustained their godhood. As the cosmic pathways closed and their divine essence began to ebb like blood from mortal wounds, the assembled gods experienced terror beyond mortal comprehension. The sky itself seemed to collapse around them. The emperor received another surge of cosmic knowledge at this moment of divine desperation. Fate node altered by over 30%. Acquiring crystal sphere principles, essence of divinity and divine spark, soul reincarnation mastery. The god's invasion had shattered predetermined destiny beyond the 30% threshold. Primordial knowledge flooded the emperor's consciousness: secrets of creation itself, the fundamental nature of divinity, the architecture of reality's boundaries. He now understood how crystal spheres were forged to isolate star systems, how divine sparks ignited into true godhood, and how faith itself could be weaponized into instruments of conquest. Most intriguingly, he grasped the mechanics by which souls could be bound to eternal service. A terrible smile touched the emperor's golden features as new possibilities crystallized in his transhuman intellect. "We can now forge legions from the souls of the faithful," he declared to Raven, "just as these false gods command their heroic spirits." Raven's eyes widened in recognition. This was the basis of something that would happen in 10,000 years in future, the cursed legions that would one day be unleashed when the Imperium faced its darkest hours. Silent warriors dawned in hellfire, appearing when hope seemed lost, vanishing after victory was secured. "That's a brilliant idea, big guy," Raven said, then produced a crude drawing from his robes. "But can we use this for the Legion's banner?" The emperor stared at the McDonald's fries doodle, with the expression of one witnessing a cosmic joke. "What do you think?" he asked with dangerous calm. Raven nodded enthusiastically. "It's perfect. I'll tell Malkador to rush production immediately, when you create the heroic spirit legion." "My meaning," the emperor interrupted, each word said slowly as if told to a child, "is that it's impossible. Absolutely impossible." "Come on, big guy, it looks great." "Absolutely not." Their telepathic argument remained invisible to the watching gods, who could only observe the emperor's power continuing to crescendo, waves of ultimate destruction radiating from his golden form. With the fate node shifted beyond the critical threshold, he was approaching the full magnitude of his true capabilities. The assembled deities finally understood the trap they had walked into. They had come expecting to humble an upstart mortal, instead finding themselves facing something that made even gods seem small. After concluding his debate with Raven, the emperor rose into the air above the divine assembly, his sword blazing with fires that could erase divinity itself. Even gods would find no resurrection from such annihilation. "I heard you wanted me to kneel?" Raven called out from his perch on the emperor's shoulder, his voice dripping with mockery. He called him a tyrant, did you?" Ao's command severed the divine forces from their source of power, leaving them trapped in an impossible position. Cut off from their celestial realm, every moment in the prime material plane weakened them further. Their heroic spirits and angelic legions withered as divine energy bled away like water through cracked stone. The once magnificent celestial army lost all its grandeur, reduced to desperate beings clinging to fading glory. Just moments ago, they were shouting "Tyrant, tyrant," Raven observed with gleeful satisfaction. "Now it's all your majesty, and please forgive us." The big guy was right. Turns out gods are just bullies who pick on those they think are weak. The assembled deities burned with impotent rage, but dared not express it. The emperor's displayed power transcended their comprehension, making resistance not just futile but suicidal. "Where's that arrogant attitude from earlier?" Raven planted his hands on his hips and addressed the gods like a disappointed teacher confronting unruly students. "Who among you dares to fight me now?" "Gods cannot suffer such insult," growled a hot-tempered dwarven deity, stepping forward with more courage than wisdom. "I will answer your challenge." This was no ordinary dwarven god. His frame was stocky, even by dwarven standards, his skin bearing the pallid, blue-white hue of something that had never known sunlight. His sickly yellow-brown hair framed features marked by pupilless eyes that stared with blank malevolence. Clearly, this was a deity of the Duergar, the gray dwarves whose cruelty and hatred of surface light had shaped their patron into something equally twisted. "I demand single combat," the Duergar god declared, raising a black battle-axe toward Raven with ceremonial formality. Raven immediately opened telepathic communication with the Emperor. "Big guy, you see this? He's bullying me. Go beat him up." "Why don't you handle it yourself?" "This Raven isn't built for fighting, that's your department." Weak and wanting to showboat, the Emperor replied with mild exasperation. After delivering this assessment of his companion, the Emperor stepped forward. One moment, he stood beside Raven. The next, he materialized directly before the Duergar god. His flaming sword swept out in a casual arc that pierced divine flesh as easily as mortal skin. The god's death shriek echoed across multiple dimensions before cutting off abruptly. Actual death, complete erasure of divine essence, beyond any possibility of resurrection. Raven stared in stunned silence. This golden big guy was getting too arrogant for his own good. Today, he called Raven weak and lazy. Tomorrow, he'd probably try to use him as a mount. Absolutely intolerable. The next universe would definitely be Xuanhuan, where the red-haired calamity could teach this guy some humility. The spectacle of genuine divine death sent shockwaves through the assembled pantheon. They instinctively retreated, each step acknowledging their complete defeat. "Who else?" Raven shouted with renewed confidence. "Anyone else feel the need for this fist, huh?" Silence answered him. The gods understood their position with crystalline clarity. Ao had chosen sides, and it wasn't theirs. Any deity who had come under the pretense of fighting demons while actually targeting the Emperor had been abandoned by their supreme leader. The realization struck them like a physical blow. Their own cosmic overlord actively supported these outsiders against them. The gods' downfall lacked any epic grandeur. No titanic battles, no heroic last stands, just the simple reality of absolute power differential combined with political abandonment. "Big guy," Raven suggested with cheerful malice, "let's banish these guys to the ice plane to grow potatoes." The Emperor considered this with the gravity of one weighing matters of cosmic importance. Acceptable. The gods' faces drained of what little color remained, but none dared voice objection. Compared to complete annihilation, agricultural labor represented mercy beyond their expectations. Their fate was sealed. Stripped of divine authority and divinity itself, they would be exiled to cultivate tubers in frozen wastelands. Their accompanying heroic spirits and angels received even less consideration, reduced to ordinary souls destined for eternal slumber in the realm of the dead. The vacant divine portfolios would be redistributed according to the Emperor's agreement with Ao, marking the beginning of a new cosmic order. Across Toril, the siege's outcome sent shockwaves through every level of society. The nobles who had lost wealth and status to imperial expansion had initially celebrated the gods' intervention, seeing it as their path back to power and privilege. The tyrant must die, they had proclaimed in hidden gatherings. I'll reclaim my throne, my lands, everything that was stolen from me. Those commoners who dared seize my property, and my wife will pay with their lives." The common people, meanwhile, had trembled with terror. Having recently participated in the redistribution of noble wealth and wives at imperial decree, they faced the prospect of brutal retribution should the old order return. But as news of the gods' complete defeat spread across the continent, these emotions reversed entirely. Useless trash, the disenfranchised nobles raged in private. They couldn't even handle one tyrant. Pharaon descends into darkness. Who can possibly end this madman's reign? Their despair was absolute. Mansions, fields, and wives all permanently lost to imperial redistribution. The commoners, conversely, erupted in celebration. Quickly, offered tribute to the great god of fries and ketchup. Surely he protected us in our hour of need. Praise the mighty human lord. Please don't let those noble bastards return. The emperor turned his attention to Hell's ongoing invasion of the Kara-Tur continent with the divine threat neutralized. Demonic hordes continued pouring through Hell gates, seeking to transform Toril into another infernal stronghold. Imperial armies could not permit this expansion of Hell's influence to continue. Imperial forces assembled with mechanical efficiency, magical war engines prepared for deployment, and the emperor himself prepared to lead the campaign personally. The demons would learn what the gods had discovered too late, that some battles should never be started. The wise and great emperor of the empire has come to save us. The cheers erupted from every city-state across Kara-Tur as news of imperial deployment spread like wildfire. The irony was not lost on those with longer memories. These same populations had recently branded the emperor a demon lord. Such was the fickleness of mortal nature, swaying with whatever wind seemed most favorable. Zariel, Archduke of Hell's first layer, received these reports with contemptuous amusement. Her gaze swept across the distant city of Neverwinter, a predatory smile twisting her infernal features. "Toril belongs to Hell," she declared to her assembled legions. "Let this so-called human lord come, he shall taste the bitter ashes of defeat." Unlike the celestial realm's passages, the gates of Hell remained beyond Au's direct authority to seal. The archdemons harbored no fear of mortal rulers. At worst, they would drag all of Toril into the abyss with them. The collateral damage meant nothing to beings who fed on suffering itself. "Attack," Zariel commanded with casual malice. The demonic tide surged toward Neverwinter like a plague given form. The scent of mortal life drove them into feeding frenzies, their razor-sharp teeth eager to rend flesh from bone. "Hold the line," the human general's voice cut through the din of battle from atop the city's ancient walls. The great battle erupted with apocalyptic fury. Professional adventurers fought alongside ordinary soldiers, their combined efforts barely containing each successive demonic wave. Among the defenders was Lena, a 16-year-old apprentice priestess of the moon goddess. Her magical knowledge remained rudimentary, but the battlefield demanded only one skill from her: healing magic to mend the endless stream of wounded. With ancient incantations flowing from her lips, moonlight manifested as ribbons of restorative energy, knitting flesh and bone back together with divine power. Naive enthusiasm initially drove her efforts as she threw herself into the sacred work of preservation. But enthusiasm crumbled before the relentless reality of war. The wounded seemed infinite in number, carried in screaming, patched up with her magic, then sent back to fight until they returned as corpses. The cycle repeated with mechanical inevitability. "Thank you, little sister," whispered a beautiful female druid after receiving healing. She pressed a gentle kiss to Lena's cheek and bestowed a blessing of nature before returning to battle. Hours later, Lena found that same druid's remains, torn apart by demonic claws, beyond any power to restore. Such deaths occurred every moment, each one chipping away at Lena's faith in the meaning of her efforts. Her smile faded. The cheerful girl grew silent as war's true face revealed itself. After days of desperate fighting, Neverwinter's walls finally cracked under demonic assault. Hell's invasion had already reduced numerous city-states to scorched wasteland, sending floods of refugees into Neverwinter for sanctuary. Now they all faced the same fate, becoming prey for the demon hordes. Desperate screams painted the sky crimson. Blood flowed in rivulets through the streets, forming streams that fed the earth with mortal anguish. This way, children, Lena shepherded a group of terrified youngsters through the chaos, protected by a handful of soldiers whose resolve was already cracking. Demons converged on their small group with predatory focus. The soldiers fell quickly, torn apart like parchment, leaving Lena alone between the children and certain death. Terror turned her limbs to water. Tears streamed down her face as she spread her arms wide, using her own body as a shield for the innocents behind her. She could have fled, but kindness anchored her feet to the blood-stained ground. "What wonderful fear," one demon purred with sadistic pleasure. "Cry louder for us." They were in no hurry to kill. The slow cultivation of terror always improved the flavor of mortal souls. Only when their victims reached complete despair would the feeding begin. Lena closed her eyes, waiting for death's embrace in the darkness of her fear. The expected agony never came. Instead, a thunderclap of displaced air nearly knocked her from her feet, followed by the demons' shrieks of pain and surprise. "Scream now, demons, for I am the Lord of Steel, and I have arrived." Lena's eyes snapped open to witness something beyond her comprehension, a giant in Baroque power armor crushing a demon beneath his armored boot. No matter how the creature struggled, it could not break free from Perturabo's inexorable grip. The remaining demons gazed upon the Primarch with expressions of genuine terror. Perhaps the first time in their immortal existence they had felt true fear. "Return to your hell," Perturabo commanded with the authority of one born to rule. "Humanity is not prey for your kind." His warhammer descended with tectonic force, reducing the trapped demon's skull to paste and fragments. The surviving demons howled their rage and charged as one, a coordinated assault that would have overwhelmed any mortal defender. Against a Primarch, it proved laughably inadequate. Each swing of Perturabo's hammer created new craters in the street, each filled with demonic remains. After the slaughter concluded, the Lord of Steel turned toward Lena and her charges. His voice, filtered through his armor's vox grill, carried unexpected gentleness. "Run in that direction. No demons remain there, and Imperial forces are establishing a safe zone." Lena stared up at the towering figure, and suddenly the dam burst. All her accumulated terror, grief, and desperate strength poured out in racking sobs. The constant strain of maintaining composure before the children, the endless cycle of death and healing, the brush with her own extinction, it all overwhelmed her at once. Perturabo paused, his first instinct to command silence and strength. The words died in his throat as he truly observed her, a half-grown child who had shown more courage than veteran warriors, a fragile mortal who had chosen to shield others with her own life. After a moment's hesitation, the Lord of Steel placed one massive gauntleted hand upon her shoulder with surprising care. "It's over now," he said softly. "You're safe." A tremendous horn call echoed across the sky, its clarion note carrying promise of salvation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Above Neverwinter, the heavens filled with imperial magical warships, massive constructs bearing the Aquila banner, their hulls bristling with arcane cannon batteries. Beams of pure destruction swept down into the demon ranks, each impact creating explosions that shook the earth itself. Massive magical golems deployed from the fleet's cargo holds, their bronze, adamantine, and magically enhanced frames powered by mythalar cores that pulsed with barely contained energies. Where they landed, the impact cratered the streets and reduced any demons within the blast radius to component atoms. Then the Emperor himself entered the battlefield. He moved through the demonic horde like death given form, his blade describing arcs too swift for mortal eyes to follow. Where his sword passed, enemy formations simply ceased to exist. Dismembered limbs traced ballistic arcs through smoke-filled air as he carved through Hell's finest with casual efficiency. Dispater, Lord of Hell's second layer, emerged to face this golden destroyer personally. 9 meters of corded muscle and infernal might, his crimson wings spread wide as cloven hooves struck sparks from broken stone. Crimson armor enhanced his already formidable frame as he raised weapons forged in Hell's deepest foundries. The contest lasted mere moments. The Emperor's blade severed the Archduke's head with surgical precision. Something far worse occurred. The golden fire that wreathed his weapon consumed Dispater's very essence, erasing him from existence itself. No resurrection, no return to hell's depths, only absolute void. The remaining archdukes witnessed their peers' complete annihilation and experienced the same terror that had paralyzed the gods. This emperor possessed power that transcended their understanding of mortal limitations. How can this creature be so powerful? Zariel's voice carried notes of panic she had never known before. Now she understood why the gods, even stripped of their divine might, had not dared resist. Continuing this engagement means death for us all, Asmodeus, Lord of the Nine Hells, declared with uncharacteristic pragmatism. Toril is not destined for our dominion. This should not be happening. Zariel raged against the retreat order. She had envisioned the human empire crumbling before the might of hell, imagined the human lord weeping and begging for mercy from the infernal ambassadors. Instead, hell itself fled in disgrace. Asmodeus ignored her protests and ordered full withdrawal. Better to lose Toril than lose every remaining archduke to this golden destroyer. Supported by magical technology that exceeded anything in the known spheres, the imperial forces routed Hell's legions completely. The gates closed one by one as the archdukes abandoned their conquest. Before the final Hell Gate, the emperor commanded his armies to halt. Pursuing the enemy into their home realm would be strategically inadvisable without long-term commitment to occupying Hell itself. Such a waste, Raven observed with mock disappointment. If we'd pushed through, we could have grown potatoes in Hell too. The emperor ignored his companion's commentary, his strategic mind already calculating the resources required for such an undertaking. Unless he were prepared to remain in the Toril system indefinitely, Hell's conquest would have to wait. The immediate threat had ended. Magical technology would continue its rapid development across the conquered territories, and the Empire's influence would spread to encompass realities the inhabitants could not yet imagine. Chapter 142, The Lost Primarch. Technological innovations, powered by refined warpstone, spread across Toril like wildfire. Magical energy lamps illuminated every settlement. Enchanted vehicles rolled down newly paved roads. Craftsmen created countless other marvels from the fusion of arcane knowledge and imperial science. The expedition fleets discovered several new crystal wall systems during their exploration of surrounding planes: the Grey Dome Celestial Domain, the Klein Cosmos, and the Aberlin Cosmos. Through diplomatic alliance or outright conquest, the Empire steadily expanded its influence across these realms. Before his departure, the Emperor encoded portions of his vast knowledge within crystalline matrices. He left these repositories so the Empire's scholars could unlock the deeper mysteries of existence. He could not remain indefinitely. Greater duties called his service from across the universe. Working alongside Malkador, the Emperor established a governing council to administer the new empire in his absence. He appointed Gale as regent. This choice reflected Gale's near-divine power, natural charisma, and exceptional administrative abilities. Gale would guide the new empire forward. The Great Crusade would continue to conquer newly discovered planets and unite all humans and compatible Xenos under the rule of the Imperium. This expansion would continue until the Emperor's return, when all scattered domains of humanity would be forged into one unified realm. With all arrangements complete, the time for departure arrived. Raven spread his wings and transformed into streams of flowing light. Reality tore apart to form a spacetime corridor. One by one, the Imperial delegation stepped through and vanished. Malkador was transported directly back to Terra. Despite their brief absence, he discovered the Throne World's operations had continued smoothly. Only a backlog of administrative documents awaited his attention. Countless projects and critical resolutions required the Sigilite's personal authorization. The Emperor, accompanied by 3 of his Gene sons, returned to the flagship of his Great Crusade. Far from the Emperor's flagship, another Imperial vessel cut through the void on a different mission entirely. The Immaterium convulsed as reality tore open like a jagged tear. From within the swirling vortex emerged a vessel of immense size. The golden aquila blazed across its hull, gleaming against the cosmic dark. As the warp rift collapsed behind them, the ship's conventional drives ignited. Starbright flames erupted from the engine clusters. The massive warship accelerated toward the heart of the system. Within the battleship's corridors, a tech priest in crimson robes hurried along passages lit by flickering lumen strips. He reached a secured checkpoint and paused as emerald scanning beams played across his augmetic form. The system confirmed his identity. The blast doors ground open with a pneumatic hiss. The chamber beyond soared to cathedral heights. Carved marble depicting the emperor's victories adorned its walls. A massive hololithic projector dominated the center, surrounded by cogitator stacks and strategic augury shrines that hummed with barely contained machine spirits. 4 custodian guards in Auramite armor stood sentinel around the projection table. Their guardian spears gleamed in the chamber's amber light. As the tech priest entered, 8 crimson eye lenses tracked his movement with watchful attention. "My lords," the priest intoned, cross-referencing with Age of Strife databases confirms our arrival at the designated coordinates. This is indeed the Morge system. Custodian Ravenna studied the tactical display. His expression grew grim behind his helm's death mask. As the leading custodian of this search mission, he bore the weight of finding their lost gene father. "Intelligence suggests the second Primarch was last seen in this system," he declared. His voice carried absolute authority. "We will investigate this world and locate our missing gene father." Projection beams flickered and coalesced. 3-dimensional star charts painted themselves in the air above the hololithic table. The Imperial battleship occupied the display's center, represented by a golden aquila icon. Data streams flowed as the ship's sensor arrays mapped the system in ever-increasing detail. Soon, a complete tactical overview materialized before the custodians. The system displayed planets, asteroid fields, void debris, and stellar phenomena marked with precise Imperial cartographic symbols. Ethereal light played across the Guardians' ceramite-clad faces. Their transhuman intellects processed torrents of information with machine-like efficiency. Detecting artificial construct, satellite scale within the inner system, reported the ship's information supervisor through the Vox network. The sound of grinding gears and cycling pistons echoed through the strategy chamber. Cogitator stacks labored to refine the incoming data. The projection interface updated continuously, zooming toward the anomalous contact. What had appeared as a mere speck in the void expanded into a colossal ring-shaped structure suspended in space. 4,000 kilometers in diameter, constructed from metal and stone with disturbing precision. "Lord Ravenna, additional data on the construct is available for review." The supervisor's voice crackled through the comm system. "Transfer all relevant intelligence immediately," Ravenna commanded. The holographic display darkened, then blazed to life with new imagery. A human figure appeared in the projection. Wild-eyed and fervent, draped in archaic robes reminiscent of Terra's classical period. His voice carried the unmistakable cadence of the zealot. "When you access the data we have encoded within the harmony of race's ring matrix, you will understand that a new age has dawned. Different species, conflicting ideologies, opposing faiths, these divisions have bred endless warfare throughout the galaxy. Visionary prophets from across the stars have united to form an organization, the Supreme Benevolence of Universal Harmony. The Supreme Benevolence makes no distinction between race, creed, or belief. Our sacred mission is to unite all sentient life and establish a prosperous, enlightened cosmos. The harmony of races represents the collective wisdom of our greatest scholars, a marvel of engineering that will usher in true peace. It will eliminate warfare from existence and allow all species to coexist under the Supreme Benevolence's guidance. It is nothing less than the God of peace itself. With its activation, humanity and all galactic races will abandon their primitive conflicts forever." One of the custodians scoffed. "Harmony of races? What manner of heretical nonsense is this?" Ravenna expanded the tactical display, examining the ring construct's technical specifications. Based on surface analysis alone, its true purpose remained obscure. Ravenna activated his comlink. Tech Dominus Iser, I require a comprehensive analysis of this satellite-scale artifact. Query acknowledged. Estimated completion, 1 hour, 7 minutes, came the Mechanicus Adept's emotionless response. Ravenna switched to the ship's command channel. Captain Levin, time to reach Morge Prime. Lord Ravenna, accounting for deceleration protocols, 3 hours should suffice. Ravenna terminated the connection and surveyed his battle brothers. We wait. Patience serves the Emperor's will. The Tech Dominus had proven unnaturally precise in his temporal estimates throughout the campaign. Exactly 1 hour later, Ravenna received the comprehensive analysis he had requested. The report's conclusions chilled even his veteran soul. The so-called harmony of races was revealed to be a sophisticated mind control apparatus. It could broadcast specialized electromagnetic frequencies that would reshape the neural pathways of complex life forms. Its insidious influence would gradually alter personality matrices and behavioral patterns in affected subjects. A brainwashing engine, Ravenna growled. Disgust was evident in his tone. This Supreme Benevolence organization clearly intended to use their device to impose artificial unity across the galaxy. Not through conquest or diplomacy, but through the systematic erasure of free will itself. Another custodian shook his head grimly. The architects of the age of strife grow more deranged with each discovery. If those madmen possessed even a shred of sanity, His Majesty would not have been forced to construct containment vaults beneath the imperial palace. A third guardian observed, revealing classified knowledge. The Terra palace's sublevels housed dozens of Dark Age artifacts. Each one represented a clear and present danger to human civilization. Most proved impossible to destroy through conventional means. Several defied all attempts at reverse engineering. Thus they remained sealed away, guarded by veteran custodians who had sworn blood oaths of eternal vigilance. This mission troubles me greatly, Ravenna admitted. He moved to the chamber's armored viewport. Through the transparent aluminum, he could observe the battleship's ram prow and lateral augury spires cutting through the void. Stars burned like distant funeral pyres in the cosmic dark. Ravenna engaged his enhanced visual cortex and activated multiple spectrum analysis protocols. The seemingly empty void exploded with color and data as his transhuman senses pierced the darkness. Through his enhanced perception, the massive ring construct came into perfect focus. It drifted silently through space, clearly incomplete, a mercy beyond measure. Had the device reached full activation, its psychic emanations would have enslaved hundreds of star systems. Every sentient being would have become mindless adherents of the Supreme Benevolence's twisted philosophy. Supreme Benevolence, harmony of races, Ravenna whispered the heretical names like curses. The battleship's sensor array eventually identified a single world showing signs of active habitation, Morge 2. As the ship decelerated into planetary orbit, the custodians noted a curious absence of defenses. No void-capable vessels patrolled the system. No orbital weapon platforms or missile batteries guarded the approaches. No defensive minefields cluttered the shipping lanes. Only empty space greeted them. A handful of primitive satellites populated the void, along with 3 smaller ring constructs. These were miniature versions of the massive device they had encountered, each roughly 100 meters in diameter. The planet's surface told a different story entirely. Magnificent cities nestled within pristine forests. Their architecture blended seamlessly with the natural landscape. Here was a world where civilization and nature existed in perfect harmony. Or so it appeared to the naked eye. Chapter 143, Eden's False Peace. The thought machines in low Earth orbit stir to wakefulness, Iser the Wise said. Static crackled from his mechanical voice. Guard yourselves against the psychic signals they cast into the void. The captain's response came swift and sharply. Raise the Jeller fields, neutralize those damned thought waves. An invisible barrier shimmered around the Imperial battleship. Its protection disrupted the alien mental intrusions that drifted through vacuum like poisonous whispers. The fleet reached out through communication arrays to the planetary networks. They broadcast their identification and intent across all frequencies. After a storm of overlapping transmissions, the world finally answered. A holographic projection appeared before them. The figure showed a man with gentle features and flowing robes. "Welcome to Eden, my distant human brethren." His voice carried an unsettling calm. "I am Timo Burles, Grand President of this world. We bear no weapons, only boundless love for all who come in peace. You need fear no aggression from us." Timo provided detailed coordinates for a meeting site. His scheduling was precise, and his manner suggested not merely acceptance of imperial takeover, but genuine enthusiasm for meeting with the custodians. Before descending to the planetary surface, Iser the Wise compiled his findings on Morge 2. He transmitted the comprehensive data immediately to Ravenna, the mission's commanding custodian. 20 distinct Xenos races call this world home, Ravenna read aloud. His noble features darkened with each line. All claim to exist in perfect harmony with the human population. Such coexistence violated the most fundamental rules of imperial doctrine. Thousands of years of warfare had proven beyond doubt that humans and alien species could never truly integrate. Reproductive barriers and impossible-to-fix cultural differences made only war possible between the species. Yet Morge 2 held special significance. It was the homeworld of the second Primarch. To wage war rashly upon this world risked earning the eternal hatred of one of the Emperor's own gene sons. The custodian's sacred duty extended beyond mere retrieval. They must assist the Primarch in either conquering his domain or resolving whatever inner conflicts bound him to this place. They had to ensure no lingering resentment toward the growing Imperium. "We shall descend and assess the situation firsthand," suggested another custodian. "Should circumstances prove unfavorable, alternative measures remain available." Ravenna's jaw remained set with grim determination. So be it. After brief preparations, Ravenna and 3 of his brother custodians boarded a gunboat. Its hull bore the Imperial Aquila in burnished gold, while 6 escort fighters roared alongside as they descended toward the agreed meeting point. The gunboat's engines thundered as it touched down. The elegant structure before them rose in crystal domes, and the backwash from the thrusters stirred the robes of those who waited to greet them. Yet none of the assembled figures showed fear or irritation at the display of imperial might. Every face bore the same eerily peaceful smile. With a hiss of equalizing pressure, the gunboat's massive hatch cycled open. The custodian squad emerged in their full glory. They were towering figures in golden armor that blazed like captured sunlight. Each movement spoke of centuries of training and perfection. The native delegation welcomed them. They wore pristine white robes and those same unsettling smiles, gazing upon the custodian's magnificent armor with expressions of calm friendliness utterly lacking proper awe. Among the gathered figures, one stood apart. He was a giant who dwarfed even the considerable height of normal humans. Compared to his companions, he possessed the bearing of a living god. Ravenna's enhanced senses identified the figure immediately. Unless all intelligence proved false, this could only be the second Primarch himself. The mission appeared unexpectedly straightforward. As Ravenna's gaze swept across the delegation, he noted the presence of several obvious Xenos among the human figures. Their alien bodies differed markedly from normal humanity, and their armor sensors confirmed complete reproductive incompatibility, species that could never truly coexist with mankind. The delegation's leader stepped forward and offered a respectful bow to the custodians. "It brings us great joy that you have come to Eden," he said. "I am Timo Burles, humble servant of this world's people and their chosen administrator." "I am Ravenna of the Legio Custodes," came the response. "I am dispatched to retrieve the Emperor's gene son and bring this world under imperial dominion." With practiced efficiency, Ravenna released the seals at his neck guard and lifted away his helmet to reveal features that spoke of nobility and unwavering purpose. Warning alerts flooded his consciousness. Abnormal psychic signals detected. His enhanced mind registered the attempted alteration of perception in progress. The gene engine activated defensive protocols, establishing cognitive barriers and neutralizing hostile transmissions. The alerts resonated through his enhanced consciousness like warning bells. Ravenna's expression darkened. These people lived under constant psychic bombardment. Their minds were shaped by alien influence every moment of every day. This world harbored corruption far deeper than mere Xenos coexistence. To reunite with our lost human cousins has long been our fondest dream, Timo Burles continued. His voice carried that same unnatural tranquility. Then you will deactivate those thought machines, Ravenna stated. His tone allowed no negotiation. You speak of the milestone of all races. Timo's smile never wavered. Surely you mean something else. Ravenna's eyes narrowed. We do not consent to mental manipulation. What you perceive as manipulation is merely illumination, came a deeper voice. The second Primarch stepped forward to join the diplomatic exchange, and his own expression bore that same eerie calm. I am Hobart Burles, and I welcome you to Eden with all gladness. The custodians studied the lost Primarch with barely hidden unease. Their thoughts raced through tactical assessments and dire implications. Ravenna felt a chill run through him despite his armor's climate control. The son of the Emperor himself spoke with the same vacant calm as these manipulated humans. How deep did this corruption run? Forcing perceptual changes through psychic transmission. How is this not the very definition of mental enslavement? Ravenna's voice carried the edge of barely controlled anger as he fixed the Primarch with his gaze. Hobart responded with disturbing calm. The milestone of all races merely awakens the nobility inherent in all sentient beings. It allows us to perceive greater truths, to understand the profound meaning of peace and universal coexistence. Through the milestone's guidance, we have built this paradise called Eden, where all may dwell in perfect contentment. The pieces fell into place with sickening clarity. The second Primarch's origins became clear. His gestation pod had crashed upon Morge II, where the planetary ruler Timo Burles had claimed him as an adopted son. In Eden's false paradise, warfare and bloodshed were unknown concepts. All lived in artificial harmony. The Primarch had integrated seamlessly into this alien society. His mind had been gradually corrupted by constant psychic influence until he became a fervent advocate of their pacifist ideology. Ravenna felt his heart sink. One of the Emperor's sons was reduced to this. The tragedy of it was almost unbearable. You must understand our ways more completely to grasp the righteousness of our path, Timo Burles urged. Come, allow me to present you to the Elder Council, the Sublime Ethereals. They are the architects of the milestone of all races, the teachers who spread the supreme benevolent way throughout our world, enabling Eden's creation. Under the delegation's guidance, Ravenna and his custodians entered the magnificent crystal structure. Behind them, the entrance sealed itself seamlessly, merging with the surrounding walls as if it had never existed. Ravenna suppressed a surge of unease. They were trapped now, by design or circumstance. Faint, rhythmic breathing echoed within the dome, yet no visible lungs drew air. The custodians' armor systems worked continuously. They gathered tactical data through passive sensors, identifying potential threats and building detailed three-dimensional maps of the interior space. Deep within the crystal sanctuary, Ravenna and his brothers finally beheld the entities calling themselves Ethereals. They possessed no physical forms whatsoever. Each appeared as a sphere of shifting light, pulsing with unnatural energies. They represented some hybrid existence, consciousness wedded to pure energy, thought given luminous substance. Ravenna had seen many horrors in his centuries of service, but these things made his skin crawl. There was something fundamentally wrong about creatures that had abandoned flesh entirely. Honored cousins, spoke the foremost ethereal. Its voice resonated from no visible source. We welcome you to this sacred place. The entity's words carried compelling force. There was a quality that made listeners yearn to comply, to surrender will and judgment to its guidance. His enhanced systems immediately flagged the threat. Target represents an energy-thought hybrid entity. Immunity to physical damage confirmed, extraordinary psychic resistance detected. The target's vocalizations contain subliminal control frequencies. The warnings made Ravenna's features harden into a mask of grim determination. These creatures remained obsessed with mental domination. Even their very speech carried psychic compulsions. "Do you claim human origin?" Ravenna demanded. He studied the formless beings with undisguised suspicion. "We were once bound by flesh as you are now," the lead entity responded. "But we have transcended such limitations, achieving perfect harmony with the cosmic order. Thus we name ourselves ethereals, beings of pure essence." Ravenna transmitted through secure channels to his brother custodians. "Extreme hostiles detected. Prepare for potential combat engagement." His expression remained impassive. He looked up at the hovering ethereal leader with open challenge. "This entire world represents your handiwork." Indeed, perfect harmony achieved, all races united, universal evolution guided by wisdom. Race, origin, biology, all such distinctions prove meaningless. Any being with sufficient purity of spirit may undergo transformation, becoming one with our collective consciousness. These words prompted Ravenna to study the other ethereals more carefully. None possessed physical forms. All existed as manifestations of living light. The implications struck him like a physical blow. How many of these creatures had once been human? How many souls had been consumed by this perverted form of existence? "Some among you never bore human form," Ravenna observed. "Humanity represents but one small, unremarkable species among countless others," the leader replied with casual dismissal. "The supreme benevolent way embraces all sentient life without distinction. The supreme benevolent way also embraces you, honored cousins. Lay down your weapons of war, open your hearts to truth, and know freedom from pain, eternal satisfaction from struggle." Ravenna's anger flared white-hot at the casual dismissal of humanity's worth. These creatures dared to diminish mankind while preaching false salvation. "We cannot endorse your supreme benevolent way," Ravenna declared. His voice carried the absolute authority of the Emperor's chosen. "We have come for the Emperor's gene-son, Hobar Burles. You will surrender him to our custody." Under normal circumstances, this would mark the moment for war. The elimination of Xeno's contamination, the destruction of thought control devices, the liberation of enslaved humanity. But this world's corruption ran too deep. The second Primarch's devotion to these entities appeared absolutely genuine, and his gaze held the terrible fervor of the truly converted. Rash action would certainly earn the Primarch's undying hatred for the Imperium. That would be a catastrophic failure of their sacred mission. "You must ask him directly," the ethereal leader responded. "We never impose our will upon others." The hypocrisy was staggering. They manipulated others through psychic machinery while claiming non-interference. "I refuse," Hobar stated with calm finality. The Imperium's rejection of the milestone of all races and the supreme benevolent way proves we cannot walk the same path. The words hit Ravenna like a physical blow. The Emperor's own son, rejecting his father and everything the Imperium stood for. "Your father calls you home," Ravenna pressed. His voice carried desperate urgency. "Your gene brothers have all returned to fulfill their destined roles. You must do likewise." "My destiny diverges from theirs," Hobar replied calmly. "Together, we would create only endless discord. Better that we pursue separate paths toward enlightenment." Ravenna turned toward the ethereal leader and President Timo Burles. His patience was finally exhausted. "Deactivate your damned machines," he demanded. "The master of mankind summons his son. His mercy knows no bounds, but neither does his wrath. If you wish to avoid tasting the full measure of his displeasure, you will release the Primarch to our custody." "Hobar is my adopted son," Timo Burles responded. "His choices remain his own. We respect all beings' right to self-determination." "You have twisted his perceptions with your cursed devices." Ravenna's voice rose to barely controlled fury. "What manner of respect lies in such manipulation?" Timo Burles and his companions maintained their silence. Those same peaceful smiles never left their faces as they gazed upon Ravenna and his battle brothers. The sight of those empty, blissful expressions made Ravenna's stomach turn. These people were prisoners in their own minds, and they didn't even know it. "Embrace the glorious, supreme, benevolent way," Hobar urged. His eyes shone with terrible conviction as he regarded the custodians. New warnings flooded their consciousness. Psychic transmission frequency increasing exponentially. Mental barriers estimated to fail in 24 minutes. Thought wave sources identified and highlighted. As the warnings came through their systems, Ravenna and his custodians saw the ethereals outlined in harsh red light by their targeting arrays. The alien entities were combining their psychic might. They were attempting to overwhelm the custodians' mental defenses through sheer collective force. Ravenna gritted his teeth. The Emperor's greatest warriors, brought low not by blade or bolter, but by the insidious corruption that had already claimed one of his sons. Time was running out. Soon, they would be just as lost as everyone else on this cursed world. Chapter 144, The Corrupted Son. Execute, Ravenna commanded. He drew a compact device from his belt and cast it toward the second Primarch without hesitation. The detonation flooded the crystal chamber with dense anesthetic vapor. The surrounding humans and Xenos collapsed immediately. Their artificially peaceful expressions finally slackened into unconsciousness. Hobart staggered, but remained upright through sheer transhuman constitution. His enhanced physiology fought the chemical assault. With a roar of primal fury, he charged the nearest custodian like a wounded beast. The impact against auramite armor rang like a tolling bell. The golden plates buckled and dented under the tremendous force. Such was the terrifying might of a Primarch, even one weakened by sedatives. Hobart's massive fists sent the custodian sprawling. The blow was stunning, but not fatal. Years of psychic conditioning had transformed him into an absolute pacifist, bound by principles that would not permit him to take life. Ravenna's heart clenched at the sight. Even in his fury, the Primarch was holding back. This damn corruption ran so deep that it had twisted his very nature into something alien to his gene-forged purpose. Ravenna didn't wait and seized the opening when it came. He hurled a second, more potent anesthetic charge. The concentrated dose finally overwhelmed even Hobart's superhuman metabolism. The second Primarch collapsed. His struggles ceased as unconsciousness claimed him. Without hesitation, Ravenna and his battle brothers proceeded to execute every remaining occupant within the crystal dome. These beings possessed no weapons, no knowledge of warfare. They fell like wheat before the scythe. Ravenna's blade work was clinical, efficient, and absolute. Each stroke carried the weight of necessity, but no satisfaction. These had once been people before the aliens stole their minds. Only Timo Burles remained alive when the slaughter ended. The man's unique status as the Primarch's adoptive father demanded special consideration. Ravenna would deliver him personally to the Emperor for judgment. Through psychometric contact with the dying ethereals, Ravenna absorbed their memories. He learned the full scope of Eden's corruption and the true nature of the supreme benevolent way. The visions that flooded his mind made him recoil in disgust. The scope of their ambitions was staggering. The supreme benevolent way revealed itself as an interstellar coalition of humans and Xenos. They were dedicated to achieving what they termed galactic harmony, the complete elimination of warfare through universal pacification. They had expended vast resources developing the milestone of all races. Through advanced technology, they had extracted their consciousness from flesh, merging it with pure energy in what they called evolutionary transcendence. Eden served as their first experimental site. It was their proof of concept for galactic transformation. During their reign, they had encountered various invading Xeno species. Each was subsequently brought under psychic control and integrated into Eden's false paradise. The 20 races inhabiting Morge II had arrived through such conversions. Most troubling of all, not every member of the Supreme Benevolent Way resided on this world. Others had dispersed throughout the galaxy, establishing similar colonies of enforced peace. The implications sent a chill through Ravenna's enhanced nervous system. How many worlds had already fallen to this insidious corruption? After purging all hostilities within the Crystal Dome, Ravenna's squad extracted with their unconscious prizes. They carried the second Primarch and his corrupted father figure aboard their gunboat. They also collected alien corpses for detailed analysis by the Adeptus Mechanicus. Iser the Wise proved as accomplished in biological sciences as in technological matters. His examination of the enemy remains and the crystal dome structure yielded crucial intelligence. The crystal dome functions as a psychic amplification matrix, he reported to Ravenna. It creates sophisticated forms of mental domination over all beings within its sphere of influence. Controlled subjects perceive their manipulators as beloved authority figures, parents, elders, and trusted leaders. They make choices that feel entirely voluntary while serving the controller's desires. The revelation made Ravenna's jaw clench. The Primarch truly believed he was making free choices. The aliens had perverted his very capacity for judgment. Ravenna issued orders to his battle brothers. Confine the second Primarch within a black domain field. Ensure absolute containment. Within the black domain's influence, time itself ceased. Even light could not escape its boundaries. The second Primarch remained unconscious and lacked the gene engine implants that might facilitate escape. The containment would hold. With Hobar secured, Ravenna gazed down at Morge II's surface. He had considered issuing an exterminatus order, but found himself hesitating. Regardless of its corruption, this remained the second Primarch's homeworld. Somewhere beneath that alien taint, human souls might still endure. Destroy those milestone devices, he commanded instead, and eliminate every crystal dome structure planetside. Imperial fighters launched from their hangars. They carried out the purge with methodical precision. The orbital milestone arrays dissolved under concentrated loss fire. The ground-based crystal domes vanished in mushrooms of flame and debris. Only after confirming the complete cessation of psychic emanations did Ravenna order the fleet's departure. The second Primarch must be delivered to the Emperor without delay. Deep beneath Morge II's surface, surviving Ethereals watched through remaining satellites as the Imperial battleship ignited its engines and vanished into the void. We must withdraw from this world, came the ethereal voice from hidden chambers far below ground. They harbor only destructive urges. They will certainly return to complete our annihilation. Such a tragedy, another entity lamented. Our Eden, which required so much effort to establish, lies in ruins. No matter, a third voice interjected with cold pragmatism. Eden proved our methodology sound. As energy beings, we possess near-infinite lifespans. Time remains our greatest asset. Next time, we must locate a species weak enough for complete domination. Only then can we avoid that mad warlord styling himself the master of mankind and his fanatical servants. The aliens began their calculations. There were other worlds to corrupt, other species to enslave. The setback on Morge II was merely temporary. Emperor's Grand Design. Aboard the Emperor's Grand Design in the laboratory complex Tertius, the Emperor pursued his experiments amid the symphony of massive cogitators. Matrix crystal arrays crackled with contained lightning. They channeled warp energies through precisely calculated pathways. He was working to weave a psychic web capable of filtering chaos corruption from the immaterium. It would enable humanity to access psychic powers safely. Raven lounged nearby, his boredom manifesting in repetitive sentences that had been echoing through the chamber for hours. What did number one eat for breakfast? Fries. What did number one eat for lunch? Fries. What did number one eat for dinner? Fries. What did number one eat for a midnight snack? Fries. What did number two eat for breakfast? Fries. Valdor stood rigid beside the door. His eye twitched with barely controlled irritation. Raven had maintained this infernal chant for 3 consecutive hours. At this rate, Valdor felt dangerously close to suffering some form of psychological breakdown himself. A custodian approached with measured steps, offering the traditional salute and providing a blessed interruption. "Commander," he announced formally. "What is it?" Valdor asked reflexively, his mind still echoing with endless repetitions. "Do you also desire fries?" The custodian's expression showed profound confusion. "My lord." "Nothing, nothing." Valdor shook his head vigorously, attempting to clear the mental fog. Raven's psychological warfare proved devastatingly effective. Even he was not immune to its corrupting influence. "Your report," Valdor managed with forced composure. "The dispatched retrieval teams have transmitted their findings. Both Primarchs have been located and secured. The comprehensive reports await your review." Raven's interest sharpened immediately. "The second Primarch and Jagatai have returned? Excellent. I shall provide them proper discipline to enliven this tedious existence." Gwent grows stale. Perhaps wargaming scenarios would prove more entertaining diversions. "As you wish," Valdor replied carefully. "I support all your reasonable decisions." "Splendid. Then you'll run naked through the Emperor's grand design while coating yourself in lubricants." Valdor had believed his recent trials had forged him into an unshakable fortress of composure. He now acknowledged the foolishness of such hubris. "Allow me to rephrase," he said with forced dignity. "I support all decisions I deem appropriate and tactically sound." Valdor then accepted the data slate from his subordinate. His expression grew grave as he absorbed the mission reports. Raven peered over his shoulder with curious interest, scanning the accounts from both custodian teams. The Chagoris expedition had proceeded without incident. The custodians arrived to find Jagatai Khan already in the process of planetary conquest. After brief communication, they had assisted his forces in defeating the final resistance, completing unification before escorting the Khan to the fleet. The second Primarch's recovery, however, presented far more troubling circumstances. Raven, even though a transmigrator, had little to no knowledge regarding the second Primarch's specific circumstances. In the predetermined timeline, the second Primarch was synonymous with a complete erasure, an existence that neither the Imperium nor Chaos ever acknowledged. Even 10 millennia after the Horus Heresy, when Chaos Space Marines spoke of their betrayal, they refused to mention either of the two lost Primarchs. The nature of their crimes must have been truly extraordinary to earn universal condemnation from both loyalist and traitor forces. The custodian's report made Raven's eyes widen with alarm. How is this greater good nonsense coming at this time period? This was not in the timeline. His mind raced through the implications. In the original timeline, where Raven had not intervened, the Imperium first encountered the Tiao in M35. An Adeptus Mechanicus survey vessel had discovered the Tiao homeworld, a dry but vegetation-rich planet inhabited by primitive humanoid beings who had barely mastered fire and crude weaponry. Imperial authorities deemed them no threat to Imperial interests. The Tiao world was scheduled for routine cleansing and human recolonization. However, the Imperial fleet dispatched for this purpose was destroyed by an unprecedented warp storm. The storm subsequently prevented all further contact with the Tiao system. Given their minimal threat assessment, the Imperium quickly forgot the Tiao's existence entirely. This abandonment granted the Tiao crucial millennia for development. By M41, they had evolved into a spacefaring civilization threatening Imperial holdings across the eastern fringe. They spread their philosophy of the greater good through diplomacy and warfare alike. No wonder the Tiao's ascension seemed so improbable, Raven mused, recalling his knowledge of their impossible rise. In 6,000 years, they had evolved from primitive hunters to a stellar empire capable of waging large-scale warfare against the Imperium of man. It defied every known pattern of technological and social development. Now Raven suspected the Tiao might serve merely as tools for these ethereal entities. The thought sent a chill through him. If the aliens had been manipulating galactic development for millennia, how many other impossible civilizations were their creations? Locate the nearest Imperial fleet to Morge 2 and dispatch them for exterminatus operations, Raven commanded with sudden urgency. If these ethereals can be captured alive, do so. If not, ensure their complete destruction. Classify all information regarding the second Primarch under maximum security protocols. Personnel connected to the Second Legion are to receive no intelligence whatsoever. The Primarch himself will be delivered directly to the laboratory complex for comprehensive evaluation before any further action. Valdor committed each directive to memory, as Raven's orders carried the weight of absolute authority. The stakes had just become far higher than anyone had imagined. The corruption of a single Primarch was tragedy enough, but if these aliens had been shaping galactic destiny for thousands of years, their threat dwarfed anything the Imperium had yet faced. Time would tell if they could be stopped before their greater good consumed everything humanity held dear. Chapter 145, The Weight of Brothers. There's an old saying, when an enemy falls, you make sure they never get back up. Even if these so-called ethereals couldn't find the Tiao, they just help other alien races instead. Better to kill them quickly before their influence spreads like poison. Understood, Valdor replied, then turned to carry out his orders. Milestone of all races, the way of greater good, the benevolent way, for fuck's sake, does this cursed universe really have puppet masters behind every faction? Raven muttered, feeling a headache coming on. After thinking about it, this kind of mess seemed inevitable. With countless civilizations born across the galaxy and the warp's constant influence, advanced tech and horrible practices were bound to spread everywhere. They just hadn't discovered how bad the corruption really was yet. Primarch Return Ceremony. The homecoming ceremony of Jagatai Khan was held with all the respect the Primarch deserved. The Emperor and Raven, along with the other Gene sons and high-ranking fleet officers, gathered to welcome the Khan home. The transport shuttle's boarding ramp lowered with a hiss of air pressure. A noble figure stepped out. Long black hair was tied in a traditional topknot, the loose ends flowing like banners in an invisible wind. Before them stood the fifth Primarch, Jagatai Khan, the Warhawk of Chagoris, master of the lightning-swift attack. The crowd burst into cheers that mixed with ceremonial music. Warriors of the 5th Legion who'd stayed with the 1st Expeditionary Fleet formed perfect ranks. The moment Jagatai appeared, they struck their chest plates with clenched fists. Their faces glowed with joy. They were celebrating their Gene father's homecoming. One by one, the Primarchs stepped forward to introduce themselves and hug their newly returned brother. Only Perturabo kept his distance. He offered just a brief handshake after quick introductions, showing no interest in getting closer. "You don't need to hide behind walls you've built yourself," Jagatai said. He pulled the Iron Lord into a hug despite his resistance. "We're blood brothers. I hope that someday I can trust you to watch my back." The Warhawk had an amazing ability to see into people's hearts. He glimpsed the deep need for acceptance buried in the Master of Iron's soul. Perturabo stood frozen for a moment, clearly caught off guard by such direct warmth. In all his years, few people had offered him real affection without wanting something in return. "You can count on it," Perturabo said softly, clearly surprised by this unexpected kindness. Jagatai released his brother with a knowing smile. Then he turned to bow respectfully to the Emperor and Raven. "Little Warhawk, want to take a ride and get some fries?" Raven landed on Jagatai's shoulder with casual familiarity. "It would be my honor," the Khan replied, his eyes twinkling with amusement at the odd request. The Emperor approached like a golden figure wrapped in sacred light. If gods truly walked among mortals, the master of mankind surely ranked among them. Jagatai humbly bowed his head. "Father, I'm pleased to see you return, my 5th son. I trust the custodians already explained your role during your journey to us." "Yes, father." "Then will you accept your burden and dedicate yourself completely to humanity's cause alongside me?" "I will, father." The Emperor's approval showed in a satisfied smile. They started the celebration feast, honoring the 5th Primarch's return with proper ceremony. The Emperor and Raven made their required appearances during the opening rituals. Then they left the festivities in the Primarch's capable hands. They returned to the laboratory complex to check on the 2nd Primarch's condition. Inside the sterile chambers, Hobar lay motionless on a massive examination table. His form was covered with countless biosensor arrays. Holographic displays flickered around the Emperor and Raven, streaming endless waterfalls of data and code. After running comprehensive tests, the Emperor's expression grew darker and darker. "The 2nd Primarch's corruption runs deeper than we expected," he said with serious gravity. Long exposure to psychic conditioning has caused subtle but major changes in his frontal cortex, insular regions, and higher brain structures. His emotional patterns have been completely rebuilt. He now has absolute faith in the supreme benevolent way, supporting universal peace and the complete ban on violence. The emperor paused, his golden features shadowed with something that might have been grief. We could use psychic reconditioning to reverse this ideological contamination forcibly. But I'm afraid the clash between opposing belief systems would shatter his sanity completely. Primarchs weren't ordinary mortals. Their bodies served as vessels for war peasants, refined through thousands of years of preparation. They had perfect memory and mental function, able to resist even the most sneaky warp corruption. This very strength had become their biggest weakness. Forcing the second Primarch to change through psychic intervention carried extreme risks. It could introduce errors into his perfect memory and thinking, driving him to madness or uncontrollable rage. A Warhammer version of absolute pacifism, Raven mused. No wonder even chaos refuses to acknowledge his existence. If the second Primarch successfully spread the milestone of all races and the supreme benevolent way throughout the galaxy, the results would be catastrophic for both sides. No warfare between species, no schemes or conspiracies, no indulgence in excess, every being practicing perfect moral conduct. The Chaos Gods would find their very existence meaningless. But the Emperor could never accept defeating chaos through the complete enslavement of human free will. He challenged the Dark Gods for humanity's survival and freedom, not their enslavement. If the ruinous powers posed no threat to mankind, the Master of Mankind wouldn't spare them a second thought. "What do you recommend?" Raven asked. "First, we'll put the second Primarch's consciousness inside a constructed reality. We'll try to guide his ideological reformation through controlled experiences." The Emperor turned to face his companion. "Also, when selecting future universes for exploration, prioritize not just energy acquisition, but technologies that can safely modify Primarch brain structures." "Understood, mission accepted." "You may go. I need more time for in-depth analysis before implementing the consciousness transfer." As Raven prepared to leave, the Emperor spoke once more. "Tell Guilliman and the others to prepare for deployment to their respective legions." Acknowledged. Raven watched the Master of Mankind, now lost in chaotic data streams and complex calculations, before flying from the laboratory. When he left, he found Guilliman, Sanguinius, and several other Primarchs gathered in the corridor outside. They clustered in small groups, having hushed conversations with obvious tension. Despite Raven's immediate security classifications about the second Primarch, the Gene Sons had picked up subtle clues. Through custodian movements and operational patterns, they'd figured out another brother had returned. "Something feels wrong," Guilliman confided to his brothers. "The second Primarch hasn't contacted us." "Maybe Father assigned him special duties," Mortarion suggested. "No," the Lord of Macragge shook his head firmly. "Jagatai joined us immediately when he returned. Even if Father needed the second Primarch for unique tasks, protocol demands initial brotherly introductions. I'm afraid something happened to our brother." Real fear crossed Guilliman's features. For all his tactical brilliance, the thought of losing another brother clearly shook him. "Guilliman's concerns make sense," Sanguinius added, his noble features creased with worry. "Father created us to fight threats that normal humanity can't handle. You've seen Father's might. Self-proclaimed gods crumble under his righteous fury like dust in the wind. Enemies that can give even Father pause must have unimaginable power. Think about what it means if the second Primarch fell victim to such corruption during his absence." "What happened to our brother?" Lorger's expression mirrored their concern. "Why won't Father tell us?" "Because the second Primarch dislikes fries," Raven announced, appearing on Sanguinius's shoulder with his usual irreverence. "So we're planning certain modifications to his dietary preferences." Guilliman pulled out an assortment of exotic fries with various condiments. He offered them with obvious desperation. "Master Raven, please stop joking and give us real information. Uncertainty breeds paranoia, and paranoia births chaos." Raven looked at the offered food, then studied the assembled Primarchs with a heavy sigh. The weight of truth settled on his small shoulders like a lead blanket. These were good sons, loyal sons. They deserved better than lies, but sometimes truth was more burden than gift. The second Primarch faces complications. You won't see him until these issues get properly resolved. You have wisdom beyond mortal and divine understanding, Sanguinius replied in a more diplomatic tone. What kind of problem could possibly confuse beings of your capabilities? Raven's tone shifted to unusual seriousness. This universe harbors incredibly dangerous entities. Neither your father nor I can claim absolute certainty of victory against them all. When we transported you to alternate realities, you never faced those universes' most powerful inhabitants. When you eventually conquer this galaxy and venture beyond, you'll encounter truly apocalyptic enemies. The Primarchs exchanged uneasy glances. To hear such an admission from Raven, who had always seemed supremely confident, sent chills through their enhanced nervous systems. I've talked with your father about your futures. Guilliman, Sanguinius, you who have received gene engine implantation, understand the Great Crusade's importance. Staying with the First Fleet no longer helps your development. Prepare for frontline deployment with your respective legions. We must achieve galactic, no, universal, unification as fast as possible. As for the second Primarch, forget your concerns entirely. With your beloved Raven watching over him, no harm will come to him. Go now, attend to your preparations for the coming Great War. Galactic conquest is assured, but far more brutal conflicts await beyond. I sense their approach grows near. The Primarchs ultimately got no satisfactory answers about their missing brother's fate. But they lacked time for further investigation, as departure dates arrived quickly. Guilliman's journey to rejoin his legion brought unwelcome news. After saying goodbye to his Gene brothers, Guilliman boarded his assigned battleship. He set off toward the Osiris cluster, where the 13th Legion's main forces were conducting active campaigns. The parting had been harder than expected. Each farewell felt weighted with unspoken fears about what lay ahead. However, the future Lord of Ultramar received troubling intelligence even before reaching his legion. Marius Gage, Legion Master of the 13th and recipient of Gene Engine Enhancement, had died while accepting surrender negotiations from the Separatist system. The diplomatic envoy had detonated a hidden antimatter device during the ceremony. Over 300 Astartes suffered casualties, with Marius Gage, positioned at the negotiations front, completely obliterated. The 13th Legion's command hierarchy took devastating losses. Guilliman's hands clenched into fists as he read the report. Marius had been more than a subordinate, he'd been a friend, a trusted advisor, one of the few who could speak freely with the Primarch. Currently, Captain Marius Gage commanded the remaining forces. Additionally, during the Imperial withdrawal, alien infiltrators had compromised several weak-willed naval officers. They'd manipulated them into firing on friendly vessels. By the time the 13th Legion completed their evacuation and counted losses, they'd suffered casualties exceeding 1/3 of their total strength. Most terrible news indeed, Guilliman muttered, his expression darkening with each detail of the catastrophic reports. The weight of command had never felt heavier. His legion was bleeding, his trusted lieutenant was dead, and somewhere in the galaxy, his brother faced horrors too terrible to name. The war had only just begun, and already the cost was higher than anyone had imagined. Chapter 146, The Osiris Campaign. Displacement is successful. We have exited the subspace. The navigator sat in his life-sustaining chair. His third eye blazed with residual warp sight. He spoke across the Vox channels. All stations comply with battle readiness. The Emperor's light shields us from the Void's malice. Robot Guilliman stood on the command dais. His transhuman frame had the kind of authority that conquered 100 worlds in the Emperor's name. The bridge stretched below him in tiers, with galleries humming with Imperial war machinery. Servitors and officers moved through forests of cogitator banks and tactical displays, following centuries of Legion doctrine. Officers barked orders while chapter serfs tended the systems. The air thrummed with plasma conduits and the soft chanting of machine spirits. Raise the void shields and seal the blast shutters. The Primarch's voice reached every corner of the bridge without the need for Vox amplification. His enhanced vocal cords allowed him to project his voice clearly across the entire space. Adamantium plates rose over the observation ports, and the shutters parted to reveal what lay beyond. The Osiris cluster spread out before them. From space, the stellar nursery looked impressive. Stellar winds and supernovae had shaped vast nebular formations that spiraled outward from the cluster's burning heart. Where newborn stars lit up the gas clouds, coronas of blue and red painted the void in colors that had inspired imperial poets. But Gilliman's mind saw the deadly truth under all this beauty. The cluster's splendor hid a radiation-burned furnace. Unprotected human flesh would cook in minutes. The same stellar winds that made it look so magnificent carried death in every particle. Not every system in the cluster had this curse. Worlds orbiting in the outer reaches had spawned life. During humanity's first spread from Terra, these planets had welcomed colonial expeditions. The colonies did well until the Age of Strife tore the galaxy apart. When the warp storms stopped and the Great Crusade reached the Osiris cluster, many scattered settlements had turned into barbarism or worse. Glenn Wisoto, the 13th Legion's previous commander, had made contact with the natives of the Separis system. He delivered the Emperor's words of unity and extended the Imperium's embrace to these lost children of humanity. Their response was treachery. The peace negotiations hit a suicide strike that killed Wisoto and his senior staff. The same attack destroyed the Legion's flagship, the Thunder of Thessaly. According to the latest Departamento Munitorum dispatches, the Mechanicum was already sending a replacement. A Gloriana-class battleship with its best innovations would serve as the Legion's new flagship. Incoming transmission, the communications officer announced. Imperial authentication confirmed, fleet sequence registered, requesting permission to establish contact. Grant it, Gilliman commanded. A red-robed Mechanicum adept approached the console. His mechadendrites interfaced directly with the machine's spirit as binary code filled the air. The bridge's cogitator array responded with electronic hymns. In its nutrient bath, a servitor skull's jaw worked without sound. The holographic projector flickered to life and showed the image of a weathered Astartes commander. Scars marked his features, badges of honor earned in the Emperor's service. Lord Primarch, I am Marius Gage. Forgive me for not greeting you personally when you arrived with the fleet. Your duty comes before ceremony, Gilliman replied with warmth. You don't need to apologize for doing your job. Nevertheless, I felt I should have made the time. We're meeting now, even if circumstances delayed us. Don't worry about it. The Primarch's smile revealed genuine affection for his gene-son. I order you, don't mention this again. As you will, my lord, Gage nodded respectfully. Tell me about Separis, Gilliman said, his tone getting serious. A tragedy born from our own overconfidence, Lord Primarch. Too many victories had made us sloppy. Gage's voice carried the weight of hard experience. We approached Separis like it was routine compliance. We never suspected the Xenos' threat until they detonated their antimatter device. Only then did we understand what we were really facing. Our investigations, done with Mechanicum help, found evidence pointing to a psychic Xenos species. We've designated them the Osiris cerebral parasites. A tactical display appeared before Gilliman, showing the alien's image in clinical detail. The creature stood unnaturally tall and thin, encased in technology that blurred the line between organic tissue and mechanical parts. Gilliman read through the Magos biologist's dissection reports quickly. These Osiris cerebral parasites had psychic abilities that didn't fit standard imperial classifications. Every individual showed strong warp sensitivity. Their bodies existed in a quasi-corporeal state that suggested they partly lived in the immaterium itself. They fed themselves by eating living neural tissue, specifically the brains of sentient beings, which served as their main food. Their psychic dominance could shatter most mortal minds. The parasites turned independent beings into meat puppets dancing to alien will. The few individuals who could resist psychic domination faced worse fates, being burned alive by warp flame, tortured for entertainment, or kept as a specially prized food. Their society functioned similarly to Terran nomadic cultures. The parasites lived aboard a massive void craft that drifted between star systems. Each fleet took what it wanted from worlds before moving on, leaving empty husks behind. The Mechanicum's memory extraction protocols had revealed their typical harvest methods. Initial psychic manipulation would stir up conflict and chaos among the target populations. Once enough weakness had been created, direct intervention followed. Mass enslavement came before systematic predation. They reserved physically gifted individuals as delicacies to eat aboard their fleets. These creatures work like nomadic predator tribes, Gilliman observed. He analyzed the intelligence with the kind of tactical skill that had made him famous among his brother Primarchs. Exactly, my lord. The Xenos avoid direct fights, preferring to corrupt local populations for infiltration and sabotage. Gage's expression darkened. Their mind control abilities make conventional security pointless. A single infiltrator can compromise an entire vessel. What do you suggest we do? We've restructured the Legion and promoted new officers to replace our losses. The Mechanicum has promised psychic shielding technology and protective field generators. With these assets, we plan to launch a new assault. That's a solid plan, but these parasites won't wait around for our convenience. They'll probably withdraw rather than face our strength directly. Gilliman identified the strategy's main weakness with surgical precision. Too many good warriors have died, my lord. We want blood for their sacrifice. Then what do you recommend? Gage asked. We need to hit back with lightning speed, Gilliman declared. Conventional forces are vulnerable to psychic subversion. Even our night houses and naval assets could be turned against us. Imagine the disaster if our own allies pointed their weapons at Imperial targets. Gage frowned. Then how do we proceed, Lord Primarch? We won't fight a conventional war. Instead, we'll put together a precision strike force, Gilliman explained. Like a surgeon's blade, we'll cut straight to the enemy's heart. We'll cut off their command structure and let the rest wither. These cerebral parasites' psychic mastery suggests a species-wide mental network linking their consciousness. Remove the directing intelligence, and the body dies. A decapitation strike, Gage's understanding sharpened. Gilliman nodded. We'll work out the tactical details when we meet in person. Understood, Lord Primarch. After giving the ritual bow of respect, Gage's image flickered and died. The display went dark. Gilliman looked through the observation port at the distant fleet formation. The vessels hung in the void like iron mountains. Their size impressed even someone who had watched Gloriana-class battleships being built. Smaller escorts kept protective formations around the capital ships. Transport craft moved between vessels, their engine flares painting brief stars against the cosmic darkness. Work gangs labored on hull repairs, their cutting torches creating constellation patterns across damaged armor plating. After completing identity verification protocols, Gilliman's transport joined the fleet's outer perimeter. Several Thunderhawk gunships launched, carrying the Primarch and his Invictarite guard toward the 13th Legion's temporary flagship. 10 minutes later, with the thunder of retro thrusters, the transport craft settled onto the receiving deck. Magnetic clamps engaged with a final clang. Pressure equalization systems hissed and vented atmosphere, while hydraulic systems groaned as the forward ramp came down. Legion Master Marius Gage waited for them, flanked by the Legion's senior commanders. Among them stood Captain Hillax of the destroyer companies. His Terran origins marked him as an old guard who had served since before Gilliman's discovery. Along with the Astartes were the Chroniclers and Remembrancers, naval admirals with representatives from the Night Houses and Titan Legions, and scarlet-robed Mechanicum Magi. The assembled officials watched as 10 warriors emerged from the transport's hold, each war plumes marking them as the Primarch's personal guard. Their Mark IV plate gleamed with sacred oils, and double-headed Aquila cloaks fluttered from their shoulders in the artificial breeze from atmospheric processors. Then came their Gene Father himself. Robot Gilliman walked down the ramp with measured dignity. His artificer armor showed his status through every crafted detail. Blue ceramite bore golden accents that caught and reflected the deck's lighting. The great Aquila spread its wings across his chest, and a laurel wreath of gold crowned his brow, a link to Macrega's traditions and Terra's golden age. The Primarch looked across the assembled crowd, and his features brightened with genuine pleasure. "It's my great honor to stand among you all." Marius Gage knelt first, followed by the company commanders and veteran captains. This gesture of loyalty came not from being forced, but from the deep bonds between Jean-Father and his sons, a connection that went beyond mere military hierarchy. Though the Council of Terra had put restrictions on Primarch authority over their legions, the genetic kinship and personal magnetism of these superhuman leaders still ensured their warriors' absolute devotion. Gilliman approached Gage personally. He grasped the Legion Master's shoulder and pulled him to his feet. "Will you follow me in service to our father's grand design?" "You are my commander and my lord," Gage declared with conviction. "I pledge my life and honor to your service until the galaxy burns cold and the last star dies." "I'm honored by your trust," Gilliman replied warmly. "Now, let us discuss the fate of these cerebral parasites." Hidden in the crowd, remembrancers activated picked capture devices and unrolled parchment. The chroniclers were determined to preserve this moment of imperial history through their art. Several light cruisers, famous for their speed, separated from the fleet formation. The Legion would return to the Separatist system and unleash their vengeance on the Xenos who had dared to spill Astartes' blood. Their plasma drives lit up as the ships prepared for short-range warp translation to the Separatist system, carrying death in the Emperor's name. Chapter 147, The Crystal Ship. 3 stars ruled the Separatist system. Their gravity pulled at each other across the void. Gilliman's battleship carried the Imperium's finest communication arrays and auger systems. These instruments would keep them hidden while they gathered enemy intelligence. They entered the Separatist system and reduced the reactor's output. They shut down non-essential systems and minimized their presence. The ship spread its sensors wide, absorbing every piece of data the void offered. Gilliman sat on the command throne and studied the holographic projection of the Separatist system. The vast bridge stood nearly empty. Only selected crew members with immunity to mental control could join this mission. "We have entered the Separatist system, my lord," the captain reported, his bionic eye gleaming. "We remain hidden within the radiation shadow of the primary star." "Good," Gilliman replied and watched the tactical display. "Find the enemy vessels. They are a starfaring race and will have their own fleet. Find and destroy their ships, then these Xenos will have nowhere to run." Moments later, the auger console gave a sharp warning. The information supervisor connected his spinal dataport to the control matrix. "My Lord Primarch, we are detecting unusual psychic signals." "Show them." The holographic map flickered and showed red points of light moving slowly through the void. Gilliman's enhanced mind processed the data through his gene engine. The Primarch smiled coldly and selected several target markers on the display. "Lock onto these coordinates. Send all available power to the engines. Maximum burn, we strike before they can respond." Tech adepts of the Mechanicus began their chants to the machine spirits. Engineers adjusted the plasma reactor's output while monitoring power distribution to the drive systems. The battleship shuddered as multiple systems wailed in mechanical harmony. The reactor climbed rapidly to full burn, its light blazing brighter than the system's stars. The crew secured themselves against the crushing acceleration. The warship carved through space and bore down on its targets with unstoppable momentum. Before the enemy could react, they entered weapon range. Lance arrays fired immediately, already charged. Brilliant beams lit up the darkness of space. Reality twisted and showed what lay hidden behind the alien disguise. A massive crystal ship hung in space like a floating city. A force field surrounded it and deflected every lance strike. Weapons that could crack worlds only made ripples across the alien barrier. "Focus fire, break their defenses," Gilliman commanded. Then we board. Teleportation chamber. 13th Legion elite warriors stood in perfect formation. Serfs helped with final equipment checks, while red-robed tech adepts worked on the teleportation arrays. Crystal reaction columns sparked and crackled, feeding power to the focusing matrices. Wall-mounted cogitator systems chattered with data streams. Charge spheres twisted within containment fields like caged lightning. Target shields breached. The bridge's transmission nearly drowned beneath the mechanical noise, but every Astartes heard clearly. They switched their gene engines to combat protocols without hesitation. Begin teleportation. Gilliman's order reached the chamber instantly. The Mechanicus carried out his will with precision. The teleportation array's chanting reached peak volume and rose like a mechanical chorus. The deck vibrated from massive machinery. Screens flickered with cascading data streams. Space began to fold. A shimmering portal opened and linked them to the crystal ship's interior. "Charge!" roared Legion Commander Gage, raising his blade high. Warrior surged past him into the light gate. The battle erupted in full fury. Aboard the crystal ship, the Osiris mind control species mastered psychic manipulation. They used warp power freely and summoned fire and lightning at will. Countless enslaved puppets served as their expendable fodder. But the Astartes had their own advantages. With gene engines active, they fought with power far beyond mortal limits. Gage and his warriors found no rest upon boarding. They immediately encountered a group of human slaves, poor souls completely controlled by Zeno's will and reduced to living tools. The slaves opened fire with Law's weapons the moment they spotted the Astartes. Superheated crimson beams filled the corridor, scorched walls, and left steaming impact craters. Gage raised his armored forearm like a shield and charged through the barrage. His other hand gripped a bolter. Even without direct sight, his gene engine had already calculated every enemy position. For the Emperor, Gage roared while his trigger finger worked rapidly. Explosive bolter rounds tore through the slaves, scattering limbs and leaving carnage behind. Before he could advance, a psychic blast hit him. Despite his power armor, the mental attack sent him flying several meters. His heavy frame hit the deck hard. A thin Osiris mind control species appeared before him. Biomechanical armor covered its gaseous form, and hostile light burned in its alien eyes as it stared at Gage with hatred. Gage squeezed the trigger repeatedly while the bolter's roar filled the corridor and sent explosive rounds flying toward his enemy. Then Legion Commander Gage sprang to his feet, drew his chainsword, and charged forward. The Xenos gestured dismissively. Invisible psychic force formed a barrier, stopped every bolt mid-flight, and held them suspended. Gage closed the distance. His chainsword screamed as its teeth bit deep into alien flesh. With a savage twist, he split the creature open completely. Crystal fragments shattered within the alien's body. The Xenos let out a shriek as it turned to vapor and left only broken armor behind. Inside lay a pile of strangely colored gem fragments, perhaps fist-sized when whole. Clearly, this crystal core was the Osiris mind control species' vital essence. Destroy it, and they died. With gene engines active, the Astartes fought with devastating efficiency. The battle grew bloody and brutal. Wave after wave of controlled slaves emerged from every corner and fired various weapons. Occasionally, an Osiris mind control species would appear and unleash psychic attacks that reduced warriors to atoms or burning plasma. The Astartes showed no fear of death. They pressed forward relentlessly and answered alien tyranny with blade, sword, and bolt. They carved through enemy ranks and left countless bodies behind. Blood and torn flesh painted every surface. Gilliman joined the slaughter personally. The Primarch's wrath fell upon every foe he encountered. He neither ran nor charged, but advanced with measured purpose. One hand held a power sword wreathed in a disruptor field. Each swing cut off heads and dropped enemies. His other hand carried a power fist with a large bolter. Every shot tore through enemies with heavy gunfire. He was powerful and unstoppable. His gene engine let him control time and space. He was the center of this storm, every enemy's nightmare. He moved forward steadily, cold and unstoppable. Psychic attacks from the Osiris mind control species did nothing to him. His gene engine defenses and armor kept him safe. His guards surrounded him and roared battle cries as they slaughtered without fear. Gilliman carved a blood-soaked path through the alien horde until he reached the crystal ship's core. A thin, withered Xenos sat upon a floating crystal throne. "Young newcomer," the alien lord spoke with contempt, "how dare you defile this place?" Mental power lanced into Gilliman's mind and sought secrets and weaknesses. The creature tried to corrupt his memories, create pain, and turn them into festering wounds. But Gilliman was a Primarch. His will was iron, his mind a fortress. The psychic assault broke against his mental defenses like waves against stone. He smiled coldly and raised his power sword. "Your turn to die, Xenos." Chapter 148, Gulliman's Rebellion, Darkest Timeline. The Osiris mind control species was ancient beyond measure, spawning in the darkness between stars across countless eons. Mental attack detected, establishing mental barriers and initiating counterattack protocols. The gene engine's voice resonated through Gilliman's consciousness as defensive systems engaged. The alien lord grunted in pain as his psychic assault met unexpected resistance. Target's mental defenses compromised, initiating reverse invasion. Agony twisted the creature's withered features. Psychic light bled from its eyes like tears of liquid fire. It opened its mouth in a silent scream of torment. A flood of alien images crashed into Gilliman's mind. He had successfully breached the enemy's consciousness and connected directly to the species' collective mental network. Countless perspectives flashed before him, a cascade of alien thoughts and memories. The sheer volume of information would have shattered any mortal mind instantly. "We must evacuate. The human fleet is approaching. Order the slaves to kill themselves. Leave nothing for them to save." Gilliman's heart sank as he absorbed the Xenos' communications flowing through their network. Their malicious intent became crystal clear. "I will not allow it," he growled and delved deeper into the psychic web. He searched for the network source, the central hub that bound all their minds together. If he could find it, he could stop their genocidal command. There, the source tracker. The monarch of the Osiris species, the living nexus of their collective consciousness. Kill it, and their network would collapse before the slave populations could be murdered. "So, you seek to spy upon us?" The source tracker's mental voice dripped with ancient malice. "You wish to prevent our final stratagem, but you shall fail. Instead, you will become my thrall." The alien overlord detected Gilliman's psychic intrusion and struck back. It attempted to crush the Primarch's mind and bend it to his will. It was destined to fail. Gilliman's terrifying psychic potential, enhanced by the gene engine's power, quickly gained the advantage in their mental duel. He began counter-invading the creature's thoughts and turned predator into prey. The source tracker realized its peril. With ruthless pragmatism, it detonated the entire mental network and severed all connections in a psychic conflagration. The resulting psychic storm swept toward Gilliman with the fury of dying stars, raw power enough to extinguish solar systems. Worse still, the death screams of countless enslaved beings flooded his consciousness as the network's destruction killed them all simultaneously. Before Gilliman could react, the psychic tsunami struck him down. He crashed into the crystal chamber's far wall with bone-crushing force. Physical damage at 60%, immediate medical attention required. Excessive psychic trauma sustained, mental barriers compromised. Gilliman staggered to his feet while blood streamed from his nose and ears. The screams of the dead echoed endlessly in his mind and made coherent thought nearly impossible. "Primarch, Lord Gilliman." His warriors rushed into the chamber and called his name with desperate concern. Gilliman tried to force himself to remain conscious, to explain what had transpired. But darkness claimed him, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. 3 days later, when Gilliman finally awoke, it was to reports of total victory. The psychic network's detonation had released power capable of scouring worlds clean, yet he had survived with only 3 days of unconsciousness, testament to a Primarch's inhuman resilience. The Separatist campaign was a huge success. The mental network's destruction had caused a psychic backlash across every world in the Osiris cluster. Nearly every Xenos overlord was dead or critically wounded, their species virtually extinct. For the 13th Legion, it represented a glorious addition to their roll of honors. "What is the status of the cluster worlds?" Gilliman asked and voiced his greatest concern. Before the Legion's assault, the Osiris had initiated its evacuation protocol. They had commanded their enslaved populations to turn upon each other and triggered civil wars across dozens of worlds. When the network detonated, countless slaves died instantly, their heads simply exploded as the psychic links severed. Very few had survived. "I am still too weak," Gilliman whispered, self-reproach heavy in his voice. "I failed to save them. If I had been stronger, if I could have moved faster, perhaps I could have changed everything." During the battle, if he had been able to overpower the alien monarch and prevent the network's detonation, millions might have lived. The weight of those lost souls pressed upon his conscience like a crushing burden. "We must avenge them," he declared while steel entered his tone. "The surviving Xenos will answer for this blood debt." Gilliman ordered the entire 13th Legion to scour every world in the cluster and hunt for the source tracker. They had to ensure its destruction, absolute and final. But despite their exhaustive search, they found nothing. The creature had vanished without a trace. This failure made Gilliman withdraw from everyone. Even though he'd won the battle, he felt guilty about something no amount of thinking could fix. The death screams of innocence continued to echo in his thoughts and created cracks in his very soul. Emperor's grand design. The Emperor continued his work on the Webway project. Months of careful effort had begun to bear fruit. A miniature warp rift floated before him, its chaotic energies filtered through psychic matrices until they became docile and pure, safe to use without any risk of corruption. The Raven idly showed off his collection of golden fries to anyone who would listen. He also suggested that Valdor should take the custodians on midnight runs while covered in ritual oils. Valdor firmly declined and stated he would never engage in such undignified behavior that brings shame to his master's name. "Valdor, you need to understand," the Raven began, then froze mid-sentence. Valdor noticed the sudden silence and turned to see the Raven completely motionless, his eyes wide with prophetic vision. "Are you all right?" Valdor asked and reached out to prod him. The Raven ignored the Captain General entirely. His consciousness raced through streams of data and probability matrices, parsing potential futures with mechanical precision. He saw Gilliman, wounded by the Osiris incident, developing fractures in his mind and soul. He saw those cracks widening through subsequent traumas and betrayals. He saw the Lord of Ultrammer's eventual fall into darkness, not just embracing the Chaos Gods, but something far worse. Gilliman Rebellion Timeline. The Raven's mind flooded with digital expletives. He had been so focused on preventing Horus and Erebus from causing havoc that he had forgotten that other Primarchs could also fall to corruption. And Gilliman's potential rebellion would make Horus's treachery look like a minor skirmish. In Horus's rebellion, the traitors eventually fled into the Eye of Terror. In Gilliman's rebellion, it was unclear who would end up fleeing into that hellish realm. Despite the 13th Legion's nickname as ICU Gods of War, his sons were genuinely formidable warriors. In the Battle of Calth, captured Centurions had slaughtered word-bearers without power armor. Future heroes like Calgar, Titus, and the legendary Captain Sicarius would all serve under Gilliman's banner. In Horus's rebellion, the main advantage against the Ultramarines had been information warfare, keeping them isolated and uninformed. If Gilliman had received a warning in advance, Lorgar's word-bearers would have been crushed instantly. The Ultramarines possessed overwhelming numerical superiority, enough to fight anyone, anywhere, anytime. Horus himself, after his empowerment by the Chaos Gods, had evaluated Gilliman thus: "He doesn't even need to take the field. He could defeat all of us with paperwork alone." During the Great Rebellion, Gilliman had committed darker deeds than even Horus, who had recklessly used alien technology; Gilliman, who had established a separate empire; Gilliman, who possessed military strength that awed both Emperor and Chaos Gods alike; Gilliman. During the Great Rebellion's final battle, Gilliman, bringing reinforcements to Terra, even made Chaos Gods cautious, forcing the Chaos Gods to drag the entire solar system into the warp and freeze it in time because Gilliman brought exactly the right number of troops, enough to fight the rebels, the loyalists, or both at the same time. Horus's rebellion had been a mere civil war. But if Gilliman were to rebel, it would be an apocalypse that would never end. Raven, Valdor prodded him again. The raven snapped back to awareness, glared at the Captain General, then flew directly to the Emperor's side. Big guy, something's happened to the 13th Legion. I need to investigate immediately. Go, the Emperor replied without looking up from his webway experiments. Valdor, wait here. I'm going to buy some oranges and will be back to teach you how to respect your elders properly. Chapter 149, Golden Throne again. Seriously. After Raven finished speaking, he vanished with a sharp crack. His form dissolved into wisps of white vapor that scattered into nothing. Valdo frowned, puzzling over the creature's parting words. I feel like that thing is playing me for a fool, but I can't prove it. Raven possessed a rare ability to traverse the void itself. He could appear anywhere across the galaxy at will. Most days, he preferred to remain close to the Emperor's side. He was content with simple pleasures like consuming fries, but this time he had deemed intervention necessary. The future sovereign of 500 worlds needed help, both mental and physical. XIII Legion's temporary flagship. Since the catastrophe at Seppirus, Robot Gilliman had locked himself away in his private study. He refused both food and rest. The events in the Osiris cluster weighed heavily on his conscience. Guilt and self-recrimination filled him beyond even a Primarch's capacity for grief. The Primarch's very soul had fractured under the psychic shock. He had witnessed so much death. Now he was trapped in an endless spiral of remorse. Well, let's see who's hiding away, drowning in self-pity. Raven materialized from nowhere. He landed gracefully atop Gilliman's ornate desk. Lord Raven, Gilliman started, his eyes widening in surprise. Ah, it's the blue giant himself, wallowing in melancholy. Raven perched on the Primarch's pauldron. Energy flowed from his small form into Gilliman's transhuman frame, carefully mending the fractured soul within. Please, spare me your mockery, Gilliman said, though he felt his oppressive mood lifting inexplicably. The crushing weight of guilt began to ease. The Battle of Seppirus was not your failing, Robot, Raven said. His tone was surprisingly gentle. Even without your intervention, those souls would have perished. At least you gave them vengeance. The only imperfection is that the source tracker escaped. I will hunt it down, Gilliman growled. Righteous fury blazed in his eyes. Raven nodded approvingly. A worthy goal, we should indeed destroy it. But I cannot locate the creature. Gilliman's expression darkened with frustration. That's precisely why I'm here, Raven replied. I will help you resolve this matter completely. Then we can restore proper order. You can find it, the dejected Primarch's spirit suddenly soared. Naturally, how do you think I became the supreme ruler of the Imperium? By being adorable and showing off snack foods. I genuinely thought that might be the reason, Gilliman admitted. Raven fell silent for a moment. Gather your finest warriors. I will open a passage that leads directly to the source tracker. Then you can destroy it and end this nightmare. Understood, my lord. Gilliman rose and strode from his chambers to assemble his forces. The Primarch moved with characteristic efficiency. Within moments, he returned with Captain Gage and other veteran warriors bearing Imperial engine implants. Let us depart, Raven announced. He transformed into a stream of brilliant light that carved a shimmering portal through reality itself. Colors danced across its surface. The Primarch led his warriors into the luminous passage. Aboard the crystal warship, the Source Weaver sat upon its crystalline throne. Piercing eyes gazed into the infinite void, filled with boundless hatred for humanity. Humans, it whispered to the darkness, we shall return, and when we do, you will suffer our most exquisite revenge. In the next instant, light erupted across the warship's bridge. A squad of heavily armored Astartes warriors materialized from thin air. Their ceramite plate gleamed in the alien vessel's strange illumination. The source tracker whirled around. Its psychically enhanced eyes were wide with shock and disbelief. I just muttered a few idle threats, and these accursed humans appear as if summoned by damn fate itself. Does this universe have some personal grudge against my species? Found you. Gilliman's voice carried the weight of barely contained fury. He advanced toward the source tracker's throne. Each footfall rang like a death knell. Alien guardians phased from the Immaterium's edge. They launched themselves at the approaching Primarch. For the Emperor, Captain Gage roared. He led his battle brothers in a charge that would clear the path for their Gene Father. The two forces collided in a brutal melee. Guilliman's mastercrafted blade cleaved through an attacking Xenos. His free hand clenched, wielding spatial manipulation to crush another opponent into component atoms. The Sourceweaver unleashed a devastating psychic assault. It hoped to halt the Primarch's advance. But Guilliman's rage had pushed his limit engine beyond normal parameters. Distorted spacetime formed protective barriers around him. They deflected the creature's mental attack with contemptuous ease. The Primarch lunged forward with transhuman speed. I promised I would find you, Xeno's filth. I promised I would kill you. Now I fulfill that oath. His blade pierced the Sourceweaver's chest. Energy crackled along the weapon's edge. Initiating final judgment. Target confirmed, psychic LIFEFORM. Probability of target survival, 0. Following the engine system's cold pronouncement, the Sourceweaver crumbled to ash. It was scattered on unfelt stellar winds. The oppressive darkness that had clouded Guilliman's mind lifted completely. The Astartes systematically purged the remainder of the crystal warship. They ensured the complete extinction of the species. The Osiris mind control race was consigned forever to Oblivion's embrace, erased from the galaxy's memory. The Emperor's laboratory. After resolving Guilliman's crisis, Raven tore open spacetime and returned to the Emperor's private laboratory aboard the Grand Design. The Master of Mankind had just completed his latest experiment. He was powering down the machinery when Raven arrived. Upon seeing Raven's return, he spoke without preamble. The Weave's construction has achieved success. Now Malkador must proceed with our plan's next phase. What's the next step? Raven asked, sampling his beloved fries. I intend for Malkador to construct a golden throne, the Emperor declared. It shall serve as the central nexus for controlling the Weave, temporal anchor points, and the Astronomicon, all phenomena touching the Warp's realm. Upon hearing these words, Raven stiffly and slowly turned his head toward the Emperor with disbelief. Wait a second, I think my ears are buzzing, but did you just say you want to build a golden throne? You appear shocked as well. Are you amazed as well? As I expected, it is indeed a masterwork of planning, the Emperor said with evident satisfaction. The golden throne I now design incorporates knowledge from multiple realities. It will surpass the original conception. It will provide unprecedented amplification and grant me power that transcends even the divine. The Emperor raised his hand, and a holographic projection manifested, displaying a magnificent and impossibly complex mechanical throne to Raven's sight. Dense streams of data flowed around the image, revealing the scope of this monumental undertaking. Brother, don't be so stupid. I am urging in the name of Fries, please abandon this path entirely. We can devise alternative control methods, Raven insisted. The Weave requires a guiding consciousness, else it becomes vulnerable to corruption, the Emperor replied. Ideally, we would create a control system devoid of self-interest and perfectly just. But for now, my oversight represents the optimal solution. The Weave of the D&D multiverse had Mystra, the goddess of magic, as its core. She was both leader and guardian of those forces. If the Imperium sought to establish a galactic Weave, it too would need a shepherding intelligence. Without such guidance, the network would inevitably become a plaything for the architect of fate. Every psyker connected to the Weave would become a potential vector for corruption. A catastrophe beyond imagining for the Imperium. After a moment's consideration, Raven offered an alternative. Instead of the throne, create a control console or command deck. If that proves useless, you could modify the design to resemble something like a cross. Then you could be Jesus. The Emperor's expression grew troubled. Being suspended naked upon wooden beams seems undignified for the Imperium's sovereign. Raven stared at the Emperor in bewilderment. Who said anything about nudity? Why would you be naked? Was Christ not crucified in that state? The Emperor asked matter-of-factly. He wore a loincloth, Raven protested. Don't try to deceive me. I may not be scholarly, but I know basic history. I am Christ, the Emperor stated simply, meeting Raven's gaze. That was merely one of my many incarnations throughout history. I recall quite clearly being suspended in that manner. Raven fell silent. How does one argue with an eyewitness to their own crucifixion? The golden throne design incorporates console functions while allowing me to sit rather than stand perpetually. And certainly without being impaled upon wood, the Emperor concluded. After the master of mankind's patient explanation, Raven reluctantly accepted the Golden Throne project. Even if future complications arose, sitting upon a throne seemed preferable to crucifixion. At minimum, the former possessed greater dignity and marginally more comfort than the latter. Do you also plan to utilize the 15th Primarch as backup support for the throne's operations? Raven inquired. Indeed, not only the 15th, but the 11th as well, the Emperor confirmed. Both possess extraordinary psychic gifts. Should my presence become impossible, either could assume my role. Raven sighed deeply. It seemed the Golden Throne's creation had become inevitable. Moreover, its capabilities would far exceed those of the predetermined timeline. When not if problems emerged, the consequences would prove exponentially more catastrophic. The Golden Throne project had existed even before the Great Crusade's launch. The Imperial Palace's construction atop Terra's highest mountain range served partly to conceal the throne's vast underlying mechanisms. Raven's arrival had caused the Emperor to temporarily abandon those plans. But now, with temporal anchors and the weave advancing toward completion, the master of mankind had revived this scheme. I can only hope none of this leads to the worst possible outcome, Raven murmured with growing unease. Fate, after all, remains utterly unpredictable. How are you all doing? Hope you're well and fine. First of all, I would like to apologize. I really dragged my promise for a lot longer than I promised. But here it is. Remember the voting poll? Well, we had a winner. Warhammer 30K 40K, The Ascension of Flesh. Please go check it out today. Enjoy. Chapter 150, Poor Malkador. Even the master of mankind could not truly control destiny's flow. He could see potential futures and try to bring about the outcomes he wanted. But absolute control remained beyond even his divine reach. The Golden Throne project must remain classified at the highest levels, the Emperor declared. His gaze settled upon Raven. I will not permit knowledge of this undertaking to spread, even through secured communication networks. The risk of exposure remains too great. So you intend to, Raven prompted. You will personally return to Terra, deliver the throne's blueprints to Malkador, ensure he proceeds in absolute secrecy. So now I'm reduced to an errand boy? I am the supreme ruler of the Imperium, the magnificent raven who traverses dimensions. I can peer into destiny itself. Malkador recently got the latest experimental flavor of fried sustenance. I would be honored to serve you, my lord. Naturally, this service stems not from any desire for snack foods. It comes purely from my dedication to the human Imperium and our shared grand vision. The Emperor nodded gravely. I expected nothing less from you. Raven accepted the data crystal from the master of mankind's outstretched hand. He vanished with his characteristic sharp crack, dissolving into wisps of vapor. The Emperor carefully organized his laboratory before leaving. The custodian guards flanking the entrance stood at attention as he passed. They received his rare acknowledging nod. Administrative duties had piled up during his experimental work. Reports from Terra's governing bodies demanded his attention. Battle communications from the Great Crusade fleets required his immediate review. According to current projections, the huge computers and warships under construction on Terra should be nearly complete. The time had come to come up with appropriate names for these monuments to human achievement. He could not repeat his previous mistake in naming. Nothing as undignified as Terrabar would ruin these masterworks. Malkador's sanctum, Terra. After returning from the alternate dimension, Malkador had once again thrown himself into the endless demands of governing. He worked tirelessly for humanity's sake. He constantly advanced their civilization toward its destined glory. The Sigilites' private sanctum was a marvel. It was not just a seat of power, but proof of human artistry. Exotic plants grew on every circular balcony. Dedicated staff and servitors tended them with religious devotion. Stone spheres inscribed with endless runic formulas revolved in circular patterns around the central spire. They cast complex shadows through towering stained glass windows. Smaller stone satellites orbited these main bodies like tiny moons. The tower's top had become a mechanical representation of the Sol system itself. Here, Malkador would summon the Imperium's most powerful individuals, those who commanded vast resources or possessed untapped potential. He assigned them roles fitting their capabilities. The sanctum's chambers overflowed with accumulated knowledge. Texts recovered during the Great Crusade underwent careful review and authentication. Then they were copied and distributed between Terra's great library and Malkador's personal collection. Beyond physical books, the sanctum housed sophisticated data storage systems. They preserved countless documents and records. Certain sealed chambers contained darker knowledge, forbidden lore that common citizens must never encounter, yet which the Imperium's leadership could not afford to ignore. Such materials remained under the strictest security. They were accessible only to a select few deemed worthy of such dangerous knowledge. Malkador sat reviewing critical appointment documentation. He studied the detailed profile of a prospective sector governor. This represented one of the Imperium's most significant positions. Once confirmed, this individual would command dozens of worlds and determine the fates of hundreds of billions of human souls. These were humanity's golden hours. Any citizen with talent and ambition could rise to greatness. Yet Malkador recognized these as equally dangerous times. The Emperor's grand design had already made the dark gods angry. Chaos cultists had infiltrated every level of imperial society, and they would never remain passive. Soon, they would use their most vicious strategies to destroy everything the Master of Mankind had carefully built. Multiple projection screens flickered across his desk. Information flowed past in endless streams. Dust particles danced through the holographic displays, creating temporary patterns in the light. A lesser mind might assume the Imperial Regent ignored such data flows. But as Malkador studied the appointment documents, his intellect simultaneously processed every piece of information that passed before him. Without such superior mental capacity, how could any mortal bear the Imperium's crushing administrative burden? The data streams revealed troubling patterns. Every department sought to expand its authority and influence. The Adeptus Arbites demanded greater jurisdiction over newly conquered worlds. The merchant guilds lobbied for increased trade protections and expanded security for their commercial fleets. The navigator houses protested the Imperium's support for psyker academies, viewing such institutions as threats to their hereditary monopoly. The Mechanicum of Mars aggressively demanded access to technological knowledge that the Emperor had acquired from alternate realities. They simultaneously requested reintegration of the Unification Treaty organizations under their direct control. Every faction, every power holder, hungered for greater authority. Greed drove them to scheme against one another in an endless cycle of political maneuvering. Malkador understood these dynamics intimately, yet found himself constrained by necessity. Governing an interstellar empire required a delicate balance rather than absolute justice. Sometimes, principles that seemed sacred to common citizens had to be sacrificed. Fairness, righteousness, and transparency might all give way to maintain broader stability. His true function was to guide and restrain these ambitious individuals. He ensured their talents served humanity's benefit rather than their personal enrichment. When any faction attempted to cross established boundaries and threaten human civilization itself, swift punishment would follow. Malkador put his biological seal on the completed review document. With that simple gesture, a ruler commanding hundreds of billions was born. Such was the terrible power of imperial decree. This represented one of the most potent forces in human governance. The ability to elevate paupers to kingship or cast monarchs into poverty with mere words and official approval. As Malkador set aside the completed document to examine the next matter, space itself tore open with violent force. Raven emerged from the dimensional rift with his typical dramatic flair, landing squarely in the middle of Malkador's pristine desk. Malkador's eyebrows rose in surprise. The Imperial Regent had witnessed many strange things in his long service to the Emperor, but Raven never failed to bring new surprises. Before he could offer a proper greeting, the small creature cleared his throat theatrically. Knock, knock. Malkador blinked slowly, his mind trying to process this unexpected statement. The creature had just materialized through a tear in reality itself, bypassed all security measures, and landed directly on his desk. Why was he now announcing his presence, as if standing outside a door? Raven noticed the confusion on the Sigilite's face and gestured with one wing, encouraging him to respond. His eyes sparkled with barely contained mischief. Malkador sighed deeply. With experience over the years with Raven, he had learned that sometimes the quickest path through Raven's eccentricities was simple participation. The sooner this strange ritual concluded, the sooner he could return to the Imperium's pressing business. "Who's there?" "Joe," Raven replied, his voice practically vibrating with suppressed amusement. Malkador felt a growing sense of unease, as if he were walking into some elaborate trap. But having come this far, he felt compelled to complete whatever social protocol Raven was attempting to establish. "Joe who?" "Joe mama hahaha." Raven exploded into hysterical laughter, rolling back and forth across the desk's surface. His small form shook with uncontrollable mirth as he knocked over several data slates and scattered important documents. The sound echoed through the sanctum's vaulted chambers. Malkador remained perfectly still, his expression unchanged. He understood that some form of humor had been attempted, but the mechanism escaped him entirely. More puzzling was the strange sensation that he had somehow been personally insulted, though he couldn't identify how or why. The feeling was strange. Why do I feel like this? After several minutes of continued laughter, Raven finally noticed Malkador's blank stare. His mirth gradually subsided as he realized his joke had fallen completely flat. "You people are so uncultured," Raven declared, straightening his feathers with exaggerated dignity. "Looks like I'll have to extend culture classes from Valdor to the rest of the High Command. We really need to look out for the Imperium's future, you know? We need cultured people to make the Imperium great." He paused, as if struck by the weight of this cultural responsibility. Then he shook his head and took a deep breath. Now where was I? Malkador, still processing the bizarre interaction, could only shrug his shoulders helplessly. "Oh yes, I remember." Raven tapped his head with the tip of one wing, as if chiding himself for the distraction. With a practiced motion, he produced a crystal data storage device and tossed it onto the desk with a soft clink. "Delivery from the big guy." Malkador retrieved the crystal, regarding his tiny visitor with curiosity. "This comes from His Majesty." "Yeah, contains blueprints for the Golden Throne. He says keep it secret and find people to build it quietly." Raven surveyed the sanctum's interior. He noted the absence of showy decorations in favor of countless volumes of accumulated knowledge. Still a scholar at heart, this Malkador. But then again, without such profound learning, how could he have earned the Emperor's trust and become his most valued advisor? "I believed the Golden Throne project had been abandoned." Malkador's frown deepened with concern. After discovering Raven and completing their first dimensional journey, the Emperor had revised his grand strategy. The Webway project had been shelved indefinitely. Naturally, the Golden Throne's construction had never started. Why resurrect this particular scheme now? Raven explained casually. "The big guy says he needs to create temporal anchor points, magic networks, and other control hub infrastructure. So he's restarting the Golden Throne project." That reasoning seems sound. Temporal anchors and mystical networks would indeed require centralized oversight. Malkador nodded thoughtfully and reached for a nearby communication control. "My lord, how may I serve?" came a servitor's mechanical response. "Prepare several servings of the latest experimental fried provisions," Malkador instructed. Raven's eyes immediately brightened, with obvious admiration and approval. Malkador placed the data crystal carefully on his desk. "The preparations will require time. Walk with me." Raven perched on the Sigilite's shoulder. "Lead on." They passed through towering bookshelf walls that stretched to the vaulted ceiling. The shelves held countless volumes of human knowledge. Moving through a marble archway, they emerged onto an open circular balcony, or rather, an elevated garden. The space bloomed with exotic flowers, carefully cultivated plants, and artistically sculpted trees. The mingled scents of blossoms and rich earth perfumed the air. Upon Malcador's arrival, attending servitors bowed respectfully and withdrew to grant them privacy. The garden commanded a spectacular view of the entire city. The custodian guard's towers, the astronomican's beacon spire, and the council chambers housing the High Lords of Terra rose prominently above the urban sprawl. These monuments to imperial power surrounded the palace itself. Their grandeur was visible even from this great distance. The orbital elevators represented the tallest structures. They extended through Terra's atmosphere to connect with space-based platforms. Countless spacecraft swarmed around these towering ports in constant motion, resembling busy insects transporting vital supplies throughout the system. "What tremendous change," Raven observed with genuine awe. "When I departed, this was in ruins. Now it has become a magnificent metropolis." "Humanity suffered greatly during the Age of Strife," Malcador replied. "When civilization's dawn finally broke, they released all their accumulated enthusiasm. They were determined to manifest every form of beauty they had dreamed of during the dark years. Yet the city's transformation pales beside what awaits above. Observe the sky." Raven lifted his gaze to behold magnificent metallic structures suspended in Terra's heavens. They hung impossibly close to the planet's surface. Even with normal vision, one could distinguish lit towers and the geometric canyons formed by continuous architectural complexes. Drawing upon his ability to perceive cosmic information, Raven easily identified each structure's function. Orbital platforms, interstellar ports, space construction yards, and the completed celestial-scale computer. The second stellar cogitator is operational. Raven's sharp eyes located the massive computational matrix hanging in orbit. A planet-sized construct configured in cruciform architecture. Malcador nodded approvingly. The Great Crusade has brought numerous technologically advanced civilizations into imperial compliance. The resources they contribute have significantly accelerated all construction projects. What designation has been assigned to this second cogitator? The naming remains undecided. I intended to request His Majesty's guidance on this matter. "No need to bother him," Raven declared with a dismissive wing gesture. "Just call it fries." Malcador regarded his small companion with obvious skepticism. Would that not be inappropriate? "What's inappropriate about it? Use that name exactly. I, as supreme ruler of the Imperium, command you. The second celestial cogitator shall bear this designation. If anyone objects, direct them to me personally. Even the big guy doesn't intimidate me." Raven assumed a posture of exaggerated authority. His tone radiated supreme confidence. He was, after all, co-ruler of the Imperium, equal in rank to the master of mankind himself. "Very well," Malcador conceded, unable to contest Raven's determination. "I shall implement your directive. Remember, if you dare disobey my instructions, prepare yourself for assignment to guard duty around a black hole," Raven threatened with mock severity. "And no amount of fried provisions will save you from that fate." Chapter 151. Something lurks in the void. "Rest assured, I would never pursue such folly," Malcador said firmly. "Let the Emperor concern himself with such matters," the Sigillite thought. "I am merely the loyal servant of the Imperium, acting upon the Emperor's will." The Raven nodded, then looked up at the space above them. Through the glass dome, he watched the newest warships floating quietly. Only their small thrusters flickered as they held position, while their plasma cores ran at low power. "Are those the second-generation vessels?" the Raven asked. Malcador looked where the creature pointed. Although his normal eyes couldn't see anything in the distance, he used his psychic powers and let the energy flow through his mind. The warp enhanced his sight, and he could see the Imperial fleet clearly. "Yes, 400 new ships now serve our fleet," Malcador confirmed. "Soon they'll leave to help the first expedition fleet, though His Majesty will decide whether to give them to existing groups or create new ones. He pointed at the distant ships. The second-generation ships are better than the old ones in every way. Not only do they have force field generators, but they also possess dimensional travel systems and computers enhanced with gene engine tech. These ships can jump within star systems, and their weapons can destroy stars. The new warships combined tech from multiple realities, making them much stronger than the first-generation ships currently serving the Imperium. While older ships had to use Manville points to enter and exit the warp, or gravity would tear them apart, these new ships could jump directly within star systems safely. Their weapons were extremely powerful and could destroy star cores. Moreover, their defenses were better than simple void shields and thick armor. These ships now had protection against reality erasure and psychic attacks, while improved void shields easily blocked even the worst bombardments. Some of the 400 had experimental time reversal systems, early versions of the third generation. Even total destruction could be reversed, as the ships could return to perfect condition by reversing time. Unfortunately, these systems only worked on the hull itself. They lasted only moments and needed huge amounts of energy, serving as prototypes collecting data for future production. Impressive, the Raven said. Even without the time travel third generation, these second-generation ships were powerful enough to crush every alien race in the galaxy. If they joined the Great Crusade, conquest would happen much faster. Once the third generation was ready, controlling everything would be certain. Footsteps echoed on the garden's stone paths as several servants approached with food and drinks. They put them on the marble table and left with bows. "Come, let us eat," Malkador suggested. The Raven landed on the table and immediately went for the latest fried potatoes, while Malkador took some small pastries. Then he asked a question that had bothered him for a long time. "Mr. Raven, might I ask a personal question?" "Speak freely," the Raven replied without stopping his eating. "Where do you come from? What gives you the power to travel between realities?" The Raven stopped eating and sighed. "I don't know the answer either, old Mac. When I woke up, I found myself controlling a mysterious realm. I could walk between universes, but I don't understand my purpose or what enemies I might face. I know fate's gifts cost something, though I don't know what price these abilities will demand." Malkador nodded understandingly. "Your words make sense. When I was born with special powers and immortal life, I wondered why I got such gifts, since they could have been given to anyone. We are both cursed with self-awareness," the Raven said. "Will you focus on finding these answers?" Malkador asked. "No," the Raven replied firmly. "Truth will show itself when it's time. Looking for answers doesn't help much. Knowledge without power to act is useless. The multiverse won't change because you learn its secrets, so it's better to do what you think is meaningful." "And what do you consider meaningful?" "Making the perfect fried potato." The Raven sounded completely serious, as he wasn't joking at all. Malkador stared silently. What did I even expect? That he would fight cosmic enemies to find universal truth? How naive. "The universe is absurd, old Mac. Nothing we care about has real meaning, we just give it meaning," the Raven explained. "Making the perfect fries is, in my opinion, the most worthwhile thing to do." "Your wisdom is unique, Mr. Raven," Malkador said carefully. After more talking, the Raven left with his stored potatoes and returned to the Emperor. Meanwhile, Malkador went back to his workrooms and put the Raven's data crystal into his computer. He started looking at the Golden Throne's new blueprints. This version is very different from the original. Better functions, more complexity, and a second throne. Having studied the Emperor's first blueprints, Malkador immediately saw the changes. Besides improved abilities and complexity, the design now had 2 seats of power. Does the second throne belong to Mr. Raven? It made sense. As the Imperium's supreme co-ruler, the Raven needed his own seat of power, one fitting for his control over the webway, time anchor points, and the Imperium's big plans. Luckily, the Raven had left. If he had heard Malkador's guessing, his reaction would have been colorful. Unaware of such talks, the Raven was currently on the Emperor's flagship Grand Design. The ship traveled tens of thousands of light years from Terra, and he was showing his latest cooking to Valdor, who watched with patient amusement. The 73rd Expedition Fleet had warships, transport ships, and colony ships. 1,000 space marines from the VI Legion, the Space Wolves, came with them. Their mission: take control of and settle several northern galactic sectors. After 3 weeks traveling through the warp's dangerous currents, they jumped into the Aldorak system. As the fleet came out of the warp into normal space, communication systems received chaotic, harsh signals. Primal screaming filled every frequency. Commodore Aldo stood on his ship's command bridge, looking grim. He had asked the Adeptus Mechanicus Magos to study the transmissions for patterns or meaning, but he only got confirmation that the screams were random noise. During a brief quiet moment, a servant brought bitter coffee, no sugar and harsh, exactly as Aldo liked it. The taste reminded him of endless night watches and paperwork from his pre-imperial service. Heavy footsteps announced new arrivals. Figures in thick power armor entered the bridge, led by a giant whose helmeted head showed wild, wolf-like features. "Lord Yuke," Aldo raised his cup in greeting. "Commodore," the Wolf Lord replied with a short nod. Yuke commanded 1,000 space marines, enhanced with gene engine implants. A force that could conquer star sectors and turn alien civilizations to ash and memory. "What brings you to the bridge?" Aldo asked. "My chaplain senses problems. Evil lurks in the space around us," Yuke growled. "This system smells wrong." Aldo put his cup down. "I think the same, but our sensor arrays found nothing when we arrived. The Magos has confirmed repeatedly that only empty space surrounds us." Fate chose that moment to prove the Commodore wrong. Urgent alarms filled the bridge while tactical displays exploded with red warnings. Threat markers surrounded the 73rd Fleet from all directions. "Report," Aldo commanded. "Alien ships, sir," the information supervisor announced. His robot eye whirred as it processed data, and panic filled his mechanical voice. "Impossible, our scans have found nothing. Are the sensors broken?" Aldo's fist hit the control panel, making it complain mechanically. "I must correct you, Commodore," the Magos interrupted. "The sacred instruments work perfectly, as the sensor arrays got no return signals at all." The machine priest would never allow such insults against the Omnissiah's blessed technology. Chapter 152, The Return of Rangdan. "How did these aliens stay hidden for so long?" Aldo demanded. "The only logical explanation is they have technology as good as ours, plus unknown stealth abilities," the Magos replied mechanically. "Guessing won't help now," Yuke interrupted, his wolf-like features hardening. "The enemy has shown themselves, so let us teach these damned Xenos the price of challenging the Emperor's will." Aldo sat in his command chair, giving orders that moved the fleet into battle formation. Meanwhile, the alien fleet moved with disciplined precision. Their ships were as big as Imperial ones, some even bigger, and their coordination showed sophisticated command structures. As the opposing forces got closer, space erupted into deadly light. Lance beams and macro cannon shells turned space into a furnace of destruction. "Their firepower and speed are better than ours," Aldo said grimly. Within moments of fighting, a terrible truth became clear. Alien technology was superior to Imperial tech. Not only were their warships faster, but they also had more devastating weapons and stronger shields. This space battle was doomed from the start. Aldo went through tactical options, though each ended in defeat. Even retreat was impossible. The alien fleet had surrounded them completely, ensuring that any ships that broke through would never reach the system's jump point. Bright light flared as a nearby cruiser's void shields failed completely. The ship's plasma reactor went critical, exploding like a star, beautiful yet terrible at the same time. Aldo's flagship was doing just as badly under concentrated alien fire. Damage reports flooded the bridge. Gun batteries 7 through 14 destroyed. Power distribution offline, 55% capacity remaining. Navigation control damaged. Hull section 774, void shield breached. Despair spread across the bridge crew's faces, while alarms screamed their list of destruction. Multiple warp surges detected, enemy boarding parties appearing. Teleportation openings blazed into existence across the command deck. Yuke and his space wolves immediately activated their gene engine's combat protocols, drawing weapons as they charged the emerging threats. High-intensity energy wave incoming, the machine spirit warned. A psychic shockwave hit, making the space marines sluggish. Through the teleportation gates came alien warriors, sleek phantoms in streamlined armor, wielding curved black blades that cut through ceramite as easily as flesh. The first wolves fell cut in half, their enhanced bodies meaningless against such weapons. Fierce fighting erupted across the bridge as alien warriors flooded the deck, their energy weapons reducing crew and servitors to scattered pieces. Blood and bone painted the sacred instruments red. Yuke led his remaining brothers in desperate close combat. Although all had the Empire's gene engine enhancements, the aliens wielded powerful psychic abilities that were still able to cancel Imperial advantages. Enemy numbers overwhelmed the Space Wolves, forcing them into a shrinking defensive circle. The Wolf Lord watched his battle brothers fall, noble warriors reduced to broken meat by alien blades. Rage consumed him as his power sword cut through alien flesh, spilling glowing green blood across the deck plating. He fought toward a threatened brother, blocking a killing blow with his blade's energy field. Despite his skill, the tide could not be turned. Surrounded by pressing enemies, Yuke faced his final moments. An alien psyker unleashed devastating mental force, a power that tore through both air and flesh. His power armor buckled and twisted while his body fell apart at the cellular level. Duty fulfilled were Yuke's last thoughts before his skull exploded, painting the humming computer arrays with Fenrisian blood. Alien warriors stepped over the Emperor's fallen angels, advancing on the terrified bridge crew. Massacre followed, a pattern repeated throughout the ship. Despite their courage, the Space Wolves unfortunately could not prevent the slaughter, and one by one, they fell or were captured. The Imperial fleet died ship by ship until only a few colony ships remained, defenseless transports carrying the hopeful and desperate. The Imperium offered generous rewards for colonial service. Going to alien worlds was the common-born citizens' best chance for advancement, drawing countless souls to seek their fortune among the stars. The Empire would terraform hostile worlds, using climate controls and atmospheric processors to create livable environments before sending colonists. The Addams family had boarded their transport with beautiful dreams of prosperity. Although living conditions were cramped and harsh, shared bathrooms smelled terrible, while water and food rations barely kept them alive, hope filled their hearts. During the journey, they planned endlessly. Vast farms, modest but complete homes, honest work leading to accumulated wealth and happiness. All such dreams died with the piercing alarm. Alien warriors boarded the defenseless colony ship, seemingly enjoying the coming slaughter. Rather than destroy the ship outright, they treated it as an arena for their bloodlust, cutting through corridors thick with corpses. The Addams family fled desperately from upper to lower decks, seeking refuge in the ship's dim belly. However, 3 slender alien hunters found them anyway. Adam's wife and children collapsed in terror at the sight of blood-covered weapons. Armed only with an iron pipe torn from their bunk, Adams charged with suicidal fury. The alien's force fielded through him into the wall, and his ribs snapped like twigs. He lay broken, coughing blood, forced to watch his family get butchered while he lay paralyzed and dying slowly in his agony of pain and loss. On the colony ship's bridge, Captain Kakar faced similar despair. Emergency lights bathed everything in red as aliens slaughtered his crew. For the Emperor, Kakar emptied his last pistol into approaching aliens, though the beams created mere ripples against their protection. A black blade punched through his chest, ending both the struggle and his life. Every soul aboard the colony ships died. Having destroyed the 73rd Fleet, the alien armada pressed deeper into Imperial space. 1,000 space marines lay dead, with an entire expedition force wiped out. News of the 16 star system's destruction reached the Imperium quickly. The Adeptus Mechanicus Biologus compared genetic samples with Golden Age archives, identifying the enemy, the Rangdan. An apex predator civilization humanity had encountered before. These creatures possessed technology that rivaled humanity's golden age achievements. Worse still, they wanted to expand and had the means to do it. High-ranking officers and expedition commanders gathered in the Grand Design's primary strategy room. They formed circles around the central platform, where the Emperor himself stood alongside his Gene sons. Holographic projection equipment hummed from the chamber's high ceiling. As Adeptus Mechanicus tech priests chanted their rituals, ancient machinery stirred to life. Indicator arrays blazed to life, while complex command terminals extended from their storage alcoves. Chapter 153, The Rangdan Threat. Bright lines flickered through the air and formed a holographic projection. Praise the God of all machines, praise the Omnissiah. Control room, transmit the battle data to command. A tech adept opened communications and ordered personnel to relay the intelligence. The thinker array hummed as servitors opened their mouths, muttering calculations and symbols. Screens throughout the chamber displayed the final records from Fleet 73 before its destruction. The green hologram showed the Imperial fleet's fate after encountering the Xenos threat. Fleet 73's astropath had transmitted one final message into the warp as the fleet died. In earlier times, such transmissions took years to reach Imperial space through Vox networks. However, the Empire now utilized communication technology from the Trisolaran universe, featuring real-time transmission towers throughout their territory. Even flagships carried these devices. The astropathic message reached Imperial command shortly after transmission. What the screens showed made every commander's face turn grim. This wasn't a simple Xenos raid. It was a calculated invasion and systematic slaughter targeting human civilization. Without a decisive response, these enemies would grow bolder. The projection showed a Fleet 73 battleship caught in enemy encirclement. Dense lasfire and kinetic projectiles hammered its void shields, creating energy ripples. After nearly a minute of bombardment, the Imperial warship was pierced by a silver beam weapon. The vessel collapsed. The prow section broke free, drifting into the void. Both flanks disintegrated as flames erupted from within, destroying the ship. Another projection revealed a battle inside the flagship's corridors. 1,000 space wolves Astartes and the ship's crew fought boarding Xenos. The Rangdan warriors' weapons matched Imperial wargear. Under their assault, the Emperor's warriors fell one by one while waves of crew were cut down, their bodies littering the passages. According to our assessments, Magos Land's mechanical voice cut through the tension. Rangdan warships are technologically superior to Imperial vessels. Their firepower and maneuverability exceed ours by 15% or more. Land's servoskulls drifted around him as he continued. I've reviewed archived records and compared them with current Rangdan fleet compositions. Their technology has advanced significantly since our last encounter. They weathered the long night unharmed, suffering none of the technological regression that plagued humanity during the Age of Strife. They've been developing continuously. The commanders exchanged troubled murmurs. The ancient Rangdan had matched humanity during the Golden Age. After millennia of advancement, their capabilities had reached unprecedented heights. Raven, perched on the Emperor's shoulder, listened to Land's briefing. Now he understood why, in the original timeline, multiple legions working together to destroy the Rangdan had suffered such losses. The 2nd and 11th legions had been expunged for classified reasons. Victory had demanded that the Emperor unlock the labyrinth containing the Void Dragon itself. The evidence pointed to one conclusion: Imperial technology couldn't match the Rangdan. Without unconventional tactics, humanity faced defeat. Behind the Emperor stood 4 Gene sons: Perturabo, Mortarion, Lorger, and the Khan. With Guilliman, Kurz, Sanguinius, and others on campaigns, only these Primarchs remained to counsel their father. Each calculated potential strategies. So far, Land continued, gesturing toward the data streams, the Empire has lost 16 star systems. Property losses are incalculable, and over 1 trillion Imperial citizens have been slaughtered. Even through his augmented vocal cords, disgust was evident. The enemy's methods are cruel, driven by hatred for humanity. They reject all negotiation. Even when planetary governors surrender, the Xenos respond with massacre. The screens shifted, showing worlds scoured of human life. Prosperous hive cities lay in ruins beneath black smoke. Enemy fighters strafed fleeing civilians, turning crowded streets into charnel houses. Unlike space Necrons, who viewed humans as potential subjects, or greenskin orcs, who valued slaves for labor, or even Eldar, who occasionally showed restraint, the Rangdan demonstrated absolute genocidal intent. They took no prisoners, accepted no surrender, showed no mercy, only a drive to exterminate every trace of human existence. The enemy advances toward the Imperium's core systems, Land reported. Intelligence indicates their next target is the Valve system, a commerce hub supporting over 90 billion souls. Expeditionary Fleet 56 has departed to reinforce the system's defenses, but projections give them only a 20% probability of repelling the attack. The display shifted to detailed schematics of the Valve system. 9 worlds orbited its star, the 2 outermost being lifeless frozen spheres. The inner worlds bore thriving human colonies, while countless spacecraft moved between them, evidence of Valve's prosperity and strategic importance. The Emperor spoke at this time, his voice breaking the somber atmosphere. "We will accelerate our schedule. The second-generation warships will be deployed immediately, and the Astartes will receive their enhanced gene engines to ensure victory." His original strategy had been to distribute these advanced vessels among fleets commanded by his sons. But the situation now demanded their immediate concentration within the first expeditionary fleet, along with comprehensive upgrades to the Legion's Astartes. Yet the Rangdan weren't the only concern. Intelligence gathered by Alpharius had revealed another threat, a greenskin empire of staggering scale, commanded by an orc emperor and warlords whose combined might exceeded even the decaying Eldar or awakening Necrons. Alpharius had infiltrated the outer reaches of the system containing Ulanar, the greenskin capital, but could not get closer. The orc emperor's presence had warped space through raw WAGH, field power. Even the orcs guarding their leader had grown to grotesque proportions, rivaling ancient gargants. The weakest greenskins on Ulanar stood over 10 meters tall. Under the Gestalt psychic influence of their countless brethren, the orcs had undergone genetic reversion, reclaiming the might granted by their ancient creators. The WAGH expeditions the Empire had previously encountered were just preludes to the gathering storm. Raven's expression darkened as the discussion turned to the greenskin threat. He knew their true nature. In the original timeline, during the 32nd millennium, long after the Emperor's internment on the Golden Throne and the Primarch's transformation into legend, the greenskins had risen again. 12 orc warlords had emerged from their conflicts, even bringing a war moon into Terra's orbit. The threat had grown so dire that the High Lords nearly capitulated before the Empire's remaining forces finally prevailed at terrible cost. Vulcan himself had perished alongside an orc warlord, while the Imperial Fists had been annihilated, later rebuilt from successor chapter Geneseed. The orc empire of Ulanar dwarfed even that future catastrophe. The concentrated WAGH energy had reached unimaginable intensity, making their leader, the Beast, the effective incarnation of Gork and Mork within the material realm. Land then displayed more intelligence. Ulanar had been transformed into a vast metal world, dozens of war moons suspended in low orbit like malignant satellites. Innumerable greenskins swarmed around colossal warlords in numbers that defied comprehension. Even viewing the recorded images brought crushing despair. The combined threat posed by both Xenos races weighed heavily on every soul present. "We cannot remain passive," the Emperor declared, his presence filling the chamber with reassurance even as his words confirmed their dire circumstances. "Both alien threats must be annihilated, no matter what all these Xenos will suffer to go against humanity." His voice carried absolute conviction, transforming uncertainty into resolved purpose. Both greenskins and Rangdan posed existential threats to human survival, yet the Rangdan's genocidal hatred made them the more immediate concern. After extensive deliberation, the Emperor decreed their course. The Rangdan would face imperial wrath first, followed by crushing the Greenskin menace. Raven observed the strategic discussions with initial interest, using his meta-knowledge to offer unique insights into the campaign. However, as the council delved into logistics and tactical details, his attention waned. He tore open the veil between dimensions and departed for the mist space to attend to his own matters. Chapter 154, Multiversal Progress. The mist space had changed since Raven's last visit. The hazy structures were gaining definition, growing clearer with each universe traversed. Above the realm, 6 origin light spheres from different realities hung suspended. The Super God Universe, the Three-Body Universe, the Eternal Universe, the Marvel Universe, the Ultramandiga Universe, and the D&D Universe, each connected to the mist space by threads of energy. A 7th sphere drew Raven's attention, one representing the Warhammer universe itself. He looked at it with surprise. From the beginning, he had known the Warhammer universe was among those he must traverse and alter. Each time he changed the destiny of a Primarch or other significant figure, he gained origin power. Yet despite all his efforts, the mist space had never manifested a sphere for his home reality. Until now. Raven extended his consciousness into the Warhammer sphere, perceiving the changes rippling through time. The Custodes had not quietly eliminated the Thunder Warriors. Instead, they achieved the deaths they deserved. The Adeptus Mechanicus had never become Terra's ally. Instead, Raven himself had partnered with the Emperor. The fates of the Primarchs had been rewritten entirely. Angron bore no butcher's nails. Mortarion harbored no resentment toward his gene-father. Lorgar had abandoned his worship of divine powers. Perturabo's heart remained unburdened by the bitterness that had once consumed him. All the Primarchs had been guided through different realities, their perspectives broadened. The most profound transformation came from the alien technologies and wisdom the Emperor had brought back from other universes. Such advances had shattered the Warhammer universe's course, ushering in change. The magic weave and arcane knowledge from the D&D realm had particularly impacted the Empire's psionic academy. A welcome development, Raven mused. The sphere makes monitoring the Empire's progress more convenient. He focused deeper into the Warhammer sphere, observing humanity's expansion across the galaxy. The human empire's development far exceeded the original timeline's pace. With the Astronomicon perfected, over 1,000 expeditionary fleets now carried out conquest operations throughout the galaxy. Daily, new worlds submitted to imperial rule, some through force, others through surrender. The solar system had become a showcase of multiversal technology. Every diplomatic envoy who visited Terra left impressed by imperial might, understanding that submission offered their only path forward. Combined with Malkador's terms for compliant worlds, joining the Empire clearly outweighed resistance. The Great Crusade progressed with speed. Where the original timeline took over 2 centuries before the Horus Heresy ended it, current projections suggested galactic unification within a decade. The Empire's internal institutions operated efficiently. The Psionic Academy recruited psychers from across the galaxy, screening them according to ability and stability. Qualified candidates became students, learning ancient knowledge alongside magic and arcane arts from the D&D universe. Those who could not control their powers received restraint collars and remained as supervised academy servants under the watchful eyes of blanks. The Night Watch had established cells throughout Imperial space. Demon hunting units moved constantly through the galaxy, tracking down warp entities bold enough to manifest within Imperial territory, along with any cult forces collaborating with chaos. Cor Pharon and Erebus, those twin catalysts of corruption, found themselves ironically busy questioning their very existence. As former chaos worshippers, now forced to serve as demon hunter accomplices, they were required to offer prayers over every executed demon. The entities of the warp had grown familiar with both fallen acolytes through these repeated encounters. The Empire's grand projects proceeded on schedule. The microcosm, temporal anchor nodes, stellar-class computational arrays, and celestial-grade warships would soon facilitate humanity's complete transformation. Even Cetan shards remained imprisoned within the microcosm, their essence serving as energy batteries to maintain the time anchor systems. After observing the Warhammer universe's progress, Raven turned his attention to other realities. Three-body universe. The knowledge left by the Emperor had accelerated the sci-fi Heavenly Court project. Warships rolled from orbital shipyards, while breakthroughs in genetic enhancement, power armor, and augmentation serums advanced their capabilities. Without warp interference and corruption, their artificial intelligence development proceeded unimpeded. Robots now handled most menial tasks, while humans served as supervisors. The dispatched expeditionary fleet had reached the Trisolaran home system. Despite repeated pleas for mercy and attempted negotiations, the aliens received only rejection. The fleet launched devastating strikes against Trisolaran civilization. In their final moments, the Trisolaran leaders broadcast Earth's coordinates to the universe, a last act of revenge. Their civilization perished, with only scattered ships escaping the destruction. Earth now faced the consequences of the Dark Forest theory. Chang Xin and other ETO collaborators had been shipped to the Trisolaran system aboard a transport vessel, where they would witness firsthand the ruins of the civilization they had spent their lives supporting. Super Gene Universe. Han Sen continued expanding the humanities empire alongside his companions, preparing for the conflicts ahead. At the universe's edge, they had discovered a locked dark matter space containing ancient ruins, including a cube constructed from neutron star material bearing inscriptions in unknown characters, possibly left by the Pangu civilization. Han Sen had deployed stellar-class computers to analyze the artifact, confident they would soon decode its secrets. Eternal Universe. The Eternal Universe can be said to be the most promising and established empire of humanity. Under Time Bureau leadership, humanity's expansion proceeded rapidly. No other species in that galaxy could match their technological superiority, only population limited their growth rate. To address this bottleneck, they had initiated massive breeding programs encouraging marriage, sex, and love, starting a new age of culture in modern utopia, and when they found it to be slow, they began using machines to optimize genetic sequences, attempting to occupy the galaxy through accelerated reproduction. Marvel Universe. The multiversal war raged on. The Avengers, aided by Raven's guidance, traveled through parallel timelines, recruiting more powerful variants to form the multiversal Avengers Alliance. Loki had transformed, ascending to become the god of time itself. Gore the God Butcher, wielding his Black Death sword enhanced by the Emperor's blessing, continued his campaign against corrupted deities. Their corpses served as fertilizer for his garden, where potato and tomato seedlings flourished. However, a troubling development had emerged. The Master of Change's fragments thrived within Marvel's ever-shifting conflicts and chaos. Many sorcerers had fallen under its influence, becoming its servants. Somehow, it had forged alliances with various evil entities, working to perform rituals that would summon the other three chaos gods' past incarnations into this reality. "This is becoming problematic," Raven muttered. "If this continues, that fragment might actually establish a foothold here." If Tzine was present here in front of him, he would probably say, "Stranded in an alien universe, what better opportunity to make a name for myself?" OAA, that lazy god doesn't underestimate the power of an ambitious chaos god. Raven pondered whether he should guide the multiversal Avengers against this emerging threat, while shifting his attention to the Ultraman sphere. Ultraman Diga Universe. Before departing, the Emperor had left substantial resources for Masaki Keigo and his allies. Keigo had successfully propelled humanity into the space age, but they now faced a new existential threat. Grandsphere, a dark planet transformed into a malevolent deity, approached the solar system with destructive capability. It could annihilate worlds in mere seconds and devour everything. Even the giants of light proved insufficient against it. The entity had created synthetic kaiju to harass Earth, while demonic energy beings and various alien species launched frequent raids against the system. Despite protection from multiple giants of light, human civilization's survival remained uncertain. D&D Universe. Gale has lived up to expectations, even surpassed some. The human empire under his leadership led planetary warfare with efficiency. The Empire's mobilization capabilities, magical technology, and countless arcane warships, war guardians, and magical golems swept through dimensional battlefields unopposed. Alien gods faced simple choices: submission or extinction. Worship of the fictional god of French fries and ketchup had spread throughout conquered territories. Since this deity existed only as a conceptual construct, accumulated faith power flowed to imperial-appointed gods, steadily increasing their might and influence. How are you? Fine, happy, or tired? Maybe lost. Chapter 155, New Generation. Space ripped open in a brilliant flash. The Emperor's grand design came through the portal, its golden hull shining against the void. Behind the flagship came the Imperial Armada, 400 of humanity's most powerful second-generation battleships. The fleet attacked immediately. Lance batteries fired, cutting deep holes into the alien ships. Torpedoes and macro shells covered the void in coordinated waves of destruction. The Rangdan fleet turned desperately to face the sudden attack. Too late. The Imperial Armada cut through them like a knife through paper. Isolated and outnumbered, the alien vessels fell one by one. The survivors gathered around their massive mothership, while the Imperial fleet chased them without mercy. When the space battle ended, the Emperor turned to his 4 gene sons. His voice carried absolute authority. Now we extract the blood price they owe to mankind. These creatures slaughtered our brethren for pleasure. They will know the same terror they inflicted on our kind. Will you join your gene sire in bringing cleansing fire to these abominations? The 4 Primarchs knelt in perfect unity. Their actions spoke louder than any oath. Signal the teleportarium chambers, the Emperor commanded. Assemble boarding parties. We take their mothership and make it a monument to imperial justice. The surviving custodians and Astartes formed ranks with military precision. Under the master of mankind's direction, they prepared to carry his wrath into the enemy's heart. This was more than tactics. It was a statement written in blood and fire for the galaxy to witness. No one who raised a hand against Terra's children would escape the Emperor's judgment. The teleportation field collapsed with a loud crack. The Imperial boarding party appeared inside the alien mothership, and fighting broke out instantly. The Emperor's body blazed with golden light. His eyes burned like twin suns. No alien warrior could survive even a glancing blow from his blade. Where his sword passed, cleansing fire followed. The alien corruption dissolved completely. Step by step, the master of mankind advanced toward the ship's core. Only drifting ash marked where he'd been. The Primarchs and custodians followed behind him. In the command chamber sat the Rangdan Lord. Its throne floated in the air, held up by psychic power that made reality twist around it. The alien's voice scraped against the Emperor's mind like claws on metal. Your species has reached its end, primitive creatures. We are evolution's chosen inheritors. As the alpha of your pathetic pack, you possess adequate strength, but this place will serve as your tomb. The creature's mental attack hammered against the Emperor's psychic defenses like waves against a cliff. The master of mankind's response was measured and terrible. I cast you down to whatever darkness spawned you, creature. Their minds clashed with incredible force. The alien lord's psychic power shook the stars around them. Reality bent and warped under the pressure, but the Emperor stood firm. His will remained unbreakable. In the end, the creature fell to imperial steel. Its death scream tore a hole in reality itself. A collapsing black hole born from uncontrolled psychic energy tried to drag everything into nothingness. The gravity storm grabbed the Emperor, trying to pull him into the darkness with the mothership's wreckage. Lorger saw this impossible sight and reacted without thinking. His flight systems roared to life as he threw himself into the void. Father! The word-bearer reached through the crushing forces to grab his genesire's hand. His voice shouted defiance against physics itself. Activate overload protocols. His gene engine strained beyond all design limits. He fought against the cosmic forces, determined that nothing could separate him from the master of mankind. The raven's wings spread across dimensions. Protective light wrapped around both figures before bringing them back to the flagship's safety. The Battle of Valve had ended. Hours later, on the bridge of the Emperor's grand design, the Emperor stood with his 4 gene sons. They watched the final alien vessel die under Imperial firepower. "This marks merely the beginning," the Emperor said. "They will learn the true meaning of destruction and despair." The first expedition fleet would keep hunting the Rangdan Xenos. They would attack their homeworlds until not one survived to spread their corruption among the stars. Terra's factories would increase production of second-generation battleships. The Battle of Valve had proven their superiority beyond question. Wide deployment of these vessels would give humanity control over space warfare. Even the Necrons would face defeat. First-generation warships would be gradually moved to civilian service. Their role in the Great Crusade was finished. The biological Magi received permission to deploy advanced gene engine technology. They would enhance those Astartes who had proven themselves in battle. These warriors would become the Imperium's second-generation super soldiers. The new gene engines were far better than their predecessors. First-generation implants simply multiplied an Astartes warrior's physical abilities several times over, letting them survive wounds that would kill normal men. Second-generation systems made the user immune to regular bullets and most conventional weapons. These enhanced systems could control basic forces like gravity and energy. Combined with the traditional 19 Astartes modifications, recipients became nearly unstoppable within normal reality. Conquering the galaxy had become inevitable rather than just ambitious. The Emperor had initially planned to unify the galaxy and stabilize imperial rule before implementing second-generation enhancements. However, the Rangdan threat had forced him to speed up the timeline. Future generations would remain restricted to those of proven loyalty. Third, fourth, and the ultimate light giant technology would wait until the Imperium began expanding into other realities. Meanwhile, the perfected Captain America enhancement serum began to be distributed among Imperial auxiliary forces. It improved baseline human endurance and stamina without any bad side effects. With these enhanced legions, destroying both Rangdan and Greenskin threats became certain. After the Primarchs and senior commanders left, the Raven started talking privately with the Emperor. "Big guy, we need to select our next destination." The first expedition fleet would focus on alien extermination. The Raven figured this campaign would take a lot of time. During the fleet's brief break, they should set up their next temporal anchor and explore another reality for additional power. "What options have you identified?" the Emperor asked. "I've narrowed it down to several candidates." The Raven's gaze shifted away, trying to hide his real motives. "I recommend the Covering the Sky universe. It operates on fantasy metaphysics. We might acquire soul-healing techniques or memory severance methods that could resolve the second Primarch's condition." The second Primarch remained tormented by his experiences on Magi. Forced memory erasure would likely cause catastrophic psychological damage. The solution required guiding him to free himself from those influences voluntarily, or helping him cut away the memories through mystical means common in fantasy realities. Will such techniques function within our universe? The Emperor looked at the Raven with skepticism. The Raven straightened confidently. Absolutely. Different universes worked in different ways. Some focused on technology and science, others on magic and emotion. The three-body universe represented extreme technological focus. The barrier between reality and illusion stayed nearly impossible to break. This made faster-than-light travel extremely difficult and prevented supernatural phenomena entirely. Fantasy universes operated with mystical focus. Reality illusion barriers were weak or didn't exist at all. Native beings could absorb spiritual energy, magic, or elemental forces to achieve incredible power. Three-body weapons like droplets and light particles grew stronger in technologically focused realities. Mystical cultivation techniques gained power in fantasy universes. Cross-universal travelers would find their abilities either boosted or weakened depending on dimensional compatibility. Additionally, certain fantasy realities went through periodic, magical decline ages. Supernatural inheritances nearly disappeared during these periods. This occurred when excessive mystical usage weakened the reality illusion barriers. Universal correction mechanisms would strengthen the veil and cut off mystical connections in response. Chapter 156, Plan B, Beat 'em Up. The Raven started explaining how different realities worked to the master of mankind. Our universe keeps things balanced between technology and mystical stuff. Both sides get weaker, but they can work together without destroying each other. Fantasy cultivation methods will lose a lot of power when they come to our reality, but they'll still have enough juice to help fix the second Primarch's problem. The Emperor's face grew dark as he thought about it. Then he shut down the idea with his usual decisiveness. That matter lacks urgency. We shall prioritize technologically oriented realities. Getting too much mystical knowledge would be way too dangerous for the growing human empire. Humanity was meant to dominate the universe through technology. They could mess with mystical enhancement later, after they'd expanded into the wider multiverse. Using warp energies too soon would definitely weaken the barriers between realities. This would make it easier for the ruinous powers to show up in real space. Regular humans would face more temptation toward corruption and damnation when that happened. Fine, then we'll visit the Transformers universe, the Raven said, giving in. He knew there was no point arguing when the Emperor had made up his mind like this. Their relationship stayed fundamentally equal despite everything. The Raven couldn't force cooperation through violence or mind games. Show me this reality's parameters, the Emperor ordered. There's an unfortunate creator who got backstabbed by his own creations. We help solve his problems, then acquire the all-spark and matrix of leadership. The Raven compressed all the relevant information into a glowing sphere of data. He sent it straight into the Emperor's mind. The all-spark looked like a perfect cube made of unknown metal. Complex geometric patterns covered its surfaces in ways that hurt to look at. Inside its dimensional folds were vast amounts of source code. This was Primus's greatest creation, combining the ultimate mastery of mechanical arts. It could create an unlimited number of mechanical life forms. The matrix of leadership commanded total obedience from any created beings while providing incredible power reserves. More importantly, it represented a theoretically endless energy source. True infinite power made real. This reality shows considerable promise, the Emperor said with clear approval. We shall proceed there. Both artifacts would be incredibly valuable for the human empire. The All-Spark would completely revolutionize the Mechanicum's Titan legions. The Matrix could power the entire temporal anchor network alongside the existing Cetan shard reactors. Yeah, it's pretty good. Helping others is a virtue after all. Since he couldn't successfully trick the big guy into his preferred trap, the Raven felt a bit deflated. He'd been hoping the Cosmic Emperor would be more challenging and maybe rough up the Emperor a little during the process. While thoughts of the Transformers universe filled his mind, the Raven wondered about an important philosophical question. If Optimus Prime used dating apps, would that count as looking for a good relationship? And if he browsed used car listings, would that be like seeking divorced partners? The Emperor's voice cut through his deep thoughts. Can we actually obtain these artifacts? The Creator requested assistance without guaranteeing compensation. A scrub who can't control his own creations, the Raven said dismissively. If he doesn't hand them over, we beat him up. Aren't you the expert at that? I neither confirm nor engage in such behavior, the Emperor denied with double emphasis. The Raven looked at him with deep skepticism. Right, sure. The guy who broke into the warp and robbed the Chaos Gods blind definitely wasn't you. The Emperor's silence said everything. Stop bringing up ancient history. After getting his frustration out, the Raven started preparing for dimensional travel. He called for Valdo, then locked himself in a private chamber. Then he began, snickering. Now, he began the crossing. Thunder echoed through the air as the Raven's body dissolved into streaming light. He carved a space-time corridor through the fabric of reality. The Emperor and Valdor stepped through the bright portal. Right then, massive storms erupted throughout the warp. The chaos gods and their domains all turned their evil attention toward the material universe at the same time. Their gazes crossed countless light years of distance, focusing on the Emperor's grand design. By the Eightfold Path, he must be contained, they spoke as one voice. The dark powers wouldn't allow the anathema to keep growing stronger. The human empire had become dangerously powerful already. If it expanded any further, it would threaten their very existence. As the Raven broke through dimensional barriers and plunged into the void between realities, the Chaos Gods followed him into that space. When the Raven noticed their presence, his joy nearly overflowed. He could practically kiss 3 of the 4 gods right now. 3, not 4. Nurgle remained completely disgusting. They're following us. We need to change destinations. Let's go to the Saint Ruins universe like we originally discussed. The Raven's mouth twitched upward as he pretended reluctance. The Emperor sensed the ruinous powers moving and frowned deeply. Proceed according to the revised plan. Understood. The Raven changed course toward their new destination, Xuanhuan. Even though the big guy had firmly refused earlier, he would end up following the original plan anyway. The Saint Ruins universe, also known as the Plateau universe, was a central reality with numerous satellite dimensions attached to it. Xuanhuan was one of the most important ones. I'll teach you a proper lesson for that arrogance, he. The Raven thought with smug satisfaction. When supreme beings from the Forbidden Zones beat the Emperor senseless, would he really not call for rescue? And at that, the Raven would stand there triumphant, hands on his hips, laughing loudly while mocking the big guy's situation. Red clouds rolled across the black sky, hanging heavy like mountain ranges ready to crash down to earth. The air felt thick with dread that pressed down on everything. Endless wilderness stretched out without any sign of human life anywhere. A skilled hunter moved quickly across the empty plains. A hunting hound as large as a calf ran beside him. A dark raven sat perched on his shoulder. Behind them loomed a forest made of twisted shadows. Strange eyes and grasping claws emerged from the darkness, making otherworldly howling sounds. Hungry beasts watched from the shadows, wanting to devour both flesh and spirit. Above the forest hung a cruel black moon, sneering down with endless hatred. Howling winds made the grass sea wave back and forth while carrying distant cries and screams. The forest chased them without stopping, no matter how far the hunter traveled. It stayed behind him like a living shadow. Gnarled branches reached up toward the sky like demon claws. Countless eyes gleamed in the depths. A terrible wind swept across the plains. Monsters burst out from the dark forest, creatures with fangs and claws, dripping disgusting saliva. Their howls were piercing and terrifying, making skin crawl with fear. The hunter pulled out his longbow and shot arrows wrapped in flame. When the creatures got close, he held up his torch, driving them back again and again. The hunting dog showed its teeth and got ready to fight. When beasts came near, it charged without hesitation, tearing at their flesh with savage determination. The hunter fought the creatures hard, finding chances to wound them badly. Blood flowed everywhere as agonized howls echoed across the wasteland. Then, on the horizon, a massive black lake appeared next to mountains that soared up into the clouds. From the dark waters came a thin, ghostly creature wrapped in black liquid. It had razor-sharp claws and bone-white fangs. The thing crawled on all fours toward the hunter while foul-smelling darkness dripped onto the wilderness. From the mountain peaks, living stones with legs and claws rolled downward. Their rumbling shook the earth like thunder. The sudden change left both hunter and hound completely shocked. "Run, big guy, it's a contamination source," shouted the raven perched on the hunter's shoulder. The hunter shot one final arrow before running deeper into the wild lands. Forest, lake, and mountains chased after them without stopping. The land itself had become a hunter. After running for what felt like hours, a beautiful city appeared in the distance. 3 soldiers in armor holding swords and bows stood on the walls. Next to them were large war machines and defensive equipment. The hunter felt hope rising up inside him. Maybe safety lies ahead. But in this cursed place, hope often turned out to be the cruelest trick of all. Lowell Cliffhanger, shit hamimum. Well, have a good day. See you tomorrow. Chapter 157, The Burial Emperor Star. The three warriors watched the fleeing hunter and the creatures chasing him, and their faces turned grim behind their helmets. They drew bright blades and nocked arrows, knowing it was better to kill one traveler than let disaster through their walls. The raven cried out sharply. The warriors hesitated, then turned their aim toward the monsters instead of their target. The massive gate crashed down, and the hunter, his hounds, and the raven slipped through to safety. The barrier rose again, keeping the enemies out. The void recognizes neither space nor time, so distance means nothing there. What appears is just thought made real. Through the raven's eyes, the wilderness became timeless nothing, and all existence dissolved into possibility. The Emperor appeared as the watchful hunter, while Valdo appeared as his loyal companion. The raven kept its true shape. The forests and predators were the chaos gods themselves, and the black lakes and tall peaks were contamination sources drifting through the endless void. Their struggle seemed almost ordinary from this view. But through Chaos Eyes, the scene changed completely. The great city that sheltered the Emperor and his companions was in reality a vast universe, and the three armored warriors were supreme guardians at its edge. Each was wrapped in the light of suns, moons, and stars, while their ancient eyes held visions of countless dead universes. Their presence in the void radiated terrible power. The Chaos Gods watched these supreme beings let the Cursed One and his party through. Then the Guardians turned their might against the pursuers and their void-spawned allies. A catastrophic battle erupted in the depths of nothing, and devastation beyond understanding followed. The frustrated Chaos Gods glared at the Emperor's group as they passed through the cosmic barrier, then glared at the three supreme beings whose single blows could shatter the void itself. Resentment burned in their immortal hearts. These guardians shared their universe, yet sided with outsiders against their own kind. Where was their loyalty? The Cursed One was a damned traitor, and they would settle accounts with him eventually. With the three supreme will's help, perhaps. The Raven's party broke through the shrouding the heavens universe and streaked like meteors across the boundless void. They disturbed fate's patterns as they fell toward destiny's meeting point. Boom! The Emperor and his companions struck a massive star with meteoric force, and the incredible impact made the celestial body weave protective Tao runes. Brilliant divine light blazed as it tried to stop their descent. The disturbance caught the attention of the saints hidden in the starry depths, who wondered which powerful expert was descending on the Burial Emperor star to claim the immortal path's opportunities. The meteors hit the star's runic defenses, and the woven patterns caught fire instantly, but managed to slow the Emperor's group. Boom! They crashed into a mountain range, sending dust and debris skyward. A nearby waterfall exploded into spray while ancient trees snapped like twigs. Spirit grasses lay flattened everywhere. The raven took wing, soaring high to survey the landscape below. Boundless lands stretched to every horizon with tall peaks piercing clouds. Mighty rivers flowed for thousands of miles, and sacred sites glowed where divine light touched the heavens. This was a world of magnificent beauty, grand yet ethereal, vast beyond imagining. Fantasy universes do have the best scenery, the raven observed. The Emperor and Valdor emerged from the crater, and golden plates had replaced their power armor. Their weapons transformed into classical swords and spears. The Emperor tested his blade with a casual swing. The released force carved through entire mountain ranges, and stone and earth turned to dust in moments. Yet his noble features showed displeasure. My power is limited in this realm. And you call that limited? The raven asked. The psychic currents flow strongly here, the Emperor explained. Abilities that lay dormant in other realms work easily, yet this is just a shadow of my true might. Will those beings follow us into this universe? The Emperor's gaze pierced the cosmic veil, and he looked beyond countless stars to witness the ongoing battle. His consciousness observed the three supreme guardians locked in dimensional combat with the chaos gods and void-spawned abominations. A struggle that raged across multiple planes of existence. The original plan had been simple: to lure the Chaos Quartet into this universe and let the powerful guardians ambush them. But the enemy had allied with contamination sources from the deep void, which turned their trap into a potential disaster. If the three supreme beings failed, the fault would be theirs, and they would bring destruction to an entire universe. Those four damned traitors would face judgment eventually. Probably not, the Raven said, uncertainty in its voice. Against the chaos gods alone, the outcome would be clear. But the contamination sources changed everything, beings whose mere passage could drive a universe's will to madness. The Supreme Guardians could potentially fall. Still, they had climbed to power through countless battles, and their experience was vast. Complete defeat seemed unlikely. They should hold, the Raven concluded. They won't win, but defeat is equally unlikely. Of course, if they fail to wound the Chaos Gods badly, this may be our final crossing. The Emperor, not yet a full god, could fight the Chaos Pantheon, but against contamination sources, his mortal limits showed. True ascension demanded too terrible a price. If the Saint Ruins Universe's guardians couldn't deliver crushing blows to their enemies, pursuit would continue. Next time, they wouldn't be so lucky. For safety, dimensional travel would have to stop until a secure method was found. Enough speculation, the Raven said. We're here now. Let's focus on solving the second Primarch's condition. What do you suggest? The Emperor asked. The usual approach. Change Destiny's nodes, claim rewards, then go home. This time, let's also get some quality ingredients for proper fries. As they discussed their plans, multiple divine senses swept over their position. The Burial Emperor star's awakening and the Immortal Path's opening had drawn powerhouses from across the universe. Quasi-emperors and supremes from the 7 forbidden zones stirred from their sleep. Crushing pressure filled the world. The Emperor's arrival naturally attracted attention, and discussions rippled through the gathered powers. Who were these newcomers? How strong were they? Did they pose any threat? The Emperor had no choice but to weave psychic energies into a cognitive distortion field, which made the assembled powerhouses subconsciously overlook their presence. Come, let's go to the first Destiny node. The Raven tore open a space-time tunnel, and the Emperor and Valdo stepped through with practiced ease. They emerged before towering black mountains of breathtaking size and almost impossible scale. What realm is this? The Emperor asked, studying the dark peaks. The Undying Mountain, the Raven replied cheerfully. It's an excellent location. Maybe we should find some potatoes, tens of thousands of years old, and make proper fries first. He wondered what fries made from divine medicine would taste like. They should definitely taste delicious, right? The Undying Mountain supposedly had enlightenment tea trees, too, so the combination might be interesting. Should we not first seek a remedy for the second Primarch's affliction? Before the Emperor could continue, a commanding voice boomed across the peaks. Who dares trespass here? The Immortal Path's opening had awakened many forces within the Undying Mountain, and as soon as the Emperor's group appeared, a servant in Stygian iron armor appeared, not even hiding his hostile killing intent. Divine light wrapped the figure like flames, while his aura was formidable. Can't you tell? The Raven said casually. We're tourists. The scenery looked nice, so we thought we'd take a look around. Leave or die. The battle slave's expression darkened immediately. This was the resting place of revered lords, and these intruders wanted to sightsee. And they treated sleeping supremes like tourist attractions. The only thing holding him back was these strangers' obvious power and uncertain allegiances. Otherwise, he would have destroyed them instantly. People are so short-tempered these days, the Raven sighed, turning to Valdor. Golden boy, throw him into temporal flux. Let him think about his poor manners and how to behave in front of elders. Scanning target, humanoid lifeform detected, vast psychic energy confirmed. Initiating temporal banishment, establishing chronological anchor point, exile sequence countdown. A shimmering bubble engulfed the battle slave, and he vanished without even time to resist. Time law manipulation, which supreme being commands such power? I've never encountered this one before. Within the Undying Mountain's depths, the supremes who witnessed the casual display frowned with recognition and concern. Achieving great emperor status required mastery of fundamental laws, but this level of temporal control suggested something far beyond their experience. Chapter 158, Trash Talker Raven. They understood the cosmic laws now, but understanding and mastery were different things. True power meant using these forces easily, and that was still beyond them. The universe's laws controlled them, which was precisely why they needed the heart seal to break free. What have you done? Divine lights streaked down like falling stars, materializing into figures before the emperor and his companions. The speaker's energy was monstrous, sweeping across thousands of miles with an ancient war god's presence. And Pu, son of a supreme from Undying Mountain. His bloodline power was terrifying, and the outer worlds knew his name. Many believed he could become an emperor someday, since a casual gesture from him could shatter the sky. I threw him into the river of time, Raven announced. If you've got the guts, go fish him out, you mad about it. Keep pushing me and I'll toss you in there too. And Pu's face darkened immediately. As heir to a supreme, when had anyone dared humiliate him like this? If not for these strangers and their strange methods, he would have fought this crow for 300 rounds before roasting him. Who are you people? And Pu demanded. What brings you to Undying Mountain? I like the feng shui here. Decided to stick around for a while. You worthless trash better pack up and get out of my new home. Such arrogance, and Pu trembled with rage. They had lived here since ancient times, yet this creature appeared from nowhere and claimed ownership. Called them trash, ordered them to leave their own domain. Cold snorts echoed from the restricted zone. A supreme's honor could not be trampled. No one had ever dared call them refuse. This raven was courting death. Aren't you being excessive? The emperor asked telepathically. This is an alien universe. We don't know the local power structures. Victory isn't guaranteed. What's there to fear? Raven cackled. The 3 highest wills of the universe are on our side. What trouble could these old fossils cause? Something feels wrong, the emperor frowned. His ancient instincts stirred, the same ones that had guided him through countless wars. This is too easy. Relax, everything's under control, Raven assured him. The Corvid was already planning ahead. If he didn't help this golden fool attract hatred, how would their enemies focus on him when dark times came? The emperor needed to draw attention, and Raven had to make sure it happened at the right moment. Fellow Taoist, why such aggression? The voice came from deep within the restricted zone, carrying the weariness of ages and caution of someone who survived through wisdom rather than wrath. Perhaps we could both step back from this. These newcomers had mysterious methods and looked troublesome. With the immortal path about to open, the Supremes didn't want complications that could delay their long-awaited chance at immortality. Step back, kiss my tail feathers. If you've got any spine, come out here and face me properly, you pathetic trash. You called me trash. The voice barely held back fury, and terrible energy began building. No, you misunderstood completely. I meant all you decrepit old fossils are pathetic little shits. Boom, booms, boom. Waves of pressure erupted outward, causing the stars to shake. Countless stellar bodies trembled and started falling like cosmic rain. Saints watching from beyond the heavens fled in terror, retreating deep into the starry void. Below a Supreme's level, everyone was just an ant. When a restricted zone entity unleashed its wrath, millions died. Who dared fight such forces? Throughout the Big Dipper region, various powers went on high alert. Undying Mountain was where ancient Supremes rested after cutting their cultivation to extend their lives, but now something had triggered this disturbance. Forces that had once produced great emperors brought out their emperor weapons, preparing for possible war. Heavenly Village. Yifan, Hai Huang, Sheng Huangzi, and their friends had gathered around a hot pot. The bubbling cauldron held exotic beast meat, powerful creatures they defeated and turned into dinner. The conversation had been light and easy, as they'd earned this peaceful moment after countless battles. Then the chaos at Undying Mountain reached even here. The Supreme's unleashed aura made mountains and rivers shake. Yifan had reached the Great Saint Realm and mastered the source technique. He moved quickly, scattering dozens of top-grade source stones while using a holy artifact to tap into the Earth's energy. A massive viewing screen appeared before the group. Everything happening at Undying Mountain showed up in the display. They watched a raven boldly shouting at Restricted Zone Supremes, calling the masters of Undying Mountain worthless trash. "What kind of place is Undying Mountain?" Sheng Huangzi whispered. "Even great emperors rarely dare go there." Yet this creature stood there hurling insults. What could it be, Jai Zai wondered, some great emperor's avatar? Am I still dreaming? Hai Huang stood up, wearing his golden shorts. I'm seeing someone blocking Undying Mountain while calling Restricted Zone Supremes trash. Slap! Yifan's palm sent Hai Huang flying into a mountain, and the impact turned the peak to rubble. Damn it, you bastard! Hai Huang climbed out furiously. Wait, Yifan held up his hand. Got any last words? Hai Huang showed his white fangs. Did that hurt? Of course. Then this isn't a dream. Die, you jerk, Hai Huang charged with bared teeth. Stop messing around and look, Jai Zai shouted, pointing at the screen. Yifan and Hai Huang froze, their attention snapping back to the display. And Pu raised his battle halberd and attacked. His aura erupted, shaking heaven and earth with supreme-level power. His strike carried the weight of his bloodline and accumulated strength. Big Golden Cob, teach him some manners, the arrogant raven commanded. The tall figure in golden armor moved with calm purpose, showing no rush, no visible effort. And Pu suddenly found himself affected by invisible forces. Reality bent around him as he became a living painting, trapped in 2 dimensions, unable to move or speak. Such incredible spatial mastery. Everyone recoiled in shock. This wasn't just a technique or cultivation, but the manipulation of reality's basic structure. Yifan frowned as he studied what he'd seen. This method was unpredictable and almost impossible to counter. Even with overwhelming combat power, once caught, it would be nearly impossible to escape. Buzz! A Supreme from the restricted zone brought out his weapon. Imperial power spread outward, striking fear into all living things. This wasn't just strength, it was absolute authority. Saints beyond the domain went pale. An Imperial weapon activated by an ancient Supreme could easily destroy entire provinces. Imperial laws spread like divine fire, forming countless rays of deadly light that fell with absolute judgment. And Pu dropped from his painted prison, blood streaming down his face. His aura was critically weakened, with earlier arrogance replaced by shock and pain. The Imperial weapon kept blazing with light, its killing intent crashing down on the Emperor's group, trying to crush them completely. But in the next instant, something impossible happened. The Imperial weapon became wrapped in a transparent time bubble and vanished as if it had never existed. Roars echoed from Undying Mountain's depths as the unleashed power grew stronger. Imperial will awakened with earth-shaking authority. Moments felt like hours, while reality held its breath. Then the vanished weapon tore through space and time itself. It reappeared as if ripping through dimensions, flying back into Undying Mountain. The law of time again. Watchers from Teichu Ancient Mine, Divine Ruins, and other restricted zones observed with growing concern. They'd seen their opponent use time mastery once more. The technique was beyond understanding. The opponent hadn't attacked the Imperial weapon directly, but instead used time itself to trap it in the past. Without its master's repeated calls, the weapon would have been lost in history. Friend, we admit our mistake. The voice from Undying Mountain's depths carried something that might have been humility. You may freely enter and leave Undying Mountain. As long as you don't interfere with our goals, everything in the restricted zone belongs to you. Every observer lost their composure. A restricted zone Supreme was backing down, not just retreating, but actively offering tribute and territory. The immortal path is about to open, some experts understood, whispering among themselves. They won't risk a big battle that might delay their shot at immortality. In the past, a Supreme wouldn't have been able to resist such provocation. They would have come out to fight, with pride demanding satisfaction regardless of cost. But with the immortal paths opening so close, the answer to countless years of suffering within reach, none wanted to act rashly. Every Supreme had waited too long to risk everything on pride alone. Raven had planned to keep provoking them, his mouth already opening for another insult. But the Emperor stopped him. "Enough," the Emperor said telepathically. "These beings wield extremely dangerous power. They can only be suppressed through the manipulation of pure law. If they unleash their full strength, victory isn't guaranteed at our current level." Raven felt the Emperor was serious this time. Despite his bravado, he conceded for the time being. "Fine," Raven reluctantly agreed, though his posture stayed defiant. These restricted zone Supremes were desperate for longevity. Each time they emerged, they moved closer to final death. Once they manifested their full power, they would strike with devastating force born of desperation. Raven only wanted his golden companion to suffer mild consequences, not trigger total war that could destroy them all. Better to change the fate first and let his companion recover more strength. Besides, when it came to actual fighting, Raven himself was pretty weak. If his ally ran away, he'd face multiple restricted zone Supremes alone, and that was certain death. Undying Mountain chose to withdraw. The decision rippled through the cultivation world, as whispered conversations began among cultivators everywhere they gathered. If Undying Mountain could back down, what did that mean for everything they knew? Raven entered their domain and looted everything valuable, moving through their treasuries like a natural disaster. Even the legendary Enlightenment tea tree was stripped completely bare. Before leaving, Raven stopped. "Che, you people have no manners, who sends their guests off without giving proper bags to keep all these gifts. Yes, you give me your storage ring." Raven pointed to Enpu, who was boiling with anger inside. In the end, he gave his ring. "Here, Lord Raven." Raven quickly snatched it. HMPH. Kids these days don't even know how to respect their elders. Seriously, be grateful, kid. You met this generous crow. It is your honor. Your ring was of some use to this great Raven, ha ha ha. The powerhouse of the restricted zone looked at his arrogant bird, who looted their place, and now was acting as if they should be honored. They got robbed. The audacity. Such arrogance made the restricted zone powerhouses rage internally, their hands shaking with suppressed fury. Yet none dared act. The Emperor watched this with growing unease. He'd also obtained something, a technological ship left by the Eternity Planet. The fusion of science and mystical power interested his ancient mind, but he found himself wondering about the real cost of this easy victory. In his experience, enemies who retreated so readily were either planning something worse or desperate enough to sacrifice anything necessary. Neither possibility comforted him. "We should leave soon," he told Raven privately. "This victory feels hollow. They gave up too easily for beings of their power and pride." But Raven was too busy cataloging his stolen treasures to pay attention to such warnings. The Emperor filed away his concerns for later. For now, they'd achieved their immediate goals, though time would show whether this victory's true price was worth paying. Hear me out. New novel fanfiction, idea. New Syria, a world without origin or natives, where the night remembers the sun and lost fragments of every reality fall from the sky. Among the first to ever arrive, one traveler rides through the golden sands beneath a sky that refuses to darken. T/N. I have been thinking about this idea for a few days. Imagine a world. Basically, with no end, it just never ends. Who knows what reality is? But till now, no one has found whether it's round or flat, whatever. Now, imagine you have MC obviously, but this world of golden sand is connected to a fictional universe, and many times it pulls these characters into this world. For now, let's call it New Syria. And that's how we build this up, like people getting dropped from all background normal anime characters, movie characters, eldritch, and it's everyone, just not people sometimes even things. Imagine you are on a camel riding the land on a glowing night, and suddenly, a fucking star destroyer drops from the sky slowly and loudly, burning, and you are the only one who knows what it is. And did I tell you about one of the most beautiful aspects of this world, that unlike our world, the night, New Syria, doesn't really happen like night. I mean, yes, there is dim light, but still it is very much observable. The sun has set, but the land is still glowing. Nuceria's night isn't glowing unnaturally. It's just brighter than any natural night we've known, like stepping back into an age before artificial light ruined the world's darkness. The sky is deep and cosmic, but the land softly holds the memory of day, enough that you can see every dune's curve, every shadow's edge. You don't squint, and you don't need a torch. The air itself feels like it wants you to see. It's that pre-electric, mythic kind of night, the kind travelers, poets, and ancient wanderers used to write about when they said the moonlight painted the earth. Only in Nuceria, the land itself seems to return that light. Well, that's all from me. How do you like the idea? I mean, it has potential even as an original novel. What do you say? Chapter 159, The Arrogant Raven's Extortion Campaign. The Emperor's face showed a flicker of interest. His consciousness stirred at this unexpected revelation. A universe where fantasy and technology existed together, truly, the countless universe held wonders beyond even his vast experience. The delicate balance between such different forces intrigued him greatly. This realm named the Great Emperor had indeed forged a unique path. It seamlessly blended technological prowess with cultivation practices to birth a civilization of exceptional brilliance. The Emperor left Undying Mountain and sought solitude in a secluded valley. There, in contemplative isolation, he began his examination of the Great Emperor's technological vessels. Each universe within the infinite expanse possessed its own destiny. The Super Gene universe, the Three-Body universe, and the Marvel universe all differed fundamentally in their approach to cosmic mastery. If the human empire wants to transcend its current limitations and venture forth into the countless universes, it must draw wisdom from all sources. Eternity Planet's fusion of technology and mysticism offered profound enlightenment. It gave him a glimpse of what his empire might one day become. This knowledge could enable the creation of technological artifacts imbued with psychic power. His legions could then campaign across realities themselves. Raven had not accompanied the Emperor in this research. Instead, the irreverent being had taken Valdo to continue his systematic extortion of the various forbidden zones, leveraging his unique mastery over space and time laws to continue his extortion parade. The Supreme Beings remained reluctant to initiate warfare before the immortal path's opening, even when they realized well that Raven intended to bleed them thoroughly. These so-called Supreme Beings could only dominate within their territories of the shrouding the heavens universe. Within the broader Sacred Ruins Grand Universe, they would barely be a footnote in history's annals. Immortal Tao powerhouses were just cannon fodder in that greater realm, let alone a collection of supreme beings who hadn't even glimpsed the immortal Tao's threshold. If he were against immortal Emperor level or sacrificial Tao level beings, Raven would not even consider doing an extortion parade in his current weak form. Those entities had achieved the absolute pinnacle of their universe's power system. They were capable of arbitrarily distorting fundamental laws and traveling the river of time at will. Every universe possessed its apex of combat power. On the mystical side, individual beings who had transcended mortal limitations. On the technological side, civilizations that had mastered the very fabric of reality. Neither path was inherently superior at such an extreme level. The final idea was to merge all such development paths, forging the ultimate civilization. When developed to their ultimate extremes, reshaping universes and creating existence itself became commonplace. Hey, old fossils, hand over all your treasures or I'm breaking down the door. Raven shouted brazenly before the entrance to Teichu Ancient Mine. The saints observing this spectacle stood slack-jawed in disbelief. This Raven's arrogance knew no bounds. Offending Undying Mountain had been outrageous enough, but now he dared provoke Teichu Ancient Mine itself. What kind of powerful lineage did he descend from to act with such reckless attitude? Could this guy be from the Golden Crow clan? One saint whispered uncertainly. Don't spread rumors, another hissed back nervously. The Golden Crow clan maintained a presence on Burial Emperor Star, despite their past conflicts with the sacred body Yifan. Yifan had ruthlessly hunted their members. Yet Burial Emperor Star remained Burial Emperor Star, a world where immortality persists. Even facing Yi Fan's relentless persecution, the Golden Crow clan had stationed powerful cultivators to monitor the immortal path's emergence. Hearing his careless speculation attributed to the Golden Crow clan, the first saint's face from that very same tribe drained of color. Damn it, this is a pure malicious attack. These bastards are trying to drag our Golden Crow clan into this mess. If the restricted zone's supreme beings held grudges, even the Golden Crow clan's considerable strength wouldn't save them from annihilation. Don't push your luck. Chaotic chi spread forth as pairs of frigid eyes pierced the ancient mists. They fixed upon Raven with glacial contempt. Ancient voices echoed from the depths, carrying the weight of eons. Raven snorted dismissively, his arrogance utterly undiminished. I'm bullying you, so what? Don't like it? Come out and fight me. You, the supreme being who had spoken, found himself speechless with rage. They had endured self-mutilation and self-sealing to survive these endless ages. Breaking their seals now would cause their lifespans to dwindle rapidly, leaving them precious little time. Even ancient great emperors like the Void Emperor and Hengyu Emperor were never as arrogant as you, another supreme being intoned. His voice carried bone-deep chill and endless killing intent that made the very stars tremble. The pressure alone caused the ancient azure heavens to roar as if they might collapse entirely. Have you truly considered the consequences? Do you really wish to ignite a great war? Oh, never seen arrogance before, Well, it's your lucky day, mister, 'cause you hit the jackpot, Raven replied with mocking laughter. Now don't try to threaten me with such cheap trick you use to scare children. Seriously, a great war? With whom, us? Who the fuck are you to think that I? Raven's voice rose in theatrical grandeur. Listen well, you discounted piece of shits. At the peak of immortality, I stand supreme. With me, the great Raven, there is heaven itself. I could rule the world with one wing tied behind my back. Anybody who doesn't like it can come and suck me for all I care. Raven's tone dripped with such obnoxious confidence that the restricted zone's supreme beings trembled with fury. They nearly broke their seals to eliminate this insufferable pest at any cost. Besides, Raven continued with wicked amusement, the immortal path is opening soon. You've endured for countless years, all for this single opportunity. Sure, if you come out today, you might kill me in dreams, but you definitely won't become immortals. His malicious laughter echoed across the peaks. The supreme beings were forced to swallow their rage once more. For the sake of longevity, they had abandoned family, lovers, and everything from their mortal lives. They had even launched the dreaded dark turmoil to extend their existence, all for the chance at true immortality. Now, with the immortal paths opening imminent, just one step away, abandoning everything would be unbearably tragic. What do you want? The supreme being of Teichu Ancient Mine asked through gritted teeth, barely containing his wrath. Let's see. First, 1,000,000 caddies of primordial origin stone. Then, 20 million tons of divine source. Oh, and throw in a few million caddies of divine medicines while you're at it. I'm not asking for much, or am I? Raven's demands were absolutely outrageous. Why don't you just rob us? The supreme being snarled, his killing intent flowing. In the past, even the battle Saint Ape, wielding 3 ancient emperor orders, had managed to obtain only a single piece of primordial origin stone. Now this accursed bird casually demanded 1,000,000 caddies, as if primordial origin stone, divine source, and divine medicines were common roadside trash to be gathered at will. Raven grinned wickedly. I am robbing you, smartass. What else did you think this was? Every saint present felt their jaws drop. Surely they were dreaming. Never had they witnessed such an arrogant bird. Even the supreme beings of Undying Mountain felt a flutter of relief. At least this obnoxious creature treated everyone equally. Thank the heavens they had paid their tribute early, or they might have suffered an even worse fate. In Celestial Village, Yi Fan, the Hai Huang, the Sheng Huanzi, Jaiziu, and the others watched in absolute shock. Teichu Ancient Mine, what kind of place was that? An ancient restricted zone harboring countless secrets, where supreme beings slumbered while awaiting the immortal path's opening. How many peerless prodigies had ventured inside, never to return intact, dying horribly and sometimes transforming into something far worse. Whoosh! 3 blinding streaks of light burst from within the ancient mine. They blazed with lethal intent as they tore through space-time itself, striking directly at Raven. Everyone's hearts clenched. The Teichu ancient mine's supreme being had finally snapped and moved to kill. Detecting anomalous attack, establishing computational model, allocating processing power, distributing energy, activating conceptual protection, activating space-time barrier. Valdor stepped protectively before Raven. Along with the system's clinical announcements, a transparent barrier materialized. It reduced the Supreme Being's devastating attack to absolute nothingness. "Getting cranky, are we?" Raven cackled maliciously. "You threw the first punch, so now it's our turn. Valdor, beat this motherfucker's ass who tried to hurt your loving friend. Hit him until his mama doesn't recognize this piece of trash." Valdor nodded silently and raised one hand. The most advanced genetic engine implanted within his enhanced physiology contained every conceivable conceptual and cosmic law-level attack methodology. Allocating computational power, analyzing cosmic regulations, activating spatial two-dimensionalization, establishing two-dimensionalization anchor point. Above Teichu ancient mine, a brilliant flash suddenly erupted. In the next instant, invisible gravitational forces exploded from nothingness, followed by dazzling light that blazed beyond mortal comprehension. Everything the light touched began rapidly collapsing into 2 dimensions. Every atom was projected onto a 2-dimensional plane with absolutely precise geometric accuracy. The entire Teichu ancient mine was transforming into a grotesque, impossible painting. Imperial-grade weapon auras erupted skyward. Their power covered heaven and earth, suppressing eternity itself. The overwhelming presence struck terror into every living being, making even the saints tremble and fight the involuntary urge to prostrate themselves. Thunderous vibrations shook Teichu ancient mine as the supreme beings activated their ultimate imperial weapons. They unleashed unparalleled power that rocked eternal spacetime across 10 heavens and 9 earths. Brilliant emperor-level formations intertwined in dazzling displays of impossible beauty, desperately attempting to halt the spatial two-dimensionalization. But the imperial weapons attacks had no effect whatsoever. There was simply nothing physical to strike. Only the fundamental cosmic rules themselves had been altered. Space was collapsing inexorably into 2 dimensions. Originally, this great universe had entered the age of Dharma's decline due to excessive extraction of primordial power. In that catastrophic era, even immortals could not resist such changes to cosmic law. How could a mere collection of supreme beings possibly succeed? "Stop, you win. Stop this madness, we agree to your terms." A terror-stricken voice rang out from within Teichu ancient mine. If this continued, the accursed bird might really erase their ancient sanctuary entirely. "Sorry, Boomer, your price just doubled." Raven planted his hands on his hips, his tone reaching new heights of insufferable arrogance. "You, one of the Teichu ancient mines, supreme beings nearly choked on his own rage. This damned bird was pushing things far too far." "Oh yeah, Trash Talker is back." "I'm you." Chapter 160, Unexpected Mercy and the Potato Sprout Treasure. "Don't argue with him, he'll just double the price again," one supreme being muttered wearily. The supreme beings of Teichu ancient mine were forced to swallow their towering rage. Their opponent showed no emperor-level fluctuations, yet his mastery over fundamental laws was extraordinarily refined. Unless they abandoned their chance at immortality, underwent extreme sublimation, and shattered all constraints with absolute power, they had no hope of defeating him. With the immortal paths opening imminent, extreme sublimation would render eons of waiting utterly meaningless. All their sacrifices would crumble to ash. "We don't possess such quantities." A supreme being from the restricted zone negotiated with Raven, hoping to reduce his outrageous demands. "Does this beautiful face of mine look like it cares about that? I only care about results," Raven replied dismissively. "Hand over whatever you have now and write an IOU for the rest." The supreme beings of Teichu ancient mine had never endured such humiliation in their immortal existence. But circumstances left them powerless, forcing them to grit their teeth and accept these terms. Once the immortal path opened and they achieved true immortality, they vowed to return and obliterate this insufferable bird. Celestial Village. Yi Fan glanced at the Hai Huang with newfound appreciation. Before today, I thought the Hai Huang was shameless enough, but now I've finally found someone even more shameless than him. You dare call me shameless? The Hai Huang bared his teeth and lunged, trying to bite Yi Fan. The others chuckled, shaking their heads in amazement. What's this bird's true origin? Jai Ziyu wondered aloud. Perhaps he comes from some force in the deep starry sky that once produced a great emperor, Yi Fan speculated. The starry heavens stretched boundlessly. Throughout history, countless prodigious talents had emerged, and there were surely emperor-level existences beyond their knowledge. Even a force that produced a great emperor, hell, even a great emperor's own son, wouldn't dare act this arrogantly, Jai Ziyu observed quietly. To openly blockade both Teichu Ancient Mine and Undying Mountain. Such audacity is truly never seen before. I've seen it before, the Hai Huang barked suddenly. Everyone stared at him in confusion. Wasn't Emperor Wu Shi exactly like this? Hai Huang's expression turned nostalgic. Back then, Emperor Wu Shi's cultivation was profound beyond measure. He fought across the 10 heavens and 9 earths, his divine might inspiring awe throughout ancient and modern times. Who wasn't convinced? Who wasn't afraid? But they don't carry the oppressive presence and fluctuations of great emperor-level beings. The Shang Huangzi countered, his heritage as the Du Zhan Saint Emperor's son lending weight to his words. This is very strange. They're clearly not great emperors, but still, they can wield fundamental laws with such skill. The residents of Celestial Village continued their speculation. Unfortunately, with too few clues available, they could only observe and hope for further revelations. Raven's arrogance knew no bounds as he bullied and plundered his way across the landscape. After thoroughly ransacking Teichu Ancient Mine, he proceeded to several other restricted zones, making equally outrageous demands for divine treasures and precious artifacts. The self-sealed supreme beings refused to waste their precious remaining lifespans confronting him. Despite their burning displeasure, they allowed his pillaging to continue, secretly vowing that once the immortal path matter concluded, whether they achieved immortality or not, they would ensure this foul-mouthed bird died without a proper burial. Among Burial Emperor stars many forbidden lands. Only the desolate ancient forbidden land escaped Raven's arrogant plundering. This was because the great empress slumbering within was entangled in too much fate and karma. She was very likely to become the 4th supreme guardian. Acting rashly and creating enmity might result in his expulsion from this universe entirely. Therefore, he only gathered some divine medicines from the desolate ancient forbidden land's periphery. He carefully avoided any disturbance to the slumbering great accomplishment sacred body and the great empress. After extorting the restricted zones, Raven turned his predatory attention to Burial Emperor Star's holy lands and ancient imperial dynasties. These forces had existed for countless millennia. They must have some unimaginable treasure right. The holy lands and imperial dynasties were literally fuming with anger, but no one dared voice their outrage. Yes, they were powerful beyond many, with several great saint-level guardians protecting them. But if even the restricted zones had swallowed their pride and endured the Raven extortion parade in silence, what hope did they have? If they resist, it might truly lead to their complete annihilation. However, there were some possessed backbones of iron. Jade Lake Holy Land. A withered old man stood defiantly before Raven, clutching a fully awakened ultimate weapon, the Western Emperor Pagoda, in his trembling hands. Senior, every divine medicine within Jade Lake was obtained through our successive disciples' bloody sacrifices. If they are taken today, my Jade Lake Holy Land will decline from this point forward. His voice carried the weight of absolute determination. This old man already stands at death's threshold, terrified of shaming his ancestors and unable to face them in the afterlife. I cannot watch the children who came here to die today. I cannot bear to watch it. So I stand here to block you today. If Senior insists on taking Jade Lake's divine medicines and rare treasures, please step over my corpse first. I would rather die here facing you than see my ancestors. The disciples' work rot away in silence. Raven studied the old man before him, hesitating. I am not here to kill anyone, no, I am just here to rob them, not destroy someone by robbing them blind. Hell no, who do you think I am, some kind of monster? But damn, this old man has some guts even if he is dying. A man will respect another man making his last stand, Raven muttered, then waved his hand, sending wisps of origin essence and temporal power into the old man's failing body. Before countless watching eyes, the dying elder shed his withered skin and flesh like a molting serpent, emerging reborn with youthful vigor. His body surged with vitality as vast as an ocean. Within mere breaths, he had returned to his absolute peak condition. Listen here, boy, you impressed me, little guy, not gonna lie. After seeing these jackass, I thought there was not a single man with a backbone to face me. But look at you, man. By the Emperor's beard, you are a man, a true fucking man, Raven explained matter-of-factly. And it would be a misfortune in this world if you were to die here. The great saint looked shocked at this great Raven bestowing him with youth and praises, unable to find any word. Great Raven, your generosity. Raven interrupted him. Now step aside, I have work to do and people to rob. Have a nice day. The Jade Lake Holy Land's great saint examined his newly restored youthful form, then looked at Raven with complex emotions. Part of him still wanted to fight to the death, but the bird made an undeniably compelling point. At the peak of his vitality, how could he simply throw his life away? Moreover, his opponent had granted him a second life, an effect comparable to consuming an actual immortal medicine. Even if some of Jade Lake's divine medicines were taken, it was absolutely no loss whatsoever. Senior's words are truly reasonable and have deeply convinced this old man, the great saint said, bowing respectfully before stepping aside to clear Raven's path. He allowed the bird to enter Jade Lake's medicinal gardens and plunder those precious herbs. The other forces that had followed Raven, expecting to witness Jade Lake Holy Land's humiliation, stood slack-jawed in bewilderment. Where was the arrogance you showed in the restricted zones? Where was the swagger you displayed while trampling supreme beings? How did you suddenly change completely, becoming so unfamiliar? Not only had he refrained from slapping the old man to death, but he'd actually extended his life and granted him a second chance at existence. Those forces previously plundered by Raven felt so heartbroken they nearly spat blood. Why hadn't they been more defiant? Perhaps he would have extended their own elder powerhouses' lives as well. The events at Jade Lake were witnessed by countless observers. When the ancient great saint had brandished his ultimate weapon and blocked the path of Raven, making his last stand, many had expected Jade Lake Holy Land to suffer devastating losses. Who could have predicted such an unexpected turn? Not only had they avoided loss, but they'd received an incredible gift: their guardians returned to peak condition. This news quickly shook all of Burial Emperor Star. For longevity, for immortality, how many cultivators rushed forward using every conceivable method? Ancient emperors and great emperors had racked their transcendent minds, creating numerous approaches, all to verify the path to eternal life. Immortal medicines that could extend lifespans and grant second lives became objects of universal pursuit. Raven's displayed ability was equivalent to possessing an actual immortal medicine. Every saint's gaze toward Raven turned feverishly hopeful. They all secretly wished he would come rob them, too. After plundering Jade Lake Holy Land, Raven didn't continue to other locations. Having ransacked several major restricted zones and holy lands, he now possessed more divine medicines and rare treasures than anyone else on the planet. I'll extract all these medicines, then mix them with potatoes to make fries, Raven mused excitedly. The taste will definitely be extraordinary. Just as he planned to return to the big guy for their culinary experiment, a young girl materialized from the void, blocking his path. I have divine medicines to offer. Please, Senior, help extend my master's life, she pleaded urgently. No need, Raven shook his head. My quota for robbing today is closed. Come back tomorrow, now shoo. Please, Senior, look, I have so many, the girl said anxiously, quickly producing various precious medicines from her storage space. They glowed with inner light and rich medicinal fragrances, including several king-grade drugs. "Really? Why do you want to get robbed so badly?" Raven repeated, starting to refuse. "I am." Before he could finish, Raven spotted something that made his eyes widen, a potato sprout glowing with precious light. It possessed a unique aura that, if cultivated properly, might be nurtured into an extremely rare plant. "A treasure, it's an unparalleled treasure," Raven exclaimed, snatching up the potato sprout. Perhaps nourished by special terrain or blood, this sprout had already gained rudimentary sentience. The girl stared in bewilderment. She hadn't expected him to ignore the king medicines in her hand, instead taking what appeared to be an ordinary sprout. "Well, seeing your sincerity, I would help you," Raven decided, pocketing both the potato sprout and her other precious medicines. "Say, what's your name?" "My name is Xuanhuan, Senior," the girl replied. "Let's go, I'm in a hurry." Xuanhuan nodded, barely containing her excitement. She produced a formation disc, activated it, and opened a teleportation channel. Raven and Valdor followed Xuanhuan through the void, finally arriving before a scenic low mountain where a sickly old man sat in a tree's shade, contemplating a chess game. "This is my master, Xuanhuan explained. "Please, Senior, help him." Raven studied Xuanhuan, his universe-reading abilities naturally providing complete information about the man's history. Xuanhuan, a peerless genius from 9,000 years past. The strongest human expert of his era, creator of the immortal Tribulation Song, who had walked his own unique path and possessed cultivation infinitely close to the great Emperor realm. His failure to successfully prove his Tao had left him with permanent great Tao injuries. Combined with his approaching natural lifespan, he perpetually appeared sickly, as though death might claim him at any moment. When the ancient races had emerged from their slumber, he had led humanity's saints to Jade Lake, suppressing all races and preserving human interests. Afterwards, he had repeatedly fought fierce battles against the ancient race's great saints, defending humanity's dignity with his very life force. "Oh, hello, guys. How are you doing? Cough, cough. Give some Power Stone in this hat, Brotha. And throw some review also, Brotha. In the name of the Emperor. Give you feedback, Brotha. You. Also concept art for the Nuceria here in comment. Chapter 161. A minute's work, a lifetime restored. You must be." Xuanhuan looked up as his disciple approached with the raven, and genuine surprise crossed his weathered face. He'd been watching the events at Yachi through his divine sense, so he knew the full story. He'd figured his foolish disciple's efforts would fail, but somehow the disciple had actually succeeded in bringing this mysterious raven here. Xuanhuan cupped his hands respectfully toward the raven, but before he could finish his greeting, a stream of bright energy surged forward and merged into his failing body. The vitality that flooded through him felt ancient and powerful. Energy mixed with time forces quickly rewove his flesh, muscles, and bones, and his injured great Tao mended as his body returned to its prime. "It is done, adios." Without ceremony, the raven tore reality apart in air and left with Valdo, the golden-armored sentinel still keeping his eternal watch. The whole thing had lasted less than a minute. Xuanhuan blinked, still trying to process what had happened. The mysterious figure had already vanished. Xuanhuan went through confusion, then shock, then disbelief, and finally pure joy. The surging vitality inside him made everything feel like an impossible dream, but the vast ocean of chi and blood confirmed it wasn't. Had he really recovered all his strength so easily? He took a single step, and his peak quasi-emperor power erupted in full. The heavens themselves responded, winds shifted dramatically, clouds churned, and the very air trembled under his restored might. Across Beidou, powerhouses from every major faction felt that unmistakable pressure, and their faces showed deep alarm. If things had been different, if Xuanhuan hadn't lived so close to the Azure Emperor's era, he would have achieved full enlightenment long ago. Even while suppressed by that cosmic law, Xuanhuan had found another path and reached somewhere between peak quasi-emperor and complete great emperor. Later, injuries to his great Tao had slowly worn away his cultivation, and his shrinking lifespan forced him to stay at just the peak Great Saint realm. Now he was reborn and restored to his prime. The Azure Emperor's great Tao traces had finally faded completely, so the chance for true enlightenment had returned. Gai Jiu stood only one final breakthrough away from achieving the Tao, one step from becoming an emperor. What's happening? Is someone about to achieve enlightenment? In the restricted zones, the Supremes felt both startled and deeply worried. This era would see the opening of the immortal path, which was an opportunity none would give up willingly. But many Supremes had stayed sealed for too long, and emerging now would force them to unleash dark turmoil, harvesting countless lives to restore their chi and blood. An undamaged great emperor would seriously threaten their plans. Word quickly spread about who had released such a terrifying aura. Gai Jihu, wasn't he supposed to be dying? How did he suddenly get young again? This makes no sense. Leaders of the various clans felt both surprised and angry. The saints among them had all met Gai Jihu before. His lifespan had been nearly gone, his strength constantly declining, which explained his rare public appearances. Now that he'd recovered his peak condition, what say would the other clans have in anything? The human race was destined to dominate Beidou. When Yi Fan and his companions learned about Gai Jihu's rebirth and his chance for enlightenment, they came to congratulate him. If Gai Jihu achieved the Tao, the human race would gain another great emperor, and even facing the crisis of the immortal path, their chances of survival would improve dramatically. My disciple invited that mysterious raven, Gai Jihu explained. He healed my Tao injuries while restoring me to my prime. Yi Fan and the others were shocked by his words. The raven had only recently arrived on Beidou, yet he'd already become legendary. Every cultivator knew about this powerful newcomer. First, he'd boldly swept through the restricted zones. Then he'd shown he could extend lifespans and grant people entire extra lifetimes. Too many secrets surrounded him. Without his golden-armored guardian's protection, he probably would have been captured and studied long ago. We have to get our hands on this guy, the Hai Huang said, practically drooling. The raven carried precious medicines and rare treasures from multiple restricted zones and sacred lands, making him incredibly wealthy. He could extend lifespans and grant additional lifetimes, more valuable than any immortal medicine. Countless people wanted him, and everyone hoped to capture this mysterious raven. If you don't want to die, don't even think about it, Yi Fan warned. That golden-armored guardian have incredible strength and control over mysterious laws. Even a great saint couldn't match them. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid, Hai Huang promised. Yi Fan looked at Hai Huang with obvious doubt. He didn't think this guy would stay honest for long. Sure enough, shortly after, both Hai and Duandu approached Xia Jiu and asked how he'd managed to invite the raven. They learned that the figure had a weakness for potato seedlings, so they immediately set off. Within days, they'd caused chaos across Beidou. One man and one dog broke into medicine gardens everywhere and raided tombs, searching for those special potato varieties. The emperor had been deep in studying the Eternity Planet's vessel, unraveling secrets that had stumped people for thousands of years. When the raven returned, he got notification of their success. He didn't need to be directly involved, the threads of fate rewarded his planning. Fate node altered by 5%. Acquired. Saint-level mech forging techniques, Saint-level war fortress blueprints, Saint-level warship schematics, specialized evolution serums, advanced breathing methodologies. A flood of knowledge poured into the emperor's mind. Even for someone who had walked among gods and shaped the destinies of worlds, absorbing such complete technical wisdom took several minutes of focused work. When the process finished, satisfaction crossed his features. This was exactly what his grand design needed. Combining technology and psychic power would be key in the Imperium's conquest of the multiverse itself. I'll test these innovations, then leave for Eternity Planet, the Emperor decided, his thoughts already turning toward greater campaigns. On Eternity Planet, he might discover even deeper fusions of science and magic, tools worthy of his endless ambition. Meanwhile, the raven kept himself busy preparing fries. As someone serious about his cooking, the raven naturally understood the production process. and it didn't take long to produce several batches of finished fries. The fries, enhanced with precious divine medicines, had a truly unique flavor. Eating them released spiritual energy that made every cell feel amazing. The special potato seedling from Xuanhuan produced excellent results. While the emperor continued his research and creation, the raven found himself restless and decided to venture out again. He was going to search for divine medicines suitable for mixing into fries, and maybe he'd extend the lives of a few dying old-timers along the way. When word spread of the raven's reappearance, both Black Emperor, Xuanhuan, and Duandu immediately chased after him using formation altars. But they weren't alone. Many other powerhouses closely followed the raven's trail. Especially those nearing the end of their lifespans, their eyes glowed with desperate hope. They wanted this mysterious figure to show them mercy and give them extended lives to continue their cultivation journey. Realizing too many people were chasing the raven, the unscrupulous duo quickly came up with a sneaky plan. While those people surrounded the raven, offering treasures and begging for extended life, they quietly set up formation patterns in the void. When the raven left for another location, the crowd activated their formation altars to follow, but found themselves teleported to desolate, freezing wastelands instead. With their competition gone, the pair used their own formation altar to reach the raven's true location. Senior, we have something to show you. Excellent potato seedlings, all of them. Raven, at this point, wanted to ignore everyone since he found their attention annoying. However, Xuanhuan's words made him pause. He'd come out to search for precious soil that could grow divine medicines, and he also wanted the unique potato and tomato varieties of this world, so he could cultivate them carefully. You have some, the raven landed before the Black Emperor and Duandu. Absolutely, and plenty of them, Duandu said, presenting his collection like a precious treasure. Raven examined them. All contained spiritual essence and would taste far better than ordinary varieties. Is there someone you want me to heal, or help live another lifetime? The raven asked. No, the Black Emperor grinned, showing white teeth. No one needs saving right now. Can we save it for later? Fine. The raven nodded casually, flicked out a wing to collect the potato seedlings, then projected a stream of light into their foreheads. From now on, when you clench your fists and say, "God of fries and ketchup," I'll answer. After saying this, the raven turned to leave. I have connections. We can find more of these seedlings. Xuanhuan called out urgently. I'll take you to the trial road to various life planets. I guarantee a bountiful harvest. The raven stopped and turned to study the Black Emperor, showing genuine interest. As the former companion of a supreme being, the Xuanhuan held a unique status in this universe, and even the raven couldn't thoroughly read his fate lines and thoughts. Such eager help suggests you want something else, the raven observed. What do you really want? Take us both with you, and we'll share the benefits. The Xuanhuan extended his paw. The raven thought for a moment, then nodded. That will do fine. After all, he only wanted new flavored fries. Those rare treasures and divine medicines meant nothing to him personally. After allying with the Black Emperor and Duandu, Raven returned to check on his companion. The Emperor was still deep in his experimental work, unraveling cosmic mysteries with focused intensity. Valdor, as usual, kept his silent watch, a golden sentinel whose duty involved standing like a statue all day. The raven told Valdo to inform the Emperor of his departure once the Lord of Mankind finished his current work. Then the raven set off on a journey into the void with his two unlikely guides. For most powerhouses, traveling through the void was really challenging. They relied on artifacts like five-colored altars or divine light platforms built at various locations, which allowed travel between life planets and pocket dimensions. But for Raven, it was like most. For him, crossing the void took no more effort than spreading his wings, simple for someone who had mastered the fundamental forces that held reality together. Chapter 162, The Raven Was Here. Raven tore reality apart with casual ease. Xuanhuan and Duandu followed him, stepping through the spatial rift, and the reality-warping transition left their senses spinning. When things stabilized, they found themselves before the first city of the human race's trial road. Moonlight poured down like liquid silver, while starlight flowed in glowing waterfalls. Streams of silver-white light hung in the air, giving the city a mysterious and grand feeling. Before the massive gates, savage beasts roared while exotic birds circled overhead. Some were as huge as mountains, and others had wings that blocked out entire sections of sky. Each creature came from a powerful species from distant worlds. Some blazed with shimmering light, others crackled with lightning, and all served as mounts for incredible powerhouses. This era was a golden age, where spiritual energy had grown thick across various regions, and the severely suppressed cosmic laws had loosened a lot. The threshold for cultivation had dropped dramatically, which allowed numerous powerful bloodlines and physiques to emerge. All of them wanted to prove themselves on the Emperor Road. Since the trial road's opening, countless legends had already been born. Yi Fan had also walked this path. Even now, beings kept arriving from distant star domains to participate in the trials and seek their fortunes. "We've actually reached the first city of the human race," the Black Emperor said, genuinely stunned. When Yi Fan had left the Eternal Star, he'd spent a full decade reaching the first city. But with this, a moment ago, they'd been on Beidou, and now they stood at the starting point of the human race's ancient trial road. What incredible power, Duan sighed with admiration. Casually manipulating space and time, such abilities were far beyond his reach. "Don't stand there like an idiot, let's go." The Raven walked toward the towering city with purpose. His goal was clear: get the source of Tao. Not for cultivation, such mortal pursuits didn't interest him. He wanted to feed French fries and ketchup with the very essence of cosmic law itself. At that moment, several powerhouses riding savage beasts approached from behind. Each of them was wearing a sacred armor gleaming with different metallic colors and looked like divine soldiers and heavenly generals. Their leader looked even more extraordinary. He rode a beast that looked like a Pixiu and had an aura of supreme dominance. "Get out of the way," the leader demanded arrogantly, charging forward. Raven looked at this idiot in front of him, wondering, is this the legendary young master face slapping arc? "You dare to tell us to move?" The Raven looked at the idiot coldly. This fool clearly hasn't learned about the mountain Tai, it seems. Hai Huang bit his ass. The Black Emperor bared his fangs, showing snow-white sharp teeth. With a single gesture, he unleashed a fragment of a great emperor's formation pattern that sent all the riders flying like broken dolls. The scene left onlookers stunned. Those mounted powerhouses were supreme cultivators from a distant star domain who'd fought their way here, invincible throughout their journey. Even before stepping onto the true trial road, they'd already gained fame. And now here they were getting beaten by a black dog, and that dog is biting the leader's buttocks like cake. How could witnesses not feel shocked? "Is that really all? With your arrogant tone, for a moment I thought you were worth something, yet I find only small fry who can't even fight a dog. Shame, puppy, shame." The Raven's tone carried a mix of amusement and disdain, supremely annoying, yet no one could do anything. Leaving the wounded powerhouses spitting blood their backside in rage, the trio entered the city. "Seems new changes will happen in Trail Road and new legends will emerge," observed a soldier in iron armor positioned at the city wall. His name was Guan Cheng, once a peerless genius who'd started on the path to prove his Tao. But a defeat during the trials had shattered his ambition and left him to serve as a city guard in the first city. Guan Cheng watched as the Ravens group entered the city. He had no intention to intervene. After all, he preferred his back free, not in a dog's mouth. After his defeat by Yi Fan, he'd accepted his fate. He knew he no longer had the qualifications to participate in such struggles. So he stayed in the first city, serving as a guard and living out his remaining years in quiet service. The first city sprawled across vast distances. Within its walls stood various pavilions, all floating and wrapped in shimmering light, creating an atmosphere of deep mystery. Powerhouses from countless star domains gathered here to rest and wait for the trial ground's opening. The Ravens trio also stayed in the city for several days until the trial ground finally opened. Many powerhouses sought opportunities within the trial ground, and as soon as access became available, they swarmed inside like a flood. Unfortunately, none proved a match for the Raven's trio. Huang possessed a great emperor's formation pattern, Duanda had the lid of the heaven-devouring demonic pot, and the Raven could simply croak. The trio's combined strength proved more than enough to rampage through the entire trial ground. Using abilities that went beyond these people's understanding, Raven quickly found the source of Tao hidden beneath the trial ground. The trio easily got their prize with the formation patterns and the incomplete Emperor artifact, clearing their path. After giving portions to the Black Emperor and Duanda, the Raven threw his collected potato seedlings into the source of Tao and slowly nourished and grew them. "What a complete waste," Huang exclaimed, his eyes turning red with frustration. Such a magnificent dog like himself got less care than a few seedlings. The source of Tao contained the very origin of the great Tao itself. If any genius could get and absorb the source of Tao, their future would shine with unimaginable brilliance. And here this Raven was using it like fertilizer for potato seedlings. If those geniuses outside knew, they'd probably vomit blood from pure depression. Their most wanted treasure, yearned for but impossible to get, was being used as plant food. The first city was just a beginning. Raven, Huang, and Duanda traveled along the road, plundering cities and trial grounds while seeking heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and rare potato and tomato varieties. Along the way, they met many geniuses. Some were no less powerful than the powerhouses Yifan had once faced, like the great demon god and the hegemon body. However, none of these individuals could match the Raven's trio. Eventually, they grew dissatisfied with just plundering the human race's ancient road and set their sights on other races' roads. Finally, they began targeting some of the universe's most powerful forces. For example, the God Court. The God Court's master was the Emperor Lord, a figure who'd once tried recruiting the sacred body Yifan, but his arrogant attitude had earned him enmity instead. His great saint-level subordinate, sent to deliver the recruitment message, was detained by Yifan. The Emperor Lord's cultivation was extraordinarily high. He stood just one step away from proving his Tao and achieving emperor status. He was already qualified to sit as an equal with the supremes within the restricted zones. Those supremes had paid the most tragic prices to survive until now, but the Emperor Lord remained in his prime, at the peak of his vital energy. In a bloody battle, his chances of victory would be extremely high. The Raven led the Black Emperor, and Duanda into the magnificent God Court like a conquering general surveying newly claimed territory. They plundered the medicinal gardens and treasure vaults and even left behind a message declaring the Raven was here. This signature infuriated countless God Court powerhouses. That day, an enraged roar echoed across the vast universe. The humiliated Emperor Lord led his army from the God Court steps. He rode a carriage drawn by 9 flood dragons, and his aura overwhelmed the cosmos and shook all 8 directions. His massive army looked like a cosmic torrent, surging with murderous intent. News spread rapidly. Learning that the God Court had been plundered and the Emperor Lord was chasing the thieves throughout space, many felt stunned. The Raven trio's plundering of the roads had already made them notorious, but by provoking the God Court, they'd instantly become influential figures discussed on every road. The Emperor Lord stood just one step from proving his Tao. What kind of background did they have to dare provoke such a figure? However, even this was just the beginning. Raven was not satisfied with this much robbery, so he led Huang and Duanda to the Phoenix Nest, the lair of the Undying Empress. She was the former wife of the Undying Emperor, and her strength was terrifyingly immense. Similar to the Emperor Lord, she stood just one step away from proving her Tao. Raven plundered her medicinal gardens and treasure vaults with usual bravado, but this time he left a more provocative message. Her face is acceptable, her figure adequate, though somewhat lacking in certain areas. When the Undying Empress read that message, she was so outraged that her roar of fury shattered countless stars. Precious divine medicines had been stolen, along with life-extending pills preserved from times past. Even worse, they dared leave a comment about her figure, calling it small. Where exactly was it small? How dare he, how dare that bastard? Once I get my hand on that insolent, I will show what's small. This went way beyond all acceptable conduct, way beyond indeed. Stealing was one thing, but calling her proud figure small was the audacity. The enraged, undying empress led her 8 divisions of divine generals and countless subordinates in pursuit of the Raven's group. She swore to tear those petty thieves apart alive. Maybe we should call it quits, the Black Emperor suggested. He looked at the storage space's mountain of divine medicines, rare treasures, magical artifacts, and pills with mixed feelings of joy and numbness. At first, they'd only plundered the human race's ancient road, then other races' roads, and later, famous universal forces. Their plundering targets had grown increasingly outrageous, their gains had grown increasingly abundant, but the enemies they'd provoked had also grown stronger and stronger. Now they'd simultaneously made enemies of the peak quasi-emperor Emperor Lord and the undying Empress. That's definitely enough, Mr. Raven. Let's return to Beidou and lay low for a while, Duinda agreed. He'd spent his entire life digging tombs, but he'd never experienced anything as thrilling as these past few days with the Raven. Chapter 163, The Raven's Guide to Making Friends. The moment he made his move, he had provoked 2 quasi-emperors. If the opposition caught them, Duinda felt that even a damaged emperor weapon wouldn't be enough to protect them. No rush, the Raven shook his head. I heard there are many good things in the underworld. Let's go take a look. Xuanhuan stared in disbelief. Duinda's mouth fell open. Damn it, haven't we provoked enough enemies? Now they were going to provoke the mysterious underworld, the organization rumored to control reincarnation itself. They collected the corpses of predecessors from across the universe to nurture spirits. The Black Emperor and Duinda really didn't want to go. But once you board the Raven's pirate ship, there's only getting on and no getting off. If you don't go, I'll throw one of you into the Phoenix Nest and the other into the God Court. The Black Emperor and Duinda instantly wanted to embrace each other and wail loudly. They thought they were shameless enough, but in front of this cursed Raven, they were just greenhorns. Too terrifying. Under the Raven's threat, the Xuanhuan and Duinda could only obediently follow. The underworld was a mysterious organization that had buried the heavenly talents of era after era, and its location was well hidden. But by tracking the Yin soldiers and using the Raven's methods, the trio still reached the path of reincarnation. The confused ghost messengers of the underworld opened the eyes of the Black Emperor and Duinda. Giants and demonic gods were held captive here and excavated chaos day and night. At the end of the path of reincarnation, they saw a massive millstone that ground away the flesh and soul light of corpses. This place feels so familiar, Duinda murmured as an inexplicable sense of recognition washed over him. That's just because you've died too many times, the Black Emperor said. He knew Duinda's background. The man would be buried periodically, and after his corpse formed the seal of reincarnation, he would awaken to live a new life. Maybe so, Duinda scratched his head. The Black Emperor's words made some sense. All right, let's go deeper into the path of reincarnation. The Raven led them deeper into the realm. Many powerful figures of the underworld slept here, and divine objects like yin netherwood and myriad soul grass grew throughout the area. The 3 shamelessly looted everything, and when discovered, they immediately opened a spatial domain gate and fled. Only the dumbfounded strong figures of the underworld remained, staring at their now barren treasure land. This is too much. Mobilize the army, they must pay the price. The Lord of Yama Hall trembled with rage. As a congenital yin god, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th heaven of the quasi-emperor realm. The underworld's million yin soldiers emerged, and 3 quasi-emperors jointly issued a bounty. Anyone who provided coordinates would receive supreme scriptures, precious medicines, and divine pills. Capture them, and one could obtain the inheritance of an ancient emperor. The generous rewards tempted many heavenly talents, and they all joined the hunt for the trio. Seeing this scene, the Black Emperor and Duinda's hearts finally died. The powerful figures they had provoked in several lifetimes, combined, were fewer than those they had provoked with the Raven in just a few months. Fortunately, the raven's spatial teleportation ability was unpredictable. Even when besieged by 3 major forces and countless powerful figures, he could easily escape. The trio ran all the way toward Beidou and eventually were cornered there by the 3 major forces. The forces immediately deployed a supreme grand array to seal the planet, blocking spatial teleportation and preventing anyone from leaving. The 3 major forces came with armies. Divine soldiers and heavenly generals marched alongside yin soldiers and ghosts. Their momentum was incredibly grand, and with 3 quasi-Dao attainers overseeing them, they were enough to sweep away all forces within the universe. Unless multiple supremes of the Forbidden Zone were willing to abandon everything and undergo extreme sublimation, they could not be resisted. The people of Tianzhai village looked at the sky, then looked at the Black Emperor and Duandu on the ground. "Block that fatty, that dog wearing golden shorts, and that foul-mouthed bird," the Heavenly Empress ordered, her voice full of killing intent. Numerous heavenly soldiers and divine generals pursued them, unleashing various secret techniques with tremendous momentum. "Damn it, you witch! Sooner or later I'll burn down your broken bird's nest," the Black Emperor cursed while running. His words further infuriated the pursuing forces. Many saints from beyond the domain fled, since they didn't dare approach, fearing involvement. But they were also curious, what kind of hatred could unite such powerful forces? "Go to hell," the Emperor Lord struck, his hair flying as his body moved like a dragon. He slammed out a palm, and a huge red dragon appeared in the universe, entirely blood-red, with sharp scales as if cast from phoenix blood-red gold. Suddenly, a faint immortal melody rang out like a mournful song and shook the starry sky. A handsome man walked out of Beidou step by step, and an invincible aura came from him. His blood qi erupted like a surging river, like a raging sea tearing the sky. The immortal melody of tribulation transformation wove into strands of law that intertwined in the void, blocking the Emperor Lord's attack. His appearance made the Emperor Lord, the Heavenly Empress, and the Lord of Yama Hall grow serious. The opponent was only a hair's breadth away from breaking into the Great Emperor realm, and his strength was even above theirs. Gai Jihu had made his move. The Black Emperor and Duandu finally breathed a sigh of relief. More than a dozen figures shot up from the ground and appeared beside Gai Jihu to stand with him. Yi Fan landed next to the Black Emperor with the myriad things Mother Qi cauldron floating above his head and an emperor-level killing sword gleaming in his hand. "What exactly have you done that's so bad? How could you provoke so many enemies?" "We didn't do much," the Black Emperor said guiltily. "We just went to the God Court, the Phoenix Nest, and the Underworld to borrow some things and left a message." Everyone's eyelids twitched. This is called not doing much. They had publicly stepped on people's faces. No wonder they were chased all the way to Beidou. Who could tolerate such a thing? People were peacefully cultivating. Then these 3 went in, robbed them, and spat on their faces. "Quasi-Emperor, this matter has nothing to do with you," the Lord of Yama Hall said. "No matter what the Raven did, I will protect him." Gai Jihu didn't back down at all. Without the Raven, he would never have recovered to his current state. Everyone in the world could speak ill of the Raven, but he could not. "Haha," the Raven stood on Gai Jihu's shoulder. "If you're not convinced, come and fight. Everyone says they're invincible, so why are you speechless now? Come at me together. If you do not kneel before the Raven, your true destiny is lost. Chant my true name, and you shall not fall into reincarnation. I just ask, who else is there?" The Raven shouted with wings on hips, utterly arrogant. "This dead bird is too arrogant," the Black Emperor muttered, his mouth twitching. The bird had completely forgotten how he was chased and intercepted by the God Emperor and others before, and had almost been caught and braised. Many observing saints fell silent, and the supremes of the Forbidden Zone, who were paying attention to this battle, also grew quiet. To be honest, this dead Raven was indeed very annoying. Utterly arrogant, the Emperor Lord of God Court declared from his carriage, his face black as charcoal. "Not convinced, come on," the Raven sneered. "Offending our Lord is a capital offense." The God Court army rioted as many displayed their weapons and killing intent soared. Gai Jihu unleashed his full power, light enveloped him as his eyes grew deep. The immortal melody of tribulation rang out, making many divine soldiers and heavenly generals unable to bear it, and many trembled. Although you are also a quasi-emperor, we are three. One against many, are you sure? The heavenly empress spoke coldly. Her subordinates were all former followers of the undying heavenly emperor, and the 8 divisions of divine generals were even more astonishingly powerful. The weakest among them possessed the strength of a first heaven quasi-emperor. At this time, the emperor and Valdo also arrived at the battlefield. With but a glance, the master of mankind saw the entirety of events through his incredible understanding. This raven creature grew ever better at sowing discord across the stars. The emperor had recently received acknowledgement for a 10% change in fate's trajectory. Upon arriving here, without any action on his part, 1/3 of his task to reshape destiny's course was completed, purely due to the raven's troublemaking. "Big guy, they're bullying me. Hurry, kill them!" the raven shouted, flapping his wings and landing on the emperor's shoulder again. Yi Fan and the others looked at the raven and felt as if they were observing a former opponent. This creature looked far too much like a villain. "Are they truly tormenting you?" The emperor's thoughts carried subtle reproach. "You ransack their sanctuaries, yet still have the nerve to claim persecution." "It's mutual learning, brother. I just learned from you," the raven replied. "Learned from me?" The emperor's expression showed the faintest irritation. "I never taught you such things." "Didn't you just rob those 4 like that back then?" the raven cackled. The emperor fell silent. "2 more have arrived," the emperor lord observed, scanning the newcomers. He detected no aura of a supreme, not even a great saint. They seemed incredibly weak, posing no threat at all. The tension in the air grew thick. 3 quasi-emperors faced off against Gai Jiyu and his allies, and the fate of the troublemaking trio hung in the balance. But somehow, the raven still looked completely unworried. Chapter 164, Why You Should Never Adopt a Crow. "Hand over those 3 bastards today, or this star will be bathed in blood," the Lord of Yamahal said coldly. What if it was the burial emperor star? As long as they didn't provoke the supremes from the restricted zones, who could stop them? "Kill, kill!" The yin soldiers and ghost generals of the underworld shouted together. They were all once heavenly talents who had been buried, now turned into yin spirits to serve the underworld. Each gave off a strong, ghostly presence that made people shiver. Locking space, establishing computational model, 2-dimensional strike initiated. Valdo activated the engine within him. His systems locked onto the entire star system and made it collapse into a lower dimension. Several bright points suddenly appeared in the void, then the entire space began to collapse, falling into 2 dimensions. Whether it was the special nature of this universe or Valdo had secretly upgraded again was unknown. The spatial collapse happened extremely fast, so fast that even cultivators couldn't react in time. "No!" a cultivator screamed in horror as he watched his feet melting into the void. He burst with bright light while the magical artifact in his hand trembled, giving off strong light as it tried to tear the void and take its master away. But the void seemed locked in place. No matter how much it erupted, it couldn't move an inch. In the end, both cultivator and artifact collapsed into a thin painting. "What's going on?" The Emperor Lord, Heavenly Empress, and Lord of Yamahal could all feel the void being locked down. They sensed the terrible pull from the spatial collapse. They each used their strongest secret arts. Rays of power poured out, intertwining and erupting with incredible force. The power made the stars tremble and the void shatter. Even the 2-dimensional void developed cracks, yet it couldn't stop the collapse. The God Court, the Underworld, the Phoenix Nest, and many powerful individuals who came for the bounty fell like raindrops toward that painting. Only a few powerful individuals who could forcefully break through the universe's laws managed to escape. The mighty army was wiped out in just a few breaths. When the 2-dimensional space returned to 3 dimensions, all those collapsed bodies had turned into piles of broken corpses and rotting flesh. The 3 quasi-emperors had destroyed the dimensional space in their struggle, and among the dead were many saints and saint-king-level fighters. This scene filled the Watchers and the Supremes from the restricted zones with fear. Too scary, Just by using a few tricks, so many powerful individuals met such a terrible end. Yifan and the others stared wide-eyed. Such a method was unthinkable and made their scalps tingle. It also made them even more curious about where Raven and the others came from, since they could kill saints as easily as crushing ants. From Earth to Big Dipper, his worldview had been reshaped. From believing in technology to becoming a cultivator, and now technology, which he had once thought of as a minor path, once again showed power that filled him with dread. Being able to bend the laws of the universe so easily meant even cultivators couldn't fight against it. The Emperor Lord, Heavenly Empress, and Lord of Yamahal no longer had their previous confidence. The three quasi-emperors looked at Valdo and the Emperor with extreme seriousness. "All of you stay," Gaiju said with a chilling expression, making the first move. Once the immortal tribulation song was unleashed, who dared to fight it? His target was clear: the Emperor Lord, simply because the other party had spoken rudely to Raven earlier. The battle of the quasi-emperors erupted. Vast stretches of the starry sky dimmed and trembled while the entire cosmos grew dark. The battle between the two sides was terrifying, but in the end, Gaiju won. The Emperor Lord barely lost, and Gaiju killed him with one strike, even destroying his soul. The Lord of Yamahal also couldn't escape. He was trapped by the Emperor's control over time and instantly destroyed with a single gesture. Seeing the situation was bad, the Heavenly Empress quickly fled. Valdo tried to stop her, but she had an Emperor artifact left by the undying Heavenly Emperor. She forcefully broke through the spatial prison and escaped. In this universe, even if technology couldn't forcibly bend laws, by relying on absolute power, one could still break through the prison of laws and flee to distant places. The destruction of the forces formed by the three quasi-emperors shook the starry sky. However, what was most shocking was not this matter, but rather Gaiju's successful rise to emperor. Gaiju had been only one step away from becoming emperor in the past, but unfortunately, he was too close to the era of the Azure Emperor and failed to gain this universe's recognition. Now, having returned to his peak with built-up experience, he gained further insights while killing the Emperor Lord. This brought on his Great Emperor Tribulation. The Great Emperor Tribulation was incredibly terrifying. The entire starry sky was covered by a sea of lightning, but Gaiju, relying on his built-up experience, managed to endure it. The Emperor also got notification that the Fate node had changed by 15%. He gained various quasi-emperor-level technological knowledge and a portion of the soul repair method he needed. This was for treating Unit 2. Gaiju's rise to emperor brought despair to many heavenly talents. This was simply because only one person could achieve emperor status in an era. As long as someone became emperor, no matter how brilliant others were, it was destined to be pointless. The Supremes from the restricted zones had intended to step in. After all, the immortal path was about to open, and a great emperor in his peak would be a terrible nightmare for them. But considering Raven and his group, they still held back their impulse. The other party's ability to manipulate laws was so deep that even as Supremes, they couldn't claim certain victory. Perhaps because Gaiju became emperor, the opening of the immortal path was also moved up. With its opening, the cosmic energy changed dramatically. Throughout history, great emperors had all sought long life, wanting to become immortals. They left behind countless methods. The 5 continents of Big Dipper were all refined into some kind of formation. Mount Sumeru, St. Cliff, and other places were glowing, giving off Emperor Dao runes. Many Supremes from the restricted zones worked together. They broke through the first immortal pass, then jointly built a grand Dao, leading to the immortal realm on the other side of the world sea. They fought their way to the end of the immortal path. Several Supremes died because they couldn't endure it. However, in the end, they still couldn't open the immortal path. This was simply because, at its end, the gap to enter the immortal realm needed a contemporary great emperor to break through. Coincidentally, they truly had a great emperor. Fellow Taoist, we have waited for countless ages, please lend us a hand. Help us become immortals, and this favor will be repaid in the future. The Supremes from the restricted zones shouted, pleading with Gaiju to act. It's better not to open it yet, came Raven's voice. "This realm is not yet ready. If the immortal path is opened rashly, it will invite disaster. Moreover, it's not that there are no ways to achieve long life. Living 9 lives in reverse, even in this realm, one can achieve immortality." Gai Jiu had originally wanted to open the immortal path, but Raven stopped him. The immortal realm had long been shattered, with few immortal Dao powerhouses remaining. Even more critically, it might bring in a dark cleansing. Without enough strength, rashly opening the immortal path would be like becoming cannon fodder, dooming the entire universe. Sorry, Gai Jiu refused the request of the Supremes from the restricted zones. This made them feel despair. "In the end, it was wrong. We shouldn't have pursued this path." The ancient Emperor Qilin showed a sad expression. Gai Jiu's refusal meant that becoming immortal in this era was hopeless. After entrusting his children with his final wishes and sending them away, he dissolved into the Tao and died. However, not all Supremes were willing to accept such an outcome. They were clearly just one step away from the immortal path, yet Gai Jiu was unwilling to help them. "You damned bird, you insulted us back then, and today you block our immortal path. You are utterly despicable," Stone Emperor declared. He held the desolate heavenly halberd, his voice cold. He had participated in several dark turmoils, slaughtering countless living beings. Now, he intended to repeat his old trick, to unleash the most terrifying dark turmoil in history. Kill Raven, then kill all living beings, taking their life essence to extend his own life. The expressions of the other Supremes were extremely cold as they looked at Raven. They hated him to the bone, and even if they were to die today, they would take him with them. "A bunch of ants," Raven stood on the Emperor's shoulder, his tone mocking. The Supremes almost lost their composure. "You didn't dare come out then, fearing a loss of lifespan, and you curse at us. Now that we're out, you're still cursing us. Do you really think we're easy to bully?" "No need for more words. Kill." One of the Supremes made a move. He unleashed his strongest aura, sweeping across the 10 heavens and 9 earths. All the surviving Supremes charged toward Raven, unleashing their strongest Imperial Tao laws. Today, they could fail to become immortal, but Raven must die. The Supremes had all reached their peak, possessing terrifying power. The Emperor in his normal state was strong, but he could not withstand the combined assault of several Supremes. They abandoned everything, their only target being Raven. Throne's blood, the besieged Emperor was sent flying several times in a row. His composure finally cracked. "I perceive your machinations in this, accursed Raven." The greatest battle in this era had begun. Supremes who had ruled different eras now fought together against beings from beyond the stars. The fate of the universe hung in the balance. And at the center of it all, one troublemaking Raven had managed to unite the most powerful beings in existence, all wanting him dead. Raven said in his psychic link, "Sniff, look at all these mean bastards ganging up on a harmless crow, shameless Piapple. Emperor. Power Stones. How we're doing so far." Chapter 165, The Extermination Order. "How could I possibly do such a thing? Slander, this is complete slander. If you don't bring me some delicious fries to make up for this, we're over, big guy. We're over." Raven refused to admit it. He stiffened his neck and demanded that the master of mankind, who was in the middle of bloody battle, admit his mistake and prepare gifts as an apology. With Gai Jiu, the master of this era, and the great saint body of the desolate ancient forbidden land, the Empress, and the countless plans left by the peerless lord of mankind, this darkest turmoil didn't cause much harm, even though it was started by the most Supremes beings from the forbidden zones in history. It merely shattered the Beidou star domain. Instead, the various forbidden zones faced total disaster. With Raven's help as super support, Gai Jiu had endless power. He wielded various emperor arts with ease, as if they cost nothing. Combined with the master of mankind and Valdo, who had mastered the basic laws, the Supremes of the forbidden zones were no match at all. They were crushed systematically and destroyed one by one. As Gai Jiu stopped the darkest turmoil, a notification reached the Emperor that the fate node change had exceeded 30%. The master of mankind gained endless power, various advanced technological knowledge, and cultivation methods that could harness the power of the immaterium. At this moment, the battlefield of eternal nothingness also saw a change. The aura of that supreme, who stood upon a great cauldron, suddenly transformed. At this level, improving strength was meaningless. Past, present, and future were a single flow to them. Only when their own fate line produced new changes could there be new possibilities. The arrival of Raven and his companions promoted the changes in the covering the sky universe. This indirectly altered this supreme, who had great connection with that realm. At the same time, this change also meant the appearance of another supreme. On the fiercely battling field, a woman's figure slowly walked forward. She was dressed in white as snow and looked extraordinary. Originally, both sides had been fighting back and forth, unable to decide who was winning. But now, the opponent gained a new blessing and a new ally. The balance of power instantly shifted. The Chaos Four Gods suffered a great loss. They were beaten and bloodied, with cracks appearing in their domains located in the warp. The contamination source allied with them was forced to retreat. The great battle in the void came to an end. The Master of Mankind and Raven sensed it immediately. Their awareness crossed the vast stars, witnessing the retreating Chaos Gods and their allies in disarray. "The war concludes," the Emperor declared with finality. "It is time for our departure." "Are we continuing to other universes?" Raven asked. "No," the Master of Mankind shook his head. "We shall return first. Our current technology reserves are enough for the human empire to stride toward the countless universes." The Chaos Four Gods had allied with the contamination source of the void. The Emperor worried that the enemy would destroy the time anchor points established by Raven. This would cause the flow of time to shift. He would not suffer his return to find that the entire universe had changed beyond recognition. His will was to return quickly. He would not traverse time again during this period. Instead, he would remain within his own realm, accelerating at all costs to elevate the human empire to heights never seen before. After saying goodbye to Gai Jiyu and the others, and sharing knowledge from other universes with Gai Jiyu, Yi Fan, and their companions, Raven opened the spacetime tunnel. He departed with the Master of Mankind and Valdo. The four Supremes witnessed their departure and looked forward to their next arrival. Upon returning to the Warhammer universe, the Master of Mankind immediately became consumed with non-stop work. This journey made him realize that even with Raven's aid, he could not rest easy. The Chaos Four Gods could also seek allies. He had to quickly push the human empire toward the countless universes to enhance its survival capabilities. Not long after their return, the fleet arrived at the border of the Randan Empire. "Blood for blood, tooth for tooth," the Emperor commanded with absolute authority. "Execute the extermination order upon all worlds where the Randan exist. We must completely erase them from this universe." Jellin star system. This star system was nothing special in the vast galaxy. It was merely one unremarkable point among the brilliant stars, but after this day, it would be given special meaning by humanity. The end of the Randan race would begin from this system. Tens of thousands of warships engaged in battle in the void. Dense laser fire and shells filled the entire space, and the explosions that occasionally erupted were like newborn stars, lighting up the dark void. The Randan race had gathered a large number of forces in this fortress star system. They intended to stop the invasion of the human empire. Under the will of the Master of Mankind, expeditionary fleets arrived in this system. They launched a massive war of extermination against the Randan race, with the second-generation warships leading the charge. The scale of the battle was enormous. For both the human empire and the Randan, it was a war that gambled the fate of their races. The losing side would not only lose the right to fight for control in the galaxy, they would also very likely be completely erased, leaving no trace in history. Raven was casually perched on the Emperor's shoulder, looking out at the distant battlefield through the viewport. The Randan race, which had been so strong in the predetermined fate line that the Master of Mankind would have needed the power of the Void Dragon to defeat them, was now completely helpless against the human empire's second-generation warships. They had become sheep for the slaughter. Second-generation warships could enter and exit the immaterium anywhere. They could freely teleport and travel within a star system's gravitational range, ignoring the rule that vessels must enter and exit the warp at manville points or risk destruction. They could appear in any location the enemy couldn't imagine and unleash devastating attacks to destroy all foes. Several Nova shells, over 50 meters long and approaching the speed of light, were fired. They traced beautiful, deadly arcs in the void and directly hit a Randon warship, their terrifying kinetic energy overloading its shields. The following macro-cannon shells easily penetrated the Randon vessel's hull. The energy core was destroyed, triggering a catastrophic explosion. Horrific fire swept outward, rushing in all directions, and countless Xenos were flung into space, like spores ejected from a dying organism. After the second-generation warships entered the human empire's naval operational sequence, the Randon race's advantage vanished. They were completely outmatched by humanity's forces. The Randon race fought stubbornly. To reverse their disadvantage, they repeatedly attempted boarding actions and destroyed several human empire warships. However, the gap in strength between the two sides was simply too great. Ultimately, the Randon race suffered a crushing defeat. They fled in panic, surrendering the Jellan star system to humanity. No signs of human life have been detected in the Jellan star system. It is highly likely that the population has been completely massacred by the Randon colonists. The information supervisor reported the situation to the Emperor. "Big guy, there are no humans left. Save yourself some trouble, just issue the extermination order directly," Raven suggested, lazily lying on the Emperor's shoulder. The worlds in the Jellan star system contained no humans, only Randon. There was no longer any need for ground operations. It would be simpler to directly issue the extermination order. The Emperor nodded grimly. "You speak truly. Execute it thus. Transmit the order to all warships. Release virus bombs upon those life-bearing worlds to completely purge those Xenos." The extermination order was quickly relayed to the supervisors of various departments. They hastily arranged for their subordinates to begin preparations. They surveyed the bombardment zones and calculated the precise yield required to blanket each world entirely. The Mechanicus, along with their servitors and laborers, replaced the warheads of the shells with airburst variants carrying the Life Eater virus. The Life Eater virus was an instrument of absolute terror. It was capable of destroying all biological forms within mere hours and was typically reserved for the complete extermination of Xenos. Once everything was prepared, the warships executing the extermination order entered orbit around the designated planets. The Randon on the surface observed the Emperor's warships and activated their ground defenses. Dense artillery fire and laser beams shot skyward, striking the vessel's void shields and creating ripples like water waves. These Xenos showed their toughness and courage in this manner. To protect their homeland, they would resist to their final breath. Unfortunately, courage and toughness could not change their fate. As the order to commence fire was given, the master of mankind's warships in low orbit began orbital bombardment. Shell after shell carrying the Life Eater virus was launched. Soon, the first wave was intercepted by the defense system and exploded within the atmosphere. The deadly virus spread into the air. It traveled with atmospheric currents through forests, plains, deserts, and mountains, and even the ocean depths were not spared. Those Randon who had hidden in great cities, hoping to protect themselves with the settlement's defenses, stumbled to the ground and vomited black blood after breathing mere traces of virus-laden air. The viral weapon easily penetrated their protective armor and clothing. The molecular structure of this biological agent included deadly corrosive factors. It was capable of dissolving exposed flesh and getting through the weakest points in protective suits. The molecular structure of living organisms was corroded by the virus. It rapidly stripped away connections between cells, and victims dissolved into rotting pools of flesh within seconds. Even those Randon who had fled into fortresses did not escape. They reached what they believed were safe areas and sealed the gates, only to discover that the deadly contagion had already arrived. The extermination was complete, swift, final. And Raven watched it all with the casual interest of someone observing a particularly effective pest control operation. Chapter 166. In Future of 30K, there is game. Dying screams swept through every city like a tide. Within the crystal buildings and wide streets, members of the Randon race decayed on the spot. Their bodies fell apart into flowing gore. The aliens died in the crowded streets, shrieking hatred and fear at the sky. They begged their gods for salvation. Millions of beings screamed at the same time. The sound mixed into a deathly wind filled with black matter. A Randon priest with terrifying psychic power floated into the air. He intended to use his abilities to stop the spread of death. When he tried to speak, to praise the ancient gods and beg for their mercy, he merely coughed out black dust. The virus had already consumed his internal organs. The next second, he fell like a shot bird, tumbling down toward his dying people below. The slaughter continued for several hours. Not only the Randon, but even the entire planet's ecosystem suffered terrible damage. When the last Randon member fell, the virus began to consume itself. At this point, the entire planet was covered in a thick cloud of flammable toxic gas. "Execute the final procedure, let it burn," the captain ordered. The battleship's lance easily pierced the upper atmosphere and plunged into the incredibly dense toxic fog. With a muffled thud, the scorching beam ignited the gas cloud, causing the entire planet to burn. Looking down from the void, one could see the entire world burning fiercely. Firestorms raged across the ground, swirling back and forth. They destroyed the cities carefully built by the Randon race, turning them into charred ruins. When everything ended, the land turned crimson. All life on the planet was gone. The extermination order in the Jellan star system was merely the beginning. The Randon race's void fleet suffered terrible losses in Jellan and lost their ability to fight back. They could only passively defend in their important star systems. But facing the Empire's relentless attack, their territories fell one after another. Thousands of worlds were bombed with viral weapons. Countless beings dissolved into rotting matter, producing dense, flammable gases. Then, these planets were ignited and burned to ashes. The Randon race, initially arrogant, slowly turned to fear and despair. The death of an entire species stirred up terrifying waves in the immaterium. Pain, despair, and fear would continue to echo in the warp. Some powerful warp demons were born as a result. Just as the Emperor led the human fleet directly toward the core territory of the Randon race, preparing to completely wipe them out, the dispatched custodian guard squads sent back new information. Primarch 3, Primarch 10, and Primarch 18 had been found. They were currently being sent to the first expedition fleet. The return of the Primarchs went smoothly. The Emperor specifically took time from the pressing war to welcome the 3 returning sons. Primarch 18th, Vulcan from Nocturne, was the first to step out of the gunboat. He was heavily muscled, with dark skin and red eyes like a humanoid force of nature. He gave off an immense presence. Next was Primarch 10, Ferrus Manus from the planet Medusa. His face was firm, his eyes deep. His hands were silver-white iron, not simple mechanical prosthetics, but a perfect blend of machinery and flesh. Finally appeared Primarch 3, Fulgrim from Chemos. His appearance was strikingly handsome, with a unique charisma. If he were to walk into any bustling hive city, countless noble ladies would abandon their husbands and children just to gain his favor. "This guy is ridiculously handsome," Lorger marveled at Fulgrim's appearance. Even with the same genetic template, Fulgrim's beauty and temperament were something the others lacked. Perturabo's expression remained calm, but he was somewhat displeased inwardly. He should be the most distinctive one. Sanguinius was one thing, but now there was another handsome one. And why did Ferrus have iron hands? He, the Lord of Iron, didn't even have them. Unfair, annoying. Welcome back 3, 10, and 18. Only after the 3 Primarchs had finished getting to know their brothers did the Emperor approach. "Welcome back, little Phoenix, little Fire Dragon, and the lovely senior sister," Raven said, standing on the Emperor's shoulder as he greeted the 3 Primarchs. The 3 Primarchs' integration posed no significant concerns. They needed neither psychological counseling nor modification. They merely needed to be prevented from corruption. The emperor followed the standard procedure for other Primarchs' returns. He asked about their choices, had them swear allegiance, and then offered encouragement. Finally, the emperor's grand design, as always, held a welcome banquet to celebrate the return of the three Primarchs. They also celebrated the victory in the war against the Randon. The emperor and Raven, as was their custom, only participated in the beginning of the banquet. They left after delivering their speeches. After returning from the Shrouding the Heavens universe, the emperor had become urgent once more. The combined forces of the Chaos Four Gods and the Void Contamination Source made him realize the danger. If he failed, the entire universe would be corrupted. For the continuation of humanity, and for humanity to venture into the heavens, he believed that various plans needed to be accelerated as quickly as possible. Raven had no interest in these matters. After watching the emperor work for a while, he felt bored and started wandering around. As he flew through a wide corridor, Raven made an unexpected discovery. 9527, a member of the Mechanicus, was hiding behind a mechanical shrine, slacking off. I wonder how this guy's logic programs were written to be able to slack off so calmly, Raven muttered to himself. Then he tore open space and suddenly appeared in front of him. 9527, what are you doing? Lord Raven? 9527 was so startled he nearly jumped out of his mechadendrites. He was about to get angry, but after recognizing the newcomer, he held back. Can't mess with him, cannot mess with him at all. Lord Raven, I am merely studying the relationship between data and images, and the changes in functions. Playing games, Raven exposed 9527's lie. No, it's Mechanicus research. How can you call it playing games? I'm just studying data patterns, 9527 protested, shaking his head repeatedly. The sound of mechanical gears meshing and grinding came from his neck. What game are you playing? Raven pressed. If you don't answer truthfully, I'll have someone report it to the cult, and you'll be turned into a servitor. Oracle, this platform is very popular. You can use a neural link to enter a virtual space to play. It's very realistic, 9527 said helplessly. He opened a projection interface to show Raven the game. Looks interesting, Raven smiled when he saw the game character's long, pale legs and impressive proportions. I want to play too. Raven's hidden interests burst forth. He instantly fell in love with this two-dimensional style. 9527 had no choice but to fetch a holographic simulation device. After slight modifications, he connected Raven to the game as well. As he was registering his character in the virtual world, a dense darkness suddenly descended. It covered everything around him. Eerie whispers arose, making one feel trapped in a dark and terrifying hell. Footsteps came from the darkness, step by step, mixed with murmuring whispers. What should I call you? The being walking in the darkness spoke. Lord Raven, or a traveler crossing the heavens, the Cursed One's partner. You might be confused about who I am. I am the one who can give you answers, the lighthouse that can guide you to peace of mind. The voice was ethereal, as if coming from distant ages, carrying the weight of time. Two-headed rookie, Kairos. Raven tilted his head, calling out the other's name. The eerie whispers paused for a moment. Then they repeated word by word. Two-headed rookie, how dare you insult the great master of change? Because all of this is part of the plan, Raven said faintly. Kairos, fate has already begun to enlighten you. Soon, you will have to make a choice. What choice? Kairos in the darkness instinctively asked. Loyalty or betrayal, Raven replied. Are you joking? Kairos scratched his head, feeling as if these words sounded familiar. The threads of fate are complex. Even your master cannot fully perceive these secrets, Raven said. You might think I'm joking, but all of this is a fact that will happen in the future. Do you think I would believe an enemy? Kairos stepped out of the darkness, revealing his full appearance. A large blue bird with two heads, walking upright and carrying a scepter. This is truly backwards. Could it be that the minion of the Cursed One actually wants to deceive me? In the warp, who doesn't know that I, Kairos, regard the Master of Change as my only son, loyal with no possibility of betrayal. Didn't you come to see me hoping that I would believe you? Raven countered. Kairos, you are the echo of this universe's being's desire for wisdom and enlightenment. You depend on this universe, you depend on the warp. If one day your master wants to abandon you, abandon this universe, just to ascend to become a more powerful god, what choice will you make? Your joke is indeed funny, Kairos said. I came here not to make you believe me, but merely to observe the helper who greatly increased the cursed one's strength. Is that really all? No other thoughts? Don't you crave knowledge you've never encountered before? With just a small price, you can gain knowledge you've never experienced. Just a small price, Kairos. Raven whispered like a tempter, seeking to sway the master of change's greatest greater demon.